The reflection on the surface of the water suddenly warped and twisted. The 7-year-old boy jolted back to his senses and realized that at some unknown moment his fingers had dug into the flesh of his own palm, thin threads of blood seeping out from beneath his nails. He loosened his grip and drew in a deep breath. Again, this was already the 3rd time this month. Strange images flashed through his mind from time to time, towering skyscrapers, speeding iron boxes, and more faces than he could ever count. Those things did not belong to this world, yet he remembered them with perfect clarity, because they were memories from his previous life. His name was Damian. His hair was a tousled mess of black with several strands of red mixed in on the left side. Red eyes were not uncommon upon this vast sea, but paired with the heavy, burdened expression he wore, they always drew a second glance. He wore a coarse black shirt, filthy and stained with mud and dried blood. Gazing down at his own reflection in the water, he let out a bitter smile. The world of the Pirate King. Being given another chance at life should have been a blessing, yet the problem was that this damned place teemed with monsters. Paramecia logia zoan, all kinds of beings capable of overturning entire islands. Rare beasts roamed everywhere and strange flowers and herbs grew in profusion, making everything appear quite beautiful. Yet beneath that lovely shell lay nothing but decay, death, and disaster. Those who wore justice upon their lips could turn around and push innocence straight into the flames. The world government sat lofty and untouchable, and the Navy headquarters was their sharpest blade. As for the pirates rampaging across the seas, they were even more without scruples when committing atrocities. Buried truths, tangled conspiracies, and an era that devoured people without leaving even their bones behind. Damian would never have imagined, even in his wildest dreams, that one day he would be thrown into this wretched mess. Yet he had no right to complain, because there was something that mattered to him far more than grumbling. He lowered his gaze to his 7-year-old body and clenched his fists tight. How long until the story begins? He had no idea where in the timeline he currently was. In his past life, he had watched One Piece, and he knew that the tale truly began only when Luffy set sail. The problem was he did not know what year it was now. The only thing he could be certain of was that this was definitely not Luffy's era. From the scraps of information pieced together from villagers' idle chatter, the pirate overlord ruling this world was not yet that man called Roger. One day, Knight, I too will let the world see your brilliance. He clenched his small fist, his gaze resolute. Mihawk looked out at the distant sea, his eyes piercing through the eternal forest. Damian shook his head. There was simply too much crammed into his mind. His previous life had not been a good one. Just an ordinary family of 4. His parents, himself, and a younger sister. If he had to choose a word to describe himself, it would either be tenacious or unlucky. His parents left far too early, he gritted his teeth, and survived only for his sister to die of illness right before his eyes. His innate, extraordinary memory gradually transformed from a gift into a curse. Yet he did not collapse. Clinging to the memories of his family, he clawed his way out of the pit of grief. He ground his way through middle school and university, determined to achieve greatness someday, and soothe the spirits of his parents and sister in heaven. In the end, all of it came to nothing. When he was 18, a drunk driver sent him off, just like that. While the boy was lost and thought, something strange happened once more. Rustle. The grass at his feet seemed to come alive, swaying and dancing around him, while the flowers by the trees looked as though they were humming some inaudible tune. Damian had long since grown used to such sights. He treated it as some natural phenomenon of this fantastical world. After all, it was far from the first time. The boy walked down the grassy slope and slipped into a large wooden house perched at the edge of the cliff. The creaking hinges of the battered door let out a mournful groan, as if complaining about the decades of abuse they had endured. Mom, Damian frowned. Your health is poor. Please don't move around so much. Inside, the woman was rummaging through boxes and cabinets in search of cooking utensils, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she was still ill. She looked barely past her early 20s, with long white hair cascading down her back, a thin figure, and a sunbright smile upon her face. Don't worry, Damian, go wash your hands. Breakfast will be ready soon. The young mother's smile was sweet, but Damian saw only the pain hidden deep within her eyes. It's worsened again, he thought silently. The woman was named Nadia, and she had cared for him for the past 7 years. Most children remembered little from their early years, but Damian had recalled everything clearly from the moment he was born. That twisted gift of a memory had followed him into this life. Over 7 years, he had noticed one thing: his mother was a devil fruit user. She rarely spoke of it, yet the flaws were glaring. Her fear of the sea, the way her whole body went weak at the slightest touch of seawater. She also carried a strange illness that had been eroding her body all along. Her spirit, however, had never once collapsed. As always, Nadia's smile drew Damian to the table and clapped her hands. Time to eat. There was not much on the table, mostly wild greens and coarse grains with only a few scattered scraps of meat, but it was enough to fill their stomachs. Damian's thoughts, however, were elsewhere. What should he do next? This world had schools as well, yet few people ever climbed high on the strength of their education. There was no need for university diplomas, nor any obligation to attend formal classes. Most children simply learned a few skills at home from their parents, then found odd jobs around the village. Though this was the world of One Piece, not every transmigrator dreamed of becoming a Navy admiral, a great pirate, or of building some ridiculous harem. Reality and fantasy were two entirely different things. Only when you were truly thrown into that fantasy would you understand what reality meant. Damian wished only for a stable, peaceful life with loving family at his side, something he had never possessed in his previous life. Unfortunately, this world was riddled with sea kings, deranged pirates, treacherous weather, and a world government rotten to the core. A few hours later, Damian went out to fetch water. He might have been only 7, but his body was remarkably sturdy. Nadia said he inherited that from his father. "Morning, Damian. You're as diligent as ever. If only my kid were half as sensible as you." The villagers waved to him while he walked along the road, one hand gripping 2 buckets. Sparse little wooden houses lined the road with tiny shops tucked into every corner. Birds chirped overhead, and warm sunlight poured down upon the village. The village was poor, but despite its poverty, it lacked nothing in vitality. It was a warmth that had been stolen from Damian in his previous life. The settlement was small, with roughly 1,600 people. It lay in the West Blue on a little island called Renaissance Island, encircled by forests with lakes surrounding the residential area. Nearby on Greta Island, there was a Navy base, the 111th branch of the West Blue. With that base present, few people dared to come looking for trouble. Renaissance Island was poor, but its people were genuine and joyful, whose such qualities were far more precious than money or gold. Thud! For empty buckets landed by the village well at its center. The moss-covered stone rim cracked in several places. While nearly dried up, Damian muttered. The summer sun was merciless, and even the well water was close to gone. He tied the buckets to a rope and lowered them. Within moments they rose brimming with water. For trips back and forth cost him quite a bit of effort. Tisk! Sunlight struck the water's surface, and the reflected glare stabbed painfully into Damian's eyes. He turned his head toward the tree beside him. It was a large apple tree, but hanging from it was something completely out of place. The thing was shaped much like an apple, yet its surface was covered in black patterns that wound from the stem all the way down, swirling into vortex-like designs. There was no mistaking it, a devil fruit. Damian had stared at it for 7 whole years, yet had never once touched it, nor felt the slightest urge to eat it. A devil fruit was nothing more than a blind gamble. Zoan Paramecia Logia, who knew what it would turn out to be. If fortune favored you, you might gain a heaven-defying power, but if luck turned its back, there were plenty of useless, even disastrous abilities waiting to trap you. And those trash abilities were far from rare. Take the jacket fruit for instance. Eating it turned you into nothing but a jacket for others to wear. Just picturing it made Damian's skin crawl. With my kind of luck, I'd better not go courting death, Damian muttered rationally. What if it's the dung fruit? A soft cough sounded behind him. That is our little treasure, Damian, came a voice. An aged voice drifted from behind. Turning around, Damian saw Chung Hai, the 82-year-old village chief, white-haired, and clenching a pipe between his teeth. It has stood guard here for decades, always watching over us, the old man said. Chung Hai jerked his chin toward the apple tree. Damian rolled his eyes. Such devil fruits were not particularly rare on the Grand Line, but in the remote waters of the 4 seas, they were practically the stuff of legend. Renaissance Island was no exception. All these years, no matter how cold the winter or how scorching the summer, it has never rotted. Truly a miracle, the old man exclaimed, his brows dancing with excitement. Chung Hai looked at Damian with a kindly smile. You are a miracle as well. When your mother gave birth to you, we even invited a doctor all the way from Gelida Island. He said the child would definitely be stillborn. Terrifying words. Chung Hai patted Damian's head. In the end, you were born sturdy as a young bull, nearly 6 kilograms. He clicked his tongue in amazement. Damian narrowed his eyes, letting the old man ramble on. The mother was in perfect health, yet the doctor insisted she would deliver a stillborn child. As it turned out, the baby came into the world lively and strong, while the mother collapsed instead. Why was that? Damian had never voiced this question. He knew his mother would scold him fiercely if he did. He bade the old man farewell and headed home. Behind him, the tree swayed gently, and the grass along the roadside bent and fluttered with it. Later that night, the wind slipped in through the half-open window. After dinner, the bowls and chopsticks had been washed and put away. Nadia and Damian sat together on the porch swing. With every sway, the old chair let out a long creak. The fact that this rickety thing hadn't fallen apart was a miracle in itself. The boy rested his head on his mother's shoulder, watching the sunset. There was little difference in their heights. 7-year-old Damian already stood at 1.52 meters. His mother was 1.60 meters. You've been speaking less and less lately, Damian, Nadia murmured as she gazed up at the night sky. Is there something you want to ask me? Damian froze. How did you know? Nadia smiled softly. I can see the light in people's hearts. When I was young, I thought this ability was rather strange. Now I find it quite a blessing. She pinched Damian's nose. Go on, ask. After a short silence, Damian finally spoke. Mom, what exactly happened on the day I was born? Nadia met her son's earnest gaze and let out a quiet sigh. You were special, Damian-chan. When I had carried you for only a few months, the doctors told me you might not survive. Those days were torment. As Nadia spoke, her fingers stroked Damian's uniquely textured hair. 7 years earlier. 7 years ago, Chung Hai's younger sister, Chung Haihui, watched the pregnant woman on the bed, sweat beading on her own forehead. Crickets called outside, but inside the room the tension suffocated everything. "Where is the medicine?" Chung Haihui shouted at the women gathered around the table. At the center of the table sat a bowl filled with green liquid. One nurse tossed in a handful of herbs, another hurried to crush and stir them. "We're out of magic berries." Nadia groaned, her eyelids too heavy to lift, her heartbeat growing ever weaker. "Hold on. The child is almost out." Bang. The door burst open, and a nurse rushed in, clutching a basket of small green berries. "Got them." She dumped a few into the bowl, and everyone fell over one another to pound them into a paste. None of them noticed the single peculiar berry marked by black swirling patterns. The medicine was ready in short order. "Drink it, Nadia." Chung Haihui pressed the bowl to Nadia's lips. Nadia summoned the last of her strength and gulped it down in great swallows. Yes, just like that. Nadia's face knotted up. The medicine tasted like something no human should ever have to drink. Chung Haihui took the bowl back, watching the ghastly pallor in Nadia's cheeks slowly flush with a hint of color. "The child is coming. Push, Nadia." No one knew how much time passed before the suffocating tension finally dissolved, replaced by joy that filled the room. Nadia sat up, her tired gaze falling upon the baby swaddled in her arms. Chung Haihui smiled as she wiped the sweat from Nadia's brow. "What shall we name him?" Nadia stared into the child's crimson eyes, and another face surfaced in her mind. She whispered, "Inadi, Damian." "That medicine really was something else," Damian murmured after hearing the entire tale. Nadia continued to stroke his hair. "Yes. Though I never want to taste anything like that ever again in this lifetime, at least it allowed my precious child to be born healthy and whole. You resemble your father so much, in looks and in temperament. You were sturdy from the moment you were born, just like him. You grow up far too fast." With that, she pulled Damian into a powerful hug, humming a cheerful little tune. Damian was nearly squeezed breathless, yet his mind worked over what she had just said. Dad went out to buy milk and never returned, leaving Mom frail and sickly on her own. Hardly a good example, he thought. Night deepened, and the village was shrouded in silence. The silence felt somehow wrong. Creak. On the island's abandoned pier, the sound of wooden planks underfoot broke the stillness, followed by a jumble of footsteps. A man wearing an eye patch stood at the forefront, a cruel smile tugging at his lips. "A nice place. Let's see what goodies we can haul off from here," he sneered. "If only this world were free of violence and greed," Nadia softly murmured under the moonlight. Damian, he did not believe in such things, neither in this life nor the past. Humans and intelligent species alike are. Nadia was not naive enough to believe her own words. She was simply too kind. "My." Nadia's gaze shifted from the starry sky back to the tranquil village. Her expression suddenly changed. A few seconds later, a burning smell wafted over, and a corner of the village lit up with flames growing ever stronger. "What's happening?" Damian stood up alongside his mother, the sounds of screams and cries reaching his ears. Nadia squinted and rushed into the house. Damian stood frozen in place, his mind blank. "Help!" A bloodied man ran from a distance, heading straight for Damian's home. His eyes were filled with terror, dragging a trail of blood behind him. Thud! He collapsed not far from Damian and never got back up. Damian recognized him, Niclosa, a villager he had known since he could remember. "Who did this to you?" Damian reached out to apply pressure to the wound on his stomach, blood gushing uncontrollably. "Damn! Damian, you must run. They're coming. The pirates are coming." With that, Niclosa's eyes lost their light. Damian felt the person in his arms go limp. He swallowed hard. It was the first time he had seen someone die, let alone, well, so this is where you ran off to. Seems like there's still a little shack here to loot." Damian looked up to see a man in a red coat with a disheveled beard. The sword in his hand dripped with blood. He licked the blade, smiling wickedly. Damian instinctively took a few steps back as the pirate approached him. "Don't be afraid, it won't hurt for long." The man howled as he lunged forward, the tip of his knife aiming straight at Damian. Damian froze. The familiar chilling sense of death surged within him once more. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air next to Damian's ear. He saw a shadow darting towards the pirate. The man let out a wretched scream, flying 2 meters away, a rusty spear piercing through his body. Damian turned his head to see his mother standing at the doorway. Nadia glanced at the villager lying in a pool of blood, then walked towards the struggling pirate. She planted her foot firmly on the ground, gripping the spear tightly. Damian's eyes widened as he watched his mother twist the spear in the wound, stirring the flesh. Stop! Stop! It hurts." Nadia did not stop, but instead she pressed down harder. "How many of you are there?" The man only continued to scream. A flicker of impatience crossed Nadia's eyes. More blood spread out from beneath the pirate. With a thrust, she pulled the spear out and pierced through his back again. The man writhed in pain. 80 people." Nadia inhaled sharply. The man slowly raised his head, blood staining his lips as he managed a faint smile. You will all die. When my boss arrives, you mother." Thud. A force struck directly into the man's mind. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Nadia turned to Damian, waving. "Damian, come with me, hurry." She pulled out the spear and dashed inland. Damian could hardly believe his eyes. When did Mom become so fierce? He glanced at the pirate who was bleeding profusely and doomed to die, picked up his sword, and followed his mother. Mom, shouldn't we be running into the woods? Why are we heading towards the pirates? Damian jumped over a fallen tree trunk, panting as he asked. Nadia shook her head, her feet never slowing. That guy's clothes bear the emblem of the Blazing Flame pirate crew. They burn everything to ashes whenever they reach an island. Hiding in the woods is a dead end, and escaping by sea is impossible. She glanced towards the village. The more dangerous the place, the safer it is. No. An old man embraced a bloodied woman, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. It was the village chief Qinghai. Tears and blood covered his face, and in his arms lay his sister. He picked up a rake, struggling to stand. Hey, old man, go down, and keep that old woman company. A bald pirate laughed at the furious old man. Qinghai swung the rake with all his might, but it was easily. The pirate moved closer, thrusting a sword into his chest. Ugh! Qinghai screamed, collapsing to the ground. The pirate sneered and kicked the rake aside. Just as he was about to swing the knife to cut the old village chief's throat, a chilling sound cut through the air, followed by the sound of bones shattering. The pirate flew back, crashing against the wall of a house hanging 2 feet off the ground, a spear piercing through his. Qinghai looked at the 2 figures approaching him, a woman and a child. He smiled and revealed a grin towards the dead pirate. Nadia, you must hide. They are just the advance team. There are more coming. Qinghai's breath halted. Nadia smiled at him, a tear sliding down her cheek. She gently closed the old man's eyes. Damian stood by, surveying the surroundings. The village, once filled with laughter and joy, had now turned into a hell on earth. Dozens of bodies lay scattered, some missing limbs, others unrecognizable. The wooden houses that once held memories now soaked in blood, the air thick with the stench of gore. Damian clenched his fists. Despair spread within his heart, anger, sadness, fear, and hatred all tangled together. Crack! A warm hand brushed against his face. Nadia unexpectedly appeared in front of him. Let's go, Damian, there's not much time left. The two continued running towards the center of the village where the main force of the pirates awaited. We've arrived, Nadia whispered, standing by the well in the village center. She panted heavily, gripping the rusty spear in her hand. Her illness had worsened again. Damian turned to look at the woods 200 meters away, where chaotic footsteps echoed. About 70 people were slowly approaching. Nadia also noticed, and quickly took action. Creak. The wooden lever emitted a piercing sound as Nadia shook the bucket to the top. She turned to Damian and gently kissed him on the forehead. Damian, listen to your mother, all right? Damian saw the look in his mother's eyes and felt a wave of bad premonition. Nadia smiled at her son's worried eyes, grabbed the rope, and hied down the well. Damian immediately shook his head. You go first, Mom. The well is wide enough for both of us. Nadia pressed her finger to his lips, shaking her head. I know my own condition, I'm clear on it. I knew this day would come eventually, I just didn't expect it to arrive so soon. Nadia's voice choked, but she held back her tears. You must live, Damian. Even if not for yourself, then for me. Damian wanted to shake his head again, but seeing the determination in Nadia's eyes, there was no room for negotiation. He took a deep breath and nodded. The rope tightened, and Damian grasped it, placing his feet against the stones of the well's wall. Seeing that he finally agreed, Nadia smiled, then turned her gaze towards the woods. The pirates were less than 40 seconds away. She raised one hand and closed her eyes. A gentle breeze swept through. Just as Damian steadied himself, preparing to climb down, he suddenly witnessed an unbelievable scene. The large tree not far away began to move. Its branches twisted unnaturally, reaching out like human arms towards Nadia's raised hand. 2 meters away from her palm, the branch halted and shook. Another branch stretched over, bearing something. A fruit. Crack. The fruit detached from the branch and fell into Nadia's hand. She looked down at the red and black fruit, revealing a gentle smile. She turned to Damian, meeting his astonished gaze. Take it. Your father told me that this magical fruit can give. It has protected our village for so many years, and I believe it can protect you too. She gently placed the fruit into the bucket of water. Mother gazed into her son's eyes as if to etch this moment into memory forever. The footsteps of the pirates grew closer. Nadia left a final kiss on Damian's forehead. Go down now. Damian began to descend the rope, barely supporting his weight. His eyes were vacant. He knew he might never see his mother alive again. The stones of the well's wall crumbled as he descended, falling in showers. After descending about 30 meters, the rope could no longer hold. The intertwined strands began to stretch and snap. Damian sensed it and quickened his descent. Crack. After dropping another 5 meters, the rope broke. Damian reached out to grab the moss-covered wall of the well, but the moss could not bear his weight. He gritted his teeth, remained silent, and fell straight down 15 meters. Surviving this fall would be a miracle. He adjusted his posture, body rigid, legs straight down, knees slightly bent. He hit the ground. Crack. Ugh. Damian clenched his teeth, trembling in pain. Both of his legs were broken, unable to withstand the impact. His spine, pelvis, and internal organs were likely severely injured. Well, look who has arrived. A coarse voice echoed with a hint of mockery. Nearly 70 pirates surrounded a silver-haired woman. This girl is quite beautiful. Captain, she could fetch several million berries. How about? We test the merchandise first. Nadia narrowed her eyes, focusing on the malicious gazes. She twirled the spear in her hand, and blood that hadn't yet dried splattered onto the grass. The leading pirate clenched his fists. Don't let her get seriously hurt. The pirates roared and charged at her. Nadia raised her other hand. That slender hand began to emit an eerie green light. She suddenly clenched her fist. Crack! The nearby forest seemed to come alive, and several branches shot out at incredible speed. Blood splattered as a dozen pirates died instantly, their bodies pierced by wooden spikes. Nadia dashed forward, throwing her spear with all her might, pinning the captain to a tree 5 meters away. You monster! One pirate, seeing his companion torn apart by branches, charged in a rage. In the next moment his throat was pierced by a 30-centimeter thick branch. Nadia knelt on one knee, her hands still radiating green light. Half of the pirates were gone. Damn it, this woman is not normal. You lot set the forest on fire. I want to see how long she can hold out. A few pirates nodded, igniting the forest with oil and wine. The dry conditions made the fire spread rapidly, turning the surroundings into a sea of flames. The heat wave hit her face, and the trees began to wither. But what about the loot? One pirate asked. It should rain tomorrow. We'll come back to collect what's left. Retreat. They fled, leaving less than 30 behind. Nadia gasped for air. Ugh. She let out a muffled groan, blood pouring from her mouth and nose. I can't let them escape. Or else Damian will be in danger. Stop them. She collapsed to the ground, the 30-odd shadows running further away, the flames and heat weakening her more and more. In that final moment, Nadia seemed to unleash an unprecedented power, pouring everything out. Seconds later, the 30-odd pirates suddenly felt an immense pressure descending from the sky. Their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed to the ground like puppets with cut strings. The flames grew fiercer, and the unconscious bodies were engulfed in fire, meeting a tragic end. Nadia revealed a faint smile, crawling to the edge of the well. She pressed her blood-stained hand against the stone wall of the well. A green light emanated from her hand, spreading down the wall for dozens of meters. The cracks in the stone wall began to tremble, and moss and vines grew wildly, spreading rapidly. In an instant, the previously open well was completely sealed by a green curtain. It looked like an abandoned well that hadn't been touched for decades, overgrown with vines and moss. Nadia finally sighed in relief as her life began to fade. She leaned against a fissure by the well, slowly closing her eyes. Damian struggled in agony, trying to align his broken legs. Blood flowed endlessly from his face, a deep wound above his right eye that would surely leave a scar. Pain surged through his left side, radiating from his hip to his entire body. He slowly steadied his breath, knowing he must conserve his strength. Damian looked up at the night sky, feeling the entire well tremble. The open sky darkened the well's mouth, completely sealed by vines and moss. Is this Mom's power? Damian's eyes widened, then he heard something. His body was in excruciating pain, unable to speak, consciousness flickering, but he heard very clearly. Damian. The boy turned his head to the left, where there was a crack in the well wall, the voice coming down along the edge. I don't know if you can hear me, Damian, but I hope you can. Damian simply stared at the crack, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. No matter what happens, no matter what trials you face, no matter who stands in your way, remember, Mom will always be on your side. After tonight, everything will be tough. But no matter what, the dawn will come. Mom has to say goodbye now. But promise me one thing, okay? I only ask you one thing, my dear child. Find those worth trusting with your life, marry a beautiful girl. Cherish them, for they will become your greatest strength. Live for yourself, live for me, and live for your father. Survive, my child, survive. Damian's eyes slowly closed, his voice faded, and his consciousness could no longer hold on. A profound silence enveloped the entire village. This tragedy was buried in darkness unknown to Caw, caw. The crows circled in the sky as heavy rain poured down, washing over Renaissance Island. It was already evening. The previous flames had turned the forest into charcoal. The once dense woods were left with nothing but blackened branches and ashes. Blood mixed with rainwater flowed along the ground. Near the dock, heavy footsteps fell on the wet pier as a large ship dropped anchor, slowly approaching the shore. A pirate flag, depicting a skull with flames burning behind it, hung from the sails. The flame pirates. Damn it, what on earth happened here? Wasn't the message that this was a small island with a dense forest home to over 1,000 people? The captain stood at the bow, frowning. The man had a head of red mohawk hair draped in a deep red coat, with his muscular arms crossed over his chest. He stood over 3 meters tall. His name was Brando Ignis, with a bounty of 39 million berries. How about sending a few scouts down to take a look, said the green-haired Lieutenant Pablum. He was the ship's strategist, relying on his wits. Ignis glanced at the charred island and shook his head. Everyone go ashore. 3 hours later. Boss, should we? Ignis walked over the scorched earth, following his subordinate's finger. He leaned in to peek inside. The well's opening was sealed with thick moss and vines. He looked down at the newcomer. Slap. A palm struck, sending the person tumbling to the ground. Have you lost your... Can moss and spider webs grow this thick overnight? If someone is hiding inside, are you a fool, or do you think I am one? Ignis shouted impatiently. He waved to the others. Search the entire island, take everything useful. Don't waste any more time. The goons dispersed. Pablum walked ahead, a cigar dangling from his mouth. Captain, who do you think took out our men, or did those idiots burn themselves to death while drunk? Ignis looked at the bodies on the ground and shook his head. Someone killed them, but there's no one left on the island. His gaze fell on a towering tree beside the well. This tree might be worth something. I've never seen one like it before. Pablum nodded in agreement. The bark is so thick it almost looks like a woman's face. Ho ho ho, I didn't expect a tree like this. The entire island had turned to ashes except for this small patch of woods in the center which remained intact. Moreover, the trees and flowers were intertwined, resembling the face of a beautiful woman from afar. She had her eyes closed as if gazing at the well with a few flowers adorning her hair. No one knew that a person was indeed hiding in that dry well. In the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes were fixed intently on the direction above. As the saying goes, when you gaze long into the abyss also gazes into you. Damian awoke. After drinking rainwater, he regained some strength, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. He wanted to climb up and find a way out. But a voice inside him told him it wasn't the time yet. So he continued to wait. 7 years of peace. He murmured to himself. Having experienced so many ups and downs in his past life, being thrown into this world, to be honest, he felt quite lucky. To relive once more was not easy, let alone that he had other strokes of luck. Compared to those children born into turmoil, he was indeed fortunate. He had never experienced famine or gone hungry. He had food, good people around him, and a mother who loved him. He once thought he could live a stable life in this remote little village. Guarding his mother, holding on to this warmth, was something that was taken away from him in his past life. This wasn't weakness, it was merely naivety. Beneath the seemingly calm surface, the storm of life had struck him hard last night. Mom is gone. And these scoundrels are here to pick up the pieces. Damian clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, blood dripping through his fingers. Happiness, joy, freedom. These are things only the strong deserve, while the weak can only dream of them. Giving up is easy. But if I give up, I would be letting my mom down. She carried me for 9 months, endured so much suffering, and raised me for 7 years. In the darkness, those crimson eyes shone as bright as flames. I want to live, and I will climb to the top. Boss, we found some jewelry that wasn't burned, and a lot of hidden food. A pirate rushed over to report, the people living here aren't fools. They set up a fireproof storage room, and stored quite a bit of food. Ignis nodded. Finally, it wasn't a wasted trip. Move it back to the ship. We'll camp here for a few weeks, and hunt some sea kings along the shore. We need to gather enough, as the island's location is perfect for catching those big guys. The subordinates nodded in agreement, and began to busy themselves, leaving the area around the well unguarded. If they had waited a little longer, they would have witnessed an astonishing sight. The moss vines, and even spider webs on the well wall began to retract into the stone crevices. The plants seemed alive, shaping into a ladder on the well wall. After about 15 minutes, a small hand reached out from the well opening, followed by a small boy climbing out. He was covered in sweat, dirt, and dried blood. His clothes were tattered and emitted various unpleasant odors, as if he had just survived a great calamity. But beneath this filth, his eyes shone remarkably bright, clear, determined, filled with youthful stubbornness. Finally out, I was getting really bored waiting. He looked up and saw that patch of trees. A vast forest rose nearly 50 meters high, the trunks and branches piecing together the face of a woman. She had her eyes closed as if in slumber. Mom. Damian looked at this miraculous greenery. He clenched his fists once more and took a deep breath. Then he looked down at his hands and feet. The previously broken leg and the split wounds were all healed. Even the deep scar on his face had mended, leaving only a diagonal scar above his right eyebrow. Although he still felt a bit weak, he was indeed intact. I finally understand. Damian climbed out of the well and stood on the ground. Those grasses and trees were always moving around me. And this recovery speed now. Is it because of Mom's devil fruit? But she clearly. Why does the ability still exist? The abilities of a fruit user should disappear after death. Why do I still have these abilities? Damian had been in the sea before and had never experienced weakness, yet he indeed had some unusual ability. He reached out to touch the tree trunk, feeling the vigorous life force, as if that power was flowing through his fingertips. Mom must have eaten the fruit while pregnant with me. Could it be that the fruit's abilities were passed on to me? He shook his head. No, she could still control the branches last night, so what exactly is going on? Unable to find an answer, Damian stopped dwelling on it. Regardless, even though Mom is gone, she is still protecting me. He fell into contemplation. In the world of One Piece, there are all kinds of abilities. She gave me so much, yet I have done nothing for her. Perhaps I can bring her back. The resurrection fruit. Since the surgery fruit can grant immortality, there must be fruits capable of bringing the dead back to life. Damian nodded slowly. Regardless of whether such a thing exists, I must first become strong. Strong enough that no one can harm those around me, and no one can take them away from me. Absolutely. Gulp. Damian coughed lightly, his stomach growling at that moment, ruining the atmosphere. First, let's get something to eat. I clearly remember there being a lot of food. Why is there so little? A pirate said, burping drunkenly. The companion next to him looked at the few barrels of food, his gaze a bit dazed. Hey, every time I see that food it looks like it's grown twice as big. Whatever, I won't look anymore. These two were responsible for guarding the food storage while the others were asleep, including the captain. What they didn't notice was that in the darkness a shadow was sitting in the corner chewing heartily on the meat of a sea king. So delicious. Damian almost burped, but he held it back. He had been stealing food for a while now, enjoying the feast. In 10 minutes, he had consumed nearly 10 adult portions. In the world of One Piece, eating equals becoming stronger. Damian recalled the massive size of the giant race. Those people grew by eating. Although he didn't plan to grow over 6 meters tall, he at least wanted to reach the average height of a Navy admiral, around 3 meters. So eating is a must. The next day, Damian stood at the edge of the island where his home used to be. He looked at the calm sea, enjoying the salty sea breeze. Those pirates spent their days near the dock, mainly fishing. Renaissance Island is too remote, it's like being isolated, he murmured. Even newspapers can't reach here. He knew almost nothing about the oceans of this era. He needed those pirates should be able to tell me something, but at my current level, I definitely can't take them on. And they're about to leave. Damian had a few options: 1, sneak onto their ship and slip away at the next island to gather information. 2, wait for them to leave, make his own boat, or wait for another ship to pass by and try his luck. 3, kill them all and rummage through their corpses for information. Capturing one for interrogation wouldn't be impossible, but these pirates had strict rules, and losing one person would quickly expose them. Capturing one for interrogation would require more planning and strength. Sneaking onto the ship as a stowaway could work, but it would be troublesome if I got caught. Swimming away isn't realistic either. The Sea Kings are waiting for a buffet. Damian shook his head, continuing to think. If I wait, the food won't last long. I can't expect other ships to be kind enough to help me. He looked down at the fruit in his hand. Although I can't defeat them now, this thing might solve the problem. Damian took out that fruit from beside him. The choice had become clear. Buddha bless, God bless, Bodhisattva bless, may the force be with you, Godspeed, rush towards infinity. Damian rambled a lot, and then steeled his heart. He took a bite. Crunch. The taste exploded in his mouth instantly. Disgusting. Nauseating. Revolting. He felt sick. A series of words popped into Damian's head. His stomach churned, but he gritted his teeth and swallowed that mouthful of fruit flesh. After catching his breath, he looked down at the bitten fruit. He sighed. My paranoid tendencies will eventually crunch. He knew that just one bite of the devil fruit could grant him abilities, but his paranoia wouldn't allow him to take any risks. He consumed the entire fruit. It's really damn awful. He gulped some water to wash his mouth and focused on sensing the new things in his mind. The devil fruit came with something akin to an instruction manual that allowed him to understand the basic abilities of the fruit, as well as its name. He looked at his hands, concentrating. A surge of red energy emanated from his fist, causing the surrounding air to tremble and emit a low hum. Damian walked up to a tumter-high rock and reached out to touch it. Crack. The rock seemed to moan, its surface instantly covered in that strange red glow. Boom. The entire stone exploded from within, shattering into thousands of small pieces, as if cut by countless lasers. He raised his left foot, and the bottom of his foot began to glow with that eerie red light, gently pressing down on the ground. A series of fine sounds erupted, and the ground within a 10-meter radius transformed into a checkerboard of squares. The next second, the entire ground collapsed, breaking into countless similarly sized fragments. The ground left a 10-meter-wide hemispherical depression. Damian let out a satisfied hum. The ability to crush and shatter everything through pressure. Superhuman type, crush fruit. Drink, drink, drink. The entire ship was lively with pirates reveling in the festivities. Such feasts were not uncommon in pirate crews. Ignis sat in the main seat, raising his goblet high and drinking deeply. Hey, when did we get a little ghost on board? A drunken pirate hazily asked. His companion nearby joined in the ruckus, saying, oh, I don't remember such a child in our crew. Damian stood at the bow of the ship, coldly watching the banquet before him. He raised his left hand. A strange red light flickered in his palm, as if something was rolling within. The drunken pirates paid no mind. Oh, so it's a performance for entertainment. Wait, that is annihilation. The surging red energy suddenly exploded, transforming into a scarlet beam that shot out. Boom. The force of destruction surged forth like a flood, breaking its dam, sweeping away everything in its path. Wherever it passed, be it wooden planks or ropes, everything was ground to dust. The first person hit was directly engulfed by the red light, exploding into a mist of blood. The beam pierced through the entire ship, with no pirate spared. All were shattered into tiny fragments enveloped by the red light. Ugh, ugh, wog. It hurt so much. Help. The screams echoed continuously. Those who were merely grazed were left missing arms or legs. The scene was horrifying. In the blink of an eye, 20 out of 80 pirates had died, with another 10 or so missing arms or legs, completely losing their combat ability. Run. That kid is using sorcery. Oh my gosh. My leg. Ignis barely managed to avoid disaster, his face turning extremely grim. A power user. Pablo pulled out a slender sword, narrowing his eyes. I knew it, there were definitely still people on the island. Ignis grabbed his battle axe, roaring, damn it. That brat waited until we were all drunk before making a move. Boys, kill him. The remaining pirates snapped back to their senses and hurriedly grabbed their weapons to charge forward. Damian squinted, his fists clenched, familiar red light flickering around his knuckles. Faced with the tide of incoming enemies, a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Charging into a crowd of enemies with this level of training was indeed reckless, but Damian knew this was his last chance. Once these pirates left, he wouldn't be able to gather any information. Whether for revenge for his mother or for survival, he needed information. Whoosh. A pirate swung a blade at him, and Damian sidestepped the blade, grazing his clothes and embedding into the deck. Taking advantage of the opponent's slow attack, Damian's left fist smashed into his ribs. The man didn't even have time to scream before being enveloped in red light and exploding. Another 3 people charged from different directions. They were drunken and their movements were very sluggish. Although Damian was small, he was much more agile. He just needed to make contact with them, and it would be enough. Bang! One pirate suddenly jumped down from the upper deck, swinging his knife down. Damian raised his hand to meet the blade with a punch, shattering it like glass. His palm seized the man's throat and abdomen. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out as several gunners fired at Damian. Damian yanked the pirate he held as a meat shield. Then he casually tossed him, and the pirate exploded into a burst of fireworks midair. Blood rained down as several gunners instinctively wiped their eyes. By the time they could see clearly again, Damian was already upon them. Die, little ghost. You're surrounded. It's time to end this. At some point, 20 pirates had formed a circle, trapping Damian in the center. Damian snorted lightly, crossing his arms over his chest with both palms pointing to the sides. Being in an anime world, the impulse to name his attacks was simply irresistible. Crushing pulse. The red light exploded again, spreading outward from Damian in all directions. Within a radius of 10 meters, all pirates were shredded into pieces. The deck was awash in blood, and a heavy scent of iron filled the air. Ignis watched as his carefully selected crew dwindled from 80 to less than 30, filled with shock and fury. I quit. It's not worth risking my life for this little money. Sorry, Captain, that brat is scarier than you. Most of the remaining pirates chose to jump ship to escape, leaving less than 10 around their captain. Damian slowly moved forward, trying to conserve energy. He had only eaten the devil fruit 3 days ago, and could only perform some basic attacks. Each time he used his abilities, the drain on his stamina was quite evident. Killing so many people. Damian thought silently. If someone had told me a few days ago that I would slaughter dozens like this, I would have laughed it off. Yet now I can kill without batting an eye. With a soft sigh, the boy shook his head, snapping out of his contemplation. Tap, tap. Ignis instinctively took a few steps back, then grunted in anger. Damn it, stop pretending to be a ghost here. Do you know who I am, little ghost? I have a bounty of 39 million berry, captain of the Flame Pirates. You fools go catch those who jumped ship. They'll take care of this little brat. Damian snorted, assuming a stance facing the enormous man who was more than twice his height. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed all distractions, allowing his Bodis instincts to take over. His mother's last words flashed through his mind, and all hesitation transformed into determination and killing intent. Ignis roared as he charged forward, his battle axe whistling down. Boom. A large pit was left on the deck, and Damian sidestepped to avoid it. Just as he was about to counter with a punch, he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck and hurriedly looked down. Bang! Several pirates hiding at a distance were shooting at him. Damian lifted his left foot, gathering his crushing power, and stomped down hard on the deck. A series of cracking sounds echoed as the entire deck shimmered with red light, turning into a checkerboard pattern. Boom. Half of the deck collapsed. Ugh. The few pirates fell into the nearly 8-meter deep hole, their limbs broken, unable to even crawl back up. Damian gasped for breath, his stamina rapidly depleting. The hairs on the back of his neck suddenly stood up, sensing the chill of death approaching. Boom. Just as he dodged to the side, the spot he had just occupied was smashed to pieces. The giant standing at 3 meters 6 loomed before him, wielding that deadly battle axe. Damian took a deep breath and charged forward. Ignis swung his axe horizontally, the air screaming in protest. Damian leaped with all his might, soaring over the blade, grabbing onto Ignis' knee with both hands. The red light spread out instantly, enveloping the pirate captain's legs. Alt. Ignis let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig as he crashed to the ground, his legs reduced to tiny blocks. You damn little brat. Ignis' unwilling gaze met Damian's eyes, his red pupils glinting with a... The boy reached out, seizing the enemy's head. This is what I returned to you for, my mother. Crush. A surge of crushing power flowed from Damian's palm into Ignis' head, spreading down through his brain and into his entire nervous system. Every nerve was enveloped by this force, and the unimaginable pain nearly made the pirate captain's eyes explode. Ugh. It hurts so much. Stop. Kill me. Please. Before long, the once proud captain began begging for death. Damian's face was filled with exhaustion, his stamina nearly depleted. Ignis' eyeballs burst from their sockets, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. Smack. Like a watermelon, his entire head exploded. Damian knelt on one knee, gasping for air, trying to steady his breath. The danger had not yet fully subsided. Whoosh! A sharp, piercing whistle sliced through the air, followed instantly by searing agony. Blood gushed forth as Damian's chest was impaled by a slender blade, its tip protruding from his back. Ugh! Crimson droplets struck the deck with faint, brittle patters. Excruciating pain engulfed his consciousness in an instant. You left your back exposed, brat. Damian strained to turn his head. There stood Pavlum, his emerald hair gleaming under the sun, gripping the slender sword. He had lain hidden beneath two corpses, even using his own captain as bait. I'd rather claim all that bounty myself. Papa Pap. Thanks for clearing the field, kid. A flash of cold fury lit Damian's eyes. He lunged forward and seized the blade barehanded. In the next breath, a familiar resonance echoed. The slender sword shattered into dust. Whoosh! Pavlum leapt backward, staring in stunned disbelief as his weapon disintegrated into fine particles. You're insane. Bleeding like this will kill you faster. My blade pierced your lung. Pavlum's grin froze, because the boy was rising to his feet. Damian's tattered garments revealed half his torso, the gaping wound in his chest pulsed visibly. Flesh around the injury writhed with a sizzling wet hiss, and the bleeding ceased. Damian's tattered garments revealed half his torso, the gaping wound in his chest pulsed visibly. Flesh around the injury writhed with a Pavlum's knees buckled, he collapsed onto the deck, stumbling over a nearby corpse. A shadow fell over him. Damian loomed above, eyes blazing with ominous crimson light. Instinct screamed one truth: survival hinged on terrifying him away. Wait, brat, you have no idea who you've crossed. He forced the words out, voice trembling. We serve the 5 great families of the West Sea. Seeing Damian pause, Pavlum rushed on. Spare me, and I'll swear they all perished in a storm. A win-win, yes. Fragments of memory surfaced in Damian's mind. The 5 great families of the West Sea, 5 colossal syndicates ruling its underworld. Becky had led one such family, later ascending as a supernova. Pavlum watched frozen as Damian reached out and closed his fingers around his throat. So it was your family who leaked intelligence and bribed the Marines. Pavlum summoned a sliver of courage and nodded. Yes, the Gambino family did it. I merely followed orders. Let me go and we pretend none of this ever happened. Damian narrowed his eyes. Relax. They'll join you soon. Crimson light flared across his palm. Crushing force erupted, consuming Pavlum's body in an instant. Snap! The entire ship was drenched in scarlet. Thud! At last Damian collapsed backward onto the deck, limbs splayed wide. His internal injuries remained unhealed. Full recovery would take hours, and his stamina had utterly drained. Yet this gamble, this desperate, brutal wager, had paid off. 30 minutes later, Damian slowly sat upright, bones cracking like dry twigs. His strength had partially returned, but he needed food to replenish it. First, however, there was something else to attend to. Creak. He pushed open the captain's cabin door and surveyed the room. As expected, it held valuable spoils. 2 wanted posters were pinned prominently to the wall. Taping your own bounty poster up for self-admiration. Quite the vanity. Damian glanced dismissively, then added, though, I do the same. Wanted. Pavlum. The Green Fox. Bounty 1290000 belly. Dead or alive. Wanted. Ignis. Blazing Axe. Bounty 390000 belly. Dead or alive. Damian also spotted a chest overflowing with banknotes. A ledger beside it listed the sum 14400 belly. Several cheap compasses and sea charts lay scattered across the table alongside empty wine glasses, the air thick with sweat and alcohol. Damian pulled open a drawer and withdrew a thick crimson-bound tome, nearly as bulky as the telephone directory from his past life. He tossed it onto the table and read the bold title embossed on its cover. Devil Fruit Compendium. Damian nodded, flipping idly through its pages. It classified fruits into 3 primary categories: Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia. Yet he noted several omissions. Fruits he knew existed, such as the dark fruit, were absent. Interesting. Oh, what's this? He turned to the Paramecia section. Subcategories followed: internal type, external type, secretion type, emission type, support type, special type, and calamity type, each accompanied by vivid illustrations. Special Paramecia. Machi fruit. Grants the user the ability to generate, manipulate, and transform into machi, becoming a living mound of glutinous rice. Op fruit. Allows the user to create a spherical domain wherein objects may be freely dissected, exchanged, and reassembled, making them sovereign over spatial continuity. Soul fruit. Bestows absolute dominion over souls, enabling manipulation, extraction, and reintegration of spiritual essence. Balance fruit. Permits the exchange of equivalently valued entities, be they physical, psychological, spiritual, or even cosmic, rendering its wielder the arbiter of equilibrium. Damian turned the page. Calamity Paramecia. Gale fruit. Summons tornadoes of varying intensity and commands atmospheric fury. Gravity fruit. Generates and manipulates gravitational fields, bending spacetime itself. Tremor fruit. triggers seismic ruptures and cataclysmic quakes, transforming its user into a walking apocalypse. Crush Fruit reduces all matter to irretrievable fragments, forging its master into the ultimate shatterer. Weather Fruit exerts absolute dominion over meteorological phenomena, commanding the heavens themselves. Strangely familiar. Damian murmured softly, studying an illustration of a fruit striped in crimson and obsidian. For the next 15 minutes, he immersed himself in rare entries, marveling at the world's bizarre, wondrous powers, at least those officially documented. Naturally, certain fruits remained deliberately obscured, marked only as unknown. His gaze drifted to another bundle on the desk, tightly bound with twine. He untied it and inhaled the unmistakable scent of fresh ink. What the hell? He truly ought to be astonished, because the newspaper's date defied all expectation. Since arriving in this world, he had lived in isolation on a remote island. For 8 years his village received no news from beyond its shores. Not a single newspaper had ever crossed its path. He could only estimate the era from fragmented memories of his past life, assuming he'd arrived near the dawn of Monkey D. Luffy's voyage. But now, a voice suddenly echoed within his mind. Damian, I have completed my update. From this moment, I am ready to assist you. He recognized that voice. It had embedded itself in his psyche upon crossing over, calling itself Sybil. Yet after uttering system update in progress, it fell silent, slumbering for precisely 8 years. Damian had long presumed it little more than ornamental. This is impossible. This makes no sense. For the first time, Sybil's tone carried raw panic. Damian, you arrived too early. Far too early. He blinked and reread the date. The paper was freshly printed February 21st, year 1474. GOLD. Roger would not dominate the seas until the 1490s, and would not become king of the pirates until 1499. This was neither Luffy's era nor Roger's. This was the age of rocks. Rocks D. Xebec. This name exists like a taboo, instilling fear in the hearts of people long before Roger's fame emerged. Yet ultimately, he was forgotten, or more accurately erased. The world government spared no effort to obliterate this name along with the terrifying pirate crew that once roamed freely across these seas, the Rocks Pirates. Edward Newgate, Charlotte Lean, Kaido Shiki, Captain John Silver, Axe Wang Ji. 3 of these individuals would become the future emperors of the sea. There was also a man whose peak could rival Whitebeard and Roger. Even years after his death, his treasure continues to be sought after by countless individuals. The last 2 were also renowned for their strength, their names echoing throughout the seas. All these formidable pirates were once crew members of Rocks D. Xebec. In the end, it was only through the unpredictable alliance of Roger and Garp that he was defeated. Damian took a deep breath, memories of the historical accounts he had seen in his past life surfacing in his mind, narrated by the warlord of the sea himself. This was a truly tumultuous era, a chaos 1,000 times greater than that of the time when the original protagonist Luffy was born. A peculiar smile appeared on Damian's face. If it were before, I would have panicked beyond measure. But now this is precisely the best opportunity for me to grow stronger. Determination filled his eyes. But now was not the right time. Damian was too weak. Ridiculously weak. The Rocks Pirates. He barely managed to take down a drunken bounty of 13 million. Such strength was nothing compared to the monsters aboard Rock's ship. Damian clenched his fists, feeling the frailty of his own body. No matter what, I will never let others control my fate again, even if it costs me my life. His thoughts drifted. Sybil, what do you mean by it's too early? He asked. Silence followed for a moment. I don't know much either, the truth is locked, but my programming indicates that you should arrive much later, approximately 45 years from now. That coincides with the time Luffy set sail. I can't help but feel this is no coincidence. Damian pondered to himself. He shook his head. Since he had arrived in this era, he had no intention of fulfilling some grand mission arranged by someone from centuries ago. Tell me about the things you didn't finish discussing a few days ago. The items left by the original host, Damian said. These items were prepared to assist you. Let me list them out. 1. Counts attire, a garment that can grow with the user, capable of self-repair after battles. 2. Ability transfer tokens. 3, which can convert the powers of a fruit into auxiliary skills limited to support types, such as the defensive abilities of a Zoan type, or the rubberization of a rubber fruit's body, etc. 3. Locked skills, underwater breathing and underwater maneuvering. 4. Surrounding map. 1, capable of displaying nearby terrains. 5. Universal recording pointer. 1, can be used as a permanent pointer or recording pointer. Unlimited uses. Permanent pointing requires having previously visited that island. 6. Sea Prism Stone Pendant. 1, wearing it for a sufficient period grants resistance to Sea Prism Stone. 7. Skill Evolved Physique, which evolves physical attributes as overall strength increases. Damian took a deep breath and scrutinized these items one by one. His gaze first landed on the second one. Sybil explained the transfer tokens in detail. He inquired. Sybil replied in her usual polite tone, these are what remained from the original host starter pack. He originally had 7, used 4, and left 3 for you. She continued in simple terms, it can transfer the abilities of a fruit to you, allowing you to use them as skills at any time. Damian thought about the potential of Blackbeard's multiple abilities, but then felt that it wasn't quite that simple. However, you cannot transfer just any fruit, only auxiliary abilities can be transferred. In other words, these abilities can only assist you and cannot directly harm others in combat. Damian sighed, although he couldn't use this to play with multiple fruits, acquiring some useful physical traits could still enhance his combat power. What about the locked skills? He continued to ask, referring to underwater breathing and underwater maneuvering. These two abilities were developed by the original host and can help you bypass the curse of the sea. Just like how fishmen can breathe underwater after eating a fruit but cannot move. By combining these two concepts, you can to some extent overcome the weaknesses of the fruit. Damian nodded, recalling the character Drought Jack from the anime, who could not move underwater but could still breathe. Sybil added, you can only unlock them once you reach a certain level of strength. Damian rolled his eyes. Can't you just give them to me directly? This is a test for you. It ensures you can grow without depending on these items. Speaking of strength levels, I need you to authorize me to browse your memories. This way I can organize a power system that you can easily understand. Damian thought for a few seconds and finally nodded. All right. He was an ordinary person in his past life with no secrets worth hiding. Please wait a moment. While Sybil was busy, Damian picked up the universal recording pointer and examined it. Its appearance was no different from that of an ordinary recording pointer. This outfit is quite stylish, Damian muttered as he unfurled the Count's attire. A dark-colored suit that from a distance looked unassuming, but was quite striking up close, perhaps due to its enchantment, exuding an air of mystery. It was said to grow alongside him, capable of self-repair, and could easily withstand ordinary bullets. Surrounding map, universal recording pointer, and the transfer tokens were all stored in his backpack space. Damian took out the last item. A simple little pendant hung with a palm-sized black stone, which felt sharply painful and numbing to the touch. He hung it around his neck, lay back, and tried to adapt to the sensation. Sybil returned. All right, Damian. I have organized a power system. I browsed some novels you read that had questionable taste, and found similar concepts you should be able to understand. Pirate of Paradise, LV-15 New World Pirate, main force of the 4 Emperors, Vice Emperor candidate, Vice Emperor lower middle upper semi 4 Emperors lower middle upper beyond the 4 Emperors. Sybil continued, also Damian. I noticed that you spend a considerable amount of time playing games in your memories. I created an attribute panel simulating that style. Are you referring to the attribute panel? Let me see it. A blue translucent panel appeared before Damian. Aina D. Damian. Age 8 years. Height 152 centimeters. Status exhausted, hungry, weak. Demon fruit, smash fruit, initial mastery. Fruit rating 6.5 stars. Sea stone resistance 0.08. Skills accelerated recovery, extraordinary stamina, evolutionary physique, natural perception, will of D. Strength pirate of paradise, LV3. After scanning the panel, Damian's gaze fell upon the fruit information. It is said that the mastery of a demon fruit is divided into initial, intermediate, advanced, and finally awakening, which is master level. Referencing Luffy's growth, the second and third forms are considered intermediate mastery, while the fourth form is advanced mastery, and the awakening of Nika is master level. He then noticed the sea stone resistance, which had already shown a slight immunity after just putting it on for a while. His brows furrowed as he stared at the skill list. Sybil, these skills. She immediately replied, yes, it seems that the abnormalities within you are more numerous than I anticipated, Damian. The panel popped up with detailed descriptions. Accelerated recovery. Increases bodily recovery ability to superhuman levels. Extraordinary stamina. Enhances physical endurance to superhuman levels. Natural perception. Allows the user to listen to nature, which will also protect the user. Inheritance. Damian murmured a vision of a white-haired woman appearing in his mind. She continued, based on your memories, it can be inferred that your mother's demon fruit ability perfectly matches the above. Yes, you were born at the moment she consumed the fruit, seemingly diverting a portion of the fruit's power into your body. That is why you were able to be born healthy. Damian's heart raced, but after the fruit is consumed by someone, the ability is completely absorbed. A terrifying thought froze the boy. If I hadn't been born, my mother's body wouldn't have been so weak all this time. Nadia's gentle smile floated before him, and Damian shook his head vigorously, letting out a deep sigh. But I also know she would never want me to think like this. Damian calmed himself. Rather, my mother had been protecting me even before I was born, and even after her death, she continues to protect me. Now that I think about it, controlling nature and communicating with it seems like a superhuman ability. But accelerated recovery and extraordinary stamina feel more like Zoan-type abilities. A flash of insight sparked in his mind. Mythical Zoan. Sybil took over. Right, that makes sense. Mythical Zoan inherently comes with various abilities, and both your mother and you acquired parts of them. This should be considered a miracle. Damian then looked at the other two skills. Will of D, inherent skill, inherited from one or both parents. An abstract ability with unclear effects. Evolutionary physique, evolves physical attributes as overall strength increases. The former naturally comes from that unseen old man. It seems that fathers in the Pirate King world are not very reliable. I wonder if I can reach Kaido's level of stamina relying on evolutionary physique. Damian pondered silently. Damian let out a long breath. Hungry and exhausted, drenched in sweat and blood, his mind was filled with an overwhelming amount of information. So much information flooded in at once, far exceeding his expectations, making it hard for him to digest. Forget it, first I need to fill my stomach. He quickly dealt with the pirates who had fallen into the lower cabin, then rummaged through the supplies of the flame pirate crew. Enough food to last 80 people for several months. Since it would go bad anyway, Damian did not hesitate to begin his feast. 2 hours later, Damian docked the ship, planning to set out again in a few years. He wanted to punish those who had caused his mother's death, such as the Gambino family. But he also knew that setting sail with his current strength was not a wise choice. He ultimately returned to the island's edge, that place he longed for. Gazing at the horizon, that grand and tranquil feeling always calmed him. The impulse for revenge was soothed, and he began to think calmly. It seems I need to undergo some special training. He muttered to himself, my demon fruit is too exhausting, just a few uses, and I'm out of energy. The primary goal is to strengthen my body and endurance. He pulled out the training plan he had drawn up. Referencing the training methods of some athletes from his past life, he mixed in the training ideas of Master Ache. The intensity was multiplied several times. After all, the physical standards in the One Piece world are absurdly high. A small child who hasn't fully grown can still easily defeat giant beasts if trained enough. In the West Sea, on the island of Renaissance, an owl called out, flapping its wings as it landed on a small oak tree. It curiously stared at the humans below, who were dancing. A black-haired boy with a strand of red hair on the left side of his head was punching and kicking the tree trunk. The island, once reduced to scorched earth by a great fire, has now regained much of its greenery. The recovery speed was unnaturally fast, especially in the central area of the island where the vegetation grew exceptionally lush. 4,996. 4,997. 4,998. 4,999. 5,000. The boy exhaled softly. That's a wrap. Crack. The tree trunk in front of him groaned under the strain and collapsed with a thunderous sound. Behind him lay a vast expanse of fallen trunks, and the culprit was obvious. Crack. The tree trunk in front of him groaned under the strain and collapsed with a thunderous sound. Behind him lay a vast expanse of fallen trunks, and the culprit was obvious. 7 years have passed, and Damian's transformation has been all-encompassing. Not to mention his strength, his height has shot up significantly. It has been almost 7 years since his last encounter with the Blaze Pirates. At 14, Damian has naturally gone through a rapid growth spurt. Eating plenty of large fish and sea king's young combined with the island's exceptionally cooperative plants, his physical fitness has reached an explosive level. He has now grown to a staggering height of 2 meters 4 9. If placed in his past life, this height would be enough for the NBA to fight over signing him. However, in the world of One Piece, this height is seen as giant by some and short by others. In simple terms, height and weight here depend entirely on who you compare with. Another strange change is that when he smiles, the first syllable always involuntarily carries a slight or tremor. Damian's physique has also been well trained. His muscles are well defined, not overly exaggerated, as most of the nutrition has gone into growing taller, but still it's an enviable physique. As for his strength, if he were to encounter the Blaze Pirates again, it would be no challenge at all. Sybil, bring up the panel, he said as he donned a Count's outfit. Received. Damian D. Einen, age 14 years, height 249 centimeters, status, slightly tired, healthy, devil fruit, smash fruit, initial mastery fruit, rating 6.5 stars, sea stone resistance 23. 9. Skills: rapid recovery, extraordinary stamina, evolutionary physique, natural perception, will of D, basic shave strength, quasi-emperor's deputy. The foot soldiers of the 4 emperors are roughly at the level of Arlong, and Damian is currently somewhat above that level. Over the years, Damian has focused entirely on his physical fitness, reaching the brink of evolution, hence the plus signs behind his skills. It is precisely because of this focus on his physique that he has even grasped a special movement technique, which he named basic shave. This is similar to the 6 styles used by the world government and the Navy, just a simplified version. The core principle is to kick the ground continuously in an instant to achieve an effect similar to teleportation. The fruit mastery is still at the initial level, but it's much more flexible to use than before. He said, unlike the past when using his abilities would leave him exhausted, this was a completely different situation. This was all thanks to his strength as a quasi-emperor's deputy. Damian was uncertain of what level this strength truly represented, but it was probably comparable to Luffy during the Marineford War. After training for so long, the evolutionary physique has finally been triggered. Damian muttered upon seeing the plus signs behind the 2 skills. Not only did the panel display that it could be upgraded, but he could also feel it within his body. It was as if there was a surge of energy within him ready to burst forth at any moment. He didn't ask Sybil what to do. Instead, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and focused his mind. After a few seconds, his bones and skin began to heat up. Damian let out a muffled groan as his entire skeletal system began to tremble with joints and muscles tearing only to regrow, replaced by stronger fibers. The temperature of his skin gradually decreased as power concentrated in his limbs. Rapid recovery, instant recovery, extraordinary stamina, beastly stamina. Damian sighed deeply. The evolution was complete, and his entire body was filled with strength. Instant recovery, recovery speed is 3 times that of rapid recovery. Beastly stamina, endurance is 3 times that of extraordinary stamina. Satisfied with this physical upgrade, he turned to walk towards the island's center, where there was a place of immense value to him. Damian stood before a thicket that resembled a woman. The surrounding vegetation was in full bloom. The grass danced in the wind, and some adorable small animals were scurrying about. After the island of Renaissance was burned to the ground, the lush vegetation had regrown, and with little human activity, it attracted many new birds and flying insects. Even they could sense the aura of nature emanating from Damian, and they coexisted harmoniously with him. Damian took a few steps forward and gently touched the humanoid tree. A warm feeling of blood connection surged through him. "One day I will bring you back," he whispered. The grass beneath his feet swayed in the wind, and the flowers gently moved in the breeze. Moi. Damian's thoughts were interrupted as a bluebird flew to a small nest on a branch overhead, feeding insects to the chicks. But Damian's gaze fell elsewhere. A cluster of plump, juicy green strawberries. Among them was something distinctly out of place. Damian unconsciously held his breath, having an instinctual feeling about that off fruit. Whoosh. The figure of the 14-year-old boy flickered, instantly flashing from the ground to a sturdy branch where the special strawberry was right before him. Damian gently plucked the fruit, which was only the size of his palm. Immediately, a blue panel floated into his mind. Human fruit, mythical beast type, tree demon form, Zoan type, fruit rating 6.5 stars, allows the user to transform into a tree demon, human beast, or beast form. Extended abilities, immunity to all diseases, significantly prolongs lifespan, enhances bodily functions, and overall physical abilities. Also allows control over nature and communication with nature. Sybil had previously established a fruit rating system with a perfect score of 7 stars. 7-star fruits could be considered god-tier devil fruits. Even Damian's smash fruit was rated only 6.5 stars. Damian casually rotated the strawberry in his hand, contemplating. Indeed, this is my mother's fruit ability. From the information currently available, Nadia can transform into a tree demon and control nature. Meanwhile, Damian inherited the physical enhancement and natural communication abilities. One could say that Damian is a once-in-a-century anomaly. He stared at the fruit in his hand and ultimately made a decision. It's time to go out and explore first to get a handle on the Gambino family situation. Damian stored the fruit in his storage space alongside the universal recording pointer, the surrounding map, and the ability transfer token. Near the dock. Although my sailing skills are practically zero, it shouldn't be too outrageous, right? Damian thought to himself. This is the West Sea, where the weather changes are not as severe as on the Grand Line, and the climate is generally stable. Using the sea chart he found 7 years ago, sailing southeast would lead him to the nearest inhabited island, Greta Island. Damian hummed a tune as he navigated around the wreck of the blazing flame pirates. The holes on the deck were still the ones he smashed through back then. On the foredeck lay 2 humanoid figures wrapped in large green leaves. Though they're trash, at least they can fetch some money. Damian kicked the 2 well-preserved corpses, Pablum and Ignis. The 5-meter-long large leaves were picked from the giant elephant tree, which has excellent preservative effects. Thanks to his natural perception ability, he was able to find such materials. The canvas unfurled with a whoosh as Damian raised the anchor. Whoosh. The sea breeze quickly filled the sails, and the ship began to move. Indeed, Damian had never learned sailing, but in his past life he had watched a few pirate movies, so he understood a bit about it. Then let's set sail. West Sea. Greta Island covers an area of approximately 1,050 square kilometers, located near the center of the West Sea. The island is home to 1.3 million residents, and is a member of the world government, hosting a naval base, the 111th Division. The base commander is a naval colonel. There are 4 main ports on the island located in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. The North Port is designated for merchant ships with a naval base nearby. The West Port and East Port are commercial passenger ports. The South Port is a public port open to ordinary citizens. South Port, alright, back up a bit. What? Welcome back. About 200 people were moving about at the dock, most of them residents returning from their travels. A few naval soldiers stood by the port monitoring the entire area with cannons mounted on 3 watchtowers. Huh. I must be seeing things. I've been standing guard too long. Why does that ship look like a pirate ship? A man, his gaze was fixed on a ship in the distance. Others nearby also noticed. Let's get a clearer view once the sails are fully unfurled. A few timid residents began to feel anxious. A pirate ship, no doubt about it. That flag. It's the Blazing Flame Pirates. What is that madman doing here? Doesn't he know Greta Island has a naval base? The residents panicked upon seeing the pirate flag. Click, click. Several naval soldiers raised their flintlock guns, aiming at the approaching ship. I am Navy Lieutenant Wade. Bertel confirming the sighting of a pirate ship towards the west port requesting support. A senior naval officer reported via a snail phone. Prepare to fire, Lieutenant. A tense atmosphere spread across the dock. Some civilians covered their mouths in fear, while others slowly backed away. The previously calm air became taut. Just as the coastal artillery was about to fire, a white cloth was hung at the bow of the ship. A white cloth. The lieutenant was taken aback while a soldier pulled out a fourfold telescope. Let's see what's going on that ship. Lieutenant, you won't believe this. What? Ignis surrendered. The soldier shook his head, clearly astonished by the sight before him. No, there was only a young boy on board, and 2 corpses wrapped in leaves. The lieutenant had been ready to fight, but upon hearing this, he stopped in his tracks. Huh, squeak thud. The dilapidated pirate ship finally docked, the sails were furled, and the anchor crashed down on the wooden planks of the dock. Gulp. The residents swallowed in unison as a tall young boy casually stepped off the ship, dragging a corpse in each hand. It was Damian, dressed in his prized noble outfit. Damian nodded to the crowd and greeted them. So are these 2's bounties collected here? With a thud, the 2 corpses were thrown in front of the lieutenant, who was still in shock. This young brother, are you a... Damian blinked and shrugged, sort of just here to deliver these 2 trash. The naval officers exchanged glances, unsure how to respond to this young man. Well. Follow me, or I'll take you to the base to handle this. Damian nodded and dragged up the corpses. How is that kid dragging them so easily? Ignis' hefty frame isn't light at all, but what kind of monstrous strength is this? Reminds me of my youth. Come on, I remember you couldn't even do a single push-up at that age. At the 111th Division base, 15 minutes later. I need to confirm you single-handedly took down the entire Blazing Flame pirates, and came to deliver the axe of Flame Ignis and the Green Fox Pablum. The Navy asked Damian. They were in the naval base. The hall was quite spacious, with people at a row of counters handling paperwork, and the ceiling lights illuminated the room brightly. At this moment, everyone was staring at the Tunter 5 boy who was holding the heads of 2 corpses with ease. Yes, can we speed this up? Damian said. The Navy quickly nodded, of course. I'll go inform the commander, I can't make this decision on my own. Damian shrugged and tossed the 2 pirate corpses onto the red carpet. Let's have some tea. A 30-something clerk brought over some tea. Damian sat on a comfortable sofa sipping tea while looking out the glass window at the green forest outside. By the way, who will handle my paperwork? Damian asked the clerk. The other party replied. It should be the Navy colonel from headquarters. Damian's gaze suddenly sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the person in front of him. After a few seconds, he asked in a slow but powerful voice, was this Navy colonel here 7 years ago? The clerk felt a chill down his spine under Damian's stare, but still answered. No, not at all. A few years ago, the previous colonel died in an attack by the Gambino family, sir. Damian's eyebrows twitched. The Navy colonel who had been bought off by the Blazing Flame pirates, turning a blind eye to their deeds, had actually died at the hands of the mafia. Ha ha ha. Damian instinctively laughed, covering his face with his hands. What a twist of fate. The anger and regret of not being able to personally take action against his enemies surged within him. That maniacal laughter frightened the clerk, who hurriedly fled. Damian sighed, just about to shake his head, when a shadow fell in front of him. I am the colonel in charge of this branch. Are you the one here to collect the bounty on the Flame pirate crew? Damian turned his head to see a man about 2.5 meters tall appear beside him, without him noticing. He wore a black short-sleeved shirt, gray long pants, and a navy coat draped over his shoulders with golden trim on the cuffs. His haircut was crew cut, and his face bore several knife scars. That's right. Damian nodded. Thunder narrowed his eyes and slowly nodded. He wasn't quite convinced that Damian could take down those 2 pirates, but it didn't matter, as long as the scum was dead, that was enough. Since Damian brought the people in, he was entitled to the bounty. But there was a small issue. Could I suggest you listen to me? Thunder said in a deep voice. He gestured to the soldiers beside him, and they immediately left the hall, leaving Damian narrowed his eyes and hummed in acknowledgement, signaling him to continue. Those 2 were from the Gambino family. Thunder said, his tone tinged with concern. If you claim this bounty, the mafia will be informed right away, and they'll send someone to hunt you down. Damian slowly nodded, acknowledging this warning. He smiled slightly. Thanks for the reminder, but I still want to claim it. Thunder closed his eyes and sighed softly. All right. Are you interested in joining the Navy? If that's the case, I can protect you from their harassment. Damian looked at the kind-hearted Navy colonel, stood up to show his respect, and said, Colonel Thunder, thank you for your kind offer. But the Navy isn't suitable for me. Thunder looked at the young man, who was even slightly taller than him, and sighed again. Fine. Think it over, you're still young. Don't think you're invincible. Thunder glanced at the 2 corpses one last time. He'll have someone prepare the money. Damian smiled faintly and nodded. A moment later, bang. 2 Navy soldiers carried a large chest and placed it in front of Damian. The Green Fox Pablo, 12. 9 million berries. The Axe of Flames Ignis, 39 million berries. The total bounty is 51. 9 million berries, and after deducting 8 income tax, it amounts to 47. 748 million berries. Damian blinked. Hey, why are you collecting taxes? You might as well hoist a pirate flag and rob me directly. The Navy soldier scratched his head and said, "Sorry, little brother, all legal income under the jurisdiction of the world government is subject to tax and bounties are no exception. If you dare to evade taxes, the tax office will chase you to the ends of the earth." The soldier shook his head helplessly. "Those guys are worse than pirates, they're like mad dogs." Damian twitched the corner of his mouth. It seems that regardless of the world tax offices are the most terrifying. He gave up and left with the money chest. The door creaked open and Damian walked out holding an empty chest. Of course the money had already been transferred to his storage space. Only a fool would carry tens of millions in cash on the street. Damian picked up a small booklet and walked along a stone path lined with trees toward the main city of Greta Island. Under the warm sunlight he walked steadily, occasionally a gust of wind tousling his hair. But his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Colonel Thunder was a good man. Although he appeared rough, his intentions towards Damian were sincere, which served as a wake-up call for him. Under the influence of his memories he held a bias against the world government and the Navy, but the truth was not so. Most of the Navy are essentially good people. The corruption lies in the higher-ups, not to mention the celestial dragons at the very top. Besides corruption, one fundamental reason the Navy seems evil, in the eyes of some, is their mission. The Navy is the sword of the world government, and their duty is to uphold the rule of the five elders and the celestial dragons. They bear the label of justice, but justice takes many forms. Joining the Navy isn't impossible. With Damian's strength, reaching the upper ranks, or even becoming an admiral wouldn't be difficult. After all, climbing to the top doesn't require a heart of justice. It's a pity, even though one can grow quickly in the Navy, the risks are too great. He shook his head. In this damned era of rocks, countless Navy personnel have died and new recruits are pushed to the front lines as cannon fodder more times than can be counted. If you stand out too much, you're likely to die even faster. But being too mediocre will also affect your growth speed. Damian suddenly stopped in his tracks. The grass and trees had just informed him that there were mice crawling nearby. "Come out, you are from the Gambino family, right?" Soon 20 people appeared from various directions. "Ho ho ho. At least you're perceptive. Kid, you've messed with the wrong people. Are you ready to die? I'll take that money as extra income." Crack. Damian cracked his fingers and smiled slightly. "I didn't expect such a grand welcome on my first out. I hope that after this is over you can answer a few questions for me." The group laughed, thinking they were quite intimidating. The news spread faster than I imagined. Not bad, Damian thought. The group surged forward without any coordination, probably thinking that Ignis' death at the hands of this kid was purely luck. Damian had no intention of backing down or playing the role of the underestimated. He simply took a deep breath and a surge of power exploded outward. Collapse pulse. A multidirectional attack swept across the entire clearing, shredding even the surrounding. Crack. The ground cracked open and trees exploded into pieces. What? The scarlet energy wave penetrated straight through the crowd, 20 bodies instantly exploding into 3-centimeter cubes, followed closely by a mist of blood. The air was filled with the sound of wailing. Damian intentionally left one person alive. "Can we talk now?" Damian asked the terrified man. The man trembled, his pants wet. "Monster." He tried to run only to slip on his own urine and fall into the expanding yellow puddle. Damian slowly walked up to the trembling man. "Speak, who sent you?" The fugitive nodded vigorously, his desire to survive, making him unusually cooperative. "The Gambino family received word that their people were claimed for the bounty and wants to kill you," he said in a trembling voice. "Let me go." Damian nodded and continued to press. "Where's their lair?" "If I tell you, they'll kill me." The reedy youth raised his hand. Buzz. A dazzling red energy gathered in his palm, and the air emitted a piercing wail. The bright sunlight seemed to dim, and all that filled the man's eyes was the violent energy swirling in Damian's hand. "On El Pavo Island." Seeing that Damian had not retracted his powers, he continued. "That place is full of their thugs and hired pirates. It's safer anywhere than there." Damian nodded. Wait, no." The man was shattered into countless pieces. Damian continued toward the main city of Greta, needing to find a detailed map of El Pavo Island. "Colonel Thunder." "What happened?" a young Navy officer asked, clearly a rookie. Thunder was also taken aback. "It seems that kid wasn't lying. Ignis really was killed by him," he murmured. "I hope you don't confront the Mafia heathen. Losing a capable young man in a place like this would be a great pity." The reedy youth walked along the stone path of the main city of Greta Island with a faint hint of seawater's saltiness in the air as it was close to the seaside. The streets were quite clean and colorful decorative banners hung from the houses. Children ran around while adults busied themselves with their own matters. Damian took a while to enjoy this atmosphere of a civilized society. Having spent the past 7 years alone, seeing people, hearing conversations, and interacting with others felt fresh to him. Although he had resolved to climb to the peak, he didn't want to become an emotionless machine. "It's been 14 years since I last had ice cream," he said with a smile, finishing a cup of vanilla ice cream. Then he unfolded a large sheet of paper covered with pictures of various islands and landmarks of the West Sea. It was a nautical chart. He licked the ice cream while searching for El Pavo Island. It was located further south of Greta Island, and normal navigation would take about 2 weeks. Of course, this was for a regular route, avoiding troublesome pirates within Navy jurisdiction. The shortest distance would take about 8 days. Damian was quite confident in his ability to take down the Gambino family. He remembered how Capone Gang Beej dominated the West Sea as a mafia family before hoisting the pirate flag and sailing out. Since someone of Beg's caliber could climb to the top in the West Sea, taking down a family on his own should not be out of reach for Damian. He also wanted to engage in some real combat. Relying solely on solo training would ultimately limit his progress. Only by risking his life could he truly break through. Damian's thoughts were suddenly interrupted when he saw a middle-aged man reading a newspaper not far away, leisurely drinking tea. The bold subheading on the newspaper read "Rock strikes again." Damian easily finished reading the article. His eyesight was quite good. Is that it? The problem was that this news wasn't even on the front page. Not only was it not on the front page, but it was also less than half a page long. It merely stated that the Rock's pirates attacked a kingdom in the New World and turned it into ruins. No names, no details. It was just a hollow report trying to portray Rocks as a group of demons, but glossing over any individual information. I thought the news about Rocks was erased after his death. But now it seems that even ordinary people just regard them as a bunch of madmen from the New World, Damian thought. He shifted his gaze to the publishing entity, World News Agency. Damian chuckled. As expected, the entire news is controlled by the world government. Unlike the era of Luffy when Morgans controlled the news. In this era, the World Economic News probably doesn't even exist, and all information channels are tightly held in the hands of the 5 elders. Whoever controls the media controls thought. Damian shook his head and stood up. Splash. The anchor rose and splashes of water flew. It was a rather beautiful little sailboat that Damian bought for 10 million berries. The sails unfurled and the bow turned southward. The table creaked under the weight of heavy objects. In front of Damian was a stack of books from the Greta Island Public Library. He had borrowed dozens of books to enrich his knowledge. The idea was simple. He wanted to absorb as much knowledge and information about this world as possible. The academic level of the Pirate King world was far behind that of Earth, so he focused mainly on history and geography. The patterns of weather changes, types of sea kings, which animals have what poisons, known flora and fauna. Even understanding the diseases of this world was necessary. In history, it included the member countries of the world government, past wars and battles, the powerful on the seas, and most importantly, the history of the world government itself. Although the information he could obtain had surely been heavily edited, a fool who lacks even basic common sense is not fit to sail the seas. Damian had always been diligent, using his spare time during long voyages to absorb information. Having a good memory is great, otherwise memorizing this stuff would make my head hit the wall, he thought to himself as he set sail. 9 days later, a solitary small boat docked on the eastern side of El Pavo Island. A large group of mafia thugs naturally surrounded the area, numbering at least several hundred, all dressed in. A faint layer of smoke enveloped the island, and 95% of the thugs had cigarettes dangling from their mouths. Hundreds of guns were simultaneously loaded, aimed at the empty boat. Be careful, that guy can block all bullets. He's most likely a user, an older mafia member said, puffing on a cigar. Open fire. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of rifles belched tongues of flame in unison, a dense hail of bullets pouring like a torrential storm onto the pretty boat moored at the dock. The bow's planks were shredded, splinters spitting in every direction. A soft whistle, and the shadow on the boat vanished. The next instant, that towering silhouette materialized behind an old mafia footman. Before he could react, the man's skull exploded from a single punch. Bang, bang, bang. The henchmen hastily swung their muzzles toward the young assailant, only to be left staring in dumbfounded astonishment. Each supersonic bullet abruptly stalled the moment it neared its mark, as if it had struck an invisible wall. The hard lead was crushed into dull, flattened discs that tinked to the earth with a crisp metallic sound. Monster. Seeing their attacks fail, several seasoned members drew blades and charged. Damian smiled and stepped forward, just the kind of practice he wanted. He had temporarily set aside his devil fruit power, relying purely on corporeal technique. Fists and blade flashes interwove as he honed his reflexes and combat intuition in real time. A keen blade descended toward him. Damian met it with his right elbow. Thud. The edge could not fully cut through. How is his skin so hard? The man stared at his bent blade and cried out. Only a few drops of blood welled on Damian's skin. My skin can stop most bullets, even bend a blade, though it is not invulnerable. Damian felt satisfied with the performance of his beast stamina. Bullets kept pelting him, leaving shallow dents across his skin, but never penetrating. Each round was finally crushed and deformed. Crunch. Damian's elbow came down through a throat. The man's head was driven into the soil. His cervical spine surely shattered. Die. A man with a Gatling screamed as he pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat. The youth blurred. The hail of rounds struck their own men, who fell like flies. Watch the crossfire. The warning died on the man's lips as a hand blade sliced his neck, and he slumped paralyzed. Moment by ruthless moment, hundreds were slaughtered. Too fast, report to the boss. 300 meters away, a hulking man 3 meters and 5 centimeters tall peered at the scene through binoculars. Can you see him? He asked his companion, who was also using binoculars. He looks very young, almost raw, the companion observed. His technique is unpolished, his openings many, yet his force is staggering. He is deliberately not using his devil fruit. Not only that, the elder swallowed, he is using us as a whet. With each kill he grows stronger, another man snarled, clenching his fist. We have ruled the West Sea, and yet some green kid uses us for practice. The complainer froze, swallowing hard. His binoculars slipped to the ground. He's noticed us. Damian was about to finish the last few enemies when he suddenly felt eyes upon him. Several black silhouettes watched from afar, sunlight glinted off the implements in their hands. Strike while they are disorganized, besides there should be valuables inside the base. Damian snapped the fun. My combat power is rising too quickly. Unnaturally so, he thought as he charged toward the Gone by Nuwa family's main base. Gone by Nuwa family main base, a giant over 4 meters sat in an equally enormous gilded chair. He was not merely tall, his presence pressed down like a storm cloud. The scars and bullet wounds on his face told a history of violence. The middle-aged man wore a sparse mustache, his hair meticulously combed, a pistol resting in his hand. The telephone bug on the desk chirped impatiently. He blew out a cloud of smoke. Boss, the device emitted with an almost human urgency. Too strong. The Eastern crew has been wiped out. The mafia boss spat his cigar and snapped. How many came? Just one person. He's coming toward the main base, boss. The man hung up the bug and cursed softly. He was Gone by Nuwa Delagu, head of the Gone by Nuwa mafia family. Delagu gestured to his steward. Summon every brother. Block this threat. I want him dead. Let that brat taste the wrath of the Gone by Nuwa family. Flatten them. For the boss. Thousands of henchmen in tight suits arrayed with firearms, even artillery and rocket launchers, were trained toward the intruder's approach. The perimeter walls 5 feet thick bristled with watchtowers and snipers. Target in range, a marksman murmured through his scope, the crosshair locking on the invader. Take him down. Bang. The rifle's bolt threw back with force and a round screamed out. The earth erupted into a shallow crater, but the attacker was already gone. Missed, a calm voice whispered in the sniper's ear. Completely disintegrated. A vast dark red energy burst from beneath the sniper's boots, and the thick wall instantly crumbled into dust and fragments, returning to its elemental state. Cubed rubble rained like pebbles over the base as dust swallowed those standing at the wall. A shadow sliced through the smoke and plunged into the throng. Explosions rose in succession, panicked henchmen fired blindly as their numbers dwindled. Damian fought with his body alone, breaking bones, wrenching limbs, crushing necks. The crowd thinned at a visible rate. Bullets continued to streak his way, but Damian evaded them by instinct. Fire the batteries, the phone bug in the main watchtower howled. But boss, the executor wailed, we'll hit our own. Fire the batteries. Boom. Heavy iron muzzles coughed smoke as shells rained down upon the panicked masses. Boom after boom rang out until the bombardment finally ebbed. Did we finish him? Someone on the far wall asked, trembling. Above, a shadow flashed into the air, red eyes pierced the dust and fixed upon the man as if peering into his soul. Shatterpulse. A tremendous dark red energy surge erupted, sweeping the plaza with indiscriminate omnidirectional force. The area of effect swelled from a few meters to tens, then to 100 meters. A vast shell crater gouged the ground, its walls lined with jagged fissures and scars. Blood painted the earth a savage red. The perimeter collapsed into dust. Nearly 80% of the Gone by Nuwa family's defenses were annihilated in a single blow. Damian panted, satisfied with the devastation, and pressed onward toward the mafia headquarters. He strode through a brilliantly lit hall trailed by a chain of lackeys. Boom. The heavy iron doors were blasted apart, and Damian burst into the boss chamber. Opulent lights and regal ornamentation bathed the room. Mounted heads of rare beasts lined the walls. Everything glittered gold. Damian looked ahead to find the man in the great chair holding 2 cigarettes between his lips. He was ringed by dozens of black-suited, sunglassed bodyguards outfitted like a special operations unit. Weapons were drawn as a matter of course. Some brat making such a commotion, Delagu said with impatience. If the other 4 families learn of this, where will my face be, eh? He then appraised Damian's sumptuous count's attire. Why not come work for me, brat? He offered with a knowing smile. Money, women, name it, and it's yours. What do you say? Damian smiled and murmured inwardly. She by air pull up his data. Damian had never seen Delagu fight and knew nothing of his devil fruit, so the available information was scant. I refuse. Delagu crushed 2 cigars between his fingers and sneered. Bullets poured toward Dami, and who simply stood his ground and absorbed them. The clatter of metal rang through the air. The bullets rained down across the floor as the men continued to empty their magazines without mercy. Weariness crept over Dami, and he ceased dodging. Ordinary bullets could only inflict minor wounds, nothing more. Torn flesh began to mend with uncanny speed. The coat on his back seemed to come alive, sealing the bullet holes as if by will. The henchman watched in stunned silence and swallowed hard. Damian raised his hand, and a stream of energy lanced outward, leveling the room in an instant. After the screams, a deathly stillness settled as dust drifted down. Damian cast a glance at the fallen bodyguard and arched an eyebrow. Delagu had stepped beyond the attack range and was slowly tugging off his shirt, revealing a scarred but corded chest. "Don't be arrogant, brat," Delagu snarled. The man vanished and reappeared behind Damian. Ji-Chong Chuantu finger gun penetration. Veins bulged into Delagu's fingers as 4 currents of force shot forth, aiming straight for the young interloper's vitals. Damian flashed, as well, rolling into a safer position. Boom. The explosion echoed through the ravaged room, leaving 4 deep craters gouged through the floor, their depth unknown. A thin veil of dust drifted from the fissures, proof of the blow's might. "Haijun Lushir," Damian murmured, watching Delagu's movements. "Ho ho ho." The mafia boss laughed. "You can use T2, not bad. It took me great effort to obtain the Lushir manual," he boasted. Damian glanced at the 4 craters. The damage far exceeded his expectations. "Brat, die now." Delagu leveled both hands at him. Chuantu frenzy. Damian's pupils shrank. The assaults like bullets moved so fast he could barely read. He evaded most of them, but 3 shots struck his chest and right arm, punching through skin and bearing bone. Damian grunted and touched the wound. "They pierced my skin." Devil fruit ability combined with the Lushir, he concluded. His flesh began to close slowly, but it would take at least an hour to heal completely. The mafia boss wore an astonished grin. "What kind of monstrous constitution are you, brat? My penetration fruit power should have ripped you apart," he spat. "It seems you hid your fruit power deep within you." Not a whisper in the media, Damian said as he assumed a fighting stance. The man offered no reply and trained his hands on him once more. "Let's see how long you last, kid." Just as he prepared to fire, Damian was faster. The youth stamped his foot hard, and the floor transformed into a reddened white checkerboard in an instant. Delagu's eyes widened as his balance vanished. The entire floor shattered into 1,000 fragments, and both plunged into the abyss below. Thud. Delagu's roughly 4.88-meter frame slammed onto the ground. He scrambled up and looked around. They had fallen into the basement's interrogation chamber, an underground crypt. Broken pillars jutted from the damp, shadowed space, dust continually drifting down. Cobwebs crowded the corners. The room exhaled the stench of decay. A chill ran down Delagu's spine. A sickening crack issued from his vertebrae as a flying kick from behind hurled him against a nearby pillar. His body shattered the obstacle and smashed into the stone wall. Damian stood his ground, blood seeping from his chest as he squinted. "I used a crushing ability for that kick, and he withstood it. Is he made of iron, eh?" The man pulled from the wall and rose again with renewed ferocity, blood trickling from his lip and a bruise mottling his back. "Damn," he roared, racked with pain. He counterattacked, snatching up an assault rifle from the floor. Unholy penetrating barrage. The rifle's bullets flew far faster than normal, wrapped in a white energy, and rained upon Damian. Bullets continued to pour down on him and leapt behind a pile of broken pillars for cover. Each round left a crater 5 inches across in the floor, staggeringly deep. The shadow froze, and the voice that came from behind her made her body tremble slightly. "Bounty hunter." She turned around, but what awaited her was excruciating. His stamina began to ebb, and a cold pall of death crept inward. Yet a smile touched Damian's lips as several fruit-enhanced bullets pierced his defenses and lodged in his back. This feeling. Damian closed his eyes, ignoring the intensifying agony in his back and focusing on a nascent perception stirring within. Delagu's firing receded. Damian's awareness widened to encompass the surrounding area. Tick-tick. Water dripped from a leaking pipe in the basement corner, each bead striking the floor. A few startled flies buzzed in frantic flight amid the ongoing explosions. Squeaks. Rats cowered in the damp shadows, keeping as far from Delagu as they could. Thump-thump. He even caught the heartbeats of several lucky mafia members fleeing from the main base. Then he sensed Delagu's labored breath. The man continued to pour fire at him. Damian opened his eyes as the newborn perception unfurled in the dark room. He rose and turned to face Delagu without flinching. "Give up resisting. Good. Die now." Delagu unleashed hundreds of penetrating rounds upon him. Damian inhaled deeply and let his body move instinctively. Delagu's eyes widened. In the storm of bullets, Damian danced, bending and twisting at perfect angles, effortlessly evading each projectile. The fluid motion continued without pause as the youth advanced, his body sidestepping every attack with ease. Delagu swallowed and roared, "Impossible." Now standing a meter from Delagu, Damian's hand flashed like lightning and seized the gun from the man's grip. A mosaic of shattering reverberated through the damp corridor as the weapon exploded into a scatter of metal shards, the bullets themselves crushed into tiny cubes. Delagu's eyes bulged and agony seized him as Damian planted his left foot hard on the man's knee, wrenching it into an unnatural angle and forcing him to his knees. Damian's hand closed around his throat, confidence glinting in his eyes. Thank you for helping me grow stronger. Dalagu panted, feeling the shadow of death loom. Why are you doing this? Just to practice. Damian watched the madness swell in the man's eyes and replied in a voice devoid of feeling, you killed my mother. Dalagu flailed wildly, buying time. Wait, you mean that island? When Ifu Xingdao. Dalagu spoke like a machine gun, words tumbling out. Tu was only following orders, it wasn't my idea. Damian narrowed his eyes into a slit and stared at the desperate face. What do you mean? Damian gasped as he poured out everything he knew. 8 years ago, a mysterious man came to our family and nearly wiped us out. He gave us a chance to live, attack a nameless island, and we did as instructed. I swear it. That so-called Kai Hong Yu was a ruse. Publicly it was about catching rare fish, but in truth it ensured the Navy would turn a blind eye. I really didn't volunteer for this. Dalagu said. Who ordered you? Damian demanded in an icy tone. Dalagu swallowed. I've never seen his face. Damian scanned his eyes with his newfound sense and detected no collapse. No. Aya. A deep crimson energy shot from Damian's palm, flooding the mafia boss body and his entire system. The man's nerves overloaded, his eyeballs bulged from their sockets. His body convulsed violently and finally burst like a ruptured grape. Damian walked out through the rain of blood. The heavy scent of iron filled the air as he stood motionless, his expression tangled. He was one step from avenging his mother, and yet the distance felt vast. 7 years ago, Damian first tasted the anguish of losing a loved one. The pain initially gnawed at his soul, but he forcefully suppressed that emotion, burying it beneath the excuse of training and growth. Anger and hatred were bottled up, left in a corner. Under the guise of self-improvement, he hastily launched an attack on the Gambino family. With no meticulous plan and no escape route, he relied solely on brute strength to break through their core, confronting the leader of the opposing side directly. This was a reckless act of revenge. Fortunately, he won. Yet the truth was not as black and white as he had imagined. Unknown variables. He might be lying. Sybil's voice echoed in his mind. Perhaps. But it's also possible that someone truly wants to destroy my homeland. But who could that be? World government. He shook his head, deciding to address the immediate situation first. Damian's crimson pupils fixed on the pool of blood on the ground, mixed with flesh, the remains of a former leader of one of the 5 great families of the West Sea. He slowly steadied his breath, reviewing the battle he had just fought. Drago's attacks had left several deep holes in his back and chest, his body aching faintly. This was his first encounter with a fruit user, and he had indeed been caught off guard. The overwhelming advantage he had anticipated never materialized. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his bones creaking as they stretched. Next time, I must be more cautious, he told himself. However, this adventure wasn't without its rewards. Damian expanded his consciousness, once again feeling that marvelous sensation anew. It was a new perception that transcended the physical body, capable of capturing every detail of the surrounding environment. Every subtle movement, even the slightest shift of an insect, could not escape this perception. Is this observation haki? He murmured. Yes, Damian. Haki often awakens in the midst of intense conflict and battle. Congratulations to you. Why does this feel so familiar? Strangely, this so-called sixth sense bore an inexplicable familiarity. Haki exists within all living beings. This is a truth in any world, including the world where you lived in your past life. Damian remained silent, waiting for Sybil to continue. The laws of reality, which you Earthlings refer to as the laws of physics, govern the order of nature. Although the constraints on Earth are much stricter, these laws still exist. Observation haki is the easiest to awaken because it can randomly appear at various stages of life. What do you mean? Sybil immediately responded. For instance, you feel someone watching you from afar, turn your head, and discover that indeed someone is watching you. Or you sense that something is about to happen, and then it truly occurs. These are examples of how observation haki manifests randomly. Even advanced applications, foreseeing the future. I believe your Earth scientists refer to it as déjà vu. It is merely an instinct that can be infinitely amplified. She added, however, awakening observation haki at the age of 14 is indeed very rare. It seems you inherited your parents' talent in observation haki. Damian finished her sentence. Forget it, let's find the treasure. Westy somewhere, what did you say? El Pavo Island has been taken down. Someone took down Drago. Quickly send someone over, before the other families seize control. I want the entire power chain in my hands. Similar commands echoed throughout the underground world of the West Sea, causing the entire sea region to tremble. Naturally, these words reached the ears of the Navy. 10 minutes later, in the Gambino family's treasure chamber, Damian glanced at the mountain of gold and bills piled up in the room. The golden glow was enough to incite greed in anyone. Yet his gaze was fixed firmly on a few items on the pedestal in the center of the room. A jug of wine, a book, a sword, and 3 devil fruits. The jug of wine was a fine vintage worth a fortune. He picked up the book and smiled upon seeing its title. The 6 Powers Manual, a complete training manual detailing the 6 martial arts of the Navy. 1. Shave tread the ground more than 10 times in an instant using the reaction force for high-speed movement. 2. Moonwalk, tread rapidly in the air to achieve aerial movement. 3. Finger gun, concentrate all bodily power to the fingertips, achieving hardness comparable to a bullet. 4. Iron body, tense the body muscles to their limit, achieving hardness on par with steel. 5. Gale foot, high-speed kicks, generate vacuum slashes. 6. Paper drawing, glide like paper along the rhythm of the enemy's attack, neutralizing the assault. Good stuff. It seems Drago didn't deceive me, he really found this manual, Damian said, but his attention was quickly drawn to something else. It was a dark-colored katana, its blade adorned with purple lightning patterns. Upon closer inspection, the blade seemed to quiver slightly, as if it were alive. Damian glanced at the label on the pedestal, which stood out starkly amidst the gray dust. One of the great swords of the 21 Frenzy. The blade sliced through the air with a clear whistle, exuding majesty. A fine sword, but unfortunately am not interested in swords, he murmured, sheathing the sword. Damian did not reject using weapons in conjunction with his abilities, but what he needed were heavier, larger weapons akin to how Whitebeard used his Bicento to concentrate the shockwave of the Gura Gura no Mi. This slender sword leaned more towards sharp and quick slashes which did not harmonize well with his abilities. Moreover, he wasn't a swordsman. He turned his gaze to the 3 eye-catching devil fruits at the center of the treasure chamber. Damian had previously uploaded the devil fruit encyclopedia to Sybil for identification. Before long, the detailed information about the 3 fruits surfaced in his mind. The first 2 were paramecia type. Tauntaun fruit allows the user to freely alter their body weight ranging from 1 kilogram to 10,000 tons, while their body size remains unchanged. Stick fruit allows the user to secrete a sticky substance from their skin pores. But it was the third fruit that made Damian's eyes gleam. Ice fruit allows the user to freely create, manipulate, and transform into ice. Gulp. Damian instinctively swallowed, picking up the blue devil fruit. This was a powerful Logia-type fruit, arguably one of the strongest Logia fruits, the ability of the future Navy Admiral Akiji. How did it end up here? If I remember correctly, Kazan hails from the South Blue, Damian murmured. Could it be a massive transaction between the Mafia and other forces? Or was it sold off by the young Kazan? With this fruit, he could effectively overcome the greatest weakness of devil fruit users, seawater. It would be an overstatement to call it a cheat. Damian snapped out of his daze, pondering for a moment. Sybil, what would happen if I used the ability transfer token on this fruit? Sybil replied, the token can only convert auxiliary abilities, so it should only give you a Logia-type ice body. Damian sighed in disappointment. A Logia-type ice body was indeed powerful, but against someone with even a little mastery of armament hockey, it would be practically useless. Perhaps only fruits that are inherently auxiliary in nature could be fully transferred. He needed to find 3 fruits that met the criteria. Damian decisively stored all the treasures, the 6 powers, manual frenzy, and the 3 fruits into his storage space, then swiftly dashed to the top level. They're coming. The grass and trees at the island's edge conveyed the information to him. It was said that a large fleet composed of pirates and the Mafia was about to arrive. Damian had no extra stamina for another fight, so he naturally chose to retreat. Guided by the trees, he reached the edge of the island, avoiding the landing enemy troops. It was an abandoned dock where an old ship for emergency evacuations was moored. Damian naturally borrowed it. He unfurled the sail and sailed away from the island. Behind him, thousands of Mafia members were gradually streaming onto the island. The once peaceful El Pavo Island had instantly become a hot potato in the hands of various forces. The underground world was filled with people, pirates, undercover Navy members, reporters. All sorts of individuals were present. The other 4 great families had also arrived. El Pavo Island was destined to become a quagmire of chaos. The vacuum of power has never been something that can be filled with peace. Marineford, the Grand Line. The Gambino family has been eradicated. A commanding voice reverberated through the spacious office at the heart of Marine headquarters. This was an admiral's office. Admiral, shall we dispatch forces to quell the chaos? A rear admiral asked respectfully. No need. Let those vermin tear each other apart. None of it concerns us. The man in the brown suit waved dismissively. Then his gaze flickered toward a photograph of a young man freshly faxed to his office. Did this boy do it? Where did he come from? The imposing figure demanded. Before him, the naval officer trembled slightly as he replied. He recently turned in bounties totaling approximately 50 million belly. Per regulation, his registered name is Ina D. Damian. The admiral's pupils contracted sharply, his fist clenched tightly. Issue a bounty notice, immediately. A bounty notice. The rear admiral hesitated. Shouldn't we first attempt to recruit this youth? He merely slaughtered scum from the underworld. The admiral scoffed, slamming his fist onto the desk. The D. Clan are lawless beings, untamable by any decree. Recruitment would be futile. Better to crush him before he even takes root. Grand Line, an unnamed island. Brew. A din mushy rang in the dim silent room. What is it? A low growling voice demanded. The caller exhaled a slow stream of smoke, calmly flipping through a page of intelligence. One of our arms suppliers has been wiped out. The Gambino family in the West Blue, the woman replied calm and measured. A youth, not yet 15, the beast-like voice snarled impatiently. Her face remained veiled in shadow. He dismantled the entire Gambino family. Alone within hours, she said. That's not the point. The point lies in his name. She glanced down at the dossier before her. Ana D. Damian. Silence stretched across the line. Ana D. Interest stirred on the other end. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Keep close watch on his movements, and inform me the moment he resurfaces. Are you certain he'll surface again? She asked curiously. Humph. The D. Clan cannot resist challenging the world government's authority. It's written into their blood. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Understood, Captain. Click. The Den Mushy closed its eyes. Call ended. She sighed softly, brushing away a bead of sweat from her youthful brow. She was young, her features delicately alluring. Another prodigy, rising too soon. I sense you will be So you actually pulled it off? Rear Admiral Reiko murmured upon hearing the report. But can you stay true to the path you've chosen? The towering Tumitor 4 naval officer exhaled deeply. He held profound admiration for the youth, yet also deep concern. Damian had now been officially branded a pirate. Once the El Pavo incident subsided, not only the Marines, but every syndicate in the underworld would hunt Damian relentlessly. An unpredictable variable is something no one welcomes. If it cannot be controlled, then it must be eliminated. 5 days later, West Blue. A battered pirate vessel cut through the crystalline waters of the West Blue, its hull still bearing the Gambino family crest. Damian set aside the book in his hands. The Secrets of All Things by Crowbara, captain of the Crowbara Pirates. That name, of course, was intimately familiar to him. His reading was interrupted by a seagull, beak clamped around a newspaper. Not one of those futuristic newsbirds, but an ordinary gull Damian himself had commissioned to deliver the paper. As the paper unfurled fully, Damian's eyes fell upon the headline. Violent tempest sweeps across the West Blue. The lead story detailed the annihilation of the Gambino family, one of the 5 great families. The instigator of the event was boldly highlighted. Beside it appeared an official bounty poster. Bounty poster. Ina D. Damian. Bounty 100000 belly. Dead or alive. Bounty poster. Not even a nickname. Does that border on disrespect? Damian chuckled wryly. Still, he gave a faint self-amused shrug. Well, at least the photo captures some of my charm. Sabaody Archipelago Grand Line Amusement Park. 100 million belly bounty on his first ever notice. And he's only 14. And hailing from the West Blue. 5 kingdoms under world government jurisdiction have suffered nearly 10,000 naval and civilian casualties due to this boy's rampage. He deserves lifelong imprisonment and impelled down. Last year there was another brat about the same age, 70 million belly. That one stole food from Navy warships like a feral beast. Now another emerges. The crowd stood stunned, some trembling with fear, others electrified with exhilaration. The new world already churned in chaos. Now even the tranquil waters beyond the Grand Line began to boil. No one knew what lay ahead, but countless innocents would inevitably be swept into this maelstrom, perishing without warning. 6 days later, Renaissance Island, West Blue. A weathered little boat docked quietly at the shore of an uninhabited island. Plants and emerald grass swayed gently, as if dancing to welcome their master home, while a tender breeze carried a fragrance both soothing and achingly familiar. Damian stepped on a soil he knew intimately. After nearly a month away, he had finally returned home. He walked along the warm, sun-dappled forest path, contemplating his next move. I cannot set sail yet. Not until I've mastered armament hockey, he concluded. Luffy clashed with Smoker just weeks after leaving Goa Kingdom. Only Dragon's intervention spared him from catastrophe. Damian bore no such lineage, and no one stood ready to shield him. In this era, far more brutal than the original timeline, sailing without means to counter Logia-type powers meant certain death. Nor am I physically prepared. My stamina and strength remain insufficient. The 6 powers should compensate for my lack of mobility. Thus Damian drafted his training agenda. I. Master the 6 powers. 2. Awaken armament hockey. 3. Maximize stamina and physical strength. The first 2 were absolute prerequisites for departure, the third, whatever progress he could achieve. Damian estimated 2 years of rigorous preparation would suffice. And so once again he immersed himself in relentless day-after-day discipline. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed across Renaissance Island as a giant sea creature attacked the bay. The monster's massive body nearly obscured half of the sky, casting a shadow over the entire sea. Moonstep. A dark figure leaped through the air, soaring 50 meters into the sky. The figure appeared to be a young man, diving down from the air straight towards the sea creature. His fist drew back, ready to unleash a powerful strike. Strangely, a layer of dull black armor covered his fist. Bang! The young man's fist slammed into the top of the sea creature's head, unleashing a shockwave. The beast let out a pained roar as its skull shattered, blood gushing forth, and its eyes slowly dimmed. The young man landed with a thud, his black fist returning to its normal state. Several large chunks of flesh were about to crash down towards the reedy boy, but he simply raised his right index finger. Flying finger gun continuous shots. Whoosh pop whoosh. A series of air bullets shot from his fingertips precisely hitting the falling chunks of meat, exploding them midair. As a result, not a single drop of grime landed on him. The boy calmly stepped away. He had medium-length hair, black with a few strands of red on the left side, and a faint scar above his right eye. In his deep red pupils, determination and fearless ambition shone through. Damian had just defeated a giant sea creature, and he was now ready to leave his homeland island. After 2 years of grueling training, he was finally prepared to set sail, taking another step on the path to power. 2 years of intense training and a remarkably healthy diet had crafted this 16-year-old boy into a striking figure. Damian's entire body was muscular and exuded a sense of strength. His handsome features perhaps stemmed from his lineage of tree spirits, which was indeed enviable. Sybil, bring up the panel. I haven't seen it in a long time. Retrieving. Ain't a D. Damian, age 16 years and 2 months, height 307 centimeters, status full, devil fruit, smash fruit, intermediate proficiency, fruit rating 6.5 stars, sea stone resistance 56. 6. Skills: rapid recovery, ultra fast regeneration, extraordinary stamina, iron will, evolved physique, natural perception, voice of all things, will of D6 styles, hockey observation, hockey intermediate proficiency, armament, hockey beginner proficiency, strength, quasi-emperor, level. Once again, after 2 years of training, that feeling of overwhelming strength surged through his body. The dual growth of body and mind brought forth a torrent of power. Damian immediately sat cross-legged, entering a meditative state to feel the evolution of his physical abilities. His bones and tendons grew harder, flesh further strengthened, blood vessels expanded, and muscles crazily absorbed energy for transformation. Rapid recovery has evolved into ultra-fast regeneration, extraordinary stamina has evolved into iron, while a wave of heat coursed through the young man's body, his gaze sharpening with newfound power. Ultra-fast regeneration, recovery speed is 3 times that of rapid recovery, iron will. Durability is 3 times that of extraordinary stamina. His strength had once again broken through. Damian let out a bitter laugh. Even with this kind of recovery and stamina, I still fall far short compared to those true monsters. Kaido, known for his impenetrable defense, Big Mom's steel balloon, Whitebeard's outrageous vitality. He counted those beings far above him. However, the direction was right. This feeling, Damian murmured, sensing that his consciousness perception was under some sort of constraint. In recent months, as his observation haki continued to grow, he had been feeling this change. Not long ago, he had elevated his observation haki to intermediate proficiency. This meant his perception range was larger, allowing him to capture more subtle and sharper movements. The key was that the perception method of observation haki was very similar to his natural perception, but the latter granted him the ability to communicate with nature. At this moment, that feeling of evolution descended once more. A brand new wave of perception crashed into his consciousness, causing the world around him to slow down. Sounds, noises, the breath of life. All magnified infinitely. Ugh. Damian groaned in pain, clutching his head. A crisp, prompt sound echoed in his mind. Natural perception has evolved into voice of all things. Damian instinctively took a deep breath as the sounds of trees, flowers, and animals intertwined with the chirping of birds and buzzing of insects flooding into his mind. This is the voice of all things used by Roger, Luffy, Odin, and Momonosuke. He murmured, but I can only hear the voices of living beings. Perhaps when observation haki reaches a higher realm, I can elevate it to Roger's level. Damian speculated. However, the joy of this progress was quickly dampened by reality. Buzz. That sound like armor being donned resounded once again as a layer of dull black metal enveloped his hand. Armament haki is hardly worth mentioning, staying here is just a waste of time. The same goes for devil fruits. Training the body can only enhance stamina, thus prolonging the usage time of the fruit's abilities. But solely relying on training cannot push the fruit's abilities to a higher realm. Several hours later, Damian familiarized himself with his new abilities and arrived at the center of the island. That was a place he visited almost weekly, reminding himself of his past weaknesses. Damian sat on the comforting soil as the surrounding flora greeted him with joyful sounds. The well where he once hid had collapsed, but after years of neglect it had filled with water. He gazed at the portrait naturally formed by the trees, his mother's silhouette. It had never changed in 9 years. This scene was both nostalgic and filled with old wounds. After a moment of silence, Damian stood up, touching the warm bark of the tree. You let me live well, he whispered. I will give it my all to stand in a place where no one can push me down. Beneath the young man's serious expression, those deep red pupils seemed to respond, embodying a pure fire of ambition. What Damian did not know was that deep within his consciousness, a chaotic undercurrent was surging, akin to a hurricane poised to break free and shatter its chains. One day I will return. Goodbye, Renaissance Island. The reedy boy murmured as he raised the tattered sail of his boat. Damian spread out a crumpled sea chart before him, adjusting his course and sailing east at full speed. The weather was quite nice, promising a smooth journey ahead. The West Sea is famous for its 5 great families, along with 2 significant locations familiar to Damian O'Hara, the place where the Tree of Knowledge is rooted and the Land of Flowers, home of the green pepper. However, Damian currently had no reason to visit these 2 places. His goals lay elsewhere. Sevilla Island, the last stop before the upside-down mountain, bustling and lively like Loungetown in the East Sea. I heard that everything can be bought at the underground trading market there, Damian murmured to himself. 11 days later on Sevilla Island in the West Blue, a 16-year-old youth threaded his way through bustling crowds immersed in an atmosphere of unrestrained mirth. The sky blazed with crystalline clarity. Islanders bustled to and fro, their voices merging into an endless symphony of clamor. Most regarded this place as a relatively safe haven, yet those with keen eyes could sense danger coiling like smoke in the shadows. After all, this was the final port before entering the Grand Line, a realm teeming with pirates. Still, an unspoken code governed the island. So long as one did not stir excessive chaos, the Marines would look the other way. Damian paused before a modest tavern at the roadside. A pair of rats darted past, droplets pattered onto the cobblestones. Creak. The wooden door swung open, and the young man stepped into the crowded tavern. Several drunken men sat slouched at the bar, exchanging desultory banter. A pitcher of sake, Damian said offhandedly, taking a vacant stool. Aren't you perhaps a bit? The bartender blinked, sizing up his guest, only to choke mid-sentence, transfixed by those deep crimson pupils. Right away, the sake arrived swiftly. Damian took a sip of the island's local brew, not out of fervent devotion like most pirates, but because he'd once tasted it years ago with the Gambino family and found its flavor agreeable. Sip. He savored the burning liquor, then fell into quiet contemplation. Before him lay several diverging paths. He could hoist a Jolly Roger, assemble a crew, and set sail upon the vast, unforgiving sea. Yet a formidable obstacle loomed. The Rock's pirates reigned supreme in this era, and who knew how many other monsters lurked beneath the waves? To sail forth now would be little more than courting a brutal, inevitable demise. It is May 1st, 1482. Damian murmured inwardly. The God Valley incident, the cataclysm that shattered the Rock's pirates, will occur in 1486. He leaned back against the chair, thoughts churning, when suddenly a colossal shadow engulfed him. Thought you were just here for a drink. Turns out you're walking stacks of belly. A gruff voice boomed. Dozens of figures encircled the seated youth, their faces twisted into predatory grins. You've grown, boy, but you're still the brat on this bounty poster, aren't you? A hulking giant 3 meters and 35 centimeters tall waved a yellowed bounty notice. Damian glanced at it, then gave a faint, indifferent nod. If you want my autograph, wait until I finish this cup. Silence. Then explosive laughter erupted. Yo-ho-ho-ho. I'll take your head. Kill him. With a drawn cutlass, the pirate brought the blade down in a lethal arc, cleaving air toward Damian's throat. Yet the outcome defied every expectation. Crack! The blade struck something unseen, shuddered violently, and recoiled with such force that the hilt tore from its wielder's grip, embedding itself with a thunderous thud into the ceiling. A suffocating silence descended. Damian set down his empty cup and rose slowly. Around him, every onlooker trembled. He was already a monster 2 years ago. Is provoking him truly wise, whispered a young pirate. Damian merely rolled his neck, lifted his leg, and swept it sideways. Rankyaku orbital cut. A vacuum slash nearly 360 degrees wide erupted from his kick, compressed air exploding outward in a tempestuous wave. The pirates had no time to evade. Their bodies split cleanly in half. The slash surged onward. Dozens more pirates bisected at the waist, arterial geysers staining the tavern's weathered floor crimson. Boom. The entire tavern split down the middle in an instant. Timbers groaned, walls collapsed, and dust billowed like a funeral shroud. Damian surveyed the devastation with quiet satisfaction. Then a flicker of amusement lit his gaze. A pen materialized in his hand. He retrieved the crumpled bounty poster from the floor. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Here. Take this, he said, handing the signed paper to the quaking bartender. In a few years this will fetch quite a sum. The bartender stood paralyzed, mute, yet obediently slipped the poster into his pocket. Damian strode calmly from the haze of rubble. All around, people gulped air in terror. Then, far off, an anomaly erupted. Boom. A deafening explosion convulsed the island. A mushroom cloud clawed skyward, birds and beasts scattered in blind panic. The crowd dissolved into stampeding hysteria. Damian narrowed his eyes toward the island's eastern edge, the pirates' quarter, and pushed through the fleeing masses, heading straight for the chaos. He soon reached the shattered docks. Corpses bobbed in the turbid sea, a swarm of Marines ringed in nearby vessels. The stench of blood fused with salt-laced wind, assaulting his nostrils, mingled with cries of agony and raw animal shrieks. Smoke and flame obscured vision. Yet through the haze Damian glimpsed a towering figure unleashing slaughter upon the Marines, a whirlwind of carnage. Blood sprayed in frenzied arcs, Marine numbers dwindled with terrifying speed. Damian watched from 100 meters away, when a voice drifted into his ear. "Oh, what an intriguing find on this little island. I didn't sense her at all, Damian thought, alarm flaring. Then sidestepped sharply, locking eyes with the woman who had approached him without sound. She stood only about 185 centimeters tall, but her frame was strikingly voluptuous. Her short black hair curled upward at the tips, a cigarette dangled lazily between her lips. She wore a pink halter top emblazoned with a spider motif revealing generous expanses of porcelain skin. A faint, curious smile played across her lips as she studied the young pirate before her. Damian glanced toward the distant battlefield. Smoke had cleared, leaving only broken bones, splintered armor, and the grisly remains of slaughtered marines. There, standing amid the carnage, loomed the architect of the massacre. Massive corded arms emerged from rolled sleeves of a plain shirt layered beneath a black waistcoat. Long black hair framed a face crowned by two enormous horns. In one fist he gripped a heavy spiked club, glistening with gore. A vision from nightmare. Yet beneath that monstrous visage lay the face of a youth barely older than Damian himself. "The Marines of the West Blue are pathetically weak," roared the behemoth. The woman replied lightly, "Don't expect too much from outer sea forces, darling." The giant snorted and turned toward the ship to retrieve something. "Anadi, Damian," the woman smiled faintly. "I've been searching for you. My name is Shaku Yaku, though friends call me Shaki. Would you care to talk?" Xiachi, the future first mate of the Pirate King and wife of the Plutonian Rayleigh, and Damian's heart skipped a beat. And the woman watched him with quiet amusement, exhaling a delicate plume of smoke. At last Damian broke the silence. "What would you like to discuss?" And Xiachi offered a faint knowing smile. "You must know whose flag we fly, don't you?" And Damian nodded, slowly answering, "The Rocks Pirates." Xiachi gave a slight graceful nod and strolled leisurely toward an empty outdoor cafe table by the roadside. And Damian followed and sat opposite her, calm yet coiled with quiet tension. A brief silence settled between them, broken only by distant explosions, the backdrop to her companion's ongoing rampage. Xiachi drew several slow puffs from her cigarette before asking, "Do you know the dominant powers currently ruling the Grand Line?" Damian shook his head. Information about the Grand Line was tightly sealed. The knowledge of the New World was even more inaccessible. The world government preferred to maintain this information asymmetry, rather than admit how tenuously it controlled those waters. Xiachi murmured a soft, unsurprised acknowledgement. In the world of piracy, one overwhelming force has reigned unchallenged for decades. They are known as the Sea Sovereigns, and Damian narrowed his eyes, but said nothing. The very title seemed to weigh upon the air, thickening the silence around them. Xiachi nodded approvingly, and continued, "These three have ruled the New World for over half a century." And Damian thought inwardly, so these must be the precursors to the four emperors. Seduce Enigmaean, Eso Borealis and Pride D. Sol? Xiachi tapped her cigarette lightly against the ashtray, then inhaled deeply. The world government fields 6 supreme warriors to counter these sovereigns, and she listed them methodically: the Fleet Admiral, Steelbone Calm; 3 Admirals, Buddha Sengoku Mountain Ape Becerra, and Black Eagle Masaru; N+2 Rising Supernovas, Iron Fist Garp and Black Arm Zephyr. Here a flicker of irritation crossed her face. Almost a petulant twist of the lips. "That savage Garp chased me just weeks ago. Utterly insufferable." Damian exhaled sharply, committing every name and title to memory. And he knew none of the 3 sovereigns, and of the 3 admirals 2 were utterly unfamiliar. In other words, these figures existed beyond the main narrative, fated to fade into obscurity, swallowed by the tides of history. And yet each name he'd just heard represented a power terrifying enough to define an era. Damian seized upon a critical gap. "So, the Rocks Pirates intend to shatter the existing order?" Xiachi confirmed with a serene, radiant smile, "Yes. Our captain will not tolerate such forces existing, even for a moment. After all, his ultimate ambition transcends mere balance, a concept too trivial, too childish." But then her expression hardened. Cold, austere, almost haunted, the Rocks Pirates in truth are nothing more than a confluence of pure malice. Damian caught a fleeting tremor in her gaze, a quiet struggle, a whisper of helplessness. And he cut straight to the heart of it. "Then why have you come all this way?" Xiachi held his eyes for several silent seconds before speaking. "Our captain seeks to reshape the world, but first he requires a ship worthy of that destiny." She continued, voice low and resonant, "A vessel capable of bearing the weight of the world itself. And its materials are exceedingly rare." And with a subtle glance, she flicked her gaze toward a narrow alley to her right. Seconds later, a man in black emerged slowly from the shadows. And Damian watched him approach the table. "In Shaku Yaku," he greeted with a curt nod, and with a sweep of his hand conjured a gray portal-like structure suspended midair. Boom. And mountains of timber crashed onto the ground, piling high in a massive, jagged heap. "Our transaction ends here," the enigmatic man declared, and stepped through another portal, vanishing without trace. Damian stared at the timber, immediately sensing its suffocating density. "Atom wood." Xiachi nodded, "One of the 2 primary materials we require." Then she turned her attention back to Damian, smiling warmly. I see immense ambition in your eyes, Damian. At the honorific the young man's eye twitched, barely perceptible, yet unmistakable. You must understand, by your age no one reshapes the maritime order through passion alone. You stand alone. No crew to rely on, no navigator to chart your course, no pirate ship to carry you forward. Damian narrowed his eyes and countered, what precisely are you suggesting? And she shrugged lightly. Simply this: our captain took on a new apprentice aboard ship years ago. I can extend you the same invitation. Xiachi paused for a heartbeat, then curved her lips into a knowing smile. You share something vital with our captain. Your surname bears the letter D. And of course, he adores young fiery successors. And boom. In their conversation shattered mid-sentence. A colossal shadow plummeted from the sky, fracturing the earth beneath it into jagged fissures. A deep concussive shockwave rippled outward, shattering every pane of glass within range. And wahaha! A thunderous laugh erupted from the crater, booming primal, untamed. A low, curious voice rumbled forth, so, you're the legendary prodigy destined to become a top-tier supernova. Never imagined crossing paths here. Damian glanced at that grinning bestial visage, the future emperor of the sea Kaido. Though he had yet to consume the mythical Zoan-type fish fruit dragon model, his sheer presence was undiminished, standing 7 meters tall, a titan forged of raw living muscle. Merely standing within the crater, his aura made crumbling ruins groan and shudder, like fragile bones trembling under unbearable pressure. And the beast grinned, wider eyes locked onto Damian, burning with naked, unrelenting combat lust. His chair scraped sharply across the pavement as Damian rose. And he met that chilling gaze, heated, unflinching, unyielding, staring down a figure twice his height and thrice his mass. In that suspended moment, two youths nearly the same age locked eyes across the fractured ground, as if fate itself had drawn them into confrontation. Xiachi sighed softly and drew her pistol. Bang, bang, bang. And 3 shots rang out, not aimed at flesh, but at the timber heap's periphery. And the bullets struck in perfect triangular formation. Then black lines shimmered into existence, connecting them. Instantly the triangle flared violet, and sucked every log inside, vanishing them whole. And the purple void receded swiftly, leaving only bare, undisturbed ground. Devil fruit. As if anticipating the question, Chi tapped her pistol and winked. My sidearm is rather special, you see. And then she turned and walked away, settling quietly on the dock's edge. Enjoy yourselves, I'll watch from the sidelines. Chi smiled faintly, and though she played the part of a detached observer, her eyes gleamed, alight with genuine, unfeigned anticipation for the battle about to unfold. Boom. The ground trembled as the 7-meter monster pulled out the massive wolf fang club and rested it on its shoulder. Damian responded with a cold smirk, greedily inhaling the suffocating air. Bring it on. He beckoned with his finger. Kaido grinned widely and charged recklessly forward. With each step the ground resounded like a great bell. The wolf fang club was raised high, vowing to smash the opponent into a pulp. Bang! The air was ripped apart as the heavy weapon struck the ground where Damian stood. Is he planning to take it heat in it? Xiangqi raised an eyebrow as she observed Damian's reaction. Damian raised his left fist, enveloped in black, domineering energy, and directly retaliated. Clang! The explosive sound of metal clashing erupted, and the ground between them instantly cracked, shockwaves sweeping outwards. The ground beneath their feet sank as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. A harsh grinding noise followed, with both forces refusing to yield, locked in a stalemate. Damian's lips curled into a smirk. His domineering energy trembled, yet it was strong enough to withstand the heavy strike. Whoosh! Damian's figure vanished from his original spot, instantly appearing in the air level, with Kaido 4 fingers stabbing towards his opponent's chest. The fingers, filled with air and domineering energy, pierced into the orc's skin, leaving a bloody gash. Kaido took a step back, looking down at the bruise on his chest. A little trick from the Navy, just a scratch. He raised the wolf fang club again, but this time he jumped into the air. With a loud bang, he leaped nearly 20 meters high. Hoo! The air groaned as Kaido gathered his strength, gripping the weapon tightly. Damian crossed his arms, enveloped in a dull black armament hockey, building his defense. Bang! That was an explosive sound. Damian gritted his teeth, straining to hold up the descending wolf fang club. His fingers produced a teeth-grinding screech against the metal surface. The immense weight pressed down on Damian with Kaido's attack, combined with his own body weight, both forces bearing down simultaneously. The ground beneath Damian shattered like glass, shockwaves continuously expanding. Kaido abandoned the pressure, landing a few meters away. He did not give his opponent a chance to breathe, swinging the club again, accompanied by a roar of defiance against defeat. Damian met the challenge with a heavy left punch, colliding directly with the exaggerated club. Such terrifying brute strength, he thought, struggling as his feet sank into the ground to maintain balance. But my armament hockey is growing rapidly. Damian then loosened his strength and retreated, causing Kaido to stumble back a few steps due to inertia. Whoosh! The shave technique allowed Damian to reappear before the temporarily unsteady Kaido, his fist coiled with power. Damian's fist smashed into the chest bone of the future Pirate King, without mercy pouring in all his strength. Ugh! Kaido let out a low groan, feeling his ribs quiver. He was sent flying crashing into a building hundreds of meters away like a cannonball. Kaido broke through 3 walls in succession, rubble and debris raining down around him. Damian squinted towards the ruins, witnessing the expected outcome. Kaido almost immediately stood up, easily shaking off the accumulated concrete and dirt, causing a dull His chest was bruised, but it was hardly worth mentioning. Ugh, bring it on. Kaido laughed maniacally. He picked up the wolf fawn club that had fallen to the ground, charging forward again, each step echoing like thunder. Crackle! Purple lightning flickered around the weapon, as if some fierce beast had awakened from slumber. A suffocating aura of ferocity exploded from young Kaido. Can his haki generate lightning? Is it the Conqueror's haki wrapped around it? Damian narrowed his eyes, fixated on the glowing weapon. Thunderbogwat. Kaido mercilessly swung down the giant club wrapped in lightning, tearing the air apart, and the violent wind pressure swept around like a tornado. Damian instead laughed, charging forward to meet the strike. His black fist was enveloped in boiling red mist. A spiral of energy coiled around his arm, with the core concentrated in his fist. In the next moment, the energy wrapped around his arm burst forth like a spring, launching the energy in his fist like a rocket. The immense friction from the crushing capability ignited flames, trailing a path of fierce fire directly towards the descending wolf fawn club. Riptide crushing wave. Boom. The explosive punch collided head-on with the black wolf fawn club, pulsating with purple lightning, sending shockwaves rippling outwards. The air let out a piercing howl as Kaido's overwhelming brute force clashed directly with Damian's crushing power. The earth was torn into red and blue fragments, neither side willing to yield. The 2 young pirates roared in unison, their voices even drowning out the raging storm erupting from the point of collision. Boom. Once again, an explosion shook the entire Sevilla island as both were sent flying crashing into the opposite wall. The entire island was paying the price for this battle. Dust fell like rain, debris scattered across the ground, transforming what once was a peaceful island into a wasteland. Cough, cough. Damian slowly stood up from the rubble, a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. He glanced at his injured arm, which had turned purple. On the other side, Kaido also stood up. His right arm was covered in bruises, and his wrist seemed to have cracked. However, both young pirates wore the same expression, a wild grin stretching to their ears, filled with the desire to continue the battle. Crack! Damian's shattered bones quickly realigned, and the recovery began. Kaido's condition was evidently better, but his beloved wolf fawn club had cracked. The 2 were about to charge at each other again. Cough! A voice rang out. Let's call it a day. The nearby Navy branch will be arriving soon. I can't gamble with you guys using atom wood. Xianxi said, stepping between them. Kaido snorted. Who cares about the Navy or not? Xianxi remained unfazed. We'll play again later. Right now we have a mission to complete, and soon you'll be hunting and cooking for yourself, Kaido-can. The longhorned boy snorted, suppressing his combative desires, silently surrendering. Xianxi turned to Damian, her eyes filled with appreciation. Your strength has exceeded my expectations. She winked, extending an invitation. How about joining the Rocks Pirates as an apprentice crew member? So what do you think? Would you like to join the Rocks Pirates as an apprentice crew member? Damian squinted, observing the woman before him, who was smoking. Shikuyaku and Kaido. Both of them had a profound connection to the power hub of the New World. Yet at present, they were merely 2 weapons in the hands of Rocks D. Zebek. Accepting this invitation was akin to signing a death certificate. But for Damian, it was a summons. Rocks will fall in a few years. The best way to survive in this hellish era is to hide in the most dangerous places, young Damian pondered. He could feel that the brief skirmish with Kaido had refined his haki to a certain level. The system notification explained it all: armament haki mastery has reached intermediate level. Such improvement from just 1 clash. What height could he reach if he stayed among those monsters every day? A smile crept onto Damian's lips as he decisively replied, Alright, I'll join. Hee, I look forward to your growth, Damian-chan. Shikuyaku responded with a smile. She turned and walked towards the dock, completely unconcerned about the chaos behind her. Let's go before those annoying guys arrive. Kaido laughed heartily. Roar, roar, roar. We'll finish our fight next time. Damian silently thought, bring up Kaido's attributes. After a confrontation, he could now quantify this future emperor's current strength. Kaido, age 17 years, height approximately 7'1 meters, condition healthy, devil fruit, none, haki observation, haki intermediate mastery, armament, haki intermediate mastery, conquerors, haki beginner mastery, strength mid-level, vice admiral on par with Damian. However, he had a vague intuition that in a prolonged battle, victory or defeat would likely depend on the abilities of their fruits. That brief encounter had already brought about many changes he had long desired. Marine Headquarters, Marineford Admiral's office. What did you say? A heavy voice echoed in the office. A burly man, muscular and covered in scars, sat on the throne of power, exuding an immense sense of strength merely by being there. He wore a short-sleeved shirt and draped a gray naval coat over his shoulders. His hair and beard were styled in spikes with stubble on his cheeks and a stitched scar beneath his left eye. Admiral Kong. The information has been confirmed. Shikuyaku and Kaido from the Rocks Pirates appeared simultaneously on Sierra Island with Ind. Damian. The rear admiral reported hurriedly. Kong squinted his tired eyes and rubbed his forehead. He closed his eyes and a blood-soaked figure with a grinning face flashed through his mind. Those damn DS. One trouble after another, Kong muttered. It seems Rocks has found another apprentice who will give me a headache. The admiral shook his head and issued an order. Update their bounties, including the woman responsible for monitoring them. I want to eliminate them completely before they enter the new world. Kong clenched his fists. We still have time to crush these budding threats. West Sea near Reverse Mountain. This is the giant wall that spans the entire ocean, the Red Line. Damian gazed at the massive crimson wall stretching across the sea, unable to suppress his astonishment. No matter which direction he looked, the Red Line endlessly extended, piercing through the clouds and seemingly reaching the heavens. Damian, I need you and Kaido to brace the ship. This path will be quite bumpy, Shikuyaku said while preparing. The two grabbed the ship's railing as the vessel began to slowly ascend the mountain, creaking all the while. A deluge of seawater splashed onto the deck, drenching the two and trying to push them back. After a moment, the ship stabilized its speed, continuing its ascent, leaving the West Sea far behind. Damian gazed at the azure sea, which soon vanished into the clouds. It took several minutes for the ship to reach the summit of Reverse Mountain. Damian exhaled, gently gazing out at the sea of clouds. Find us. A whisper suddenly echoed in his ears, pulling his gaze into the white ocean. That phrase appeared shortly after the ship reached the peak where the currents of the four seas converged. What is that? Damian scanned his surroundings. The sound is coming from the other side of the Red Line. The direction the ship was heading was toward Paradise, the first half of the Grand Line, while the end of the New World lay behind. Damian fell into deep thought. Just then the ship began to plunge downward at an astonishing speed, the howling wind rushing towards them. Whoosh! A cold and powerful current hit them, marking the end of this roller coaster-like journey. The dilapidated ship finally descended into the Grand Line. Damian walked across the swaying main deck, feeling the changes in the atmosphere around him. The air was thick with a sense of chaos, far wilder and more uncontrollable than the West Sea. Damian, how does the air of the Grand Line feel? A gentle voice pulled him back to reality. Damian offered a faint smile, inhaling the air of paradise. Kaido also approached, looking impatient. Hey woman, when are we going back to Hive Island? Shikuyaku shook her head at the young beast. This is your first official mission, Kaido-kan. We can't go back until we get a new ship, so be prepared for a long wait. Kaido merely growled and plopped down on the ground, falling asleep instantly. Shikuyaku ignored the thunderous snores of Kaido and turned to speak to Damian. We're going to a nearby island to resupply. I also need to contact the captain to discuss your situation. She pulled out an eternal pose from her pocket. The pointer read, Uragana, which was the name of their destination. Damian nodded. The journey would take at least a day, just enough time to kill. Damian asked, Miss Shikuyaku, why did you join Rocks? The woman glanced at the boy and sighed lightly. If you call me Sister Shikuyaku from now on, I'll tell you, she said with a teasing smile. Damian scratched his head, shrugging at the strange request, as if to agree. Who? She exhaled a puff of smoke. I come from the comm belt, you know where I'm talking about, right? Damian nodded, pointing at the serpent emblem on her belt. The Empress of Amazon, Lily, captain of the Nine. Shikuyaku nodded slightly and continued, that's right. Our island relies on the characteristics of the comm belt for protection, or pirates cannot enter. She hummed a little tune and took another puff of her cigar. But some fruits in this world can overcome the limitations of the comm belt. Shikuyaku explained. As an empress, I cannot wait for the day I lose my ability to protect myself. Once when I went to Sabaody Archipelago for supplies, I was targeted by Garp. It was Rocks who saved me. But that man never does good deeds for free. She sighed. I have a love-stricken friend who wanted to replace me, but I refused her. Since then I've made a deal with him, working for him as his eyes and ears spread all over the world. She raised her eyes to the young man before her, a hint of helplessness in her gaze. The captain's name can intimidate both the Navy and other pirates, but selling one's soul to a devil always comes at a... Damian absorbed the information, his mind involuntarily conjuring the image of the demon she had described. Xiachi stepped forward and lightly patted Damian's shoulder. Once we reach the new world, trust no one. She turned and walked toward the cabin, leaving behind the thunderous snoring of Kaido and a contemplative Damian. A day later, Uragana Island. Crunch, crunch, burp. Two young men sat before a colossal dining table, mountains of food vanishing at an astonishing pace. Though their heights differed drastically, both possessed appetites equally staggering, like bottomless voids devouring, relentlessly chewing without cease. Hey, those two have sky-high bounties, someone whispered nearby. Another nodded, rapidly flipping through a sheet of paper, and it was the brand new bounty poster freshly disseminated across the globe. Bounty poster. Enter D. Damian. Embodiment of sin. Bounty 150 million berry. Dead or alive. Bounty poster. Bounty poster. Kaido. Beast. Bounty 220 million berry. Dead or alive. Bounty poster. Damian glanced at the glaring disparity in bounties, and felt a flicker of irritation. The reason was simple. For the past 2 years Damian had vanished from world news while Kaido had rampaged across seas unleashing chaos and destruction. What's with this title? What crime did I commit? He asked bewildered. Kaido grinned as he swallowed a massive chunk of meat. Guffaw. 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 Our captain is called Sin of the Abyss. Looks like the Marines have pegged you as his little plaything. This explanation left Damian utterly speechless. Yet seeing Kaido's scornful expression Damian shot back instantly. Apparently, they consider me a greater threat than you. Just wait. I'll leave you far behind miles and miles away. Crack. At those words Kaido tore off a large slab of the tabletop with one hand. Onlookers wisely kept their distance, merely observing these two prodigious youths bicker, while simultaneously devouring enough food to sustain an entire village like living meat grinders. Burp. Kaido downed an entire barrel of liquor and let out a deafening, earth-shaking belch. Damian shook his head. Scolding was inevitable. Sure enough, reprimand arrived swiftly. A slender woman appeared from the side, her expression stern. Kaido-kun, drinking at your age stunts growth. Though her frame stood in stark contrast to that colossal figure, she radiated an aura of unassailable authority. Kaido grunted, if it tastes good it can't be harmful. Shut up, woman. Xiachi narrowed her eyes. Don't test my patience, boy. The giant youth growled low, flinging the sake jug aside. It shattered violently, filling the air with rich, heady fragrance. Damian burst into unrestrained laughter, the future Yonko being scolded like a child. The crowd stood frozen in stunned silence, stifling their own mirth, too afraid to show it. After all, that tall woman seemed infinitely more terrifying. Someone swallowed hard and waved another bounty poster to remind companions not to provoke disaster. Bounty poster. Shakuyaku. Black Death. Bounty 670 million berry. Dead or alive. Bounty poster. Xiachi completed procurement and replenishment. The ship, though barely seaworthy, could sail for several more months. Kaido slept soundly. Damian headed toward a small cabin, the very room occupied by Xiachi, who had said she needed to speak with him about something vitally important. He took a deep breath. Even before pushing open the wooden door, he already knew what awaited him inside. The door creaked open, and Damian stepped in. The room was dimly lit, furnished, simply an ordinary bed, basic furniture. A woman with short hair sat at the table, a den mushi before her. The den mushi mirrored the face on the other end of the line. A wild mane of spiked braids, a scarred visage etched with raw ferocity, and a wide, toothy grin. Xiachi nodded toward Damian, then redirected her attention to the den mushi. Captain, he's here. She gestured for Damian to pick up the receiver, and stepped aside. The den mushi widened its grin, emitting a gravelly, rasping voice. Enter D. It rumbled. A name strangely familiar. Damian drew a slow, steady breath, and replied, voice unwavering. Rock P. D. Gibbet. The den mushi's scarred, savage countenance twisted into keen, palpable interest. Fufufu, haha. A low, rumbling laugh echoed. So, you're the intriguing brat who turned the West Blue upside down years ago. Shakuyaku told me you'd join my crew as a trainee. Excellent. Truly excellent. I've always welcomed ambitious brats like you. But remember, brat, you may betray me any time, but be ready to descend straight into hell. Damian listened, his expression grave, unflinching. He wasn't surprised. In fact, he admired Rock P's power. The sheer force capable of bending mighty factions to his will. He craved that same power. The den mushi swiveled towards Xiachi, standing quietly nearby. Shakuyaku, you've brought yourself considerable trouble with this brat. Head to Sabaody Archipelago and await me there. As for the newcomer, go to Uten Island and retrieve the Eternal Ore. Rock P. Continued, 1 month from now I'll send someone to bring you both to the new world. The den mushi clicked shut. Snap. Without waiting for reply, Xiachi tucked it away and fixed her gaze on Damian. You heard it. I'm giving you the Eternal Pointer to Uten Island, and the ship. Your mission is to retrieve the Eternal Ore stored there. She warned, that place is also known as Nightfall Island. According to the captain, he deciphered a poneglyph stating the people of Uten Island have been awaiting someone to claim. Damian noted the detail. Rock P. can read poneglyphs, then asked, what precisely is this, or used for? The woman shrugged. The captain says it absorbs and disperses impact force. Utterly miraculous, really. Put plainly, even Adam couldn't build a vessel sturdy enough to carry Rock P's monstrous crew. They emerged onto the main deck. Take this. Buy yourself a small vessel. Meet me at Sabaody Archipelago in 1 month. I'll be waiting. Damian accepted what she handed him, funds to purchase a ship, the Eternal Pointer to Uten Island, a life card inscribed with Xiachi's name and provisions. She then produced a tiny crimson pouch and raised her pistol. Bang! Bang! Bullets struck the pouch's outer surface, seemingly imbuing it with a faint vile void energy. This pouch holds the ore, far better than hauling it across oceans on your back, wouldn't you agree? Damian nodded. Though his system space could easily accommodate it, revealing such an advantage was out of the question. He thanked her, secured everything, and strode to the railing. See you in 1 month, Sister Xiachi. With a graceful leap, he descended, activating Moonwalk, and streaked toward Urugana's shipyard. Xiachi smiled faintly. What an odd little brat. To call it Dark Night Island is no exaggeration. Damian stood on a small boat, gazing at the somber land. Night Sky Island was shrouded in a heavy layer of black clouds, motionless like a blanket, suffocating the entire land. No light could penetrate, only eternal darkness remained. The boat reached the shore and Damian lowered the anchor into the sea. According to historical records, this island had no random weather changes. It was perpetually dark with occasional rain. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Today happened to be a rainy day, droplets falling onto Damian's shoulders, soaking into the black soil. His boots sank into the damp earth. The island was small, covered in coniferous forests. The silent chorus of insects echoed in the valleys, and the scent of the swamp permeated the air. A symphony of sounds arose around him, coming from the grass, trees, and all vegetation. Life on this land had long since adapted to the darkness. The grass was of a special variety, surviving on the faint light reflected from the moon. Mushrooms and nocturnal plants flourished, some even evolving their own bioluminescence. It seemed that nature heard Damian's thoughts. The grass began to weave and bend, creating a path for him. Fireflies emerged, illuminating the way ahead, granting him a complete view. There is a castle, Damian murmured, looking at the structure in the center of the island. The castle was built on a massive cliff, an ancient Gothic mansion overlooking everything eerie and mysterious. Damian felt a distant gaze upon him, but he could not pinpoint its source. He passed through the trees that automatically parted the foliage, clearing the quickest path to the castle. Eventually he arrived at a wide clearing surrounded by conical coniferous trees arranged in an unnaturally neat manner. The voice of the trees echoed in Damian's ears, followed immediately by a sharp whistle cutting through the air. Clang! Damian's pupils constricted as a cold blade pressed against the back of his neck. It did not break the skin, merely resting there as a warning. "I'm not here to fight," Damian said calmly. Although he remained still, crimson mist began to swirl from the soles of his boots, ready to retaliate at any moment. After a moment of silence, a sharp and serious voice spoke. "What are you doing here?" It was the voice of someone sent me to retrieve a mineral. The historical record states it is here. Damian waited. He sensed the knife against his skin tremble slightly. This confirmed that the historical record held great significance for this person. After another moment, the blade withdrew from Damian's neck. He slowly turned his head and saw the man behind him. He stood approximately 2 meters tall and appeared to be in his early 40s. The upper half of his face was concealed by a hood, presumably to shield against the rain. The man wore a long black coat that covered his entire body, but the empty sleeve on his right side revealed his missing arm. A sharp katana was gripped in his left hand, and his posture remained vigilant. "You have read about that stone," the man. Damian nodded. "I have come for the eternal mineral." The man's gaze seemed to scrutinize the young man before him, and even hidden beneath the hood Damian could feel that piercing stare. "Follow me to the castle." The man turned and walked towards the dark mansion, with Damian following closely behind. "Even with one arm missing, he feels capable of slicing me into pieces, truly a guardian." The quiet walk continued for 10 minutes, until the two arrived at the castle. Gothic in style, the dark wood creaked as water dripped from the decaying structure into the puddles scattered throughout the courtyard, creating ripples. The two pushed open the main door, which emitted a piercing sound. Green candles lit the corridor, filling the air with a warm and cozy atmosphere. "It's more welcoming than I imagined," Damian remarked. The man glanced at him and nodded. "Please forgive my previous rudeness. We have had too many intruders in recent years. It happened 20 months ago when thousands attacked our land seeking treasure. They used my nephews and nieces, forcing them to kill their parents before then killing them. I fought with everything I had to repel those invaders at the cost of one arm. Now only my wife and son remain, whom I must protect." The two walked along the red carpet towards the main hall. "Our ancestors have waited for hundreds of years for someone to retrieve that mineral," the man said as he led Damian to a sofa at the end of the room. A red sofa was placed in front of a massive floor-to-ceiling window which spanned the entire wall, overlooking a maze of hedges outside. A beautiful woman sat on the sofa, brushing a child's hair. The black-haired woman carefully set the child aside, stood up, and clasped her hands together, evidently excited. "Ah, we have a guest. How long has it been since we last saw anyone?" Damian blinked. The contrast between the couple was striking. But then his gaze was drawn to something else: the woman's eyes. Her pupils were yellow, encircled by 2 black rings, her gaze sharp and piercing. Damian took a deep breath, sensing he was beginning to understand. "I am Aina D. Damian, and my apologies for the intrusion," he introduced himself, surprised by his own politeness. The woman beamed, returning the courtesy with grace. "What a polite young man. My name is Mina, and you have already met my husband Vlad. Please have a seat. I will go make some tea, dear. You go change into something warmer." Mina left the room, leaving Damian on the sofa with their child. Are they really leaving a stranger with their child? Damian mused silently. An awkward silence spread and Damian's eyebrows twitched. The infant sat at a distance on the sofa, eyeing him with a sharp gaze. Damian met those scrutinizing eyes. The child was less than a meter tall with the same black short hair and equally piercing yellow pupils. "What is your name?" Damian asked, though he could probably guess the answer. The boy tilted his head and blinked. "Mihawk," he replied. "Jurakor Mihawk." "Indeed." Damian nodded, observing the child more closely. In those eagle-like eyes there was loneliness, curiosity, tension, and even a hint of excitement. "You are much more mature than your peers, Mihawk," Damian said. "Tell me, what do you want to be when you grow up?" The boy answered without hesitation, "The strongest swordsman in the world." Mihawk then turned his head, gazing at the hedge maze outside the window. In the center of the maze, a sharp light reflected where indeed a metallic object lay. A massive silver longsword was embedded in a thick black rock. It had a uniquely styled golden crossguard intricately engraved, and the blade itself was breathtakingly beautiful. Mihawk's yearning eyes were fixed on the blade that occasionally sliced through the gentle breeze. At that moment, Mina returned to the room with tea. "Mihawk has never seen an outsider since birth, so he may be a bit shy around you," Mina apologized, gently ruffled. Damian shook his head, gesturing toward the sword outside the window. "A weapon so sharp is just stuck in stone. It must hold great significance for your family." Mina nodded, appreciating the beauty of the legendary weapon. "That sword is one of the 12 supreme great swords, Knight. It has been embedded in that stone for hundreds of years," she said calmly. "Aren't you worried about telling a stranger about such a treasure?" Damian asked with a hint of... Mina simply smiled her usual smile. "We believe that the sword is waiting for the right user. If you can pull it from the stone, it will belong to you." "Yet it has been waiting for hundreds of years." Vlad's voice came from the doorway as he returned to the room dressed. Damian looked at the boy, who was still learning to walk, crouching down to meet his gaze. "You've already set your sights on that sword, haven't you, kid?" Mihawk nodded, vigorously clenching his small fists. "One day, I will pull that sword out." This declaration stunned both parents. Damian merely grinned. "I look forward to that day." Mina interjected, "Damian, why not stay for dinner? My husband needs some time to move the ore from the cellar." An hour later, Damian finished dinner with this small, yet close-knit family. The main course was a sea creature caught by Vlad himself, and it tasted quite good. Damian also inquired more about the family's origins. They had been entrusted to guard the ore centuries ago. This island has been shrouded in darkness since records began. The ancestors gradually adapted to the dark and gloomy land, their eyes evolving over generations to see farther and more clearly than ordinary people. Swordsmanship is their creed and has remained unchanged to this day. Night awaits its user, and the eternal ore awaits its destined one. According to Vlad, the value of night and the eternal ore is on par. This family even welcomed Damian to stay. "Mr. Vlad," Damian addressed the man sitting opposite him. They were seated in a lounge with deep red sofas, a chandelier hanging above with 6 green candles. "This request may seem a bit presumptuous, but I would like to stay here for a few weeks to train before taking the eternal ore. I hope you can assist me." Damian stated his request directly. "You were able to evade my perception before, and I want to sharpen this intuition before entering the new world." He had noticed this before. It was true when facing Shaki, and it was the same with Vlad. Both could conceal their presence approaching from Damian's blind spot. Vlad squinted, scrutinizing the bold young man, as if weighing his worth. He nodded, but with a hint of hesitation. "It has been a long time since we had friendly guests. I don't mind you staying to train. But you must understand the best way to hone perception is in life and death situations. 3 weeks is not enough unless..." His tone suddenly sharpened. "Unless I push you into hell and force you to sharpen that intuition." "That would be highly sought after," Damian replied with a smile. The two stepped out of the mansion and into the backyard. Mina held Mihawk's hand, watching from a distance. Vlad and Damian stood 20 meters apart. Clang! Vlad drew his sword, the blade cutting through the air. "This is the 21st Supreme Great Sword, Night Sky." He introduced the dark longsword. "It has accompanied me for many years. Let it test your skills." The blade was quickly enveloped by heavy aura, exuding a pitch-black hue. The one-armed swordsman vanished from his spot, reappearing with the tip of his sword just inches from Damian's throat. Clang! A loud crash reverberated through the garden as Damian's metallic fist collided with the blade. The shockwave overturned the ground as Vlad spun in the air. His figure flickered continuously, reappearing several meters away, unleashing countless slashes toward Damian. Damian's perception was pushed to the limit as he desperately blocked the torrential onslaught, barely deflecting each strike. The explosive sounds of sword energy echoed, and he was thoroughly forced into a disadvantage. A hint of anxiety spread within him as his eyes relentlessly tracked the flickering figure. "Young man, is your ambition only worth this much?" Vlad's calm voice echoed in Damian's ears. Damian gritted his teeth, forcing himself to move faster. Cuts and bruises covered his body, blood oozing from the razor-sharp blade of Night Sky. This one-armed swordsman was faster than any opponent Damian had ever encountered. "Don't expect me to surrender like this." Damian's voice was as firm as iron. A surge of energy exploded from within him, cracking the ground. A sharp screech caused Vlad to pause for a moment. Damian seized the fleeting opportunity, his dark fist crashing toward the man's chest. Bang! Damian's overwhelming physical power made the pitch-black sword hum. Vlad's arm trembled, and he was flung away by the tremendous impact. He adjusted his posture in midair, landing firmly several dozen meters away. Good strength, Vlad murmured, his gaze locking onto the approaching enemy again. Damian charged forward, his fist wreathed in aura smashing against the sword blade. He finally launched his attack. The clash continued for several minutes, gradually leveling the battlefield. Vlad's sharp and calm sword techniques gave Damian no breathing room, while Damian fought back. His attacks grew fiercer with fewer openings, but it was still far from enough to win this battle. Your combat talent is impressive, Vlad remarked appreciatively, sheathing his sword. Damian panted lightly, looking down at his scarred body. The wounds were nothing for his physique, but the blood was enough to stain his clothes from black to red. Yet you didn't touch a single hair on me, Damian sighed softly. Mina approached, seeing Damian's bloodstained clothes, but he raised his hand to signal that he was fine. I'm fine, just a few scratches. Mihawk also came down, staring intently at Damian. The dripping blood starkly contrasted with Damian's determined eyes. You just asked about my goals, Mihawk said. What about yours? Damian looked at the curious little boy and gave a simple answer. There was a time when my fate was in the hands of others. From that moment on, I resolved never to let such a thing happen again. No one can hurt everything I hold dear anymore. Mihawk blinked, somewhat puzzled. But then he was flicked on the forehead by Damian's finger, uncomfortably retracting his neck. You're still so young, I don't think so much. Looking so mature makes me feel like a fool. Let's go back inside, I'll tell you about the outside world. The two walked towards the gloomy castle. The 3-week special training officially commenced. 3 weeks later. Bang! Boom! The short yet violent explosions echoed continuously, and the strikes poured down on Damian like a torrential rain. He stood on an open ground beneath the dark clouds of night sky island, his eyes tightly closed, instinctively dodging and blocking the overwhelming onslaught. He was no longer merely relying on capturing the intent of attacks to predict them. The subtle movements of the air, the tremors of the earth beneath his feet, the changes in temperature. All the information flowed into his perception. The observation haki flowed from every pore of his body, and the instinct for battle had been etched into his bones. The hellish training imposed by the one-armed swordsman had made his haki sharper than ever before. Most critically, he had learned to counter the attacks and murderous intent of intelligent beings, an experience unattainable during his solitary training on Renaissance Island. It was the ability forged through countless bloody trials amid a schedule interwoven with pain and torment. Vlad appeared before Damian, shaking his head. I take back my previous words, your combat talent has exceeded my understanding. Damian chuckled lightly, removing his eye mask. If you had both arms intact, I would definitely have a lot more trouble. The man, who seemed too serious to ever smile, surprisingly revealed a hint of a smile. In a few more years you will surely surpass me. He sheathed his sword, and under the endless night the two walked back to the castle. A small figure ran from the edge of the cliff, quickly following behind them. Father, when can I start training too? The child's voice, usually devoid of emotion, was now filled with desire and even a hint of urgency. Vlad shook his head. In a few more years. Mihawk clicked his tongue and turned to dash into the dark forest. Vlad sighed, a helpless smile on his face. That child has spoken more in these past few weeks than he has since birth. Seeing him finally act like a child his age, I find myself somewhat unaccustomed. The two arrived at the castle gate, where Mina was waiting with refreshing drinks. Another one ran off, she sighed, knowingly asking. Damian grinned beside her. The child is eager, Mina shot a glare at the youth. To me, you are a child as well. How can kids nowadays be so impatient, fighting so much at such a young age? The woman then looked at her husband. Dear, take Damian to see thee, or I will go fetch eagle sauce. Vlad and Damian quickly arrived deep within the castle. In a dilapidated room, an unquenchable green candle burned. Cobwebs hung in the corners, yet the center was remarkably clean. Neatly stacked in rows were a unique type of metal, each piece blood-red, shimmering with a mysterious luster. Vlad stepped forward and picked up a piece of metal. It won't rust, nor will it weather with time. Hence it is called eternal ore. He then exerted strength with his remaining arm. The metal shattered like glass, crashing to the ground. Damian blinked in confusion. Vlad smiled slightly, drawing a short knife hidden in his clothing, coating it with haki, and slashing at a massive ore. Clang! The blade emitted a piercing groan, and a shower of reflective metal shards fell to the ground. But those were not fragments of the ore, they were shards of the blade. Vlad displayed the broken blade to Damian. The ore is fragile when small, but once it grows large enough it becomes nearly indestructible. He continued to explain, it can perfectly store the power exerted upon it, and then release it slowly and evenly. The larger the size, the more outrageous the power it can absorb. Even if it bears the weight of a mountain-like impact on one side, it will evenly distribute the force across the entire surface of the ore, effectively nullifying the pressure. Vlad concluded. Damian nodded slowly, genuinely impressed. Where does this metal come from? Vlad tossed the broken knife to the ground, turning to gaze at the small mountain of crimson metal. It was oxidized by the blood of an ancient creature for centuries, which is how it acquired this special property. Damian picked up a small piece of, or Sybil, any thoughts? I thought you had forgotten about me, Damian. Let me see. Yes, the theory of blood soaking seems valid. I detected high concentrations of hemoglobin and iron in the ore. It is highly probable that it is the blood of a fruit user, a type of power that can manipulate applied forces. She continued, in other words, any force, even that caused by a devil fruit applied to the surface of the ore, will be evenly dispersed throughout the entire mass, and then released in all directions over a controllable period. The user of that fruit has probably already awakened. Damian took a moment to steady his breath, digesting this. Another ordinary day, another extraordinary truth, the daily benefits of the anime world. How much can I take, he asked. Vlad shrugged. Our mission is to protect it until its true owner arrives. If you can take it, then it is all yours. Damian pulled out a small red cloth bag. Then I won't be polite. He aimed the magical bag at the mountain of metal. A tremendous suction force surged from the bag, and the metal was slowly drawn into the palm-sized pocket. Vlad blinked, his usually expressionless face displaying a look of surprise, making him appear somewhat comical. You have quite a few interesting tools. Damian responded with a smile. Of course he did not intend to hand over all the ore to Shachi for shipbuilding, he wanted to keep some for himself. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Vlad. I will repay this kindness in the future. Damian handed him a transponder snail with his likeness characterized by messy black and red hair, a small diagonal scar above his eye, and a neat outfit. You can use this to contact me. Vlad took the transponder snail, speaking calmly. After so many years, it's rare to have a new face to accompany me. When I need your help, I will definitely contact you. The two nodded at each other and walked outside. Mina stood in the brightly lit lounge. Beside her was a slightly displeased Mihawk. She looked at Damian, smiling slightly. Damiankin, it seems you got what you wanted. Yes, thank you for your care. Damian expressed his gratitude, indicating his intent to leave. Mina chuckled gently. You have made Eagle Sauce much livelier. As a mother, I truly appreciate it. Damian glanced at the child with sharp eagle eyes, offering him a faint mischievous smile. He turned to leave the castle, but paused his steps. A small hand grabbed the corner of his clothing from behind, tugging at it forcefully. Damian turned around to see the 1-year-old child clutching his hem. He squatted down to meet the child's sharp eagle eyes. The sea awaits someone like you. Train well and protect. The boy nodded vigorously several times. His eyes turned, and he finally asked, will you come back? Seeing the future strongest swordsman in the world in such a state was indeed somewhat incongruous, but after all he was just a child. Damian ruffled his black hair. One day our paths will cross again. He stood up, his tall figure casting a shadow over the child. That sword is calling to you, worthy of the weapon of the future strongest swordsman in the world. His words drew a faint smile at the corner of Mihawk's mouth. A determined light flickered in the boy's eyes as he clenched his fists and declared, one day I will hold that sword. Oh, wait for me. Damian nearly stumbled, ultimately responding with a laugh. Ha! Hold on to that spirit, don't let it. He then waved goodbye to the older couple, disappearing into the forest shrouded in night. The ship's anchor was raised from the edge of the island, and Damian unfurled the sails, preparing to set sail. He took out a piece of paper, a life card, which was slowly moving in a certain direction. Damian aimed the bow of the ship toward that direction and set sail. The last island before the new world. A vast expanse of mangrove trees grew from the center of the ocean, and being entirely made of wood, it had no magnetic influence on the recording pointer. The island of Shambard consists of 79 giant trees, known as Yarkaman red trees. Each tree is called a region, where people live on top. The layout of Shambard. What sets this place apart from other islands is the occasional sight of individuals clad in spacesuits wandering about. They are the celestial dragons. They are the descendants of the 20 kings who established the current world government. They can issue any command, and the world must obey. Their words dictate everything around them. They are the law. With just a finger they can demand you to become a slave. How will the world respond to such absurd and inhumane behavior? One can only watch helplessly as their family is torn apart. What if one tries to resist? They would be executed on the spot, and it might even involve a general escorting these nobles. So what are the celestial dragons? They are the gods of this world. Snap. Damian closed the thick record book which detailed all the famous islands in the Grand Line. Gods. With such power and authority, anyone could be called a god. Yet a glimmer of determination flashed in his crimson eyes. I wonder if these gods will bleed. 6 days later, in the Sabaody Archipelago, Area 41. This place is densely populated, and the atmosphere is pleasant. The sounds of children playing echo with bubbles rising, occasionally bursting with a pop. Warm sunlight spills onto the grass, adding to the joy. Annoying little fleas, muttered a young man as he squeezed through the crowd. This person stands slightly over 3 meters tall with messy black hair and a few strands of red hair hanging down on the left side. Damian encountered no shortage of trouble on his way to Sabaody. On the first day there was inclement weather. On the third day a group of pirates sought to claim his head for a bounty. Damian's ship sank at that time, forcing him to commandeer a pirate vessel. On the 4th day, there was another random storm. On the 5th day, he faced an attack from the Navy who were pursuing the pirates he had dealt with. His ship was once again battered by cannon fire and storms. It seems that the marksmanship of naval ships and animations does not apply in this era, or perhaps the Navy's skills have improved since the Rocks era. In any case, on the 6th day, he finally managed to hitch a ride on a Navy ship to reach Sabaody, abandoning the ship in Area 41. Damian glanced at the clock tower nearby. It's only noon, there's still half a day until the meeting time, he calculated in his mind. His gaze was then drawn to a rather conspicuous poster affixed to the wall. Public Job Introduction Office Monthly Announcement. It looked like a product flyer, but the name hinted at something far more nauseating. It seems that human auctions existed before Don Quixote da Flamingo's base was established. Damian contemplated. The poster used legal wording to describe the event, but to put it bluntly, it was a flyer advertising tonight's slave. At that moment, Damian's senses suddenly sounded an alarm. Whoosh. A sharp whistling sound, and a dagger-like object lunged at the exposed side of Damian's neck. Damian remained completely still as the blade struck his skin. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. The dagger failed to penetrate Damian's tough skin. Damian looked around, but saw nothing, only feeling a chill pass by. Soon his instincts triggered again as the attacker reappeared, this time, surrounded by a layer of purple energy. Damian raised a finger and fired an air bullet. Flying finger gun. The compressed air shot into the attacker's body at supersonic speed, passing through and striking the wall behind, leaving a deep bullet hole. Is it a Logia type? Damian squinted. That's a rare ability. The figure was caught off guard by the prey's swift reaction and disappeared in that instant, while Damian expressed admiration for the ability. But nature could not escape Damian's perception. He saw the assassin merge into the shadows of a tree 10 meters away, disappearing into the darkness. After a few minutes of silence, Damian's observation hockey spread out, finally capturing a faint movement, but it came from a very peculiar location. His own shadow. Suddenly a figure in black darted out from beneath Damian's chin, the same dagger aimed at his carotid artery. However, even at such close range, the dagger missed, only slicing through the air. The shadow froze, and the voice that came from behind her made her body tremble slightly. Bounty hunter. She turned around, but what awaited her was excruciating pain. Crack. Damian's left fist enveloped in hockey struck fiercely in the center of the assassin's chest, the sound of broken bones echoing in the empty alley. With a muffled grunt, the figure was sent flying, crashing against the wall. However, just before the impact, she dissolved into the shadows of the wall. But that punch had landed solidly, leaving Damian with a strange sensation. What a soft chest. Damian murmured, recalling the feeling of his fist. That punch should have broken her sternum, and at least pierced one lung. But it seems the bounty notice is not just for show, there are indeed people hunting for quick money. He chuckled. It seems learning hockey before leaving Renaissance Island was a wise decision. Damian then looked at the poster still clutched in his right hand, a smile spreading across his face. What a coincidence to encounter an auction on my only free day, he murmured. It would be a shame to miss it. Zone 1. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, welcome to this month's exclusive slave auction. A man's voice resonated through the vast, echoing hall. The walls were exquisitely adorned, brilliant lights bathed the space in golden radiance, and the air thrummed with raucous energy. I'm not joking. We have truly exceptional merchandise tonight. The audience consisted predominantly of men, with a handful of elite women seated among them. Row upon row of seats brimmed with people from every walk of life, civil servants, merchants, urban citizens, industrialists, and nobles alike. Yet the frontmost tier belonged exclusively to true VIPs, surrounded by squads of black-clad bodyguards sealed beneath transparent glass domes, breathing purified air, clad head to toe in immaculate white ensembles. Arrogance burned cold in their eyes, as if everything around them held no more worth than dust. A noble of a great nation, a high-ranking official. To them such figures were merely ants scurrying across the floor. For celestial dragons, the auction was about to commence, the preliminary formalities nearing completion. What none of these participants knew was that a wanted fugitive was already slipping through the storage corridors. A long, dim corridor stretched ahead. Only a few massive overhead lamps cast faint, trembling light upon the central aisle. The air hung thick and damp, droplets fell steadily from the ceiling, plopping into shallow pools of stagnant water. A long, dim corridor stretched ahead. Only a few massive overhead lamps cast faint, trembling light upon the central aisle. The air hung thick and damp, droplets fell steadily from the ceiling, plopping into shallow pools. I thought I'd left my past behind. Fully embraced this life, Damian murmured, rooted to the spot, dazed and distant. Slavery. A concept absolutely forbidden in the modern world, where age, gender, race, all could be assigned a price tag. Had such atrocity occurred in his former life, people would have risen up in righteous rebellion. Here, however, it was ordinary, routine. In the world of One Piece, beneath its dazzling islands and swashbuckling adventures, lay tragedy and shattered souls. Damian had trained relentlessly, drawing strength from his past life resilience. but deep within his heart still clung to kindness. A heavy measured tread echoed down the corridor as he approached one cage. He peered inside and met a pair of eyes. An emotion pierced through all others, brightest of all, clearest of all. Hope. That silent, helpless gaze plunged Damian into profound reflection. He had long resolved to ascend to the pinnacle of power, but lacked the final catalyst to sever himself completely from his former self. He saw it clearly now. His past life mindset was clouding his judgment, distorting his choices, hindering his adaptation to this merciless world. Letting go was inevitable, a necessary evolution. Clatter. A sharp ringing cascade broke the prison corridor's silence. A set of keys clattered onto the floor before a child whose eyes still shimmered with fragile hope. Farewell to the old me, Damian whispered. I will liberate you all, my final act of mercy, then fully embrace my new existence. The child's hand shot forward, the keys jangled wildly as though each second lost was irreplaceable. The lock sprang open. The boy wrenched free from chains and collar, then bolted into the darkness. Keys passed hand to hand. Soon the corridor flooded with freed captives. Dozens surged forth, swelling into hundreds. They fled with desperate urgency, seizing every fleeting second to escape this hell. Damian stood motionless watching, faces twisted with utter despair, the very visage of those doomed to become prey. Such weakness. No wonder they were destined for the hunter's jaws. Boom. The gate exploded inward. 8 armed guards stormed in, rifles cocked and ready. If the cargo couldn't be retrieved, immediate disposal was protocol. They raised their weapons, aimed, and fired. But amid the chaos, 2 crimson eyes gleamed, unblinking, unyielding. Slowly those eyes sharpened, clearer, fiercer, more resolute than ever before. The last chain binding Damian's heart snapped loose. His long-suppressed ambition erupted like wildfire. From this day forth, I am Ina D. Damian, a pirate, nothing more. No sooner had the words left his lips than a razor-sharp wave of energy detonated outward. The floor beneath Damian fractured violently, ripples of force radiating in all directions. The guards suddenly felt the crushing weight of the entire world descend upon their shoulders, and their minds, eyes rolling back, knees buckling. One by one they collapsed. Damian sensed an innate power surging forth, his hands lifted, instinctively immersed in the sensation. That hollow, euphoric release made him gasp for breath, made him ache to drown in the ecstasy of transcendence. This is the conqueror's haki, Damian murmured softly. Just as he turned to leave, something caught his attention. A child curled in the shadow of asleep, or dead. He heard a heartbeat and other subtle sounds. Yawn. An extravagantly languid yawn, the kind one lets out after dozing off in class. Is it morning already? A muffled, youthful voice rose. The boy climbed to his feet and wandered curiously to the cage bars, surveying the transformed surroundings. Oh my, what a dramatic change in just a few hours. A sleep mask dangled crookedly on his forehead, his unkempt, fluffy hair stuck up in every direction, eyes still bleary with slumber. Damian sensed something strangely familiar in the boy, but couldn't place it. The keys are right there. Just pick them up and walk out, Damian said casually. The boy glanced at the keys on the floor. Trying each one would take forever. Couldn't you just break my shackles instead? Pirate sir, you look pretty strong. Damian chuckled, stepping toward the cage. With effortless strength, he bent the iron bars, ripping a jagged gap wide open. Crash. The cage door slammed against the wall, kicking up a cloud of dust. What's your name, kid? Even as he spoke, Damian's left hand closed firmly around the icy metal collar, circling the boy's throat. Hum. A low, vibrating hum emanated, the collar's internal mechanism activating. The hum intensified, growing faster, sharper with every passing second. The boy jolted, fully awake, tension flooding his previously lazy gaze. Never mind. I'll just try the keys myself. Damian didn't wait for him to finish. A surge of scarlet energy coalesced in his palm. The energy split into fine, needle-thin filaments, slipping instantly into the device's core. Grind. Gears shrieked in protest, then shattered under overwhelming pressure. The collar disintegrated, its solid form collapsing into inert fragments that dropped from the boy's neck. Damian flicked the metallic debris backward. It exploded violently against the empty corridor wall. Shards and dust rained down like ash. The boy collapsed onto the floor, drenched in cold sweat. Damian smiled faintly. You're welcome. Welcome. I nearly became the youngest recorded case of fatal cardiac arrest. The boy glared upward, furious. Damian blinked innocently and shrugged. Hey, you're the one who said I looked strong enough to snap your shackles. And with that he turned and strode away. The boy bounded after him, exhilarated. Wait, how did you tear metal apart like that? That was incredible. Damian was already nearing the corridor's exit, the boy trailing him like a persistent shadow, firing questions without pause. Are you really a pirate? Do you have a crew? Why did you save us? Are you a devil fruit user? Could I do that too? Damian rubbed his temples and sighed. I should have left you locked in there. Damian walked through the door and returned to the auction hall only to witness an unexpected scene. Even the child following behind him halted in his tracks. Gulps. The sound of the child swallowing was distinctly audible as his eyes widened in disbelief. Hey, pirate sir, this is a big deal. Indeed it was a big deal. Some freed prisoners had rushed here. No, they had come here intentionally. Part of the audience was locked in the prisoner's gaze. Damn celestial dragons. You took my daughter, and when I came to demand an explanation, I ended up locked up. This is what you deserve. Return my wife. My son was shattered by you. Pay with your life. There were at least 50 people. The bodyguards in black suits had long been dead, looking as if they had been torn apart by a pack of hungry wolves. The power erupted from the angry crowd was truly incredible. Families shattered, parents and wives taken away. All that remained were broken souls living for revenge. Damn it. Do you know who I am? My hand. The celestial dragons endured slow and painful torment as the freed prisoners exerted every ounce of strength to tear them apart. The boy trembled slightly, breathing rapidly as he observed everything before him. This kind of anger will turn them into monsters, beasts. Damian nodded as he watched the scene. The child seemed about to ask something, but Damian answered before he could speak. They are already mentally prepared to die as soon as the Navy arrives. Rather, they are cherishing every second of tormenting these nobles. The child nodded, his eyes filled with sadness. Damian looked at the boy who piqued his interest. You haven't told me your name yet, kid. The boy with black eyes and messy hair gave off a strong sense of déjà vu. A name floated into Damian's mind, and he waited for the boy to confirm. My name is Kazan. Marine Headquarters, Marineford Admiral's office. Clicked. The din mushy hung up. Following that, a furious roar erupted. How could this happen? Kong clenched his battered fists tightly. Bang! The Admiral's desk shattered upon impact. A rear admiral rushed in and saluted. Admiral, I just confirmed. Most of our forces have already been dispatched. Should we recall some? Kong glanced at the Marine and slowly shook his head. He sighed deeply. Bakara is dealing with the Golden Lions uprising, and Sengoku has been sent to suppress Borealis. That guy hasn't been behaving either. Kong returned to his chair and dialed a number. BRRRR. Mr. Kong, what happened? Kong growled darkly. You just took over as Admiral. I didn't want your first mission to be this troublesome. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a response. I can set off at any time. Kong nodded with satisfaction. Immediately head to Sabati Archipelago. We've lost contact with the celestial dragons. There was another moment of silence on the other end. Mr. Kong, we've received news that the Rocks pirates are also stirring over there. The Admiral shook his head. I know, but the priority has changed. Your task is to protect the celestial dragons. He leaned closer to the den mushy. Sengoku. No matter what, we cannot lose face in front of the celestial dragons. Do what you need to do, and I will send that disobedient kid over. The other end quickly responded, and the call ended. Sabati Archipelago Area 1. The entire surrounding area, even the nearby streets, was completely deserted. Not a single person remained, only the traces of a chaotic escape. Got it, Sister Shaki, you'll be right there. Damian hung up the den mushy. He looked at the child in front of him. The two stood at the edge of the street adjacent to the vast sea. You seem to accept the fact that those celestial dragons are being torn apart quite quickly, Damian remarked as he... Kazan looked at Damian and slowly spoke. Before I was locked up, I did some things and saw some unpleasant stuff. He gazed at the sea. My father was going to sell me and my sister, but he died before that. And in the end, Damian sat down beside him. Died. I killed him. He had already contacted the buyers who I entrusted my sister to a good family on the island, but I couldn't escape myself. She was only 2 years old, as she would probably forget me in a few years. But at least she can grow up in a good home, right? The boy wiped his face with his sleeve, pulling himself back from his memories. Even while shackled, I dreamed of one day becoming a Marine, giving those oppressed people a voice. And yet you were saved by a pirate. Damian interjected, now you're feeling lost. Kazan nodded silently. After a moment of silence, he asked, what is your reason? Why do you want to be a pirate? Damian shrugged. You're the second kid to ask me this question. I just want to be the master of my own Would you kill for that? A determined light flashed in Damian's eyes. If you stand in my way, yes, without hesitation. Damian slowly stood up, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes. How about I give you a chance to find your own? The boy's head shot up, meeting Damian's questioning gaze. Damian merely smiled. I'm not a saint, but I follow my heart in what I do. One day I plan to gather like-minded individuals under my banner. As long as you don't oppose me, I don't mind you finding your own moral code. The boy blinked, lost in thought. He was too young to see the bigger picture. Maybe recruiting a future admiral is a bit risky, but I don't want this power to stand against me. And meeting him ahead of time, is that fate's arrangement? Damian pondered. Kazan, don't think too much. I plan to give you a place to train, the kind where you push yourself to the limits. After training, you choose your own path. Kazan's eyes gradually cleared up. What if I choose to leave? Damian merely shrugged. It's up to you. How everything you achieve will be earned by yourself. I will show you what the world hides from ordinary people, and then you can decide your own fate. However, his tone suddenly turned sharp. But if you become my enemy, you'd best not stand in my way. Kazan looked at Damian's smile and let out a clear gulp. He cleared his throat. I agree. but at least can I rest a bit more? Like 14 hours of sleep every day. Bang. The iron fist of love struck his head, causing him to roll on the ground in pain. 8 hours is enough. This training guide will help you understand what to do next. Damian unconsciously revealed a cruel smile, handing over a piece of paper that appeared out of nowhere. Kazan glanced at it. Every line and every training item doubled the fear and unease in the boy's eyes. This should be the torture guide. Are you sure you haven't gone mad? Damian shrugged. There's an old saying, changing fate always requires a price. You'll get used to it. Kazan shook his head and turned to run. Unfortunately, a hand like an iron claw grabbed his collar, making him thrash in the air like a hooked fish. Don't worry, if you can meet my expectations, I wouldn't mind giving you a suitable reward. Saying this, he kicked something into splash. It was a bloodied celestial dragon wrapped up, which Damian had borrowed from the prisoners. Roar! A sea king resembling the Loch Ness monster emerged from the water, roaring to announce its arrival. The beast bit into the corpse of the noble in white, while glaring at the two in front of it. Damian stared at the sea creature, an invisible pressure descending upon it. The Sea King trembled, whimpering as it swallowed the celestial dragon, becoming immobile. Damian simply ordered the sea monster, I want you to take this child to Death Island, several days' journey away. This was the result of Damian's newly awakened conqueror's haki and voice of all things, allowing him to command the weaker Sea Kings. Death Island is one of the many less than ideal locations discovered through Damian's years of research. Uninhabited, harsh climate, countless monsters, endless threats. For a 7-year-old child, it was an excellent place for growth. But some guarantees were still needed to ensure he arrived safely. If you let this child come to any harm, I will personally eat you in front of your children. The giant beast trembled. Damian let out a satisfied hum and casually tossed Kazan out like a sack. Hey! Kazan landed on the back of the Sea King, desperately clinging on to avoid falling off. One day I'm going to sue you for child abuse. Damian waved at the wailing boy. Train hard. If you don't give it your all, I will have the Sea King teach you a proper lesson. Kazan swallowed again, starting to doubt his life choices. The man and beast disappeared over the horizon, leaving Damian alone. Damian took out the slowly moving life card. It's time to meet up. Oh, I wonder what kind of hell awaits me ahead. The cabin door creaked open, and the bell above it chimed, making the door quite striking. This was the first time Damian had seen such an inclusive door design in the world of One Piece. He passed through the noisy hall and walked into a dimly lit bar. Damian glanced around and quickly found his It wasn't because of the nearly 7-meter Kaido, nor the small-statured Shaki sitting beside him. Instead, it was another man sitting at the same table. He was seated, but it was obvious that he was about the same height as the 17-year-old Kaido. Wearing loose gray trousers and an open green shirt that revealed his muscular torso, he had a headscarf tied around his golden long hair. The giant sported a signature wide ushipped mustache, and a similarly enormous naginata leaned against the table as he sipped sake. Damian paused for a moment, and a name instantly popped into his mind: Edward Newgate, the future strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. He then approached that table. You're here, Damian. Shaki smiled slightly. Whitebeard put down his sake barrel and squinted at him. Are you the little brat who just caused such a commotion? Rox really does treat me like a babysitter, always sending little brats he finds interesting my way. Damian looked at the giant before him. Though he spoke with impatience, the smile at the corner of his mouth hinted at deeper meaning. Damian shrugged. The Navy already knows we would meet here. Trouble will find us sooner or later. Whitebeard slammed his cup onto the table. The surroundings suddenly fell silent, and the nearby pirates dared not even breathe. Waha! Whitebeard burst into loud laughter. That's right, Sengoku's golden, but has definitely been waiting for us. I want to see the expression on his face when he sees the good deeds you've done. Shaki sighed and shook her head. Did you get the eternal stone? She turned her gaze towards Damian, who was sipping it. Damian nodded and shook the red cloth bag in his hand. All in here. Shaki smiled slightly and signaled to the others, we need to head to Fishman Island quickly. It's too risky to start a fight right under Marineford's nose. Newgate, you should stop laughing. After such a big ruckus in Area 1, it's easier for us to slip away. Shaki agreed. Yes, the ship is already coded. Let's go. Kaido scoffed loudly. I want to take this chance to take down that admiral. Wait until you can take a punch from me without falling, Newgate replied. As Newgate responded, the others had already stood up, preparing to leave. Kaido mumbled a few words, but ultimately accepted the reasoning. Damian and Shaki walked towards the coded ship. Area 1, the fleet admiral won't like this mess. A tall man murmured, wearing a navy coat, with a black suit, with black curly hair and a beard, and wearing round-frame black glasses. A Navy Major General saluted the figure. Admiral Sengoku, the Shabandi forces are ready for orders. Should we search the entire island to capture the criminals? According to reports, they have already scattered and fled. Naturally, he spoke of those liberated prisoners who had torn apart the celestial dragons. Sengoku shook his head. There are 4 celestial dragons, but we've only found 3. What about the last one? 2 don't know. William Saint seems to be missing. Could he have been kidnapped by pirates for ransom? Have you checked their life cards? Sengoku inquired. The Marine in front hung his head in shame. What's wrong? A sense of unease arose in Sengoku's heart. MMR. Sengoku, the celestial dragons did not create life cards. Sengoku froze, his face tightening. What? How could this happen? The Major General was so frightened that his boots were trembling, but he immediately replied, it's been a long time since anyone dared to kill a celestial dragon. They've long been accustomed to not needing such precautionary measures. Sengoku sighed helplessly, then let's pray that he was truly kidnapped, and not for something worse. Lock down the entire island and no one is allowed to leave without my permission. Understood. Just as Sengoku was about to leave to report, another marine rushed over. Admiral Sengoku, he shouted while panting. We've spotted the Rocks pirate's ship. They have already coded it and are ready to depart. Sengoku immediately turned to the panting marine. According to unconfirmed sources, those prisoners were released by the embodiment of evil, and he is also on that ship. The marine reported. Sengoku, known as the strategist, naturally had his own judgment about this information. If he's the mastermind, he might have kidnapped the celestial dragons. Rocks has always liked to target the nobles. The celestial dragons could be on their ship. Should we surround them? The Major General offered his thoughts. It's really troublesome. Sengoku rubbed his forehead, struggling to decide. Keep a close watch on them, and inform the Navy forces at Fishman Island to maintain surveillance when they arrive. 3 celestial dragons have already died. We must protect the 4th. The Major General saluted, prepared to inform his subordinates. By the way, where did that scoundrel Garp run off to? As Sengoku finished speaking, a bad premonition surged up. Vice Admiral Garp has already charged ahead. What? Sengoku turned pale. Edge of Area 50, a coated ship was moving towards the open waters. The coating uses a special resin from the Yarkaman red tree to wrap the ship, allowing it to dive underwater and withstand the terrifying pressure of the deep sea, enabling it to traverse the bottom of the red line to reach Fishman Island. Kaido was fiddling with the ship's wheel when Shaki scolded him for not helping out since she was doing all the work alone. Damian sat in the lookout tower when suddenly his observation Haki went into a frenzy. We have a guest. Newgate stood on the main deck, already gripping his weapon tightly. Step back, little brat. His heavy naginata slammed down on the deck, poised for action. Prepare to dive. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped out, and the entire ship sank a few meters due to Whitebeard's jump. Boom. Whitebeard's figure landed on the ground, kicking up dust. As he steadied himself, he saw a shadow rushing violently towards him. That madman Garp. The newcomer wore a white shirt and blue pants, darting through the trees. A clean-shaven chin and short black hair. With his signature smile on his face, he raised his right hand. A jet-black fist wrapped in thick haki erupted with astonishing power. Whitebeard raised his naginata, its blade also covered in haki. Wahaha! Looks like the party is over here. Garp erupted with hearty laughter, swinging his fist towards the towering Whitebeard. Whitebeard merely grunted irritably, not holding back any strength, and met the fist with his naginata. The clash of blade and fist. Boom. The ship shook violently from the shockwave, forcing Damian, who was nearly 100 meters away, to regain his balance. The ground where they collided crumbled and shattered, cracks and roars spreading out, shaking the entire area, and even the Shabandi archipelago. The air exploded outward like a tornado, thoroughly destroying nearby buildings and trees as the two continued to clash. The bright archipelago dimmed, enveloped in a gray haze. What kind of monstrous power is this? Damian could only watch with wide eyes. They haven't even reached their peak, and just a greeting causes this level of destruction. With another explosive sound, the two finally separated. Newgate and Garp stood about 20 meters apart, facing each other. Waha! Garp, you mad dog. Garp still wore a smile, cracking his knuckles. Having withstood Whitebeard's terrifying power, there wasn't even a scratch on his hands. Newgate, I can fight you all day long. But his fantasy was quickly shattered. Garp, you bastard, this is my command, and I order you to step back. A roar from half a kilometer away pierced through the area as a tall figure rushed towards them. Garp picked his nose as if he hadn't heard the shout. Hey Newgate, did you hear any sound? My ears seem a bit off today. I know you heard it, Garp. Step back. Sengoku's figure landed on the battered ground. The priority is the celestial dragons, you know that. Garp snorted dismissively. TCH, how about we just feed them to the Sea Kings? At least that would be somewhat useful. Sengoku's face turned pale with anger, steam nearly rising from his head. The two began to bicker back and forth, with Whitebeard becoming the extraneous person. He glanced at the scene and turned back to the ship. It seems one celestial dragon has escaped. Oh, let's leave before another admiral arrives. Hey Sengoku, are you really going to let them go? Weren't you wanting those 2 little brats on the ship? Hey Sengoku, are you really going to let them go? Weren't you wanting those 2 little brats on the ship? Sengoku had calmed down, his expression becoming serious again. If the celestial dragons are in their hands, secretly rescuing them is wiser than sinking their ship. I will have CP0 take over. Garp just shrugged. Whatever, just make sure to deliver my son Bay on time every month. After saying that, he turned around and left, probably heading to a nearby spa. Sengoku remained in place, sighing repeatedly. I hope everything goes smoothly. It's been decades since anyone killed a celestial dragon. Today, 3 have died at once, and I just hope it doesn't turn into 4. He took out a den mushi to give orders. All units, pursue the whereabouts of the last celestial dragon with all your might. no one is allowed to rest until we find him. Sister Shaki, our shipwright, is in the New World, right? Is our next destination over there? The woman took a puff of smoke and nodded. He is the person appointed by the captain responsible for building that ship. Now that the wood and minerals are ready, we just need to deliver them to him. Damian nodded slowly. Whitebeard interjected, let me see that rock's values so much. Damian shook the red cloth bag, a massive ore thudded onto the deck. Whitebeard picked up a piece of bright red ore and examined it closely. I've never seen this before, I hope it's worth the trouble. Shaki nodded beside him, exhaling a puff of smoke. In any case, the mission has been accomplished. She changed the subject. I wonder where that celestial dragon, who has the navy so on edge, is right now. Damian, while snacking, replied, oh that. I fed him to the sea kings. After all, maintaining the ecological cycle is our responsibility. Waha. Wurrororo. Whoa. Lalalala. Mary Joa is located atop the Red Earth continent, facing the upside-down mountain from a distance, serving as the official passage connecting both sides of the Grand Line. Another route requires submerging through a membrane passing beneath the Red Earth continent. The heart of the world government lies here in the City of Clouds, thousands of meters above. The highest echelons of the government, along with the celestial dragons, reside here. Deep within the city lies Panga City, said to be the residence of the highest authority of the world government, the Five Elders. Panga City is jointly guarded by the Commander-in-Chief, the CP organization CP0, and the mysterious Panga City, the Five Elders Conference Hall. Bright sunlight streamed through the open windows, filling the room with a remarkably fresh air. The gilded walls, white furniture, and magnificent architecture. Power is concentrated in the hands of the five seated at the center of the hall. The sword-wielding elder, Izangbalan V. Najareo, sat on the sofa, slamming a bounty notice onto the table. In a D. Damian causing such a stir as AD. Should we be surprised? He scoffed. The golden-haired elder, Shepherd X. Peter, who appeared the youngest, also spoke up. Not only that, this Damian has joined the ranks of rocks accompanied by a troublesome brat named Kaido. This is no longer just about lawless pirates. It's a continuous challenge to the authority of the world government, leading us to be questioned time and again. Scarred-faced elder, Jagorosha Satan said. The long-bearded elder, Makazmatsi, also added, it's best to tightly seal off the news. We cannot let the situation spiral out of control. Let's trap them in the chaotic new world to ensure their mutual destruction. And what about this Avenger? His father is quite a nuisance. It seems like the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The deaths of the three celestial dragons fall squarely on him. The last elder, Topman, watchily clenched his fist. It's best to nip this in the bud before it truly blossoms. He sounded weary, but those overlords at sea and other troublesome characters are draining our forces, focusing on future threats while allowing current enemies to grow stronger, which will come at a cost. Swish. Najareo drew his sword slightly, the blade reflecting his gaze. Have CP keep a close watch on them at Fishman Island and notify the Navy to ensnare them as soon as they surface in the New World. Besides, we must curb Rock's ambitions. He is becoming a bit too dangerous. The ship felt a bit cramped. Damian was assigned to a small room, just enough to lie down, but Kaido and Whitebeard were not so fortunate. It would take several hours to descend to Fishman Island. As Damian entered the room to take a nap, he suddenly felt a familiar sting. Thud. His shadow seemed to liquefy, and a figure sprang forth, a scene reminiscent of the past. Damian's hand instantly locked onto the attacker's arm, swinging her through the air. Even if I cannot sense you when you hide, you are too slow. Damian took the opportunity to size up the person who attempted to take his life. Wrapped in a black cloak, a dark hood obscured her face. Sleep now. Is there trouble, eh? Shaki's voice echoed in the corridor as Damian glanced toward the ajar door. There's someone who tried to ambush me. Shaki glanced at the unconscious assassin and huffed. Looks like one of the Terror of Sabaody, one of those bounty. They specifically target reckless fools who rush into the New World or softies escaping back from it. It is said she consumed a rather special logia fruit. The ether fruit. Damian stroked his chin with interest while recalling information about the fruit. Ether fruit, logia type fruit, rating 6. 5 stars. The user can freely generate, control, and transform into ether, becoming an ether person. Extended description: ether is an element that pervades space, possessing void-like characteristics, allowing movement in lightless environments. Shaki exhaled a puff of smoke and continued. She has connections with Black Fish Barrow, one of the emperors of the underground world, but that guy is definitely up to no good. Having long been involved in the underworld, Shaki was naturally well informed. She clicked her tongue. I didn't expect her to be so young. What a pity, being used as a pawn by those big shots. Damian shrugged. She won't have conqueror's haki, just a reckless rookie with some abilities in the logia type. Shaki nodded in agreement and asked, should we kill her? Damian looked at the unconscious assassin in the room. She has tried to kill me twice. Taking her life wouldn't be unjust, but wasting a good fruit would be a shame. Marine Headquarters Admiral's office, confirmed. Admiral Kong's weary voice asked the transponder. Yes, Admiral. CP1 found a witness who confirmed that the missing William was thrown into the sea by the Avenger. After hanging up, the highest commander of the Navy sat in his chair lost in thought. Those damn DS. They only bring endless trouble every time they appear. This broken ship would have arrived by now if it were in better condition, Shocky complained. The shockwaves from the wild man carp and Brother Newgate nearly tore the ship apart. Newgate, leaning against the ship's rail with a drink, could only sigh. That lunatic carp is indeed strong, Kaido chimed in, smashing his kanabo onto the deck. Well, when I get strong enough I'll go beat him up. The others merely rolled their eyes. He had said this no less than 10 times. Soon everyone's gaze turned to the sea outside the ship. Roar! A group of sea kings surrounded them from the deep sea, drooling. The submerged depth was nearly pitch black, and those monsters were hazy. Shocky looked up and clapped her hands. Dinner is here. An hour later, the darkness of the sea was suddenly illuminated, as if the sun had risen beneath the waves. This is Fishman Island, truly a unique sight, Damian murmured. This was the home of fishmen and mermaids, an underwater gateway to the New World, a route taken by those unwilling to traverse the calm belt. The island is situated inside a massive double-layer bubble, suspended above the seabed, half of it filled with water and coral reefs, and the other half with air. Ryugu Palace is located within another small bubble atop the main island bubble. The light here emanates from the Eve tree extending down from the Red Earth continent, a full 10 kilometers long. They still had some distance to cover, but in the endless darkness this was the only source of light, standing out remarkably. Damian returned to the room to confirm something. You're awake, aren't you? I know you're awake. His voice echoed in the room as the cloaked figure visibly trembled. Ugh! A groan escaped from beneath the black cloak. She still couldn't get up. Those are sea stone shackles, thanks to our chef for hiding a stash of good stuff. Damian sat down on the small sofa, scrutinizing the person in front of him who wanted to kill him. She gave up struggling and finally crawled out from the cloak, revealing her true appearance. Damian raised an eyebrow, examining this so-called terror of Sabaody. She wore a deep purple dress, the hem barely covering the tops of her legs. The purple arm guards exposed her shoulders, while the matching hood concealed most of her violet hair with bangs covering her forehead. She was probably about the same height as Xiachi. You're younger than I imagined, cough. Damian remarked. The girl looked a few years older than him. She did not respond, merely glaring at Damian with indignation. Don't look at me like that. He shrugged. I only broke your sternum, although I might have punctured a lung or two. Damian glanced at her nearly healed injuries, but it seems that natural ability users recover from such wounds quite easily. Forget it. Damian's gaze suddenly sharpened, the oppressive aura of Conqueror's Haki descending upon the girl. Her angry expression quickly twisted into one of fear and pain as the pressure washed over her, causing her to curl up. I have a few questions to ask you. The pressure of Conqueror's Haki gradually receded, and the girl gasped for breath, trying to regain her composure. She struggled to mask her rapid breathing, gritting her teeth as she said, If you're going to kill me, just do it. Damian leaned forward slightly and smiled. Are you sure? It seems you have a task to complete, probably involving the bounty on my head, right? Can you die right now? This statement made her tremble all over, the panic evident on her face. You want to kill me? Sparing your life means you owe me one. Her violet eyes were filled with confusion. You're going to let me go? Damian slowly nodded. Your devil fruit is quite useful. Killing you would mean handing this power over to future enemies. It's better to keep you on my side. Do you have a deal with that emperor of the underground world? Yeah. She nodded honestly. Baro said if I give him 3 billion berries he'll help me with revenge, and your bounty is just enough. Damian scoffed. Do you really believe what those rats hiding in the gutters say? If you want revenge you need the course. The girl lowered her head, feeling a wave of shame in the face of his words, and the room fell into silence. Damian considered several possibilities in his mind. Finally he tossed out an idea. We might stay here for a few weeks to repair the ship, and during this time I'll teach you the basics of Haki. It's the ability I used to hit you just now. Even if you're a natural type you can still hit back. Haki, she repeated blankly. If you can grasp the threshold of Haki during this time, then this investment will be worth it. Damian saw the spark reignite in her eyes. If he didn't have the memories of his past life, perhaps he would have pursued a similar path. Chasing revenge, recklessly unprepared, grasping at any faint hope. How should I address you? Damian casually asked as he stood up preparing to leave. The girl took a step forward and slowly replied, Aurora, my name is Aurora. The door opened, and Damian stepped out of the room with Aurora nervously following behind. She widened her eyes at the sight outside the main deck. The dilapidated ship was enveloped in a layer of transparent coating. Although the deep sea should be in eternal darkness, at this moment thousands of hostile eyes were glaring at this ship. Their skin colors varied, blue, green, pink, purple, red. A myriad of hues. They held weapons directed at the intruding ship, their numbers in the tens of thousands. Kaido's massive kanabo smashed down onto the deck, and he grinned widely. Yuru, it seems you little fish want to pick a fight. Bring it on. Xiachi raised her beloved handgun, unafraid of the numerical threat. It was important to note that they were 10,000 meters below sea level. If the coating were to rupture, things would become dire. At that moment, a large hand blocked Kaido's path, and Whitebeard stepped forward. There's no need to fight. He spotted a gigantic fishman swimming through the school of fish towards them. Armed with a golden trident, he cautiously regarded the intruders. He stood about 12 meters tall with a red nose, small eyes, and a thick head of orange curly hair. His fluffy orange beard covered most of his face and mouth. "It's you, Nefertari." The future emperor of the Fishman tribe appeared, quite friendly. Whitebeard nodded. "Neptune, long time no see." Neptune gestured for the others to step back. "You all stand down, he is my friend." Xiachi whispered to Damian. "That's Knight Neptune, the strongest force of Fishman Island. Nefertari has some connections with him." Damian nodded. After all, Neptune was the future king of Fishman Island. The ship began to pass through layers of bubbles, entering the island. The moment the coating detached, the ship let out its final mournful cry. It fell apart. Cracks and scars covered the hull, indicating it could no longer sail. Damian breathed in the fresh sea air, admiring the beauty of the island. "Can you help us repair the ship, Neptune?" Whitebeard inquired as Damian and his companions set foot on land. The fishman seemed a bit hesitant. "That might be a bit difficult," he said with a heavy expression. "Our king is seriously ill, and recently more humans have been coming to capture our kind. Letting you in is already the limit." Damian, standing nearby, couldn't help but agree with this statement. "From what I understand, the war between Fishman Island and human traffickers and pirates has been ongoing for decades. No wonder the atmosphere here is so tense." He felt the hostile gazes coming from all directions. Although the fishmen had laid down their weapons under Neptune's command, they still guarded nearby, ready for battle, their hostility palpable. Whitebeard looked at the broken ship. Xiachi was about to propose a solution when an unexpected event suddenly occurred. A gaunt fishman swiftly swam over, drawing everyone's attention. "It's you," he exclaimed. The fishman pointed at Damian, his eyes wide with shock. "I didn't get a chance to thank you. You might not have noticed me at the time, but I was one of those you liberated in Sabaody." Neptune's eyes widened. You are the one who killed the celestial dragon." Neptune took a deep breath, and then gestured to the surrounding fishermen. "Perhaps helping you repair your ship isn't out of the question." "Why is everyone suddenly talking about me?" Damian asked, bewildered. Xiachi nudged him with her elbow. "Looks like you saved us a headache, Damian." Damian cleared his throat and assumed a serious tone. "It was all part of my plan." Xiachi stifled a laugh as they both waited for Enai Pu Dun to finish speaking. Enai Pu Dun collected himself and offered a suggestion. "Let us go somewhere more appropriate to talk. His Majesty the King is indisposed and cannot receive visitors, but I may speak on behalf of my people." Enai Pu Dun said, standing by the throne. Damian and his companions were ushered into a grand palace, where a colossal golden dragon coiled behind the throne. The towering doors, flanked by coral and seafloor flora, created a striking visual spectacle. Prismatic light bathed the palace, breathtaking in its beauty. Enai Pu Dun sighed. "You should know how much we detest humans. Though we nominally fall under the world government, this place is scarcely protected. We must fight tooth and nail to survive." Nyogaite sat on the floor and listened. "But you still agreed to help." Xiachi exhaled a plume of smoke. Enai Pu Dun nodded. "Though my people, myself included, hate humans more than ever. Once word spreads that you killed the Tianlongren, many minds will begin to change." "Heh, how deliciously ironic," someone scoffed. He calmed himself and asked, "How long do you intend to stay?" Nyogaite looked up, calculated, and replied, "Repairing the ship and reapplying the coating will take about 3 weeks." Enai Pu Dun nodded. "You may stay as you please, but be prepared for curious glances. Ship repairs begin tomorrow. A young fishman named Dan will be in charge," Xiachi said as she gathered luggage from the deck. He calmed himself and asked, "How long do you intend to stay?" Nyogaite looked up, calculated, and replied, "Repairing the ship and reapplying the coating will take about 3 weeks." Xiachi glanced at him and hummed softly, the note tinged with resignation. "Don't chase power so single-mindedly that you end up alone." After saying that, she jumped off the ship and walked away. Damian stood frozen for a moment, then shook his head and returned to his room. He pushed the door open and found Ruala sitting on the floor in a daze. "Kill the Tianlongren," she murmured without looking up. "I never imagined the world held people so insane." Damian laughed. "Huh. Shambles Flowers must be under total lockdown by now. Those Tianlongren will be beside themselves. Their misfortune was good news for pirates." Damian changed the subject. "You slipped into my shadow and came back out. Explain how that works." Ruala looked up, hesitated, then answered honestly. "I can use my ability to enter a realm called the Night Dome. It is an independent world. With it, I can complete bounties with great efficiency." Damian nodded. "A perfect assassination ability." He mused silently. "An independent space, somewhat like the mirror world of a Moro or other reflective fruit. Take me in." When her seastone manacles were removed, Ruala froze. "You." Damian shrugged. "Hurry." Her feelings were complicated, but she nodded and reached out to grasp his arm. A violet energy wrapped him. A sudden loss of weight overwhelmed them. They were pulled into the shadow, leaving the room empty. Damian's senses tumbled, the world spun, and he felt as if he had been wrung inside out. The sensation lasted only a single second. He emerged from his shadow. The room remained the same, yet everything seemed filtered through a purple veil. The surroundings shimmered with a violet energy, lending an uncanny atmosphere. I cannot sense the outside world here, but movement is unhindered to me, and muttered to himself. Oruala watched in silence, still uneasy about bringing him in. After a moment she spoke. Yes. I can move freely here, and return to reality through shadows. Damian looked around the room. The shadow beneath the bed resembled a portal. He turned to Oruala. It was right of me not to kill you. He continued, here is what I offer, I will grant you the power for your vengeance. Succeed and you will serve with me thereafter. A plan brewed into Damian's mind. He intended to control the gray zones between the black and white worlds, and needed the right people to manage them. The proposition of selling herself to kill those she hated left Oruala stunned. But when she recalled the overwhelming might of Baki, the fog in her heart lifted. There was no reason for him to lie. Sensing her hesitation, Damian fan the flames before you set foot on the path of vengeance. Remember to dig 2 graves. The word struck Oruala dumb, as she did not know that the man before her had shamelessly borrowed the line. Moments later she resolved herself. I'll follow you. The next night Damian assigned Oruala a core training task, abandoned sight, and rely solely on her devil fruit, Iamogwashur ability, to perceive surrounding darkness to see whether she could awaken giant Wentz Baki. Meanwhile he had matters of his own to attend. In 3 weeks we enter the new world. My Iamogwashur remains stuck at a bottleneck. Perhaps that person can help me. He went to a secluded spot on Urin Island away from the crowds concealed beneath a coral mound. Damian scanned the terrain and soon found his target. You brat, how did you manage to find this place? He smiled wryly. His perception had just been hoodwinked again. The man sat on the hill with a bucket of liquor beside him. Damian leaped up and stood at his side. Baihuzi took a sip of wine, eyes fixed on Yang Shuxiawa. How do you think the Navy will react? Damian asked casually. Baihuzi paused in his drinking and replied, don't expect them to speak the truth. They've been suppressing Rock's moves, and will cover things up. Damian nodded. They have no spare resources to watch this side. The new world is chaos. Baihuzi drained another swig. Halfway through his drink, he glanced at Damian. A year ago Rock sent me to bring back Kaido, now you've shown up as well. But you're not like that hot-headed fool. Why attach yourself to rocks? I want to grow stronger. Baihuzi averted his gaze, and kept drinking. On Beehive Island you'll only find the scum of the world. A bunch of shameless fools. Do they think themselves fit to conquer the seas? They don't even scratch the surface of true strength, only slaughter each other. The hill trembled slightly beneath their feet, as Baihuzi's temper rose. Damian steadied himself, and asked, then why do you still follow rocks? Baihuzi said nothing. His expression was, he sighed, and swallowed more wine. Out of obligation. And because I'm searching for something. What is it? Family. Baihuzi looked at Damian. When Damian only nodded, he raised an eyebrow. Don't you find it strange? Damian grinned, and shrugged. What right have I to criticize you? Baihuzi unconsciously set down his cup, and chuckled. You brat are amusing. I came to ask for your help. What for? Damian looked toward the would-be future Sea Emperor. My Iamogwashur is caught at a bottleneck. He touched a coral sprout pushing through the ground. The coral glowed red and then erupted into countless fragments in an innumerable shower of shards. Baihuzi saw this ability for the first time, and his interest awakened. Oh, a dangerous power, but fitting for a bold brat like you. Damian let the red mist in his hand simmer, and observed it up close. I ate a pulverized fruit. Its destructive grade is the same as yours. Baihuzi finished his thought. So you think I can help? He set the wine bucket aside and stood. His vast shadow stretched across the rocky ground. Suddenly he drew his right fist back almost to his shoulder, and then unleashed a punch. Crack! A terrifying force shook the ground beneath them. The space itself fractured like a mirror. A concentrated wave of destructive energy blasted outward, slamming into the nearby hill. The hill exploded, stones raining down like hail. The Zhunjin fruit. Force capable of world-shattering destruction. Baihuzi sat back down, and said, do you see? My way of using power differs from yours. Damian pondered for a moment, and then realized. I understand, he said slowly. You release power completely without suppression, rather than trying to forcibly control it. Baihuzi nodded. For volatile destructive power, the more you attempt to restrain it, the more you hinder its might. Yet to focus such destruction precisely is no easy task, especially when the power itself is so wild. Damian agreed, and fixed his gaze on the colossal Naginata nearby. So you use that weapon to further concentrate? Baihuzi spread his lips in a grin. Exactly. You should find a weapon that suits you as well. Weapon? Damian considered it, but quickly returned his attention to his palm. Red energy simmered there, countless crystalline particles surging outward in a furious torrent. Rather than forcibly restraining it, he would embrace its destructive nature. Damian's mind raced. Baihuzi watched with keen curiosity. Soon every pore on Damian's body began to exude red energy, converging into his palm. He did not lock the power within his hand, he let it surge outward. The moment the energy appeared, the air screamed. The space recently shattered but unrepaired was crushed again. Damian swung his glowing palm, and a torrent of scarlet energy gushed forth, forming a domain around him. A crimson hemisphere cloaked the ground, trampling and obliterating everything within. Sizzle! The air shrieked, the surrounding earth trembled and cracked as the domain spread roughly 10 meters outward. Red beams shot from Damian's body like magnetic lines driving deep into everything in the domain. EMO Guasher proficiency had surpassed the intermediate stage. Bai Huzi watched Damian revel in the joy of his breakthrough and laughed. He opened his palm and felt the prickling buzz of red energy against his skin. Another monstrous brat. Damian left Bai Huzi's resting place invigorated. The new ability let him diffuse his power across an area and crush whatever lay within. It reminded him of a Hito type awakening, of course he was not yet at that level. Shibai Air, tell me about Devil Fruit, EMO Guasher awakening. Shibai Air, that is the final stage of a fruit's ability, far more powerful than any previous application. Awakening an EMO Guasher is not easy. You can gauge the difficulty by the fruit star rating. Damian paused in his stride. He recalled awakenings from his past life, Doflamingo, Charlotte Kakuri Kid. Based on proficiency, his prior knowledge from 2 years ago, and Shibai Air's insights, he graded the fruits. Xian Guasher, 5 stars. Nua Guasher, 6 stars. Cici Guasher, 6 5 stars. Shoshu Guasher, 7 stars. Doflamingo's fruit was indeed powerful in his hands, but it seemed to have reached its limit. What truly made Doflamingo formidable was his mind and status. By this rating, once compatibility with the fruit is high enough, awakening is not impossibly difficult. Katakuri's fruit is 6 stars, 1 level harder to awaken than the Xian fruit. Cici is similar, it ranks with Damian's fruit. Once awakened, it can wreak tremendous destruction. Kid awakened in his early 20s and is already very strong. Shoshu Guasher is 7 stars. No wonder it's absurdly powerful. Damian exclaimed. Shibai Air called such fruits ultimate fruits. These ultimate fruits vary in awakening difficulty because they can manipulate natural laws and reality itself. Awakening a fruit of that caliber should be especially difficult, yet Law did it at 26. Is it because of the will of D? Damian wondered aloud. At the normal pace, my fruit might awaken in roughly 6 years, but the Valley of the Gods will occur long before then. Damian clenched his fist as his ambition flared anew. Too slow. I must quicken my steps. 3 weeks later, the air was filled with cracks and crimson energy surged like a tide towards the opposite side, only to be shattered by a terrifying shockwave. The ground twisted and tore apart, splintering into countless fragments. Damn, that hurts. A voice emerged from the rubble of the collapsed hill. Damian brushed off the dust from his shoulders and grinned. Mr. Newgate, you really show no mercy. Gulalala. Whitebeard laughed heartily. What's wrong, kid? Weren't you recovering pretty fast? Though he spoke lightly, he was actually quite surprised. For the past 3 weeks, Damian had been seeking out punishment every day, enduring the impact of the Gura no Mi with his body. What Whitebeard didn't know was that Damian was deliberately using this destructive power to stimulate his body, thereby enhancing his physical strength and fruit mastery. The air howled as Damian instantly appeared before Whitebeard. Hey, let's see if you can take this standing up, kid. A white energy sphere began to form on Whitebeard's left fist. Damian did not flinch. A torrent of violent red energy surged from his fist, enveloped in armament hockey. The two powers collided violently. Ugh! Damian gritted his teeth, his entire left arm feeling as if it were pierced by countless steel needles, instantly going numb. The red energy in his palm surged forth like a tide, pressing down towards Whitebeard. Newgate slightly grinned, his fist slowly pushing forward step by step, rebuffing Damian's assault. Boom! Another deafening explosion sounded as Damian was blasted away, crashing into a distant hill. Newgate looked down at his fist. You are mimicking flowing Sakura with your fruit ability, he grinned. And it actually, the pile of rubble shook and Damian slowly crawled out. His arm was bleeding, the forearm fractured with the white bone clearly visible. Damian pushed the bone back into place with a muffled groan. You didn't even use hockey, my ability really is nothing to brag about. Gulalala. Don't underestimate yourself. Whitebeard walked over and said, you at least made my nails tingle. Damian rolled his eyes. Their interactions had become much more natural. Damian appreciated the special training from this future emperor, and Whitebeard was impressed by the resilience of this newcomer. Damian's routine was quite fixed: wake up, eat, train Aurora for a few hours, while practicing Kinbunshika hockey, eat, train, with Whitebeard on fruit, and armament hockey, eat, practice combat, with the welcoming fishman, eat, sleep, and repeat. This schedule could drive most people to the brink of mental collapse, but for Damian, it was just another ordinary day. Even so, I still can't compare to the true monsters of this world. This thought drove him to seize every opportunity to grow stronger, subconsciously casting aside all distractions. Damian tidied himself up and headed towards an area in the northeast of Fishman Island. Yesterday, someone from the Fishmen came to relay a message that Neptune wanted to meet him there. Sybil, bring up my panel, he said as he walked. Here it is. Aina D. Damian, age 16 years and 4 months, height 3.15 meters, status tired, injured, combat, power, mid-level, Emperor Vice. Devil Fruit, Gura no Mi, intermediate, mastery, fruit rating 6. 5 stars, sea stone resistance 69. 7. Skills rapid recovery, resilient physique, evolving body, voice of all things, will of D6 forms, Haki Kenbunshiko, Haki Intermediate Mastery, Busashoko, Haki Intermediate Mastery, Haushika, Haki Beginner Mastery. After taking so many hits, my physique still hasn't evolved. Damian felt a bit downcast. It seemed the gap in power would only widen, meaning he had to work twice as hard and take even more hits. He glanced at another line of data. Sybil, according to my memory, who are on par with my strength right now? Damian asked. The reply came quick. Sybil, according to my memory, who are on par with my strength right now? Damian asked. The reply came quickly. The opponents at your level are Smoker Jozu. But what Damian was most concerned about was something else. Let's take a look at Whitebeard's panel. Edward Newgate, age 32 years, height 6'66 meters. Status peak, Devil Fruit, Gura, Nomi. Fruit rating 7 stars, Ultimate Fruit. Haki Kenbunshika, Haki. Busashoka, Haki Advanced Mastery, Haushika, Haki. Combat Power, Emperor level. Whitebeard's data had large sections of blank space, which was a result of Damian's Kenbunshiku and strength not being strong enough to read accurately. The last time Garb fought Whitebeard, I could barely glimpse his bust. Him still far off. Damian sighed as he arrived at his destination. Not far away, a giant fishman was gazing into the distance. The sea forest, you called me here, Neptune. Damian landed beside him. Neptune nodded. The fishmen have shown you around the entire island, but this place is the only one you haven't visited. He turned towards the open area, surrounded by giant trees. In the distance, a huge ship was docked. Noah, this is the sea forest, the last place you haven't been to. Perhaps Neptune was trying to befriend Damian, or perhaps there were other reasons. However, Damian didn't mind. A Fishman Island was originally a special place. Follow me. The two of them passed through this brightly lit area filled with the remains of sunken ships, a common sight 1,000 meters underwater. Moi. Damian squinted. He sensed an unusual sound coming from a distance. Someone was calling. He followed the feeling to a hollow surrounded by rocks. In the center stood a massive blue square stone tablet covered in ancient characters and symbols. Historical text. Neptune followed him over and said, this stone tablet has been here for hundreds of years. Damian nodded, but his gaze quickly fell on another equally massive stone tablet beside it. The difference was that it was a deep red color. That is, Damian unconsciously swallowed. The road sign, historical text. The final location indicated by the 4 road sign texts was Raftel, the throne of the Pirate King. Damian remembered that this stone tablet had disappeared shortly after Roger deciphered its content. He sighed. He still couldn't read this thing. He shifted his gaze back to the blue stone tablet. It was this stone that was calling out to him. It drew him here. I'm sorry, Joy Boy, Damian murmured, a whisper echoing in his ear. You can understand it, Neptune exclaimed. Damian shook his head slowly. The person who inscribed this stone tablet was not merely recording knowledge or history, he etched it with profound emotion. Forgive me. The distant and weary voice rendered Damian silent for a moment. I can hear ancient voices, though they whisper, they indeed exist. Neptune's breathing quickened. Just as Neptune was lost in thought, Damian reached out to touch the stone tablet. He could feel that there was something else there. A white sphere of light shot out from the core of the stone tablet. Damian grasped it firmly, examining it closely. It was a glowing orb, neither cold nor hot, weightless, almost as if it did not exist. A description floated into his mind. Memory fragment 13. Collect 3 fragments to unlock the information left by the original system user. Moi. Sybil's voice erupted in his mind. Damian, this seems to be the key to unlock my sealed data. The white energy merged into his palm and vanished without a trace. It seems I will have to collect them sooner or later. I wonder if the previous host had any connection with Joy Boy. On the other side, Neptune snapped back to reality, refraining from commenting on that memory fragment, as if he had not seen it. Damian, let's end the tour here, he muttered, clearly still reeling from the words on that stone tablet. Neptune pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, which looked comically small in his hand. This newspaper was published 15 days ago, but it takes time for news to reach here. Damian glanced at the newspaper and scoffed. A crew led by Embodiment of Evil attacked the world nobles at Sabaody Archipelago. All the pirates have been captured except for Aina D. Damian. Neptune nodded. The world government is doing everything it can to control the situation. Damian sighed lightly. Not a word about the deaths of the 4 celestial dragons. Even Whitebeard and the Rocks pirates have been erased from history. His gaze fell on the name of the newspaper agency, World Economic News Agency. Neptune stroked his striking orange beard. That is a news organization completely controlled by the world government, one of their most powerful tools. No wonder the government was able to erase the Rocks pirates from history so easily. Later on, Damian thought, a cold smile appearing on his face. The government wants to alter history. I cannot let them have their way. I might as well take the initiative into my own hand. Damian pondered for a moment and inputted the command. Sybil, prepare to initiate Operation Nexus, deadline 1486. Received. Nexus plan, find the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency. Incomplete, select a new president. Incomplete, control the new president. Incomplete, free the news agency from the control of the world government. Incomplete deadline 1486. Whoever controls the media controls thought. Damian did not care how ordinary people viewed him, but this tool would greatly aid in delaying and controlling the actions of the world government. In this era, the world government could act almost without consequence, just as Morgan later controlled world opinion. Damian desired such power. Of course, if the incident in the Valley of the Gods were to be erased like this, that would not do. Besides that, a suitable president could effectively relay information. A small piece of paper fell out from the newspaper, landing on the seabed. Damian looked down and smiled faintly. It goes without saying it was a bounty notice. Bounty notice, ain't it D? Damian embodiment of evil bounty 300 million berries no matter dead or alive. The bounty notice. The bounty has doubled probably because the offended celestial dragons want to buy my life with. So, are you leaving? A gentle voice came from within the cave. This was a large cavity inside a coral mound on the outskirts of Fishman Island where Damian and Aurora trained. Damian replied, your devil fruit has a high compatibility with observation hockey, and you've made rapid progress. He spoke while glancing at the panel in his mind. Purple crystal Aurora age 17 height 2. 23 meters status healthy devil fruit, ether fruit intermediate proficiency fruit rating 6. 5 stars hockey observation hockey beginner proficiency combat power average pirate level of the Royal Army. I didn't expect the assassin I picked up to actually be a princess, Damian teased. I feel just like the protagonist of a novel. This was the story Aurora had told him of a girl who was forced to flee her kingdom, her family slaughtered, betrayed by ministers. Aurora looked at the man who had broadened her horizons in just 3 weeks. I will not forget our promise, she said firmly. This is proof. Damian looked at the purple-haired bounty hunter. He lowered his head and saw a thin piece of paper laid out in her open. The paper trembled slightly, as if attracted by a magnet. Your life card. This is equivalent to handing over a locator to someone else. But his words did not waver Aurora's determination. Damian tucked the paper into his pocket and nodded. Good luck. Don't die you, otherwise my plan will run into trouble. Damian left the cave, waving his hand behind him without looking back. Aurora watched the gradually receding figure, her expression complex. Had she sold her soul to the devil in exchange for a chance at revenge? She clenched her fists, shaking off the distractions. During her time with Damian, she had learned patience. She learned to wait for the right moment and to cultivate hockey. For the first time in her life, the path ahead was no longer shrouded in darkness. A glimmer of hope illuminated her way. Such hope could make a person or destroy them. Edge of Fishman Island, bastard. Boom. A loud explosion erupted in the coral area as a black spiked club slammed into the ground. A massive pirate was violently attacking another pirate who was relatively smaller in stature. Damian, you bastard. Why is your bounty higher than mine? Kaido roared in rage, and the just returned Damian became his punching bag. The latter dodged all attacks with his smaller frame and quicker speed. What's wrong? Kaido can't hit me. No wonder our bounties differ by 80 million. Damian grinned. A shave passed through the air, thoroughly enraging the monster. Thunderbogwat. Raging purple lightning and red energy exploded on the ground, shockwaves radiating outward. The ground cracked with countless fissures, smoke billowing. Bang! Bang! 2 black bullets shot towards the 2 battling figures, the air shrieking on either side of the trajectories. Both Damian and Kaido's observation hockey warned them simultaneously, and they instinctively retreated. Enough. The ship was hard to repair, and you want to destroy it again. It was Shaki. Wahaha. Basara, it's your turn. Kapu stood as ever in his carefree manner atop his dog-headed flagship, shouting toward the adjacent warship. The man summoned bore no such levity. He stood nearly 3 meters tall with short black hair, and clad in a brown marine uniform, a white overcoat draped across his broad shoulders. His very presence radiating oppressive authority. He appeared to be nearing 40, his face stern, and forbidding eyes sweeping coldly over the encircled pirate vessel. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps reverberated across the warship's deck as nearby marines instinctively parted. The admiral slowly raised both hands, as if in solemn prayer. Abyss of despair. Boom. The entire sea surface began to tremble, first subtly, then violently, escalating with terrifying intensity. Even pirates half a kilometer away felt it, vast quantities of seawater, churning in furious upheaval. A colossal water column erupted skyward, momentarily obscuring the marine fleet, revealing something far more dreadful. Rust-brown earthen walls surged upward from the seabed, forming a perfectly symmetrical ring, 10 meters thick, and climbing ceaselessly. The tremors persisted for several seconds, more violent than even the blizzard raging beyond. Finally, the earthen wall soared to a height of 830 meters, enclosing the entire battlefield within a titanic circular arena. From the central zone to the inner wall stretched nearly 5 kilometers. A shadow so vast it would buckle the knees of most men, yet marine morale surged in response. Shaki sighed. The mountain fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit. It enables him to conjure mountains anywhere. Damian stared at the colossal wall and drew a slow, deep breath. Can he even draw earth up from the ocean floor? Shaki nodded. Viscera's dominion over terrain runs deeper than this sea itself. He shapes it as he pleases. Damian fixed his gaze upon the encircling barrier. The later generations scarcely remember admirals other than Sengoku. Those who served during the Rocks era were no weaklings. Elsewhere, Whitebeard paid no heed to the wall. Viscera's playing with his stones again, but this infernal weather is unbearable. He muttered under his breath. His eyes locked onto the hellish tempest overhead. Snow, hail, torrential rain, lightning, and gale-force winds taking turns in merciless succession. Newgate coiled his body sideways, gathering a pulsing white sphere of vibration energy into his palm. He slashed upward through the air. Boom. The atmosphere around his fist shattered like glass. Cracks spiderwebbing outward, branching relentlessly until nearly 100 meters of sky were laced with fissures. A thunderous detonation followed, the air exploding into countless translucent shards of blinding white shockwave surging straight into the heavens. Marines moments ago emboldened now stood utterly stunned. The blizzard and lightning disintegrated entirely. A warm sunlight flooded the canyon, clearer and brighter than conditions beyond the barrier. This spectacle rivaled the earthen wall in sheer awe, but Viscera remained unmoved. Kapu, however, sprang into motion. Wahaha! Everyone ready! He bellowed toward the other rear admirals. Though peers in rank some truly revered him, others had long grown numb to his irreverence. Whitebeard rotated his nodachi, sensing the taut electric stillness in the air. The ship's coming apart. Don't fight near it, he warned. Over 20 feet tall, Whitebeard launched himself skyward in a single bound, his massive frame arcing across the sea. Midair, Newgate sheathed his nodachi in a crackling, thrumming sphere of vibration energy. Huh! He grunted low, sweeping the blade horizontally across the heavens, slashing directly toward the marine battle line. A silver rift tore open the atmosphere, its shockwave roaring toward 5 warships. The air screamed in protest, impact precise and devastating. Boom. The entire marine formation lurched violently. The front 3 warships bore the brunt. Gigantic fissures split their hulls, giant vessels groaning like wounded leviathans, as chaos erupted aboard. The sea erupted in retaliation, towering waves swallowing the warship's hull. Up. Hold fast. Viscera stood unshaken amid the gale, frowning at the panicked marines. Don't disgrace yourselves. He addressed the soldiers rushing toward the sinking ships. Then he raised his right hand. The seabed trembled anew, massive earthen spears erupting from the depths, lifting the foundering warships clear of the waves. 3 shattered vessels were thus salvaged, without major casualties. Yet the true threat was still advancing. Kapu, hold him down. Even as the order rang out, a silvery streak shot forth like a falling star. Boom. A fireball detonated mid-sky. Armament hack-fisted knuckles colliding heat-in with the colossal nodachi. We're moving to Kaido. 2 sonic booms cracked the air as Damian and Kaido lunged from either flank. Whitebeard advanced down the center, holding off 3 warships and 2 specialized vessels, while the rest of the pirate fleet surged forward. Damian ascended via moonwalk, landing on a warship's deck. Thud. Black boots struck timber. Nearly 1,000 marines turned as one. He grinned. Seize the pirates. For justice. Open fire. Damian swept his gaze across them, his eyes flashing crimson. Crimson energy pulsed from his form, overwhelming weight and despair crashing down like a collapsing star. Marines' gazes dulled instantly, eyes rolled back, bodies crumpling lifelessly to the deck. 10, hundreds, thousands. Not only this vessel but 3 adjacent ships emptied in rapid succession. That's the Conqueror's hockey. Though Damian had cleared a wide swath, thousands still stood. Whoosh. 2 shadows hurtled toward him. We must capture him before he reaches Honeycomb Island. Damian lifted his hand, dark red particles swirling into his palm. Utter annihilation. Scarlet energy coalesced into a perfect ring, then detonated. A 10-diameter wave of destructive force obliterated everything in its path, carving a crimson trench across the deck. Aft. 2 rear admirals rushed headlong into the blast. No scream completed, only a mist of blood left behind. Blood stained the deck crimson, foretelling the fate awaiting others. Without pause, Damian pressed his palm against the hull. Shatter. Red energy spread like wildfire, enveloping the entire ship. Advancing 10 meters per second, hundreds of marines aboard grew increasingly desperate. A nearby rear admiral sensed impending doom. Abandoned ship. Boom. A handful near the rail leapt clear. Most others were not so fortunate. Deck planks crumbled to dust beneath them. They plummeted from great height into the ship's dark belly. As Damian prepared to leap to the next vessel, a shadow materialized behind him. Iron body, smash. His opponent's arm thickened instantly, blasting toward Damian's back with crushing force. But the result defied expectation. Clang. Damian's obsidian black fist met the blow. 2 fists collided, unleashing a concussive shockwave. The marine glimpsed the smirk curling Damian's lips, and heard clear as ice, "Iron body is for stabilization. You didn't know that." Before the words faded, Damian's fingers, wrapped in spiraling air, pierced the man's shoulder. A vicious twist, scapula shattered instantly. Erg! The Marine screamed. Right arm ruined, blood gushing freely. He ignored the agony, because Damian had already vaulted onto another warship. He reappeared via shave on the next vessel, clutching his right shoulder. Rear Admiral Hex. Marine saluted. Prepare for combat. That pirate is dismantling ships. Hex bound his wound with a cloth, issuing the warning. A black blur appeared before him. Shave executed flawlessly. How does a pirate master all 6 forms of Rokushiki? Hex cried out in disbelief. Damian had already demonstrated 3 techniques. Dozens of rifles, pistols, and cannons pivoted, locking onto the intruder. Damian smiled faintly, then unleashed his power. Hex saw that smile, and recoiled violently. No. Wasteland domain. An overwhelming force erupted from Damian's core, like a volcanic eruption, shattering outward from his heart in a cataclysmic burst of pulverizing energy. It expanded instantly, engulfing a circular domain large enough to cover most of the warship. Within the domain, air churned violently, scarlet energy raining down like crimson droplets, erasing all in its descent. Men, weapons, decks, all compressed, fractured, and reduced to dust. Damian strode forward amid slaughter, the domain shifting with him. Soldiers nearest the center dissolved into mist and splintered bone. The once clear sky darkened beneath a canopy of blood-red clouds. Energy gradually subsided, leaving Damian alone at the ship's heart. From cacophonous battle cries to utter silence, mere seconds elapsed. Sails long gone. Only skeletal timbers floated upon the water. Damian sensed shifting air currents behind him. Rear Admiral Hex drenched in blood. A muffled report echoed from hundreds of meters away, cutting across the churning sea. Erg! Damian watched the light fade from Hex's eyes, blood blooming across his forehead. Hex collapsed, slumping into his own crimson pool. My! Damian's gaze snapped toward the distance, where a woman stood, pistol in hand, blowing smoke from its barrel. Noticing his attention, Shaki winked. Yet something crossed her mind. She silently mouthed, "Clear a path for the ship. Steer toward the wall." With that, Shaki resumed her barrage, firing steadily into the distant ranks of Marines. Bang! 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 One hand held a cigar, the other squeezed the trigger. Damian wasted no time, launching skyward via moonwalk, palm raised. Utter annihilation. Frenzied crimson energy erupted anew, consuming the ship's stern and rudder. The aft section crumbled to powder, navigation systems obliterated. This vessel was beyond salvation. Damn pirates. Basara stood at the bow, watching the battle spiral beyond control. Kapu was locked in fierce combat aboard a shattered vessel, waves of shock emanating from each clash. 7 rear admirals leapt frantically between warships, deflecting tsunamis, absorbing concussive blasts, shielding their men. Clearly, naval warfare against a Quake Fruit user on open water was ill-advised. Whitebeard too recognized his advantage, until his observation haki suddenly flared an alarm. Boom. Air ruptured, massive earthen tentacles erupting from the seabed aimed straight at Whitebeard. They twisted, reshaping into a colossal hand, 200 meters wide, fingers closing tight around him. Jet black armament haki coated the entire limb, locking Whitebeard immovably in place. More earthen tendrils surged upward, layer upon layer, constricting, grinding inward. In an instant, Whitebeard vanished inside a gargantuan earthen sphere. Shards of rock and debris peeled away. Silence descended upon the battlefield. The sphere blotted out the sun, casting its shadow upon the wall's edge. The Admiral has struck. Kapu landed upon a rocking warship, eyes locked unblinking on the earthen orb imprisoning Whitebeard. Gooseflesh prickled his arms, instinct screaming danger. The eerie calm shattered. Earth tremors intensified, fragments fell larger, faster. Boom. One punch, shattering the sphere into a storm of rubble. Whitebeard emerged unscathed, standing tall, unbroken. Basara rose from his own ship, another earthen arm rising beneath him to support his stance. His right arm and half his torso armored in thick, jagged stone. He glared fiercely at Whitebeard. "I will not let you harm my men again." Whitebeard grinned. "Then try me." He slammed both palms outward, cracks spreading once more across the heavens. Basara's mountainous defense met its ultimate counter. Using Earth to block quake-based devastation was never a wise strategy. Ahead, a 1,200-meter-high tsunami rose from the sea, surging toward the Marine flagship fleet. "Kapu!" Basara roared. Whoosh! Kapu charged the wave, fists coiled ready to strike. Elsewhere, Kaido raged unchecked. Dull thuds echoed. 2 warships smashed to kindling, until a rear admiral intercepted him. His immense size became a liability, unable to match his opponent's fluid mastery of Rokushiki. Only when Shaki intervened did the rear admiral fall. "I can handle it myself," Kaido bellowed. No one listened, provoking him into full fury. Boom. Clang. Bang. The king of beasts erupted anew, unleashing wrath upon the Marines. Whitebeard's duel with Basara, and Kapu's entanglement with the tsunami, finally allowed Shaki's battered vessel to reach the wall's edge. Damian, can you carve an opening in that wall? Damian studied the 8-thun-dreadmeter-high earthen rampart. How large? Shaki exhaled a plume of smoke, casually replying, the larger the better. Damian nodded, ascended via moon walk toward the wall, then pressed his palm flat against its surface. A delicate cascade of fractures echoed, brownish earth glowing faintly red, geometric cracks spreading outward like a living lattice. Soon a colossal segment detached, nearly 1/4 the wall's height, 10 meters thick, 100 meters wide. Shaki watched, smiling. Perfect. She raised her beloved pistol, aiming squarely at the severed mass. Damian frowned, his sharp eyes catching the change. The bullet shifted from black to gray, veiled in subtle, undulating energy. Bang! Damian tracked the trajectory, the bullet striking the center of the detached slab with pinpoint precision. What followed left Damian speechless, jaw nearly dropping. Where did that mountain go? Shaki blinked, then beamed. Why, straight to Marineford, of course. She raised her beloved gun and shook it at Damian. This gun has consumed the roulette fruit, allowing it to fire 6 types of bullets. She counted on her fingers, armor-piercing rounds as effective against thick steel plates as against paper. Incendiary rounds ignite upon contact. Explosive rounds explode with a loud bang. Healing rounds capable of treating non-lethal injuries. Storage rounds create a small space for storing items. And finally teleportation rounds, which can transport objects to places I've marked. Damian chuckled bitterly. Let me guess, these 6 can be combined freely. Ah, you've seen through me. As they were chatting, a roar echoed across the battlefield. Despair abyss. A massive conical earth pillar shot forth at high speed, heading straight for Whitebeard, who met it with a punch. The earth pillar shattered and collapsed in all directions. Haven't you learned your lesson, Bala? Whitebeard said impatiently. Bala clenched his teeth, his gaze fixed on the large hole in the defense line through which Rock's ship was passing. A naval warship was preparing to fire, but it was struck by a figure falling from the sky. Whoa, you Navy really can't take a hit. Kaido used the warship as a springboard and leaped away. It seems you still couldn't protect it. Newgate pointed his glaive at Bala and issued an ultimatum. You either call Carp to stop us, but that would mean other Navy personnel would meet their end. Or you let us go, and well, fight another day. Bala's face darkened. Being threatened by pirates was a tremendous humiliation for a vice admiral. But precisely because he was a vice admiral, he could only force down his anger. He pulled out a den mushy and expressionlessly ordered, all troops retreat. Whitebeard grinned and leaped back onto his ship, leaving Bala standing there. Meanwhile, Carp was extinguishing fires on either side, and also received the retreat order. He watched Rock's ship exit the canyon, letting out a sigh. Fighting a naval battle against Whitebeard is indeed difficult. A nearby rear admiral was about to command the sailors, take care of the injured, the rest go save those in the water. No need. Bala raised his hand, his expression stern. Boom. The ground shook continuously and the sailors stared in disbelief as a massive platform rose from the seabed, nearly the size of the entire canyon spanning several kilometers. The sailors who had fallen overboard the sunken warships, and even the sea kings below, were all lifted up, landing steadily on solid ground. With a wave of his hand, he created a piece of land. Carp strode forward and began directing. Take care of the injured, gather the fallen brothers, and prepare a funeral for them. Yes. The rear admiral turned to a new recruit and instructed, go fetch my senbei. Yes. This small-scale conflict came to an end. Damian leaned against the ship's railing to rest. The ship had already sailed beyond the earthen wall, leaving the Navy behind. Admirals are indeed tough to deal with. Whitebeard drank sake and chuckled upon hearing this. Bala is like a mad dog, but he has a brain and wouldn't gamble with the lives of the Navy. Especially given the current situation in the New World, Shaki added. Damian became interested. Tell me more. Shaki exhaled a puff of smoke and began to explain. There are many big figures roaming the New World now, and the government rates them using the World Threat Index from 1 to 5. There are several level 5 threats, but the most prominent ones are 3. The 4 Seas Overlords, Damian remarked. Shaki nodded. Yes, some say Captain Rocks counts as the 4th, but the Rocks pirates are not as centralized as the The captain stays on Beehive Island, and his subordinates are a bunch of lunatics. They don't occupy much territory, but prefer to burn and pillage as they go. Whitebeard grunted in response, clearly displeased with this fact. The government is already overwhelmed dealing with these big figures, and things are getting more chaotic. I estimate they will eventually take action against 1 or 2 overlords to calm the seas. Are we going to Beehive Island to build ships? Damian asked. Shaki shook her head. We're going to Nafu. She exhaled a cloud of smoke and continued. A few months ago, someone contacted Captain Rocks saying that as long as we gather the materials, he will build us a massive ship. Damian raised an eyebrow. Is that reliable? Shaki nodded. Nafu Rajamu Island was once known as the Holy Land of Shipwrights. Once. A hint of regret flashed across Shaki's face. Decades ago, one night, it was attacked by unknown assailants, and the entire island was reduced to rubble. The shipwrights either died or fled, and it is said that many went to Water 7. She sighed. Only one person remains there, the one who contacted the captain. His name is Quentin Hammer. 4 days later, Marine Headquarters Marshal's office. 7 people were seated around a large round table, all in Navy uniforms, 6 men and 1 woman. Whoosh. The sea breeze rushed in, but the room was eerily silent. Karp Basala, a deep voice resonated. Can one of you explain to me why there is a mountain in my office? The speaker was of course Marshal Sengoku. Bala remained silent while another person lacked the mood for such restraint. Wah! A hearty laugh broke the serious atmosphere. Marshal, don't be angry, such things happen occasionally. Karp was munching on his favorite senbei, crunching loudly in front of these high-ranking officials, showing no respect. Sengoku's temples bulged about to burst. Karp, show some respect to the Marshal. The one speaking was Karp's longtime partner Sengoku. The Rocks pirates are becoming increasingly outrageous. Another voice chimed in, calmer than Sengoku. The speaker was a muscular man in a crisp navy uniform with short purple hair and an upright posture. Rear Admiral Zephyr. Crane, what do you think? Sengoku looked to the woman beside him, who had long greenish-blue hair tied in a ponytail, her demeanor dignified. Her title was Rear Admiral, but she was known more for her intellect than her combat strength. We've been suppressing the news to prevent exposure, but it's becoming increasingly difficult. Several representatives attending the World Conference have already expressed dissatisfaction with our handling. Crane sighed lightly. The overlords have already stretched our forces thin, and now with 2 more devilish little brats on Rock's side, their power has escalated further. Crane slammed 2 wanted posters on the table. With the monstrous lineup under Rocks, it seems their only internal conflict can slow them down. At this rate, they will soon amass a force capable of challenging the entire world. Sengoku tapped the table, exhaling a breath. Sengoku continued, according to CP-1's intelligence, Black Death is gathering shipbuilding materials, and we can infer their next move. Zephyr looked at a corner of the Grand Line map, magnifying an island. That abandoned shipwrights island is their target. The previously silent Bala spoke up. Send me, and he'll completely destroy that island. Sengoku looked at the Vice Admiral in brown clothing and shook his head. You and Sengoku need to be on standby. Borealis is making moves. He turned to Zephyr, pulling out a golden den mushy from his pocket, which he handed to Zephyr. You know what to do? Rear Admiral Zephyr said, nothing, pocketing the den mushy and sinking back into his chair. Crane glanced at him, but did not ask further, returning to the main topic. It seems we need to re-evaluate the bounties on Rock's gang, especially those 2 devilish little brats. The ship of the Rocks pirates, having undergone numerous repairs, finally docked at the ruins of Naofulajum Island. The 4 disembarked and surveyed their surroundings. It's true it has been leveled to the ground, Damian muttered. This small island was indeed in a tragic state. Cracked earth lay scattered, shattered foundations were everywhere, and charred wood and collapsed beams littered the area. The trees had long since withered, and the grass had retreated, leaving only desolation. Yet from the remnants of walls, it was clear this place had once thrived. Moss and vines were the only colors left here. Damian sensed the land with the voice of all things, confirming its deathly stillness. There were no birds singing, no insects buzzing, and even the sound of wind passing through the ruins felt hollow. It seems there are still people over by the tavern, Whitebeard said, already striding in that direction. Kaido quickly followed him into the tavern. Summer poked Damian in the side. Don't think of running away, come with me. She dragged Damian toward the ruins of the town. This should be the place, Summer said. The 2 stood before a dilapidated house with several sections of the wall missing, a small well beside it, and a collapsed fence. At least the grass here is still alive, Damian remarked. They approached the door and creaked it open. Damian had already locked onto the person inside. The figure sat atop a wooden barrel in the front yard, gazing up at the sky. Standing at around 3.7 meters tall, he was well built. Damian spoke. Are you Quentin Hammer? The man glanced down at him, his expression unreadable. Who's asking? We are, Damian replied. Who are you? Who's asking? Damian echoed the man's words. I'm asking. Who are you? Who's asking? Hammer tossed the question back. We are asking, Damian said, unperturbed. Who are you? Who's asking? Summer ended the endless loop with a single sentence. Rocks. The man squinted his eyes and took a deep puff of his cigar. You found the right person. Damian shrugged at Summer. He'll eventually say it. Summer rolled her eyes, scrutinizing the man. His skin was dark, his face wild, and his hair and beard were a tangled mess resembling a savage. Veins bulged on his forehead, radiating a sense of madness. Smoke billowed from his nostrils as he savored the flavor of the cigar. This guy doesn't seem too bright. Summer observed his wild eyes and slowly nodded. Bang, bang, bang. She fired 3 shots and 3 triangular portals appeared on the ground. Thick logs emerged from the portals. Then a rain of red ore began to fall, large chunks stacked neatly. Hammer walked over slowly, inspecting the materials. He crouched down, his rough fingers tracing the wood grain as if caressing a treasure. The wood from the atom tree, fine stuff. His gaze fell on the blood red ore. This is... The shipwright instinctively swallowed, reaching out to touch his hands covered in blisters and scars. All previous fatigue vanished, and he seemed to come alive, so beautiful. Summer rolled her eyes at him, clutching the oar as if afraid it would sprout legs and run away. Ahem, she cleared her throat to bring his focus back. Is this enough? I don't want to come all this way for nothing. Hammer glanced at her. Ham. He burst into laughter. You're not wrong, this was indeed my delusion, but that was before the incident on this island. Hammer shook his head, explaining, when I was young, I wanted to build a ship that could conquer the seas. But in the end I couldn't do it. I couldn't overcome that hurdle. I grew old and weary, so I passed my skills to the next generation, that son I picked up from the sea. We were doing well. Hammer's eyes turned wild again, almost sparking with fire. But then they came the celestial dragons. They wanted a ship worthy of a god. Bang! Hammer slammed his fist on the ground, drawing blood from his knuckles. I refused and told them to find someone else, but they wouldn't listen. Those bubblehead fools ordered CP to capture my 7-year-old son as a slave, dragging him away. Hammer's face was a tempest of rage, his voice hoarse. Then came the punishment for me. They placed a bounty on the entire island. The next morning, everything was gone. All my life's work was destroyed overnight. The giants suddenly collapsed. I've hated them for decades, and now I'm old, my son most likely dead long ago, and all that's left is one thought: I want to see the world government turn to ashes. With that frenzied expression and those wild eyes, Hammer was already half buried in the ground, yet his words carried a fierce intensity. Damian listened to this, feeling a twinge in his heart. He thought of his mother of the village, burned down by pirates. He understood that kind of hatred all too well. Summer continued smoking, asking, so you're betting that Captain Rocks can avenge you? Hammer looked up and nodded. Yes, I don't care if I have to make a deal with the devil. I'll do whatever he wants to. I'll build him a massive ship to roam the seas, bringing hell to those so-called nobles. Damian still had some doubts. You couldn't build it back then, so why do you think you can now? Hammer stood up. A spark reignited in his eyes, shining with madness. Gray energy surged from him. The broken shipwright clenched his fists, blood seeping from his knuckles. He grinned like a madman. Because this time I'm willing to stake my life for it. Both Damian and Summer felt the overwhelming aura emanating from this downtrodden shipwright. Several crows perched on nearby dead trees were startled and fell to the ground unconscious. Summer finally nodded. All right. A week later, pirates attacked a naval patrol fleet, resulting in thousands of casualties. Damian rolled his eyes at the headline as he flipped through the newspaper. The name of the Rocks pirates didn't appear again. The reports were all about the massacre committed by those four infamous. Bounty notice: Kaido beast. Bounty 350 million berries, dead or alive. Bounty notice: Aina D. Damian, embodiment of evil. Bounty 420 million berries, dead or alive. Bounty notice: Shaki Black Death. Bounty 700 million berries, dead or alive. Bounty notice: Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. Bounty 1. 846 billion berries, dead or alive. Bounty notice: Whitebeard is nearing 2 billion, but given his calm demeanor this number may be understated, at least compared to other members of Rocks. Damian pondered. But this news blackout is too obvious. They didn't even mention the Admiral's appearance. It's really annoying. Damian's gaze shifted slightly. Damian pondered. But this news blackout is too obvious. They didn't even mention the Admiral's appearance. It's 110, 100, 1,000 flocks of birds and flying beasts surged in from all directions, swirling around Damian in a colorful whirlwind. Some landed on his shoulders, others perched atop his head, while the rest chirped loudly together. Spread out to various parts of the Grand Line, search for the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency. Caw, chirp, chirp. The flock responded in unison, scattering in all directions, some flying into the depths of the New World, while many headed towards the Red Land. Nexus plan: locate the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency. Incomplete, identify a new president. Incomplete, control the new president. Incomplete, free the news agency from the world government's control. Incomplete, deadline: year 1486. The first step is to locate the news agency headquarters. As for identifying a new president who could be controlled by him, that might take some time. I read about a few islands focused on journalism. I need to make a trip to see if there are any suitable candidates. Damian looked up at the sun. It was noon, and the ship should be finished soon. Damian arrived near the dilapidated house of Hammer and saw a few familiar faces. Hammer set up a ship frame using the nearby port and placed the hull into shallow waters for construction. Now a giant ship stood there, blocking out the sun. It was dozens of meters high, casting a shadow over the entire area. The ship's body was covered with a piece of gray-brown cloth. One wondered where such a large cloth came from. Perhaps shipbuilders habitually prepare large tarps. The most outrageous part was that this entire ship was built by Hammer alone. 7 days, one person, and he created the best work of his life. It seems he hasn't slept since the day we gave him the materials, Damian said, standing beside his three companions. Shaki sighed. Because he really hasn't slept, he's truly a madman. Hammer's eyes were bloodshot with dark circles under them. His face was covered in sweat, yet his drooping eyes shone with an eerie brightness. Hamma. She's ready, I've made her, he shouted. Then he yanked off the entire tarp, revealing the true form underneath. Whitebeard stepped forward, looking at the giant ship. It's almost twice the size of a naval battleship, isn't it? Shaki nodded in surprise. The ship was even more impressive than she had imagined. Naval battleships were about the size of the ancient giant, Oz Jr., roughly 60 meters long. This ship was nearly twice that, almost 100 meters high. The giant vessel had two main masts, each bearing 2 or 3 sails. The bow was framed in a shape with a massive skull embedded at the top. At the middle and rear of the ship was a large structure that could accommodate thousands of people. The entire ship was framed in gold, with the most eye-catching decoration being the sail at the very front, which was black unlike the other white sails. It bore only one word, ROCKS, with the position of the O being a burning red skull. Kaido raised an eyebrow. This ship, made from top-tier materials, was indeed impressive. Hammer cleared his throat and began his introduction. The hull is made from atoms, with sturdy and resilient enough to bear the weight of a mountain. He continued, I've lined the inner walls of the entire ship with a layer of eternal or plates. Any force applied will be evenly distributed throughout the ship, eliminating weak points. This ship is capable of conquering these seas. Hammer's eyes glistened with tears. This is my best work. He knelt down, both exhausted and elated. I did it, son, I did it. Does it have a name? Damian asked. Hammer looked up and slowly shook his head. So several people began to suggest names. Shaki, Great Ship Sauce. Kaido, World Killer. Whitebeard. Hammer froze for a moment. He didn't want to interfere with the naming, but felt that his creation deserved a proper name. Damian sighed at the naming taste of his companions. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, since this ship was born to be the giant among ships, why not call it? Several people nodded slowly. Titanic, Hammer murmured, his eyes glazing over. Yes, that's it. The Titanic has been born. Shaki looked at the satisfied Hammer and felt the need to break the joyous atmosphere. Hammer, you should know what will happen once the ship sets sail. The shipwright merely chuckled lightly. Hamma. The moment I built this ship, I accepted my fate. There's nothing to regret. He stood up, his tone resolute. I have no regrets in death. Shaki nodded, stepping into the cabin to familiarize herself with the helm. Whitebeard and Kaido went to fetch supplies, leaving Hammer and Damian behind. Little brother Damian, I have a favor to ask you. Damian looked up at the tall shipwright and saw that flicker of hope nearly extinguished in his eyes. My son Quentin Craft, if one day you miraculously encounter him, could you tell him that his father did it? He built a ship that can carry the world. Damian looked at the shipwright's fervent gaze. That spark of hope, compressed into a firefly by decades of pain, reignited. I promise you. Hammer sighed with relief, his body succumbing to exhaustion as he fell to his knees again. He fought to live to this point, just to have no regrets before he died, and he finally accomplished that. Don't worry, I will let the whole world know of your craftsmanship. Damian stepped onto the gangplank into the cabin, leaving the shipwright alone. Hammer sat in place, watching the Titanic set sail for the first time. Many hours passed, and the Titanic had long since disappeared. The sun set and night fell. Hammer still sat by the island's edge, smoking a cigar, his face reflecting a look of satisfaction and tranquility. A chilling wind swept over the weathered shipwright, sending a shiver down his spine. In the distance on the horizon, a line of warships emerged, totaling 10 vessels. They advanced like a tide of destruction, extinguishing all hope of survival. The lights on the warships illuminated the pitch-black sea, creating a terrifying scene. An unstoppable momentum proclaimed their arrival. A shadow fell behind Hammer. A Navy officer with purple hair, muscular and imposing. Without turning his head, Hammer softly said, Zephyr, it has been a long time. The Vice Admiral sighed, standing behind him. Hammer, it seems you have made your choice. The shipwright looked at Zephyr and asked, you traveled all this way just to teach me a lesson? Zephyr closed his eyes. I was the one who escorted the celestial dragons to this island. Ooh, I should not have allowed such a thing to happen. Hammer chuckled, ha ha ha. Zephyr, you are one of the few good people in the upper echelons of the Navy. Before the incident, you helped many of our residents. You owe me nothing. Zephyr shook his head slightly, his expression complex, as he pulled out a transponder snail. Hammer saw it, but paid it no mind. Zephyr, can you at least tell me if he is still around? The purple-haired Vice Admiral glanced at the shipwright's eager eyes and slowly nodded. Hammer merely smiled, turning back to look at the line of warships, as if welcoming the embrace of death. Is that ship worth it? Zephyr asked. The old shipwright revealed a mad smile. That ship will be a spark, eventually growing into a raging fire that will burn the world government. Farewell, Hammer. Zephyr leapt into the air, landing on the lead warship. He placed the golden transponder snail before him, the golden light starkly contrasting with the hell it brought. Darkness completely obscured Zephyr's face as he issued a command in a mechanical voice, activate the Demon Slayer order. A day later. The news has come out, Navarajam Island has been destroyed by pirates and will disappear from all maps henceforth. Shaki entered with lunch, casually reporting the news. A few people were dining in the main hall of the Titanic. Whitebeard paid little attention. After all, Hammer was content with his fate, while he pitted the disrespect. Damian looked up at the ceiling. The Demon Slayer order, a single command can decide the life or death of an island. He continued to bury his head in the mountain of food before him. Shaki sat down on a brand new chair crafted by Adam from Treasure Tree. 3 days to Hive Island, she said. Kaido was devouring meat like a vacuum cleaner, and upon hearing this, he perked up. I wonder if the captain will declare war directly. Waha! I can't wait. Whitebeard grumbled as he chewed on meat and drank wine, rolling his eyes at the combative beast. Damian stood on the bow of the Titanic. Whitebeard was also there holding a cup of fine wine. Damian spoke. Uncle Newgate, tell me more about the ship. Glug. Whitebeard swallowed some wine and began to recount that golden lion Shiki buzzes around like a fly, often dropping islands. That crazy woman Ling Ling always talks about eating, giving birth, while munching on food. And that two-faced John, all he does is loot treasures. No village or island he passes leaves unscathed. They are all a bunch of scum under his command. He took another hefty sip of wine. As for Captain Rox, let's just say he's the monster of monsters. Newgate recalled Rox and sighed. Rox ruled through fear and absolute strength. Several notorious characters on his ship possessed Conqueror's haki. But the fear Rox spread was too heavy. Though everyone dared only to call his surname, no one would dare to call him by his full name. Jaibeck. Gahaha, a madman indeed. Whitebeard finished his drink and sighed again. The only benefit is leaving that damn island. This journey has been the most comfortable time for me lately. The two gazed toward the horizon and saw an island. The core of the island was a massive skull-shaped peak. This was Hive Island, the so-called pirate paradise. The name means hive, which also signifies the island's nature. Once enemy ships approach, the pirates on the island swarm out, like a hive devouring the invaders until nothing remains. We've arrived. Prepare yourselves. Rox is likely to want to see you. Whitebeard said, turning to walk back into the cabin. New World Hive Island. The scent of this island is indescribable. Blood, alcohol, makeup, garbage, smoke. These mixed together made one want to vomit. Several corpses lay sprawled across the streets, some still fresh, others already rotting. Small-scale fights broke out everywhere, with pirates killing each other, some losing limbs, others losing their lives. This was a place where humans devoured each other. As long as no major disturbances occurred, the higher-ups wouldn't care at all. What did you say about my mother? A burly man was viciously smashing another pirate's face with a shovel, blood and flesh splattering. Even after the man was dead, he kept hitting. Boom. A sudden fire erupted across the street as a group of pirates laughed, while throwing Molotov cocktails inside, enjoying the screams that emerged from within. Get out of the way, brats, it's just a little fire. The speaker was a tall and thin pirate dragging a chain attached to 6 children's necks, pulling them along like lives. Needless to say, this was the gathering place of the worst scum in the world. Even if you were on the same ship, your life would not be worth much. Today's friend might become your killer tomorrow. Newcomer pirates had to keep one eye open, even while sleeping. This was the den of Scum Hive Island. Hey, a ship is coming. A drunkard shouted hoarsely near the harbor. There were already dozens of pirate ships anchored around the island. If enemies came, it would be an immediate barrage of fire. Don't shoot, it's our own ship. Even better, fire the cannons. Just as this madman's words fell, a nearby person drew a knife and slashed, causing a head to roll on the ground, blood spraying 3 feet high. Let them in. The surrounding pirates had various expressions. Some were scared, some were frenzied, some were angry. And what a beautiful ship. Is this the one Lord Shaki went to get? Whitebeard went too. And the latest news is they seem to have brought back a super newcomer. Last year it was that monster Kaido. This time, they brought back someone even more ruthless. Good. I wonder what his blood tastes like. The newly launched Titanic slowly docked, dropping anchor. The gangway was set up and 4 pirates walked down. Damian took a deep breath of the fetid air of the island, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It's time to meet the man whom the world government fears so much that they want to erase him from history. At the dock of Hive Island, the crowd continued to swell. The pirates, each with their own thoughts, paused to watch, their eyes filled with curiosity. Yet they instinctively made way for a path. Boots sank into the blood-soaked red earth, a thin mist shrouding most of the island. Countless eyes were focused on the young Damian. Curiosity, provocation, fear, threat, and even envy lingered in the air. The journey was swift as Whitebeard, appearing nonchalant, led Damian toward Skull Rock. Kaido had long since vanished, presumably having slipped into some tavern. I've only been gone for a few months and so many rats have flooded in here already. Summer Chi sensed the malicious gazes from afar, her tone cold. It doesn't matter, they won't live long anyway, Whitebeard remarked casually. Summer Chi sensed the malicious gazes from afar, her tone cold. It doesn't matter, they won't live long anyway. Summer Chi patted his shoulder. Whitebeard nodded at him before turning to leave. Damian gazed upward, looking at the mountain-like giant structure. The sky bright with light, the sea breeze gentle, but Damian felt an oppressive weight. The pain and despair of countless people seemed to coalesce within this building, thick enough to be almost tangible. However, his attention was quickly drawn to a group of pirates gathering nearby. A newcomer has arrived. Most of the voices belonged to seasoned, old pirates. Those who had survived since the inception of the Rocks pirates were no ordinary folk. A massive man standing at 4.5 meters tall approached the unmoving Damian. I've heard a monster-level newcomer has arrived, he sneered. But you seem no different from anyone else. Damian looked up at the hairy pirate. Looks like I need to prove myself first before stepping into the den of those scum, Damian thought to himself. He sensed dozens of pirates slowly closing in around him. Their movements were subtle, akin to predators stalking prey, ready to pounce like wild dogs at the slightest sign of weakness. The leading pirate swung his equally massive fist toward Damian. I've placed a bounty of 119 million. Show me what you're made of, newcomer. Under the gaze of hundreds, that fist, imbued with a furious wind, came crashing down. Damian remained motionless as the fist smashed directly atop his head. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was unsurprising, but no one expected it to be Damian's that had broken. Pain surged across the attacker's face instantly. My arm, he screamed. He looked down at his forearm, where the bone jutted out from the elbow, the knuckles, drip drip. Blood fell onto the muddy ground as the man knelt trembling. Damian's hand swiftly reached out, gripping the man's shattered arm. I won't make this easy for you. The newcomer's iron grip sent waves of pain coursing through the man's body, silencing his cries and providing Damian with the stage to complete this performance. With a sudden surge of strength, he snapped the arm, driving the protruding elbow bone into the giant's throat, piercing the carotid artery. Damian looked down from above as the man fell into the cold embrace of death, choking on his own blood. The atmosphere around them tightened abruptly, then fell into silence. Damian glanced around at the onlookers. Some were filled with fear, others with awe, yet many were grinning wildly. Tap, tap, tap. The monster-level newcomer paid no mind, striding forward into the entrance of Skull Rock, embarking on this date with death. As expected, no one stood in his way. However, many eyes from a distance were still fixed on him, eagerly anticipating how Damian would emerge. The staircase leading to the top of the building was spiral-shaped. Black water and blood occasionally dripped down, echoing eerily throughout the ascending passage. The stench of decay seeped into the rotting wood and moss-covered stone walls, lingering unshakably. 5 minutes later, a cracked wooden sign appeared before Damian, hanging above a wooden door, dim light filtering through a broken window. 3 words were written on the sign in dried blood. God stops here. The young pirate withdrew his gaze and turned toward the door. The door itself was unremarkable. What truly unsettled him was the chilling aura seeping from beneath the door. Damian steadied himself and pushed the door open. Darkness. He could barely discern the boundaries of the room, engulfed entirely by a cold, oppressive darkness, leaving only a suffocating sense of despair. A sliver of light from another broken window allowed Damian to make out a chair deep within the room. A man was seated there, holding a barrel of fragrant liquor. The man's physique was not particularly tall, seemingly only slightly taller than Damian. He leaned back in the throne-like chair, observing the newcomer with deep interest. The chair creaked from years of neglect as the man leaned forward, revealing his face at last. He wore a dark coat draped over his shoulders. His wild dark hair stood out in all directions like a beast's mane. Savage, scarred, with a crazed look in his eyes, he grinned a beast-like smile. Damian held his breath, feeling the man's aura. His observation haki went into a frenzy, sounding an alarm. Extreme danger. Zaha! The raucous and insane laughter echoed in the cave-like room, amplified infinitely. The hoarse voice rang out again. Do you know me, kid? Damian detected the interest in the other's tone and replied in a deep voice, Roxd. Zebek, the man who wishes to be the king of the world. This statement prompted another bout of maniacal laughter from Rox. Zaha. He grinned and downed several liters of liquor. You've got sharp ears, kid, he slowly began. You can hear them, right? Damian's pupils slightly contracted but quickly returned to calm. Just as he was about to speak, Rox seemed to have anticipated it all. You can hear their voices. Rox said in a low tone. Yet the next second his tone turned venomous. I can hear their screams. Boom. Rox's eyes erupted with an overwhelming aura, instantly filling every corner of the room. The pressure was not limited to Skull Rock. The skies above Hive Island darkened suddenly, and a storm descended from nowhere. A thick layer of black clouds enveloped the entire pirate paradise. Torrential rain poured down, an endless domineering aura crushing the island like a flood. Cracks spread throughout the room, and Damian felt the weight of the world pressing down on his shoulders. He had felt the conqueror's haki. Whitebeard had shown him that, but Rox was different. Rox's haki was not mere pressure, it directly assaulted your mind and reason, as if intending to tear them apart. Black lightning tore through the pitch-black sky, rain falling in torrents. The pirates below began to panic, many collapsing instantly, while only a few veterans managed to stand. Summerchi looked up at the furious skies from her territory, her eyes filled with concern. She knew what was coming next, and could only hope Damian would endure. Facing the direct impact of the haki, Damian felt his knees creaking under the tremendous pressure. Rox's hoarse voice rang out again. What are you planning to do now? You are a D, so you can hear the voice of the world, but with just that you can't even stand before me, kid. His words echoed in Damian's mind, causing his thoughts to fragment. An indomitable will coalesced within his heart. His vision began to blur, his body nearly crumbling under the mountain-like weight. I can't fall here, I've only just begun. The obsession built up since taking that first step on the path of power, from the moment his mother passed to his first voyage. All the despair and unwillingness erupted at this moment. The indomitable will surged forth, resisting Rox's merciless crushing. Black lightning rained down like a storm, tearing the room where the two stood apart. Rock's black haki was slowly pushed back by Damian's own, while a dark red halo expanding outward in a defiant posture. Huff! Huff! Heavy breathing echoed in the shattered room as Damian steadied his stance, his crimson eyes fixed on Rock's without a hint of fear. Zaha! The wild interest in Rock's eyes grew even stronger. Yes, that's the look. Damian then felt the other's tone shift to one of deep coldness devoid of any mockery. Remember, kid, he said, in the impending darkness of this era, only ambition can guide you. The clash of haki ended and sunlight once again poured down onto the pirate paradise of Hive Island. Ambition. This phrase echoed in the young pirate's mind. Rox grinned. You're different from Kaido, different from everyone else. I like you, kiddo, just don't die too soon. Damian exhaled deeply, stepping out of that hellish door. Rox returned to his barrel casually, letting slip. Ain't a D. Eris. The man lost in time. Let me see how far your son can go. Marineford, is it done? A naval officer stood before the marshal's seat. Nodding, he replied, Nafligem Island has sunk. The fleet admiral nodded, accepting the report from the major. How about Zephyr? The major hesitated slightly. He did not object to the demon slaughter order. The fleet admiral nodded again, seeming to have anticipated this. Order him to report to the paradise first. The naval officer left. The fleet admiral turned his gaze to Admiral Tsuru, who sat to the side of the office. Mr. Kong, the top intelligence source from Asahi, just reported that monster newcomer has arrived at Hive Island and has passed Rock's test. Kong sighed irritably, another troublesome matter. Tsuru sipped her tea and commented, even the CP has a hard time inserting valuable spies into Rock's crew. Black Death Summer Chi is quite good at rooting out internal traitors. Kong waved his hand, just grasped their general locations. Let's change the subject. What news of the other top cadres of Rock's? Tsuru nodded and answered concisely, the whereabouts of the Golden Lion are unknown. The Phantom is waging war in some desert kingdom in the New World, and Captain John recently hijacked a Sky Gold transport ship. Kong rubbed his temples. These pirates really don't give me a moment's peace. His voice lowered, prepare the troops for war. Ooh, I have a feeling. A storm is coming. It's so warm. Damian felt the sunlight on his skin. Inside Skull Rock, it truly was a hell beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Damian stepped out the door, seeing hundreds of unconscious pirates sprawled around outside. Upon witnessing Damian emerge unscathed, the fear and awe in the eyes of those still standing deepened. Damian couldn't be bothered with them. He felt something new stirring within him, his mind clearer than ever. The confrontation with Rox opened a new door in his mind, granting him an unprecedented sense of freedom. Notifications in his mind confirmed his feelings. Conqueror's Haki has reached intermediate level. A faint smile spread across Damian's face as he continued forward, traversing this island of scum, breathing in its suffocating air. For months later, Hive Island remains in utter chaos, having been in turmoil for the past few months. New pirates come almost daily, and many have perished. The waters around the island are littered with corpses which have fattened the Sea Kings. In turn, the Sea Kings have reciprocated, nourishing Hive Island in a perfect symbiotic relationship. As for how the pirates survive, it relies on respect and strength. Damian has taken up residence in a remote corner of the island, preferring not to squeeze in with those scum. A 3-story wooden building, old and crooked, looks eerie and dilapidated from a distance devoid of life. Damian leans against the railing, overlooking the yard below. He has grown taller now, standing at approximately 3 meters. A sky-blue little bird perches steadily on his wrist, chirping away with intelligence. The headquarters of the World Economic News Agency is well hidden, but many have mentioned it on Nea Island, Damian murmured. Nea Island, known as the capital of news on the Grand Line, is the cradle of journalists. The clues are promising. Keep an eye on everyone who mentions the news agency, he instructed the bird. The little bird flew off, relaying his orders to all its feathered companions. A shadow appeared in Damian's yard, standing right below the balcony. Lord Shaki requests your immediate presence. Shaki has some subordinates who mainly do 2 things: eliminate spies or summon others to meet Rocks. Hive Island, Skull Rock. Shaki, Uncle Newgate, you're all here, Damian greeted. Kaido was also sitting nearby, looking utterly displeased. In the past few months, he fought many battles, yet he won not a single one. However, these defeats ignited his thirst for power. Damian was astonished by the monster's growth speed, almost like that of a protagonist. Shaki sat in a high chair. The dilapidated door was pushed open roughly, emitting a groan. A wild man entered, draped in an aura of death, his eyes fierce like a beast. Rox scanned the room, a hint of a smile appearing on his scarred face. Zahaha, he laughed. Shikaka read out. This prompted the petite woman to raise her head, placing a newspaper in front of herself. Clearing her throat, she spoke. A sea overlord has announced an auction 2 weeks from now, inviting major forces from the New World to his territory. She continued, among the auction items besides treasures there is also the supreme Great Blade, Melted Blade Apocalypse. This statement caused a noticeable shift in Rock's expression, as if that blade was already his. I was just thinking of getting a good weapon, and now it comes with the head of an overlord. Zaha. Which overlord? Whitebeard suddenly interjected. So Borealis, a Logia-type fruit user, wind fruit. As soon as he finished speaking, Whitebeard's hand clenched the table tightly, causing cracks to spread across it. A rare anger flashed across his face. He looked at the captain. Rox, I have a score to settle with Borealis. His head belongs to me. Rox glanced at him, a glimmer of playful interest in his eyes as he replied, Zaha Newgate, it's rare to see you like that. Do whatever you want, just bring that blade back to me. Whitebeard slowly nodded, sitting back down, calming his emotions. Shaki continued, the auction will be held at his lair Mora Island in 30 days. Borealis has a core crew of 40 plus an auxiliary fleet of about 10,000. She explained his top-tier Logia fruit ensures his position as an overlord. Of course he has awakened as well. Rox appeared unconcerned about the opponent's strength, while Whitebeard remained lost in thought. Kaido was trembling with excitement, unable to contain himself at the mention of battle. Rox ultimately issued a simple command, gather the crew, we depart in 2 days. After saying that, he stood up and walked out. Shaki sighed, knowing she would have to handle all the logistics again. Damian and Kaido also left in their own directions. Whitebeard was about to leave when he turned to Shaki. Shaki, I remember your agreement with Rox was to serve for 5 years. It should be about time, right? The woman raised her eyes and smiled slightly. I was planning to retire, but I found a reason to stay a few more years. Newgate raised an eyebrow. Shaki chuckled lightly. I just want to see how far he can go. Paradise Night Sky Island, a boy about 2 years old. He sat at the edge of the open railing, gazing down at the dark earth below. With pitch-black short hair and sharp yellow, the future world's #1 swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, was currently reading a newspaper that had fallen not long ago. The Supreme Great Blade. Apocalypse, he murmured. Then he looked towards the hedged maze below, staring at the silver longsword still embedded in the black pedestal. A draft continuously sliced through, producing a sharp and melodious sound. One day, night, I too will let the world see your brilliance. He clenched his small fist, his gaze resolute. Mihawk looked out at the distant sea, his eyes piercing through the eternal forest, recalling the tall figure in his memories. New World, a certain large forest island. A tall man sat in the center of the forest. He was dressed in striking armor, the soft moonlight reflecting off the silver metal. One day, night, I too will let the world see your brilliance. He clenched his small fist, his gaze resolute. Mihawk looked out at the distant sea, his eyes piercing through the Supreme Great Blade. My axe is chopped through even great blades. Ew, I'd like to see how much harder those higher tier blades are. A deep voice emanated from the armor, echoing through the silent forest. Surrounding him were thousands of large monster corpses soaked in pools of blood. New World, a certain snowy island. A burly man stood at the bow of a ship. The ship was not large, but it looked very sturdy. With red sails and golden trim, the pirate flag emblazoned on the bow sail was eye-catching. Captain, a pirate ran over to report. Look, Borealis is auctioning off the Supreme Great Blade. The man known as Captain, sporting a curved black beard, grinned widely, showing surprise upon hearing the news. Wah! Borealis is actually selling his treasure. A shrewd man nearby commented, such a precious blade will surely attract many big shots. The captain laughed heartily. It's been a while since it's been this lively. Brothers, let's set sail. 2 days later, Hive Island. Damian stood on the Titanic chatting with Shaki. If those useless scums dare to dismantle the ship, I'll throw them to feed the Sea Kings, Damian said irritably. It was the time for the pirates to board the ship. Though the Titanic can withstand immense force, weight, and pressure, it can be dismantled with enough tools. In these waters, destruction is not a rare occurrence. Don't worry, Damian, Shaki replied. Whoever dares to act, I'll be the first to put a hole in their forehead. Damian nodded, thinking of another matter. Will the other top cadres of Rox participate in this operation? Shaki shrugged. Maybe those guys never report their whereabouts. Unless the captain personally names them, they do as they please. She introduced the confirmed forces to Damian. We have 3 teams of 5,000 ready to charge, with equal forces remaining to guard Hive Island. Their task is to hold back Borealis' fleet, while you few strike directly at the stronghold. She continued, Borealis has 4 top cadres whom he calls the 4 generals. Each of them has a hefty bounty and a notorious reputation. Though the captain says he won't intervene, don't take it too seriously. If progress is too slow or too boring, he'll surely intervene. She glanced at the apprentice pirate, warning, things won't go exactly as planned, be fully prepared. Damian, though Rox claims he merely wants to toy with the blade, deep down, he is a bloodthirsty lunatic. Things he is interested in often accompany massive death and destruction. Lord Shaki, a female subordinate, respectfully reported, the pirates have boarded their respective ships. We have identified about 650 spies. Shaki hummed thoughtfully, well done, Amber. Let them stay, though I'm in need of a batch of cannon fodder to test the waters of more. Bang! She fired a shot into the sky, a green flare streaking across the horizon. This was the command for all ships to set sail. The curtain on cleansing the New World pirates was about to rise. Mora Island is about a week's journey away, requiring ample supplies. The pirates must fend for their own meals, as Shaki only cooks for the top cadres on the ship. At this moment, Damian was on the main deck of the Titanic next to Whitebeard. Uncle Newgate, he said, What's your connection with that Borealis? Whitebeard shot him a glare. You really don't mince words, do you? Then he gazed towards the distant horizon. Borealis and I hail from the same island, Sphinx Island. Just thinking about this connection caused the man to visibly seethe with anger. He breathes the same air as us. He drinks the same filthy water as us. He eats the same rotten food as us. But he turned his back on everything without a second glance. Whitebeard's grip on his weapon tightened, the sound of creaking growing louder. The government abandoned us, leaving us to the pirates. The furious Whitebeard continued. We united and fought fiercely to support everyone. Borealis survived at the cost of their lives, but the moment he obtained that fruit, he never looked back at us again. Whitebeard turned to Damian beside him. Isn't it my duty to deal with such a soulless person? Damian sensed the anger radiating from Whitebeard. Although he found it somewhat ironic, you know most pirates wouldn't agree with that, Uncle Newgate. This offhand comment seemed to defuse the man's anger, and he burst into laughter. Gaha! Ultimately, it's just that different things hold different values in our hearts. Borealis, I have my eyes on him. Even if Rock stands in my way, I will kill him. 2 weeks later, New World Moor Island. This commercial-themed island has a pleasant atmosphere that makes visitors reluctant to leave. Dense pine forests surround the residential areas with a range of mountains stretching across the distant horizon. Forests cover about 80% of the island, with only the southern end inhabited. A large city built of stone has a flat, well-maintained ground bustling with thousands of merchants. 5 docks allow for entry and exit. Countless people, numerous pirates, members of the underworld, and lurking Navy officers all gather here. The annual auction of Mora Island, sponsored by the Borealis Pirate Group, is about to commence. The highlight of this auction is one of the supreme great swords making its grand entrance. News of the auction for the Melted Blade revelation has spread for several days, and the auction is about to officially begin. Main dock, a gray giant ship slowly approaches the shore. The ship's hull is sturdy and thick, with blue masts hoisting blue sails. A word is emblazoned on the front mast: BOREALIS. The ship steadies, drops anchor, and the pirates disembark in an orderly fashion. About 50 people clear the path for the big shots. Soon 4 men of identical height descend the gangplank. Each stands at a towering 4 meters and 57 centimeters, with a letter printed on their chests. NEWS, the 4 kings of the Borealis Pirate Group. Strangely, the 4 men look exactly alike. They are quadruplets. The only difference lies in the letters on their chests and the style of their beards. Yet even these 4 towering figures must yield a path, their faces filled with respect. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps resound as an elderly man descends. With bronze skin, heavily muscled limbs, and bulging veins, a sense of power emanates from him. With gray-white hair and a matching beard, he appears aged, yet no one dares meet his gaze. One of the 3 sea overlords. Revolutionary Wind, SO Borealis. Bop, 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 bop. The auction preparations are quite good. North Borealis' voice is deep. Yes, Lord Borealis. The man with the letter N on his chest replies. It officially starts in 20 hours, and many people have already arrived. Yes, Lord Borealis. The man with the letter N on his chest replies. It officially starts in 20 hours. Understood. The 4 infamous pirates replied in unison as they walked towards the auction house. The next day at noon, the Borealis annual auction officially begins. A booming voice echoed throughout the venue. The auction house was packed, filled with people of all shapes and sizes. Wealthy nobles sat in the front row, while individuals of secretive identities hid in the back. The first item up for auction, a rare artifact from the lost island of alchemy, lost 150 years ago. Starting bid 100 million berries. 100 million, 100 million, and 300,000. 169 million. The second item up for auction, the bathwater of the mermaid princess from 300 years ago. Starting bid 50 million berries. 55 million, 61 million. 99 million. The auction lasted 3 hours. The 69th item up for auction, 10 large planks of atom wood from the great treasure tree, enough to build a galleon. Starting bid 700 million berries. Time ticked by, and the final item was finally about to be presented. 2 individuals walked up to the sides of the stage, ready to maintain order. East and west, 2 tall officers prepared to take action at any moment. Last but not least, the grand finale. Sass carried a long black box onto the stage, placing the treasure on a table in the center. Click. The lock opened, and the box was unlocked. Nearly 500 spectators held their breath in unison, watching as the person on stage retrieved the treasure from the box. It was a sword styled like a great blade. The guard was simple, oval-shaped, and red, located before the blade. The hilt was rather eye-catching, adorned with red diamond patterns on a black background. The blade was sheathed in a black scabbard, yet it occasionally pulsed with a scorching heat, as if a living creature was contained within. Sass looked at the audience and warned, "Be careful, this is a cursed flame blade." He took a deep breath, gripping the hilt with his right hand and pressing down on the scabbard with his left. Clang! The scabbard slid off smoothly, revealing the blade. A low, deep roar erupted from the sword, carrying a wave of blood and heat crashing towards everyone present. The blade seethed with rage, and the air around it began to bubble and boil. Gasps erupted from the audience, the pressure from the supreme great blade instilling fear in their hearts. The wild and unrestrained nature of the blade only accentuated its beauty. The blade itself was dark in color, covered in countless cracks with a lava-like red glow pulsing within the metal. A red halo enveloped the entire sword. Sas desperately tried to control it, but found it impossible. Ugh! The four kings let out a muffled groan, unable to hold onto the sword. Swish! The scabbard was quickly replaced, and the sword quieted down, eagerly awaiting its next reveal. This scene instead sparked a more intense reaction. What a ferocious sword! Even from this distance I feel like I'm about to be cut in half. I almost wet my pants. However, these cannon fodder were not the true targets of the organizers. The real buyers were those lurking in the shadows, their identities concealed, who were determined to acquire the sword. Suddenly, a loud bang shook the auction house. The door was blown open, and a wave of murderous intent surged in. An hour earlier, Mora Island has large areas of uninhabited land, but that doesn't mean there is no surveillance. Tall watchtowers and sentry posts line the coast, constantly monitoring any movements. What is that? Two sentinels gazed at one side of the island, witnessing a spine-chilling scene. That pirate flag. The arrival of a ship as massive as the Titanic could not go unnoticed. Yet no warning was issued until it entered the core territory of Borealis. Why wasn't there a report? That's Rock's flag. One of them grabbed a transponder snail, preparing ZZZZ. ZZZZ. The transponder snail emitted a crackling noise, abruptly going silent, as if something was interfering with the signal. What the hell? They are jamming the transponder snails. The atmosphere on the Titanic was in stark contrast. The pirates were drooling like rabid dogs, staring at the bountiful Mora Island. The lair of the Overlord holds everything everyone desires. Gold, food, wine, women, and even men. The desire to conquer these riches is deeply ingrained in the bones of these pirates. Hoo-ha-ha. So many treasures. Oh my. Before he could finish his words, he was stabbed in the heart by his own good brother. One less competitor. The killer wiped his blade expressionlessly, cleaning the blood on his good brother's corpse. This scene was commonplace on the ship preparing to strike. Turning one's back on a comrade signifies death, with no camaraderie to speak of. This was merely the norm within this pirate crew. Xiachi looked at the chaos around her, remaining utterly unfazed. She turned to a petite woman beside her. Your interference fruit is still so effective, Amber. The Rock's pirates had slaughtered their way through, leaving a trail of destruction across the islands. Yet Borealis remained unaware that much of his empire had been reduced to ruins. The blood only excited the nearby pirates even more. However, the greedy clamor of the pirates suddenly fell silent. An eerie silence descended as the door to the captain's quarters swung open. Rock stepped out with a ferocious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He let out a chilling laugh, feeding off the fear that pervaded the Titanic. Ha! Whitebeard, you've been my sharp sword for many years. Here's your chance for a little revenge. I'll unleash my dogs to tear this island apart, he rasped. You better hurry. Whitebeard looked at the captain and nodded, slowly picking up his beloved weapon before jumping off the ship. Boom. Whitebeard's massive form hit the ground, sending shockwaves rippling across the surface. Rox issued another command. You two youngsters go to let the people on the ship see what you apprentices are capable of. The two complied without dissent, jumping off the ship to follow the unstoppable Whitebeard. The three of them set off, causing a thunderous cheer to erupt as the pirates seemed to catch a whiff of blood. Many had already dismantled the nearby outposts, slaughtering all the lookouts, their desire to pillage and burn the Overlord's island reaching an extreme. Yet Rox stood at the bow of the ship, looking relaxed, a single glance rendering everyone immobile. They waited for orders. With just a word, the prosperous Mora Island would cease to exist. Back to the present. Boom. Dust billowed from the ruins of the auction house's entrance. Those attending the auction huddled in their seats, gazing in terror at the intruders. The once joyful atmosphere turned deathly still. The four corners of the room seemed ready to burst. What are you, scum? Sars roared. East and West leaped into action, simultaneously denying the intruders even a second to breathe. One drew a curved sword while the other raised two long swords. As the dust at the entrance began to settle, three figures of varying heights emerged. The tallest spoke first. Bang! A deep tremor echoed as Whitebeard retracted his fist, tension gripping the hearts of the two officers as fear spread rapidly. Whitebeard's fist struck the very fabric of space, sending terrifying cracks radiating in all directions. A massive explosion and shockwave erupted, simultaneously engulfing the two officers. Ugh! Ugh! East and West suffered an immeasurable tremor, their bodies exploding into gore, painting the expensive wallpaper with fresh crimson. The audience was thrown into chaos, everyone frozen in place, praying not to attract his attention in order to survive. The two infamous pirate officers were instantly killed, the scene too shocking. Sars wanted to rush forward, but was met by a black staff and a crimson fist. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Raging shatter. The domineering attack infused with hockey pierced through Sars' body, blood spraying from his throat as he was blasted away, crashing into the depths of the auction house wall. Boom. A muffled vibration startled some of the dazed individuals. What happened? Did the three from the four corners just get taken out? Those people are from the Rocks Pirates. Rocks Pirates. Those mad dogs. Whitebeard continued forward searching for his target, and soon he found it. Whoosh. A powerful wind swept through the hull, debris from the ruins being carried away by a sudden tornado. The stench of smoke and earth was blown away, carrying the wrath of the wind's master. Thud. A massive figure materialized, coalescing from the wind. His tall and sturdy form sent shivers down the spine of everyone present. Whitebeard. A deep voice roared with overwhelming rage. Borealis' eyes turned red as he watched the auction he cherished being destroyed on his territory, unable to contain his fury. Whitebeard smiled, dangerously twirling his weapon. You betrayed your roots, he said, those who helped you rise, and yet you stabbed them in the back. Borealis sneered coldly. Only the strong can survive at sea. I discarded the weak, starting with that bunch of useless scum. They should consider themselves lucky to have died alongside my path of power. Raging wind. Borealis' muscles bulged as the furious wind gathered around his arms. The howling wind was condensed, merging into his body. A small tornado wrapped around Borealis' right arm, spinning forward. A chaotic stream of wind capable of causing large-scale destruction. Crack. A similarly devastating force erupted from the opposite side, the air shattering wherever Whitebeard went. The broken atmosphere unleashed powerful shockwaves, clashing against the incoming tornado. This was a collision of calamities. The auction house clearly could not withstand it. The nearby cannon fodder were either torn apart by the wind and shockwaves or buried beneath the rubble. However, in the back row, a man reacted differently from the others. He showed no fear or panic, instead laughing heartily, taking great interest in the pirates on stage, accompanied by a bespectacled blonde man. The new world is indeed full of tough nuts to crack. His companion nodded, ready for a fight at any moment. But his captain had already moved on, leaving the blonde man behind. He's coming again. Damian and Kaido stood in the center of the hall. Many of the cannon fodder rushing in had already. Fresh blood dripped from the fists of the two. Their attention was simultaneously drawn to one side. Their hockey was wildly alerting them to the arrival of an extremely dangerous individual. The dust had yet to settle, revealing only a silhouette. Yo, brats. A lively voice rang out. I've heard of the monster rookie on that madman's ship. Roar. Kaido exclaimed excitedly. Damian, can you feel that guy's strength? I want to fight him. Another figure flashed into view, his golden hair reflecting sporadic light. Hey, young brat, you should know you're far. He pointed at his sword. But a hand rested on his shoulder. Wait, Rayleigh. Let me have a go at them. Roger dashed out without waiting for Rayleigh's response, drawing his saber with his right hand. Kaido grinned widely, and Damian wore the same expression. The two charged forward, meeting the oncoming threat with equal fervor. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Raging shatter. Divine avoidance. Crack. Kaido's spiked club enveloped in purple lightning charged recklessly, completely disregarding any defense. Damian summoned the powers of the devil fruit, unleashing a surge of destructive energy that violently surged forth, igniting even the air around. Thunderous bagua. Violent shatter. Divine evasion. Roger swung his sword with a swift motion, executing a precise diagonal slash. A wave of black sword energy followed, closely cleaving towards the two young men. This strike was so simple, yet it carried a heavy aura of dominance and unstoppable force, shredding the young men's offensive with sheer brutality. This astonishing slash obliterated all obstacles. Kaido's club was deflected, its surface marred with cracks. Damian's left fist was cleaved open, exposing the bones of his hand. The attacks of the two instantly crumbled, their bodies sent flying. The already shaky walls were shattered by the two trainees, and the sword energy deeply embedded itself into their bodies. Boom, boom, boom. They crashed through wall after wall, weaving in and out of dozens of buildings, eventually coming to a stop at the southernmost tip of the island. At the auction house, a man with a thick beard grinned widely, his sword sheathed. Roger, someone beside him, said helplessly, "Can you learn to hold back a little?" Roger waved his hand dismissively. Those two little monsters are not that easy to injure. I just wanted to see how capable the newcomer is. He turned his gaze to the left in the distance, his observation hockey locking onto a certain area, sensing immense destruction and casualties. Earthquakes and tornadoes raged unchecked, claiming thousands of lives nearby. Edward Newgate, Rayleigh whispered, the man who has consumed the tremor fruit. Who do you think will win? Roger laughed heartily. The reign of Borealis is over. He then shifted his gaze elsewhere. Oh, it seems someone has lost that treasured sword. Mora Island had turned into a chaotic mess. The continuous tremors and strong winds had ripped off the roofs of houses, with civilians searching for underground shelters, praying for divine mercy. From bright sunny days to an inferno, they were pushed to the brink of collapse. What is that? A weary civilian asked. He followed a large group of people fleeing the battlefield, running towards the outskirts of the main city. He pointed to a large cloud of dust rising from the forest in the distance. and those around him noticed it too. Could it be dust kicked up by fleeing animals? No. Look, it's coming closer. A horrifying thought surfaced in their minds. Their premonition was soon confirmed. They saw people, hundreds, even thousands of them. They charged through the forest, trampling on their comrades, running while shooting and swinging blades. Every face was twisted with madness, and the one thing they lacked in their eyes was humanity. Run. The sight of predators closing in triggered the instinct to flee, and they ran for their lives, but were soon forced to stop. On one side was a tide of bloodthirsty pirates, on the other a calamity-level battle. Fear and despair engulfed the surviving civilians, leaving them at the mercy of the Rock's pirates. Such has always been the fate of the weak. Near the southern dock, a mouthful of blood and phlegm was spat onto the ground. Damian was checking his injuries, glancing at his left arm. Between his middle and ring fingers the flesh was severed down to the wrist, and his palm was split in two. Blood poured out, but the flow quickly slowed. Moments later the bleeding stopped, and the severed hand appeared somewhat deformed. Most would be horrified at this sight, but what followed was even more terrifying. Damian's cleaved palm began to regrow, the muscles and tendons slowly stitching themselves back together. The broken bone reformed and reshaped, the dried blood falling away like mud, replaced by fresh, vibrant blood. The nerves reconnected, and after an incredible display, a perfectly intact hand appeared before him. Damian stretched out, easing his sore body. The power of this strike from the future Pirate King exceeded his expectations, leaving a stinging pain all over his body. Ugh! Kaido also crawled up from the side, clutching his head. Damian was a bit surprised. Hey Kaido, has your skin gotten thicker? Kaido stood up, blood dripping from his mouth, his right arm bruised, a broken bone, and his prized club shattered. Wahaha! It's not just you who got stronger on Fishman Island. I trained outside their bubble for a while, and my skin is indeed much tougher, he said proudly. This guy is using the pressure of 10,000 meters of water to train his defense. Damian shook his head. Kaido was not a creature that could be understood by common sense. Kaido quickly laughed. That guy named Roger is indeed strong, he is. He grunted, placing his severed arm back in place. The third defeat of my life. The two had nearly recovered from their injuries and were ready to re-engage in battle. However, both of their observation haki simultaneously alerted them, drawing their attention to the distant sea. Instead of the anticipated tsunami caused by the collision of calamities, a far more terrifying sight emerged. Damian saw dozens of warships heading towards the island, filling the entire horizon. It seems guests have arrived. Roger picked up the molten blade, muttering, "It's a good sword, but too flashy for my taste." The blade pulsed with heat, as if protesting his words. Rayleigh sighed at Roger's antics, seeing such a precious sword being treated as a toy. The two stood amidst the ruins and thick dust. The pools of blood caused by collateral damage were eye-catching, showcasing the cruelty of pirates as the once grand auction house had turned to ashes. Clang! Rayleigh's sword was drawn. In an instant the blade enveloped in a heavy coating of haki. The eyes of the two swordsmen flashed red, their observation haki allowing them to glimpse the immediate future. Their vigilance was not in vain. A chilling aura spread throughout the vicinity. The scent of beasts descended upon the nearby ruins as a black figure fell from the sky, landing heavily. The atmosphere turned oppressive and despairing. Even the trees and grass outside began to wither and die. Roger took a deep breath, slowly exhaling. Roxy. Zebek. Wahaha. I didn't expect you to come in person. Rayleigh, however, did not share the same enthusiasm, his gaze sharp, ready to strike at any moment. Rox responded with the same grin as the future Pirate King. Zaha. I sensed a strong presence nearby, or it seems today is going to be more interesting than I thought. Roger tossed aside the apocalypse and drew his own sword. Rox looked at the two swordsmen, letting out a low chuckle. Roger squinted his eyes and quickly ordered, "Rayleigh, go elsewhere, hurry." Rayleigh hesitated for a moment, sighed, and turned to leave. Zaha. Rox let out a mad laugh, eagerly charging forward, his fists cloaked in dark miasma. Roger retaliated with a powerful slash, opening his arms towards the abyss of death. 5, 12, 23, 29, 35. Damian finished counting. It seems the Navy does not want to miss this opportunity. Not just 40 ordinary warships, but also 10 large battleships, each carrying 1,000 soldiers. Kaido cracked his knuckles and announced Buddha's warlord, Iron Fist Carp. Facing the leader of the naval assault, he actually smiled. Fortunately, they were not fighting alone. Soon the ground began to tremble. 3 figures landed beside them, exuding a powerful aura that diverted attention from the approaching fleet. One was a blonde man wearing glasses, sporting a goatee. The other was a man with long black hair wearing sunglasses and holding an axe in each hand. There was also a man fully clad in silver armor with a shield on his right arm and a silver axe in his left hand. You all came too. Damian looked at the newcomers. Don't worry, young man. Rayleigh smiled. Roger has gone mad with killing. I can't let the Navy disturb my captain, can I? Rayleigh, that old bastard Carp hit me last time. It's time to return the favor. Another person said. Damian recognized him. Scubba Jabba. Another general under Roger. Damian curiously looked at the third person. My axe is waiting to chop down strong enemies. I came to see the prowess of this blade, and it did not disappoint. The man spoke in a calm tone devoid of any emotion. I want to have a bout with the one who can wield this blade. Call me Silver Axe. Woohoo, let's fight. Kaido roared, smashing his stick down on the ground. On the Navy warship, Sengoku looked at the chaos before him, his expression grave as shockwaves surged one after another with power levels exceedingly high. The situation is far more serious than anticipated. I can sense at least 4 top pirates engaged in battle. He spoke earnestly. Wow. Carp beside him laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. Don't worry, Sengoku, I'm here to protect you. Sengoku's temples twitched as he gritted his teeth. Be serious, Carp. Don't you see how severe this is? The forces we brought are enough to deal with a sovereign, but this is far beyond expectations. Carp glanced towards the island, shrugging. Okay, you have a point. He stuck a finger in his nose, observing the distant enemies while waiting for the battle to begin. Really? Jabba, that bald guy. Silver Axe is here too. He raised an eyebrow, and those 2 crazy kids from Rocks. No wonder the sea is in such chaos. Bwaha. However, Sengoku did not share the same joy. That's the guy who toyed with me and even killed 4 celestial dragons. Sengoku cursed. The world would be much cleaner without them. Carp muttered, scoffing at the dead gods. I heard that, Carp. Don't say such things with CP people around, they will cause you trouble. But this threat had no effect on Carp. Carp walked aside, ignoring Sengoku, rolling up his sleeves. Several Navy soldiers had already prepared Carp's favorite weapons on the deck, with a row of cannonballs neatly placed on the conveyor belt being supplied continuously. Carp grabbed a cannonball with one hand and grinned. Fistbone meteor shower. Whoosh, whoosh. His arm moved at an astonishing speed, grabbing one cannonball after another and tossing them out without hesitation. Thousands of cannonballs flew out like baseballs, bombarding the pirates. The speed of the throws made the sea below explode. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of solid projectiles whistled past, filling this sea area with black flashes. Clang. Rayleigh drew his sword and slashed several times, unleashing sword energy that cleaved through hundreds of cannonballs. Jabba crossed his axes to slash in an X shape, his powerful strike obliterating the incoming cannon fire. Rayleigh drew his sword and slashed several times, unleashing sword energy that cleaved through hundreds of cannonballs. Jabba crossed his axes to slash in an X. Damian lifted his left hand, firing a crushing energy pulse that instantly turned the cannonballs into powder. Kaido stood there, cannonballs exploding against him, leaving only a few white marks, relishing the pain of war. Boom. Bang. Boom. 40 Navy warships also began to fire countless cannonballs, simultaneously forcing the 5 pirates to defend on the shore. Chain explosions lined up along the edge of Mora Island, but the 5 pirates withstood this wave of impact amidst the swirling dust. Currently, the Navy halted about 100 meters from the dock, attacking while taking advantage of the distance over the sea. Continue firing. We have 10 large warships. Even pirates can't withstand the firepower of the Demon Slayer Order. Vice Admiral Carp and General Sengoku are here. Fire. They continuously ignited cannons, relentlessly firing hundreds of cannonballs. What is that? A Navy soldier asked in a low voice. My God. Another exclaimed. Isn't that ship a bit too big? A ship much larger than their large warships was speeding towards them from the rear of the Navy fleet. It was twice the height of a battleship and longer than any vessel they had ever seen. Not only was its size intimidating, but the aura of the ship sent chills down their spines. It had soaked in the greed and desires of the most ruthless pirates, the stench permeating every timber supporting the hull. Meanwhile, another ship was approaching from the left wing of the Navy fleet. Not large, but it looked sturdy with striking red sails. Each of the 2 ships' foremast sails bore the markings ROCKS Gold Roger. Boom. Bang. Boom. Hundreds of cannonballs erupted from the 2 ships, raining down on the 40 Navy warships. Damn it. Adjust the cannons, intercept those 2 ships. Sengoku ordered. The 40 Navy warships aimed simultaneously at the Titanic and Oro Jackson. What was troublesome for the Navy was that the enemy was firing from 2 directions, with crossfire being extremely deadly, leaving them caught between a rock and a hard place. The battle fell into a stalemate as the other vice admirals barely managed to control most of the attacks. Oro Jackson and Titanic remained unscathed, withstanding a massive amount of cannon fire. The hull was simply too sturdy. Not only that, but the Titanic also released numerous small sailing boats, each carrying dozens of pirates. This was a suicide mission, but following the principle of first come first served, they rushed forward in droves. Most of these people were lunatics, caring little for their lives. For them, it was a gamble to see if they could drag a few navies down with them, and they found it quite amusing. However, keen observers could notice that each small boat had at least 23 shivering pirates. Those were the spies that Shaki had weeded out, now serving as qualified cannon fodder. TCH, no need to hold back any longer. Sengoku shouted, sink them. A naval battle thus commenced as the once glorious Mora Island was shrouded in the fog of war. Carp, how much longer will you sit there? Sengoku watched crossfire obliterate dozens of ships and could bear it no longer. Though heavily armored warships still held firm, smaller vessels teetered on the brink of destruction. Isn't a hero's entrance all the more impressive when delayed? Carp retorted. Sengoku's brow furrowed in exasperation, smoke nearly rising from his temples, while Carp only grinned wider. Haha, time's up. Carp stood at the bow, shrugged off his navy coat, and leapt toward the pirate ship. Employing moonwalk, he soared skyward, straight for the Oro Jackson. But his path was intercepted. A vertical slash cleaved the air, its shrill, piercing whistle tearing through the wind. Carp halted midair, pivoted, and slammed a fist directly into the blade's trajectory. Boom. Energy dissipated upon impact, but the blow succeeded in seizing Carp's attention. Then came a calm, measured voice. You know I cannot let you pass, Carp. Shall we settle this elsewhere? It was Rayleigh, his saber drawn and poised. Rayleigh. Long time no see, Carp replied with a wry smile. Rayleigh murmured to Jabra beside him, hold the Oro Jackson. I'll keep Carp occupied. Jabra departed instantly, leaving Rayleigh and Carp locked in silent confrontation. Their eyes met, both wearing solemn, knowing smiles. In the next instant, they vanished, simultaneously reappearing on the island's shoreline. A black iron fist crashed against a black blade, the ground fractured beneath them. Thus began their duel, blade and fist colliding in thunderous harmony. Sengoku shook his head in weary resignation. Unlike Carp, he waged war with discipline, not whimsy. He watched as Navy forces faltered under relentless bombardment. Even admirals buckled beneath dual-front artillery barges. Both ships were forged from the Pohaku atom tree. The one aboard Rock's fleet is even sturdier. What a troublesome crew. As an admiral, mere pirates, however unruly, posed no true threat. He could retaliate at any moment. If only his flagship could withstand the sheer magnitude of his power. Yet that very constraint forced him to fight by other means. Rox and Roger are locked in single combat. If we sink or drive off one vessel, we can eliminate them one by one. With that, Sengoku leapt from his flagship, heading straight for the Oro Jackson, determined to end it alone. Sengoku knew the Rock's pirate crew was far from unified. For every 10 cannon shots fired, at least one pirate fell victim to betrayal, or was hurled unwittingly into Navy fire. The air detonated as Sengoku surged skyward with overwhelming presence. Yet, boom. A colossal black iron cudgel hurtled toward his face, accompanied by a titanic figure. Standing 2.7 meters tall, Sengoku still found himself dwarfed. The cudgel aimed at his head was twice the size of his own skull. Yet he caught it effortlessly, his arm wreathed in haki. Damn it. Kaido blinked midair, his momentum shattered. As he plummeted screaming onto a Navy warship, Sengoku had no time to react. A silver axe whirled toward him in a gleaming arc, aimed squarely at his chest. Simultaneously, a young pirate materialized 10 meters behind him, hovering in midair. A torrent of crimson annihilation energy surged toward Sengoku's back. Annihilation. Narrowing his eyes, Sengoku thrust forth his black iron fist, grasping the axe mid-flight, halting its lethal trajectory and dissipating its residual force with ease. In less than a second, Sengoku coated the weapon in armament haki, spun, and hurled the silver axe back with blinding speed. Whoosh! The crimson vortex split cleanly in two. The gulf in haki mastery was unmistakable. Damian's attack disintegrated. Before he could blink, the axe streaked toward his chest, thudding deep into flesh, slicing cleanly through fabric. But events defied Sengoku's expectations. His eyes widened. Damian seized the weapon and yanked it free from his own chest. Drip, drip, drip. A few drops of blood fell into the sea below, nothing more. Remarkably tough hide, Sengoku mused. With talent like yours, why throw yourself into Rock's cesspool of a crew? Who knows? Perhaps it runs in the blood, Damian grinned. Sengoku snorted. That little spectacle you staged in the Sabaody archipelago caused me no small amount of trouble. Do you have any idea how foolish it made me look? Sengoku grumbled. Damian shrugged. I know I'm no match for you, but I'm not alone. Sengoku glanced toward the silver axe still embedded in the shore. Kaido, furious over his earlier misfire, now vented his rage upon the Navy ship he'd struck, roaring and demolishing it from below. Fine. First I'll contain all three of you. Then deal with those ships. The air shrieked once more as Sengoku flashed onto the coast of Mora Island, choosing land for battle. Three shadows descended around him, forming a perfect triangle: silver axe, Kaido, and Damian. Wororo, an admiral, excellent. Kaido bellowed, brandishing a fresh iron cudgel retrieved from the Titanic's hold. Clearly not his first replacement. Sengoku said nothing, merely absorbing the feverish atmosphere with unshaken composure. Damian drew a slow breath, glanced at Kaido, and Silver Axe, then whispered, "Go to hell." And with those words, the battle erupted. Within a single second, all three pirates launched their assault. Silver Axe spun his weapon, building momentum as he charged. Kaido raised his cudgel high. Crack! Violet lightning roared, coiling around the cudgel, scattering brilliant purple sparks. He vaulted skyward, and brought the new cudgel crashing down upon Sengoku's skull. Damian surged forward too, his arms blazing with explosive annihilation energy. Three-pronged assault, three attacks descending in perfect synchrony. Yet Sengoku remained motionless, observing the converging blows. The shockwaves of their combined strike reached their apex. The axe, the cudgel, and the fist hovered mere centimeters from his body. Then, a chilling wind swept the coastline. The dust-choked, debris-laden air shimmered, suddenly erupting into blinding gold. Golden light burst forth from Sengoku's form, transforming into a powerful rhythmic shockwave that rippled outward with unwavering force. Silver axes, axe, Kaido's cudgel, and Damian's fist, all were swallowed, undone, and erased by its radiance. Not only did the shockwave lift them from the ground, it hurled them backward with crushing force. Thud, thud, thud. All three pirates were driven deep into the earth, buried beneath tons of pulverized soil. Sengoku's stature swelled, from 9 feet to nearly 7 meters, matching Kaido's sheer bulk. The shockwave flattened the surrounding terrain, grinding rock and soil alike beneath the Buddha form's inexorable pressure. His entire body blazed with golden radiance, light pouring from every pore. His naval cape draped across his broadened shoulders, miraculously scaling in proportion. A divine, awe-inspiring visage. Moments later, movement stirred within the crater. Damian emerged, eyes locked on Sengoku. Pika Pika no Mi, mythical Zoan type, Buddha form. He murmured softly. Kaido and Silver Axe rose too, gazing upon this Navy legend, who seemed summoned from myth itself. Yield now, Sengoku declared. Silence followed, their answer written plainly in defiance. Sengoku exhaled sharply, drawing back his fist. Shockwave. His palms slammed downward, not at them, but at the air above their heads. A massive golden halo enveloped all three. The sphere detonated, blinding gold light erupting into layered cataclysmic shockwaves. The shockwave resonated deep into bone and marrow, especially devastating against thick-skinned warriors like Kaido and Damian, capable of shattering their bodies from within. All three staggered back, blood welling from mouths and nostrils. This hurts just as much as Whitebeard's quakes, Damian thought, bracing himself. Raime Bagua. Thunderous impact struck Sengoku, but he countered with a single effortless punch, sending Kaido skidding backward dozens of paces. Silver Axe twirled his axe like a dancer, then slashed the air 1-6-10-20. Nearly 24 razor-edged slashes shot forth at blistering speed. The slashes flew without mercy toward Sengoku. He bent his arms inward, defending with godlike fortitude. But that gave Silver Axe his opening. He lunged, aiming the axe at Sengoku's exposed neck. Silver Arc. A silvery flash descended from heaven. Yet Sengoku reached up midair, seized the axe barehanded, and hoisted Silver Axe aloft. The Buddha's gaze shifted. Damian stood poised, finger-pointed. Annihilation. The blast erupted in seconds, leaving a searing trail across the sky. Sengoku expected it to strike his chest, but his observation haki warned otherwise. The crimson torrent veered past his torso, striking the arm holding Silver Axe. Its destructive force wrenched the limb aside, releasing the axe entirely. Silver Axe seized the moment, snatching back his weapon and slashing again at Sengoku's neck. Clang! Metal screamed against metal. Silver Axe's eyes widened behind his armor. His axe, which had severed countless legendary blades, had been stopped cold by bare skin. The mythical Zoan's defense was beyond measure. Shockwave. Suspended midair, Silver Axe had nowhere to evade. The golden halo engulfed him once more. Boom. Light flared, illuminating the battlefield in radiant gold. Sengoku frowned. TCH. He saw Damian appear at the last instant, pulling Silver Axe clear. Your mastery of Rokushiki is both formidable and infuriating. Damian had already created distance, setting Silver Axe aside. Instantly exploiting range advantage, he raised both hands. Abyss Annihilation. Two torrents of annihilation energy merged and amplified, reducing the surrounding terrain to fine dust. A scarlet vortex surged toward Sengoku, scorching a blackened furrow across the earth. Sengoku reacted with no visible effort. His golden fist smashed downward, dispersing the onslaught with pure shockwave force. Boom. Annihilation energy collided with the wave and began to unravel. The golden Buddha watched the crimson energy fade, only to be startled by the shadow concealed within its wake. Damian had closed the distance, shielded by the energy's chaos. Sengoku saw Damian's left fist clench, familiar crimson energy coalescing once more. Too slow. With decades of combat intuition, even ambushes posed no threat. Yet another surge struck him, crackling air, fracturing earth beneath his feet. A crimson force field expanded around him, compressing his frame with crushing intensity. The larger his form, the greater the strain. It was Damian's desolation domain. Though its effect was limited, it rocked Sengoku just long enough for Damian's fist to drive deep into his abdomen. Rampant annihilation. His burning fist spiraled with countless annihilation currents, plunging into Sengoku's abdomen. Golden flesh flushed crimson. The blow penetrated deeply, but Damian met staggering resistance. Mythical Zoan durability is truly extraordinary, but my technique is different. Damian's arm twisted violently, coiling with concentric rings of annihilation energy, before unleashing a focused spiraling torrent drilling into Sengoku's body. Sengoku felt the energy pierce inward, ripping through his colossal frame. Ryuo. No, ugh. The impact forced him back several steps. Falling thunder. Silver burial. Kaido descended like a falling mountain, cudgel wreathed in thunder and raw might, while Silver Axe struck simultaneously, aiming his axe at Sengoku's exposed back. Boom. Crash. Their combined assault carved a colossal crater, burying Sengoku deep beneath the earth. That should have done something at least, Damian said. Silver Axe leaned his axe against the ground, staring into the pit. Don't get your hopes up. Kaido growled, frustrated. That damn admiral, tougher than forged steel. Rumble. The earth trembled anew. A golden silhouette erupted from the crater, soaring high into the sky. Your ability is dangerous, young man. Sengoku spoke calmly. Dust settled, revealing him nearly unscathed. The Buddha's sole true injuries, his wild hair slightly disheveled, and a faint trickle of blood across his chest. Damian clicked his tongue. Silver Axe, you were right. The gap in strength is considerable. Sengoku heard, and a flicker of irritation crossed his gaze. You should consider yourselves fortunate. Alas, your haki remains pitifully weak. The mythical Zoan Buddha strode forward, each step echoing like distant thunder across the land. His gaze locked onto the trio. So, you still wish to fight? After all that effort, you've drawn only this much blood. Damian and the others returned to formation, surrounding Sengoku once more. We'll fight all day. Mo la dao bo lei li si feng shofu. The city lay leveled. Once renowned for its prosperity and brilliance, it had been reduced to dust and ruin. Pirates poured in, looting and wreaking havoc. Women and daughters were torn from the arms of dead husbands and fathers. Gold and silver were swept away as if a storm had passed through. Smoke and the stench of blood drifted through the streets, turning former life into tales of terror. Yet in one corner of the island the air felt even darker. Luo Kasi laughed wildly, mocking, ha ha ha. Luo Jie, you would be better under my banner. With a blade as keen as yours at my side, I would surely ascend to the throne of the world. He grinned like a beast, his hands clawing outward as if inviting a foe. Luo Jie rested his saber on his shoulder and returned the smile. I want nothing, Luo Kusi, let alone to help you. The words drew scorn into Luo Kusi's eyes. He glimpsed Luo Jie's vast potential, but found no ambition to match it. Luo Kusi surged forward, bare hands snatching for Luo Jie's throat. A red glint flashed in Luo Jie's eyes. He foresaw the motion and slipped aside. Luo Kusi's hand smashed into the earth with a thunderous crash. Moments later the ground withered and cracked, hard stone blackened, and split. Nearby trees wilted and died, bereft of life in an instant. Luo Jie felt a chill, such a dangerous power, the sea fruit. Luo Kusi ignored him and reached again, whispering, touch of death. Luo Jie answered with a powerful slash. North of the city, a simple fist wrapped in a white vibrating sphere struck into a vast lateral tornado. Boom. It was a clash between calamities. One could not imagine the hell these two had brought upon the island. By Hughes's voice thundered Borealis, the restless souls of sea, Fun Kusi Dao, cannot find peace while you live. By Hughes's voice echoed across the scarred island, and for a moment the duel subsided. Bo Si roared, insulting, Newgate, you fool Nyogai, Tay, do you still pity the weak at a time like this? If they cannot walk, let them be crushed and discarded. By Hughesy ground his teeth, his strength surging to the limit. The vibrations around By Hughes's right fist thickened and glowed green, tearing the air apart. Bo Si extended his right palm toward the nearby sea, as if summoning its power. The water bubbled and swelled. The sea rose as a fierce wind lifted and twisted it into a rotatory column. Torrents of sea water circled in the ruler's storm, forming a colossal typhoon about his form. By Hughesy snorted and charged, the vibration shredding the air. Bo Si concentrated his calamity into a fist to intercept the assault. Hurricane break. Both shouted in unison as the two calamities collided head-on. The epic impact flattened everything nearby and shook the island to its foundations. Near the docks, the chaos on Mo La Dao did nothing to slow the pirates. If anything, it spurred them on with greater ferocity. Kill them all, they roared, leaping from tiny sailboats onto Navy warships. Dozens of small craft surrounded the vessel and pirates swarmed from every side. Bang bang. The Navy tried to repel them, but for every pirate fell, two rose in his place. They poured forth like a plague. No matter how they were blocked, a breach was found. The Navy endured the brutal onslaught of Luo Kusi's fleet, facing pirates as merciless as death. Fear spread through their lines. Beyond the front, Titan and Kuhao kept bombarding, with Ao Luo Jie Kusun how close behind. Several admirals engaged the leaders of Luo Jie's pirate armada under Jabba's command. Yet the pirates were not having it easy either. Lady Xiachi, a small woman, reported, the Navy is adapting to our tactics. With our dwindling numbers, they will soon push us back. On the deck of Titan and Kuhao, Xiachi appeared untroubled. She exhaled smoke. A bullet left her pistol, an armor-piercing incendiary that killed a rear admiral 100 meters away. Do not worry, she said, I have word that reinforcements are coming, and we only need to hold until then. Xiachi turned her gaze toward the distant shore, a flicker of worry passing across her face. Hold on a little longer, Damian. Fight the whole day if need be. Jean Gua had anticipated this reply. The pirate's stubborn defiance always vexed him. He lifted a hand toward 3 pirates. Shockwave. A golden shockwave detonated among them, its momentum seemingly unstoppable. Silver ram. Thunder divination. Abyss annihilation. Silver, purple, and dark red strikes combined to try and disperse the incoming blast. Boom. Like an explosion, the ground at the impact vanished and ripples of force spread outward. Airflows scattered dust and debris, yet the shockwave punched through the union of attacks. Ugh. The 3 pirates were swallowed by the bone-shaking assault, blood spurting from their mouths. The Dai-Fo Guasher shockwave was the nemesis of armor and thick hide, destroying from within. Jean Gua surveyed the fallen pirates without a trace of mercy. See if you can still stand after that, he said, and Damian came to amid the pain. This next move will probably hurt more, he muttered, borrowing insight from stories. He cracked his neck, simply hoping his head would still be attached when it was over. He glanced at Kaido. The beast was bloodied, his flesh bruised purple, several wounds, and broken bones visible, yet amid the agony his face wore a rapturous grin. Urororo, he bellowed, this is exactly what I want. Every blow only made him stronger, an eruption of conqueror's haki accompanying each cry. Clack! A few shards of armor fell from the silent Infu, yet the light in his eyes did not fade. Silver weaponry cloaked in dark haki surged with raw power. Next I will create an opening to attack. It will not be long, perhaps only a few seconds, Damian proposed. Kaido did not reply. The Infu answered, can we survive this round? Damian shrugged, only a fool counts his death into his plan. Dai-Fo shock. The attack erupted with a tremendous roar as it formed. Golden energy surged forward twice the size of before. The sky was painted gold, the glow spanning tens of meters. Its bulk even eclipsed Kaido as it rolled toward the 3. Kaido struck first, veins bulging, wrapping his iron club in potent haki and lightning. Surging thunder. The Infu launched a rapid barrage of strikes. Silver rain. Damian exhaled a breath stained with blood. The heart pumped vast quantities of blood. His body unleashed another enormous destructive field. Black and red strands arced from Damian, and like magnetic lines on the ground, pressure and temperature in the area soaring. Damian wielded a higher mastery of his fruit, weaving energy at will. Desolate domain, purgatory, annihilation. An ultimate stream of annihilating force erupted, wrapped in crushing energy. Boom. The collision created a magnificent spectacle. Blinding light illuminated the surroundings, visible even on the Navy battlefield nearby. The released energy and wind could lift hills and shatter them into fragments. Tornadoes from the impact scattered debris, sending wreckage as far as the island's center. A vast crater expanded outward for hundreds of meters, shrouding the coast in dust. Moments stretched. Jean Gua stared into the dust cloud, his spectacles revealing uncertainty. Though his observation haki was strong, it did not grant him sight of the future. Huh. Jean Gua widened his eyes in surprise as a black shadow enveloped him. He watched the dust split and a massive object move within a few meters of him. It was trees. Jean Gua's colossal form was swallowed by a sea of timber as trunks ground against his golden body. What is this? He roared. Jean Gua's giant frame was swept away by the sudden eruption of natural force, taken off guard. A ring of shockwaves burst from him, blasting the trees into splinters. He barely had a moment to breathe before another wave struck. Electricity crackled in the air as an equally tall shadow rose behind him. It was Kaido. His eyes rolled white as if his body moved on its own. A deep roar erupted from him as he raised his fractured iron club and smashed it into Dai-Fo. Divine thunder. Clang. The metal gong sounded amid the lightning. Kaido's creaking club smashed against Jean Gua. Jean Gua felt the blow strike his back and grunted. Another strike descended from above, a silver shadow cleaved downward. A cracked great axe arced toward Jean Gua's golden crown, grazing his burst hair. Silver heaven. Silver energy slammed into Jean Gua's skull, intent on pulverizing it. Caught between assaults, Jean Gua groaned as pain rippled through his immense body. Suddenly he felt his body compressed by crushing pressure. His golden form recognized a familiar squeeze. Jean Gua recalled Damian's desolate domain. At that thought, Damian already stood before him. He watched Jean Gua. Even beneath Kaido and the silver axe's sustained blows, Jean Gua still refused to fall. But Damian also discerned a flaw in Jean Gua's defense. He seemed unable to move. Jean Gua felt the squeeze dissipate, or rather the domain's force being siphoned into Damian's left hand. Damian's body glowed red as his hands surged like a volcanic flow. Violent energy took shape, a glove enveloping his palm, threaded with churning dark red arcs. Drawing on his waning strength, Damian inhaled deeply and pushed the power outward. Dead extinction break. His palm struck Jean Gua's abdomen. Oh, like the previous strikes, a torrent of dark red energy slammed into the... Unlike attacks that simply pierced into a foe, this move rebounded and echoed within the victim, its sole purpose to utterly annihilate from the inside. Ugh. Jean Gua felt the 3 assaults churning inside him. Boom. An explosion erupted from within the onslaught, engulfing Jean Gua completely. Whatever the outcome, this was the pirates' final desperate gamble. They're all poured forth to try to halt Zhangguo's power. Eastern Port. Ha! Rayleigh, you need to chop faster, a man shouted. His crimson fists moved with a speed that rivaled the black blade, too swift for the naked eye to capture. Rayleigh ignored Carp's taunts and delivered a heavy blow in return. Starlit Night. Carp grinned at the attack, his right arm enveloped in a surge of red lightning. Painful fist. The fist distorting space collided directly with two slashes, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Boom. The already ravaged ground was further devastated as the waves from the attack even affected the nearby naval battle. The air was filled with a howling sound as both men retracted their attacks, neutralizing each other. Carp chuckled with a grin, his shirt torn and his knuckles injured. Rayleigh sighed, looking at his blood-stained arm, and they were about to continue, but their duel was interrupted. Buru, buru, buru. Carp pulled out his dindon mushi, disregarding Rayleigh's opposition to pausing the fight, and connected the call. Crack. The dindon mushi awakened, and an anxious voice emerged. Mr. Carp, it's bad. Really, really bad. Calm down, it can't be that bad, Carp replied while picking his nose. However, his words did nothing to soothe the informant, only heightening his panic. The Golden Lion fleet has arrived. Carp's smile faltered slightly as he responded, Shiki. That's indeed bad news, haha. His joking tone suddenly turned serious. Notify Admiral Sengoku, this matter is beyond our control. Carp, it seems we'll have to postpone our fight, Rayleigh said as he sheathed his sword. Carp merely grunted and rushed toward the nearby battlefield. He sensed the tremors from afar, the place where his old friend Sengoku was located. Hey, Sengoku. Where are you, Sengoku? It wasn't that he couldn't sense Sengoku, he simply didn't want to exert effort to unleash his haki. Eventually he reached the center of the massive meteorite crater, or rather one of the few centers of these enormous craters. Crack, crack. Carp was munching on a bag of rice crackers as if they had appeared out of thin air. He traversed the ravaged landscape and finally laid eyes on an astonishing sight that caused the snacks in his hand to drop. Sengoku, what happened? Carp had to stifle his laughter as he gazed at his friend's miserable state. He paid no mind to Sengoku's angry retort, his eyes fixed on Sengoku's hair and body. Once a majestic afro, it now resembled a war zone riddled with tears and damages, his body covered in injuries. His once proud naval uniform was torn to shreds, exposing his chest. Next, Carp turned his gaze back to Sengoku's hair. Sengoku, I think the chicken coop hairstyle doesn't suit you, Carp said seriously, making it sound like a well-intentioned suggestion to those who didn't know better. Sengoku shot Carp a sideways glance with a stern expression. They are tougher than we imagined. He pointed to the destroyed ground, where 3 bodies lay. Damian, Kaido, and Silver Axe were all unconscious, scattered over a small area. Carp wasn't surprised by this outcome, but he was more curious about something else. What about those trees? Sengoku sighed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He instinctively touched his chest, feeling the pain from his broken ribs. The evil incarnation Damian's power is far more dangerous than we imagined. Carp nodded slowly. Why did you come here? Did you deal with Rayleigh? These words triggered Carp's memory. Oh right, I forgot that flying fire chicken Shiki came with his pack of pups. Sengoku paused for a moment. Why didn't you tell me sooner? We need to return to the fleet. Carp replied, yes. But what about these 3? Those 3's potential, especially that pair of monstrous youths, is absurdly high, he said slowly. If we let them grow unchecked, they will become a significant threat. The atmosphere around Sengoku turned harsh, and tense, a gust of cold wind swept by, further chilling the ambience. Bang! Carp stepped forward and patted his old friend's shoulder, eliciting a painful groan. Sengoku, when did Becerra's philosophy invade your mind? These kids are about the same age as my young one. Don't worry, if they go out of control, he'll personally capture them all. Sengoku looked at Carp, finally letting out a sigh. Then he stared at Damian, murmuring, from this day forth abandon this way of life, or only the cold cells of impelled down await you. For reasons unknown, Sengoku felt that Damian could hear his words. Let's go, Carp. As Damian fell, rocks and Roger stood face to face. The surrounding area had been flattened. Roger, you are also one of the D. I will dominate this world and destroy those celestial dragons. Join me, Roger. Rox shouted with a mad. Roger merely smiled casually and shook his head. Sorry, I'm not interested in such dreams. Rox narrowed his eyes, a threatening smile plastered on his face. So you choose death? This made Roger serious. He could contend with Rox, but defeating him was clearly beyond his capabilities. Roger never cared about how others saw him. He had once been just a child with impossible dreams. Many tried to persuade him to give up, but he merely laughed them off. His dream was his own, and that was what mattered most. Boom. The ground nearby trembled as a blond man leapt. It was Rayleigh, Roger's first mate. We need to leave. The Golden Lion fleet and their captain are here. If we stay any longer, other overlords might take action, he warned. It was Rayleigh, Roger's first mate. We need to leave. The Golden Lion fleet and their captain are here. If we stay any longer, other overlords. Rox did not respond. Instead, he walked away, seemingly searching for something. Now only Roger and Rayleigh remained. Roger. That man with his ambition. The sea is about to become a chaotic mess. Rayleigh said seriously. Roger simply grinned in response. You're right, Rayleigh. But that's a problem for the future. We'll deal with it when the time comes. Let's go and join everyone for the banquet now. Rox arrived at the ruins of Mora Island. A gigantic man with golden hair sat atop a collapsed stone pillar, holding a wine gourd. His right fist was bleeding and his chest was covered in wounds. Lying opposite him was a corpse, a tall and strong man lifeless on the ground. He was one of the 3 sea overlords Isoborealis. Zaha. It seems you have completed your task, Nuget. Whitebeard glanced at his captain and nodded. What shall we do now? We return to the ship. Shikiaku has brought the Titanic over. Rox said, I have obtained what I wanted. He then turned his gaze to the right side of the dilapidated building, fixating on an object on the ground. Rox walked over and picked up the object. It was a weapon. One of the Supreme Great Blade's 12 works. Eclipse Original Flame Blade Revelation. What a powerful sword. He chuckled. Rox stroked the hilt of the sword, then gripped the handle tightly, and clang. The sound of the wind wailed in pain, and the residual waves from the blade made the air tremble around them. Zaha. Very good. Rox's left arm bulged with veins as the sword resisted attempting to control its master. Don't play tricks, you are nothing but a mere piece of metal. Rox snorted, gripping tighter. Submit to me obediently. A powerful black conqueror's haki erupted from him, fully concentrated on the sword, causing the ground to crack. 20 seconds later, the chaotic aura settled, and a smile appeared on the man's face. Very well. Now let us go, Newgate. With that, the man sheathed the sword with a click at his waist. Titanic, welcome back, Captain. Shikuyaka said. Rox snorted in response and strode onto the Titanic. He gazed at the distant horizon and saw the naval fleet. Dozens of ships were in hot pursuit. It was the Golden Lion fleet. Rox also spotted 3 corpses lying on the deck like specimens. Those 2 kids survived after taking the attack from Sengoku. Not bad. As for the silver axe, he dismissed it with a Shikuyaka set sail back to Hive Island. Continue recruiting cannon fodder. I need more pieces to deal with what is about to unfold. Shikuyaka nodded while smoking a cigar. 7 hours later, a new day arrived and sunlight entered Damian's eyes. Looks like I'm still alive. He felt that his condition wasn't too bad. Most of the broken bones had healed, but he still felt soreness. Primarily, it was the shockwave from Sengoku that had shattered his body from within. Damian then tried to recall the last events of last night, when Sengoku unleashed the Buddha impact. The 3 of them fought back with all their might, enduring excruciating pain for a final resistance. At that moment, Damian heard some sounds just a second before Sengoku launched his attack. It was the whispering. 80% of Mora Island is forest. The nearby nature sensed his plight and gathered to launch a surprise attack on the enemy. Damian still couldn't believe that this alone could defeat Sengoku. It seems your plan worked. A calm voice pulled Damian from his memories. He looked to the side and found Silver Axe had donned new gear. You forced Sengoku to use Iron Block, rendering him immobile, allowing our attacks to hit easily. Damian smiled helplessly. Although we still fell under the final strike. But being able to break a Marine Admiral's rib is an achievement many. Silver Axe sighed, revealing a piece of information. Sengoku used a high-level Conqueror's haki. No wonder he is a Marine Admiral. Damian responded with an MM. It must be Conqueror's haki wrapped around. Silver Axe, why did you join Rox? I wanted to see how far a man who could conquer such a sword could go. Silver Axe quickly left, leaving Damian, and he needed to take a bath, but other matters lingered in his mind. Damian felt a calling. It was his body telling him it was ready to evolve. He hadn't felt this way in a long time, which brought a smile to his face. That beating from Sengoku was worth it. Just as Damian attempted to rise, he suddenly felt intense pain in his left hand. He glanced and found a wreck as if it had been chewed by a dog, its bones shattered into fragments. His body was desperately trying to reassemble them, but it would take some time. Damn Sengoku, just you wait. Damian moved his free hand to stretch his limbs, the pain intense. Sybil, pull up Sengoku's data. Host, you finally remembered me. Sengoku, age 37, height 2.78 meters, status injured, devil fruit, human fruit, mythical beast type, Buddha form. Fruit rating 6. 5 stars, haki observation, haki proficiency, armament, haki. Conquerors, strength for emperors. So my judgment was not wrong. His observation haki hasn't reached the level of foreseeing the future, it's just normal observation haki. Damian concluded. After this battle, Damian's strength had indeed increased significantly. Now show my in a D. Damian, age 16, height 3.2 meters, status injured, hungry, devil fruit, crush fruit, intermediate proficiency. Fruit rating 6. 5 stars, sea stone resistance 82. 4. Skills, rapid regeneration, iron physique, evolutionary physique, voice of all things, will of D6 powers, haki observation haki, close, to high proficiency, armament haki, intermediate proficiency, conquerors haki, intermediate proficiency, strength, top tier, vice admiral. Note, you have reached the level of acquiring the skill underwater breathing. His observation haki was nearly on par with Sengoku, but Damian's situation was different. He could still go further. His strength was sufficient to reach the vice admiral level, already on par with the likes of Kaido. Moreover, this experience also brought another gain. Sybil, that last note. Yes, you have reached the level of acquiring one of the 2 skills left by the former host. Damian smiled. How do I acquire it? You can claim it now, but I suggest you wait until you fully recover to do so. Damian nodded. It seemed he would have to wait a few more days. My. His thoughts turned elsewhere, the upper deck. All the minor pirate lackeys were either in the lower cabin or on nearby ships. It seemed a distinguished guest had arrived as Damian could sense a powerful aura. Damian then kicked Kaido, who was sleeping on the other side of the deck. Kaido mumbled awake and slowly stood up. Oh, is it already morning? They seem to be in the main hall, Damian said as he walked inside. Let's go greet the Golden Lion. On a certain island in the Grand Line, Kazan, with his fluffy black hair and dirty clothes, wore a displeased expression as he continued his training atop a cliff. Pressing a massive boulder on his back while doing push-ups, he counted down from high to low unlike others who counted. Kazan monotonously repeated his training, counting down until he heard the sound of a bird. A seagull landed on a tree, clutching a newspaper in its talons. A newspaper, Kazan yawned. Let's see what the news is about. The boulder crashed down, and Kazan jumped up. All right. He sat on a nearby log and began reading the newspaper. Alala, Brother Damian and the others have caused quite a stir again. Kazan chuckled as he continued reading. Rocks Pirates, Roger Pirates, Borealis Pirates. The annual auction on Mora Island, the Supreme Great Sword. The Navy is at a standoff with the 3 major pirate crews. Kazan's gaze swept over a photograph of the devastated land in the newspaper. Whitebeard killed the Overlord Revolutionary Wind, S.O. Borealis. Upon seeing this, Kazan's eyes widened. The newspaper even published a photo of Borealis' corpse rendered unrecognizable by a series of catastrophic earthquakes. The seas are ablaze with conflict as Iron Fist Carp and Sengoku the Buddha fiercely clash with the infamous pirates. Kazan read with delight, enjoying the dramatic news that added some fun to his monotonous training. Soon a mischievous grin appeared on Kazan's youthful face. In the photo, Admiral Sengoku was utilizing his devil fruit powers against 3 foes. One of them was a man clad in silver armor, while the other 2 were quite young. One was massive, wielding a similarly large spiked club. The other had black hair with red highlights with scorching red energy emanating from his palms. He, Brother Damian, is actually fighting against an admiral. Kazan shouted excitedly, clenching his fists. The news mentioned a few significant events, conflicts among Overlord-level figures. Damian, Kaido, and Silver Axe battling Sengoku. Rayleigh against Carp. The arrival of the Golden Lion Shiki Roger pirates and the Navy's brave retreat to protect the innocent civilians of Mora Island from the pirates. The new bounty notices. The focus of the news, of course, was on the Navy's brave actions as they risked their own safety to rescue the residents of Mora Island from the clutches of the evil Rocks pirates. I should get back to doing push-ups. Where was I? Oh, my memory is really bad. Kazan pretended to feel unwell, rubbing his temples. Right, only 46 left. Kazan grinned mischievously. Roar. A sea king emerged from the sea below the cliff, locking eyes with Kazan. All right. That's 173. Another roar echoed, pulling Kazan back to reality. New World Apple Island. A giant apple tree stood at the center of the island, its peak covered in snow. The entire island was blanketed in fresh snow, and the cold wind swept through the city, bringing biting chills. News of the chaos had spread across the seas, drawing many gazes, for a 3-sea overlord had fallen. Lingling, wearing a hat and a pink bikini, sat before a table piled high with food. Her gaze swept to the edge of the table as she read the latest newspaper. Rocks and Shiki are going to meet. Mama. Lingling had a voluptuous figure and alluring curves, but the sight of her mouth stuffed with food was quite unappealing. I think I should head back. Chewing, it's been 2 years, but before returning to Hive Island, there's a place I want to visit. Lingling murmured. Everyone prepare to set sail. Yes, Mama. Voices of various ages responded, jumping up from their tasks. New World Arrogance Island. In the New World there exists an island of rather peculiar shape. It is a medium-sized island with large harbors on all sides where dozens of ships sway gently in the waters. The island is surrounded by 3 circular walls, each towering into the clouds. The outer ring is for entrances and exits, while the inner ring houses the main residential areas, hosting around 3,000 inhabitants. At the center of the island lies the core ring, within which stands a massive golden castle. This is Arrogance Island, the residence of a 3-sea overlord. Throne room. A pirate rushed into the hall, panting, Lord Soul. He looked up at the throne set upon a grand stair. My. A deep voice inquired, sounding rather disinterested. Lord Soul, the Borealis overlord. He is dead. The pirate hastily said, disbelief etched on his face. Oh, interesting. Soul's interest was piqued. Soul sat on the golden throne, dressed in luxurious deep red garments adorned with rare jewels and precious stones. He stood about 2 meters tall, with long white hair cascading down to his chest. Unlike Borealis, he appeared quite young, not exceeding 35 years of age. However, his face was marred by scars, his complexion dark, rendering his dull appearance starkly contrasting with the resplendent throne. Who did this? Soul asked. It was Whitebeard Edward Newgate who killed him, the pirate reported. Is that so? Ho ho ho. The hall fell into silence. Well, Lord Soul, Whitebeard is under Rocks D. Jibek's command. The pirate swallowed hard. They say his strength surpasses even Iron Fist Carp. We should be careful. You want me to be careful, eh? Soul asked sharply. His strength may surpass Carp's, but he will eventually fall under my power. The Overlord cried D. Soul looked down upon the pirate with displeasure. Isn't that right? Of course. Brain Domain Island in another part of the New World, 12 small islands encircle a larger central island, which houses a massive factory. Thousands of residents walked expressionlessly devoid of fatigue, emotion, or even life. They moved according to the commands of the massive loudspeakers in the watchtowers, some transporting large pieces of metal, others tending to animals, and some fishing. Even the guards maintained the same posture. The scene was eerily silent with no extraneous movements. In a grand tower, a man propped his head on one hand, smiling. He was another 3C Overlord Thaddeus Enigma was dressed elegantly befitting his profession, exuding a powerful aura, but his majestic appearance was marred by large burn scars on his face. Enigma sat in front of a simple table with a unique chessboard laid out before him. The chessboard had no black and white pieces, but 4 colors: green, orange, gold, and blue. Enigma gazed at the chessboard and elegantly remarked, Borealis. Dead, how refreshing. He smiled, removing the blue king piece from the board. It seems new pieces have entered the game. Enigma's curiosity was evident in his voice, echoing in the luxury. In the New World, aboard the Titanic, Damian stood before the round table in the administrative hall. You're the new kid from the news lately. Damian looked at the person scrutinizing him, whose eyes were filled with interest and hidden malice. Shiki had a head of golden wavy long hair and uniquely shaped eyebrows. 2 long strands of hair hung down along his temples, with a cigar clamped on the left side of his mouth, while he sipped on a drink with the other. Gold Lion Shiki. Damian called out the man's name. Do you know me? This made Shiki burst into laughter. Shiki's golden eyes scrutinized Damian as he proposed. I saw how you dealt with the warring states. How about working under me? Damian shook his head. Forget it. Kaido, uninterested in their conversation, interjected. Shiki, let's have a fight. Kaido, you crazy kid, do you want me to beat you up again? I've made a lot of progress these past few months. Suddenly the door opened, and a gentle voice said, Oh, looks like you all are awake. Come and eat something. Xiachi brought out some delicious dishes for the 2 rookie pirates. Xiachi sat down at an empty spot and said, Borealis is dead, and the vacant position will bring quite a bit of trouble. We still need a few months to replenish our pirate crew. Shiki waved his hand. We have plenty of pirates we want to under Captain Rock's call, especially with new bounties out. They'll definitely flock here. Both Kaido and Damian raised their eyebrows, but didn't stop gobbling their food. Crash. Xiachi slowly arranged 6 bounty notices in order. Bounty notice Kaido, beasts. Bounty 7 berry, no matter alive or dead. Bounty notice Shikaku, Black Death. Bounty berry, no matter alive or dead. Bounty notice Silver Axe, dangerous. Bounty 834 berry, no matter alive or dead. Bounty notice Damian D. Aina, embodiment of evil. Bounty 86 berry, no matter alive or dead. Bounty notice Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. Bounty 2446 berry, no matter alive or dead. Bounty notice Shiki, Gold Lion. Bounty 252099 berry, no matter alive or dead. Bounty notice Rocks D. Zebek, Sin of the Abyss. Bounty 47 berry, no matter alive or dead. Bounty notice. Not only did she showcase the bounty notices of the Rocks pirates, but also 3 others. Bounty notice Scrabba Java, Double Axe. Bounty 9705 berry, no matter alive or dead. Bounty notice Silver Czar. Damian looked at his bounty and couldn't help but grin wickedly. While gnawing on a massive leg bone, he glanced at Kaido beside him. Damian elbowed this peer, as if wanting him to see these numbers too. Growl. Kaido let out a beast laugh. He felt extremely annoyed that his bounty was lower than Damian's. Why was he always a step behind? It's ridiculous that the news didn't mention how the Navy was chased by my fleet. What a bunch of useless trash. Xiachi exhaled a puff of smoke. That's normal. They focus on saving face, claiming they defeated Borealis Empire, while we had already left Mora Island, Xiachi replied. Creak. The conversation had to be interrupted immediately, as another figure swaggered into the hall. Messy hair, fervent eyes. It was none other than Roxy. Zebek, looks like you 2 are awake. I heard about your battle against the warring states. You deserve my title, Rox declared. Meanwhile, Damian stared at the knife at the captain's waist. Looks like you got what you wanted. This made Rox grin, but it wasn't a joyful smile, it was malicious. I also heard that there have been unusual movements in the forests of Mora Island. Looks like you have quite a few secrets hidden. The cold wind swept through the conference room carrying a piercing howl. But Rox didn't give Damian time to react. I don't care how sharp my knives are as long as they remember who they belong to. Rox walked straight to the head of the table and sat down. As a magnanimous captain, if my subordinates perform well, I should reward them right. Rox then turned to Xiachi, signaling her to speak. Xiachi nodded. Damian, do you remember I mentioned our pirate crew structure? Damian nodded. According to the draft, the captain wants 9 divisions, each with a powerful leader. Xiachi tossed Damian a piece of paper with a diagram on it. First Division Leader, Edward Newgate. Second Division Leader, Shiki. Third Division Leader, Charlotte. Fourth Division Leader, vacant. Fifth Division Leader, vacant. Sixth Division Leader, vacant. Seventh Division Leader, vacant. Eighth Division Leader, Captain John. Ninth Division Leader, Shikaku. Damian looked at the names of these leaders, his heart jolting. A pirate crew led by figures like Big Mom, Whitebeard, and Shiki was more than enough to conquer the New World. With the three of them under the same captain, this power could definitely choke the throat of the world government. Although my team mainly handles internal affairs, the other teams are all combat-oriented, Xiachi explained. Captain Rox assigned the 6th, 7th, and 8th teams to most of the small minions. Xiachi dropped a bombshell. He believes you and the newly joined Silver Axe are well suited to be captains. Damian's gaze turned to the captain, who was drinking from an appearing wine gourd. I prefer to go solo. Rox didn't care what he said. It doesn't matter what you think, I also don't care how many pirates you have under you. Rox took another deep sip of wine. Those pathetic overlords always boast about their teams and troops, huh? If this can attract more people to my banner, then I want 9. Rox nonchalantly walked away, tossing the empty wine gourd onto the precious deck, shattering it. Damian shook his head helplessly while Shiki revealed an evil grin. You carry the name D, just like our captain. Oh, I look forward to seeing what realm you can achieve. After Shiki finished speaking, he flew away. Xiachi shrugged, leaving Damian with one last sentence. Captain Rox sent over more than 100 newly recruited pirates to your residence on Hive Island. You can choose who to add to your crew. Have fun. Only Damian and Kaido were left in the hall. Huh. You actually became a captain before me, Damian. Ooh, I want. Damian returned a mocking smile. Oh, how many billion berry will our bounties differ by then? Huh. Then he'll just beat you up now. Come on, you beast. 5 days later, the Titanic returned to Hive Island. Damian arrived at his lodgings on the island only to frown at the sight before him. A dense throng of pirates crowded the surroundings, nearly 500 in total. Some clung to buildings like monkeys, others sprawled listlessly on the ground like vagrants, a few lay already lifeless. She said about 100. Damian murmured under his breath. Shaking his head, he surveyed the crowd. Most were newcomers who had flocked here in the wake of the Mora Island incident. Rock's infamy served as a beacon in the dark for these men. Alas, they were all worthless. Damian's disappointment and boredom were plain upon his face. He made no effort to conceal them, and that very candor stung many to the core. Hey, you wounded an admiral and won the captain's favor. That's impressive, sure, but we didn't come here to flatter you. Another voice chimed in. Pirate code is clear. Whoever kills the captain takes his place. At those words, the eyes of 24 men instantly sharpened. Even without using his Kinbunshiko haki, Damian could taste the acrid tang of greed thickening the air. Damian merely smiled and beckoned lazily toward the ringleader. You want my position? The pirate, convinced fortune had smiled upon him, strode confidently up to Damian. Yes. Standing nearly 3.12 meters tall, Damian loomed over the man before him, who stood 2.4 meters high. Your face bears a striking resemblance to your brother, the one who shouted loudest. He's my elder brother. We're twins. So why not hand over the captaincy? We'll make you second in command. Damian felt every gaze converge upon him. All attention was fixed solely on him, exactly as he intended. He raised his palm. Gently he patted the bold pirate's shoulder, an almost friendly gesture. The man grinned, mistaking it for a ceremonial passing of authority. But his expression twisted instantly. Clutching his head, he began to tremble violently. What's happening? Damian stepped back, a gesture not of retreat, but of courteous clearance. The pirate's eyes flooded with blood, his body swelled grotesquely, like an overinflated balloon straining to burst. Brother, what's wrong? Pop. Like a crushed grape, the pirate exploded into a viscous crimson slurry, red mist blooming outward. Brother. Damian snorted softly and tapped the dead man's younger brother on the shoulder. Your brother has soiled my courtyard. Clean it up. You know I dislike seeing such carnage on my balcony. With a serene smile, Damian strode forward, leaving behind a trembling, silent crowd. Let me be clear. I care nothing for numbers. Unlike Shiki, I seek quality alone, Damian declared aloud. He swept his gaze across the assembly as if sealing his words with proof. 500 of you stand here. My squad requires only one. A nearby pirate blinked in confusion. Do you want us to choose someone? Choose however you like. Only one slot remains, Damian replied with a half smile. The young captain ascended the balcony, poised to witness the coming blood-soaked spectacle. An eerie silence descended. Hundreds of eyes darted, locked, and weighed each other. Tension coiled tighter than drawn steel. Bloodlust surged through the pirate's veins, sending chills down spines. Many turned and left, seeking luck elsewhere, leaving roughly 300 behind. Some wagered on Damian's latent potential, others sought to overthrow him outright. Soon a massive free-for-all erupted. Damian brought out pastries, poured himself a glass of iced lemonade, and basked in the late afternoon sun. The air grew thick with the coppery scent of blood. Clashing blades and concussive blasts echoed through Hive. Under the midday sun, rivulets of blood converged into a crimson stream. Die. That position is mine. Yotatoto, I'll slaughter you all. Damian sat for roughly 10 minutes. The brutal culling had eliminated every weakling who rushed forward, leaving behind only 100 hardened survivors. Yet Damian remained unmoved, until a sharp glint pierced the corner of his eye. His gaze flickered sideways, a black silhouette darted through the chaos, slicing cleanly through the crowd. In his grip gleamed a razor-edged sword. Left-right, each strike precise and lethal. Limbs flew, blood sprayed in wide arterial arcs. My arm. My manhood. Damian watched impassive. The attacks were swift, economical, utterly devoid of wasted motion, and infused with formidable haki. Within moments the pirates' ranks dwindled to single digits. Wait, I withdraw? Let me go. Yes, we won't stand in your way. Without blinking he sent two heads soaring skyward, their headless bodies crumpled into pools of gore. His blade whispered through air as he wiped crimson from its edge onto a fallen foe's tunic. Click. The blade slid home into its scabbard. The sole survivor stood before Damian awaiting judgment. Damian set down his glass with quiet finality. Clap, clap, clap. He studied the pirate, then offered sincere, unhurried applause. The man appeared early 20s, under 2.75 meters tall with deep brown skin and a powerfully built frame beneath his black waistcoat. Tribal tattoos covered his body, especially his arms. A jagged scar traced his left neck upward, cutting across his cheek. Framed by long black hair and heavy sideburns, and crowned by piercing lupin eyes, he looked every bit the feral wolf. You're unlike the refuse who washed up on this island, Damian mused, chin resting on his knuckles. What is your name? The pirate met his gaze unflinchingly. Zenoira Indra. Hearing that unwavering tone, Damian gave a slow, deliberate nod. Whoosh. A sudden gust of wind. Indra inhaled sharply as Damian materialized before him faster than his senses could register. The infamous Damian stood nearly half a meter taller, gazing down upon the swordsman. Welcome to the 4th squad of the Rocks Pirates, Zenoira Indra. Damian announced. You carry the weight of a story. I look forward to hearing it someday. Indra nodded firmly, conveying volumes in a single austere gesture. Damian sensed a formidable presence drawing near, and turned his gaze toward the colossal figure approaching. Mr. Whitebeard, what wind brings you to my humble corner? Gururara. I smelled the blood from afar. It seems you'll need thorough cleaning. Whitebeard ambled leisurely across the island, his weapon never far from hand. Damian shrugged. No matter. I can assign a few pirates to handle it. Whitebeard chuckled. His eyes lingered on Indra. So Rox entrusted you with a squad. You've struck gold. Damian nodded in agreement. You're a guest. My mother taught me to treat guests well. Tea or sake, he asked. He already knew the answer, and tossed Whitebeard a bottle of premium sake. Whitebeard settled onto a fractured concrete pillar. After a moment he savored a long sip. This is fine liquor. Damian sat beside him sipping his drink. Indra stood silently in vigil, a shadow at their flank. Mr. Whitebeard, how fares Sphinx Island? I send a substantial sum there each month. The hardest part is finding someone trustworthy to deliver it. Damian wasn't surprised. Borealis is dead. The captain will now turn his sights on the other Yonko, won't he? Indeed. He'll wait a while. Replenish his cannon fodder first, Whitebeard told his young comrade. You'll be assigned a major mission soon. Prepare yourself. Later that day, Damian forcibly recruited several pirates to clean the courtyard, paying them a fair wage of 10 belly per year. Indra was dispatched to the Colosseum on Hornet Island to hone his combat skills, particularly his haki. All right, it's time to assimilate my gains. Damian sat alone in the courtyard, murmuring to himself. First evolution. Damian began regulating his breath, slowing his heart rate to roughly 10 beats per minute. The blood coursing through his veins surged and seethed, growing denser, more potent. His muscle fibers tightened and strengthened. Sharp crackling sounds echoed from within his body as his bones transformed into denser, more resilient material. With a long, deep exhale, Damian ascended to a new tier. Waves of euphoric liberation rippled across his entire being. Titan regeneration has evolved from rapid regeneration. Titan vitality has evolved from steel vitality. A wave of heat surged through Damian's frame, his gaze sharpened, forged anew by this surging power. Titan regeneration, recovery speed tripled compared to rapid regeneration. Titan vitality, endurance tripled compared to steel vitality. A smile spread across Damian's face. He felt reborn. Instinctively, he sensed that even if his arm were severed, reattaching it to the stump would suffice for full regeneration. Yet an odd sensation soon followed. What's happening? Damian muttered, inspecting his body and instinctively pressing a hand to his chest. He perceived a structural void within, something that could channel energy directly into his bones. Damian, your physiology has unlocked a novel configuration enabling the black bone effect, Sybil explained. Black bone allows armament haki to permeate the skeletal structure, hardening it until it turns obsidian black. Damian scratched his head. This sounded strikingly similar to the legendary black blade wielded by future Dracul Mihawk, or ancient Ryuma. Infusing haki into the skeletal system will demand considerable time, and certainly won't be achieved in a single attempt. He reasoned aloud. Anatomical details confirmed his hypothesis. Bone comprises 4 primary layers. The periosteum, a soft outer membrane enveloping the bone surface. The compact bone, a dense rigid layer, the spongy bone, an inner porous lattice-like stratum, and finally the bone marrow, the deepest core responsible for generating all blood cells. Damian's newly unlocked configuration unfolded across 4 progressive stages: black bone, I through 4. The most effective way to infuse hockey, probably enduring repeated beatings, or leaping from several sky islands. Damian rested his chin in thought, weighing possibilities. Either way, this won't be swift, but each stage dramatically amplifies overall structural integrity. Evolution complete. One more thing, he murmured, drawing another deep breath to steady his exhilaration. Sybil, integrate underwater respiration. Confirmed. The new ability is now embedded into your DNA. Damian closed his eyes, uncertain what sensation awaited him. 30 seconds passed. Should it be done by now? Integration complete. Damian froze, stunned. Truly, I feel absolutely nothing. Sybil responded instantly. It has become intrinsic, effortless, natural. Try envisioning yourself breathing freely beneath the waves. Damian complied. His consciousness sank into the perilous ocean depths, and thin gill slits unfurled around his throat, while fine fissures split his skin, revealing delicate functional openings. Opening his eyes, he strode to a mirror. Rather distinctive, isn't it? He had officially acquired underwater respiration, halfway toward immunity from the sea's curse. Upon returning his awareness to land, the gill slits sealed themselves seamlessly, vanishing entirely, now an unconscious instinctive reflex. Damian rose, stretched his limbs, and savored the surge of power pulsing through his veins, when a familiar sound broke the silence. Gurgle. Hungry. Burp. Damian devoured a lavish meal in the main mess hall where hundreds of pirates gathered. One approached him. What is it, Amber? The petite figure kept her head bowed. The captain and Madame Shiki await you, she announced in a clear, crystalline voice. Understood. Damian immediately set off for Skull Rock, muttering, no rest for the wicked. Skull Rock. Sister Shiki, you're here too. Damian greeted her lightly. Shiki nodded in reply. Against the oppressive gloom of the captain's chamber, deep within the mountainous Skull Rock, his tone felt remarkably unburdened. Both had long grown accustomed to the stench of death and despair. Rox was present too, idly drinking wine. Damian, can let me outline the captain's top priority, Shiki began. Namely, the remaining apex. They share one defining trait, all appear on the world government's global threat index. She drew deeply on her cigar before continuing, primarily pride of sin, pride D. Soul mind, demon Thaddeus, Enigma, fallen angel Hera, and GOLD. Roger. She paused. 2 others remain on the list, but they pose little threat to the captain, preferring solitary voyages across the open sea. Damian committed each name to memory for future reference. Rox remained bored. A silent cue for Shiki to continue, which she did without hesitation. Naturally, all must die. That declaration brought a grin to Rox's face. Among these 4 you've already met Roger. That man sailed half the new world with but a handful of crew, a feat of extraordinary magnitude. The 2 most critical among them are the sovereigns. Shiki elaborated further. Sovereign mind, demon Thaddeus, Enigma. Devourer of the mind fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit granting absolute mental domination over others. He also unleashes psychic assaults capable of eroding sanity itself. Such attacks are undefendable, unless one possesses the unshakable willpower inherent in Conqueror's Haki. She added, he is also known as the Pirate Professor. With unparalleled intellect, he has mastered and deciphered the world's scientific principles. His research commands incalculable value in the underworld. Even the world government covets it fiercely. His greatest danger lies in total control over his subordinates, no betrayal, no infiltration, no espionage. Thus he remains an enigma, truly deserving of the title. Shiki then turned her attention to the other colossus of the new world. Sovereign Pride D. Soul. She seemed to recall a hazy, distant silhouette. He consumed an extraordinary devil fruit, paramecia class, perfectly aligned with his prideful nature, the sin of pride. She shrugged helplessly. He rarely engages personally, rendering his true strength perpetually shrouded in mystery. All I know is that his ability multiplies his physical might to staggering, inconceivable degrees. A flicker of interest crossed Rox's face. Humph, that fruit does sound intriguing. Save it for last. His words ignited Damian's curiosity. Noticing his expression, Shiki smiled. Numerous assignments will be issued to senior officers, each tasked with dismantling 1 pirate crew. Her words served as both warning and provocation, sparking doubt about his own strength, yet igniting fierce excitement at the prospect of confronting ever-stronger adversaries. Though surely my target won't be overly formidable, perhaps something comparatively weaker. Damian's thoughts were abruptly cut short by Rox's gruff voice. Zaha, brat, I see right through your petty calculations. You're correct, your target won't be outrageous. Go eliminate Enigma. Damian blinked, momentarily stunned. He knew Rocks, though outwardly reckless, possessed razor-sharp intellect, and seemed uncannily adept at reading minds. That brain-twisting fool is the weakest among them. Over-reliant on his devil fruit, his haki long since atrophied. Utterly worthless. He spat contemptuously. Shiki nodded beside him. Enigma's devil fruit enabled him to forge an army of utterly brainwashed soldiers, some 50,000 strong, commanding hundreds of vessels entrenched within his domain, the Mind Sea. Damian absorbed the information, then voiced his insight. In other words, Enigma's greatest strength is also his gravest vulnerability. Shiki burst into laughter. Rocks roared with unrestrained mirth. Zaha. Precisely. Eliminate him first, and his toy army will crumble of its own accord. Damian paused in quiet calculation before speaking. I'll go, but I require time to train. Rocks studied Damian closely. The young man's eyes spoke volumes. Zaha. So your ambition burns bright. Very well. 6 months to prepare and set sail. His gravelly voice held firm authority. Take Kaido and your new squad with you. Don't let them fall behind. Rock's tone swiftly reverted to boredom, and he waved them away. Damian and Shiki exchanged knowing glances, descending the long spiral staircase together. Sister Shiki, could you do me a favor? Damian asked. Anything, Damiankin? Well, nothing lewd, mind you. She whispered, her voice laced with playful charm. Damian, long immune to her teasing, remained unfazed. My observation haki feels poised on the cusp. Shiki gave a light hum, gesturing for him to continue. You've clearly mastered observation haki above all else. I'd appreciate your guidance in taking that final step. Shiki smiled warmly. Oh, is that all? Consider it done. I have little else to occupy me here, and I do possess some ideas to accelerate your progress, though the process won't be gentle. Damian nodded gratefully. He disliked owing debts, but should Shiki ever require aid, he would answer without hesitation. The training is much simpler than I imagined, Damian muttered to himself as he stood in a forest surrounded by tall trees. His eyes were covered, his ears stuffed with cotton, and his nose likewise. A layer of specially formulated tree sap coated his skin, numbing his sense of touch, and rendering his sense of taste non-existent. All his senses were forcibly severed. Damian stood in the center of a clearing surrounded by dense forest. He had even ceased to utilize the sound of all things, as the sensation of having all his senses stripped away nearly drove even a willful person to madness. Bang! It was not a sound he heard, but one he felt. A bullet shot in from the side, aiming straight for his chest. Damian effortlessly dodged the bullet, grazing past him. Bang! 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 Dozens of bullets soon came flying from all directions, the difficulty level increasing sharply. Damian frowned, using his imposing presence to sense every slight change in the surrounding air. Aren't they all at the same speed, he wondered. His tall figure moved swiftly, weaving through the air. Damian's speed was astonishing, his silhouette flickering in and out of multiple positions. Yet several bullets still struck him, showcasing their unusual characteristics. It hurts. Damian grunted, clutching his bleeding arm. Armor-piercing rounds, he thought. An alarm rang in his mind as he felt a wave of heat wash over him. Boom. At the last moment, Damian leaped, and the tree behind him exploded into countless fragments, leaving chaos in its wake. Another burst of flames assaulted his senses, leaving him no moment to catch his breath. Damian darted through the forest, a sea of fire igniting behind him. Minutes passed, and Damian jumped from one tree to another, fully unleashing his observation haki to perceive as much information as possible. The layout of the forest had become visible in his mind. But the bullets aimed at him grew faster and faster. Explosive rounds, armor-piercing rounds, incendiary rounds. There was everything, some even mixed with multiple characteristics. I seem to have grasped it. Damian's train of thought was abruptly halted as he felt a small window open behind him. A blast stunned his back, and a bullet suddenly appeared out of thin air. Damian had no time to think. 10 more such portals opened around him. Boom. Bang. Boom. Explosions erupted continuously in the forest, and Damian was submerged by the scorching projectiles. It's so chaotic. I can't feel anything. Damian's observation haki could not keep up with the portals that opened just inches away from his body. Worse still, the flames and heat waves made it impossible for him to find a place to land. Oh ho ho, this is just the beginning. Xiachi stood atop a small hill, looking down at the scene below, murmuring to herself. One hand held a cigar while the other grasped a gun. The gun's muzzle continuously spat out bullets, each varying in color, but every single one was wrapped in a layer of purple bubbles. Once the bullets left the barrel, they were encased in purple portals, teleporting directly towards Damian's vital points from the hill. This training is indeed ruthless. The next day, after sleeping for 8 hours, Damian woke up. Crack. His joints popped as he stretched comfortably. Damian donned his usual attire and gazed out from the balcony. The air still carried a faint trace of blood remnants from the previous incident when he had become the squad leader. Squad leader of the 4th team, he murmured. It isn't much of a team. Damian chuckled at the thought of his meager number of subordinates. He recalled the current structure of the Rocks Pirates. Whitebeard's first team, 600 men. Shiki's second team, 5,400 men. Charlotte Linland's third team, 4,700 men. Damian's fourth team, 2 men. Silver Axe's fifth team, 2,000 men. Sixth team, 4,300 men. Seventh team, 5,000 men. Captain John's eighth team, 5,000 men. Xiaqi's ninth team, 50 men. Silver Axe had completely taken control of his squad, which pleased Rox greatly. Even the sixth and seventh teams lacking a captain had seen a surge of new recruits. Currently Rox had no outstanding pirates under his command, so he simply threw some new recruits into a group, hoping one of them would emerge as a strong fighter. If they didn't, it didn't matter if they perished. Kaido was a candidate, but he needed more training. Speaking of ranks, the entire pirate crew also had a hierarchy. This wasn't something someone deliberately established, but rather a system propagated by the pirates of Hive Island. Rox Pirates Grand Fleet 1. Supreme Leader of the Rox Pirates, Rox D. Zebek. 2. The 3 Great Commanders, Whitebeard, Shiki, Charlotte, Linland. 3. The 4 Calamities, Captain John, Shikiaku, Damian, Silver Axe. 4. Destruction Level, Kaido and Captains under Shiki. 5. Demon Level, Elite Pirates. 6. Rogue Level, Mid-Level Pirates. 7. Cannon Fodder Level, Low-Level Pirates. Others 1. Crows, Xiaqi's Intelligence Network. 2. Drifters, Xiaqi's Monitoring Unit monitoring pirates within the crew, identifying traitors or other trouble. This hierarchical system is meant to clarify the structure, but primarily serves to allocate residences on Hive Island. Cannon fodder levels reside on the shore, while demon levels can only stay on the outskirts of the pirate stronghold. Thus, if the Navy or hostile pirate crews attack, these individuals are the first to become cannon fodder. The funniest part was Kaido's position. Every morning the thought of that gloomy giant made Damian chuckle. Kaido was busy smashing things, desperately wanting to elevate himself to the 4 calamities. "Yo Indra," Damian casually greeted. "Looks like you're up pretty early." The man stood below, his dark eyes fixed on his new captain, offering no reply, merely nodding. Damian felt quite comfortable having a pirate who wasn't constantly screaming and fighting beside him on Hive Island. However, there was still something he wanted to do. "Let me see your weapon." Indra unhesitatingly drew his sword and handed it to Damian, who was already standing a few meters in front of him. Damian glanced at the blade. It's sharp and well, but it's too brittle." With just a bit of pressure, the blade began to creak. Swish. Damian drove the sword into the red earth beneath him, leaving Indra looking perplexed. Then Damian drew another sheathed sword from his splendid coat. It was a sword radiating a sinister aura, appearing pitch black at first glance with storm-like patterns. The sword held in Damian's hand captivated Indra's attention. "I won this weapon from a worthless opponent in the West Sea many years ago," Damian said. Clang. The sword was drawn from its sheath, slicing through the air. One of the 21 great blades, Frenzy. The morning light reflected off the blade, making the purple surface seem to emit a gentle hum. Indra was entranced by the weapon in Damian's hand, unable to resist the urge to reach for it. Damian, without any pretense, tossed it over. He lowered his head, saying, "I won't let you down." Damian's gaze assessed this pirate anew. He noticed the flicker of ambition in Indra's eyes as he gripped the new sword. He lowered his head, saying, "I won't let you down." Damian's gaze assessed this pirate anew. He noticed the flicker of ambition in Indra's eyes as he gripped the new sword tightly. It was a thirst for power and strength. This was precisely what Damian needed, a sharp sword to wield for himself. Time flowed unceasingly. Day by day Damian trained, and under the continuous barrage of teleporting bullets, he gradually began to see where the next bullet would appear. At first it was just a faint trace, then it grew more pronounced. And thus months passed. 6 months later, on a prosperous island, towering buildings of glass and concrete rise across a fertile land, and banners proclaim this place a kingdom under the world government. A navy garrison is stationed on the island, a testament to the sea's strategic value. In the shadow of a building, Ruala hides beneath a purple cloak and hood. She uses the darkness as cover to survey the island's condition. Her devil fruit ability is perfectly suited to this work. At last she whispers, "Finally home." She sighs softly and tilts her head to the endless night, drawn by its tranquil beauty. Ruala reaches out as if to grasp something invisible. The sky is so free, she thinks and hopes that one day she might soar upon it. Her gaze drifts farther, still resting on a distant bright planet. "He once told me there are pirates even on the moon," she murmurs, lost in thought. Awakening from that haze, she looks toward the island she once called home. "Everything has changed," she says with reluctant nostalgia. "People get by, but they are not happy. The vivacity that should fill a prosperous kingdom is gone. This city that ought to be riotous with color now seems shrouded in gray. The laughter and cries of childhood have become hollow and silent. Her people's happiness was stolen, and she could not stop it. She shed the trappings of a princess long ago, left only with the bitter resolve of vengeance. Her original plan was simple: hunt pirates, use bounties to enlist darker forces, and complete her revenge. But along the way she met someone who offered another path. Rather than blindly entrust herself to an underworld king and lose hope, she chose a pirate who seemed more reliable. Beyond the tangible aid, she felt the comfort of companionship. She knew the pirate who helped her had his own designs, yet the long-forgotten warmth stirred her heart. Recalling the harsh training on the undersea, a faint smile touched her lips. Damian became the anchor in her heart, something to keep her afloat, and if needed to drag her into the abyss. In the new world on Fengchao Island, a clash began. A sharp whine cut the air as a pitch-black blade sliced through space and struck an immovable object. Strangely, what stopped it was a single arm. Another voice mocked that no blade, however keen, could make up for such a weak assault, addressing Tua Luo. Damian's casual posture contrasted with Tua Luo's sweat-soaked, breathless state. Sweat fell to the muddy ground as blades rained like a storm. Damian used his forearm as a shield and met each slash with bare flesh and bone. Tua Luo staggered back a few paces. "Captain, your skin is harder than any metal I've seen," he admitted, a trace of frustration in his voice. But that frustration quickly yielded to astonishment. Damian absorbed every strike with his body, and even armament hockey failed to pierce him. "His body is harder than diamond," Tua Luo marveled inwardly. Damian smiled in satisfaction. It was the effect of his newly attained black bone second stage. Over the past 6 months he had seeped hockey into every bone, gaining much, yet further advancement demanded ever longer hours of training. The harder the skin became, the stronger the attacks, and the harsher the drills needed to push hockey deeper. Tua Luo steadied his breath and rallied himself. With a sharp whoosh he vaulted tens of meters into the air, stepping upon the wind itself. Currents spun about him, layering until they coalesced into a towering peacock that unfurled resplendent wings. He unleashed a grand technique 1/style radiant death. The sweeping assault engulfed the area and lunged at Damian, who let a small smile creep across his mouth. Deep crimson energy gathered in his palms, swirling into a near-gaseous vortex. The air sizzled as red particles spread like a net, shattering the incoming force. Deep crimson energy gathered in his palms, swirling into a near-gaseous vortex. The air sizzled as red particles spread like a net, shattering the incoming force into a vast barrier. Devour space, he named it. The energy solidified and began to swallow the space ahead like a starving beast. The air beyond the shield became pure void, a dead silence. Tua Luo's attack struck the barrier, which despite its ornate appearance made no sound. All sound was consumed, leaving nothing but absolute stillness. Damian's defense effortlessly quelled the assault until it dissipated into nothing. Anticipating the outcome, Tua Luo abandoned the offense and flashed behind Damian's towering silhouette. He barely had the chance to exploit the opening before a sweeping kick sent him flying into a distant tree. With a thunderous impact, he tore through 3 stout trees before stopping. Coughing up blood, Tua Luo spat and gasped, noting that Damian had countered before he could even think. His observation hockey, as always, absurdly strong. Damian walked to the fallen Tua Luo and offered a hand. "Today will do," he said as he hauled him up. They stood facing one another. In 6 months Damian had grown considerably. Fed on the rich meat of sea beasts, he now stood nearly 3 meters tall. Glancing at his sole subordinate Damian said, "Rest well, it's about time to take down that overlord." Later he sat alone in the island's main dining hall, a small, empty circle around him. It had become a custom among pirates to give Damian space to eat in peace. After all, a few months ago he had reduced some rookies to pulp. He relished the quiet meal until a booming voice shattered it. Kaido shouted that he was ready and that it was time to... No one needed to guess the owner of that loudmouth. Damian shook his head in resignation as the peaceful meal evaporated. "Kaido, what are you thinking?" he asked. Kaido brimmed with excitement, impatient to embark on another bloody adventure and hungry for worthy. "Do you think a small boat will let us storm into an overlord's domain and simply kill him?" Kaido wondered aloud. At least it sounded that way to him. "Those brainwashed slaves under Goma indeed outnumber what my spike club can crush," Kaido argued. He proposed they fly straight in and lop off the overlord's head before his army could react. Damian paused. Kaido's plan had merit and even aligned with schemes he had considered. Perhaps he allowed, "But you should not always treat an overlord like a lamb to the slaughter." Damian rolled his eyes and said that outwitting the acknowledged smartest man at sea is no simple feat. Sometimes the simplest plans are the most likely to succeed. Kaido scratched his head and shrugged. Damian paid him no mind and cleared the table in a manner different from the island's other pirates, a habit his mother had taught him. As he tidied, an idea took shape. There was someone who could solve their flight problem. "Let me make sure I understand," the notorious voice said. "Do you want me to carry you 2 brats straight into the heart of Goma's pleasure castle?" The speaker was none other than the infamous Jin Shitsi, Shirji. Damian and Kaido stood shoulder to shoulder, their height different stark. Shirji leaned forward with amused interest and eyed the 2 young pirates. "Do you take me for public transportation?" he thundered, golden threads of hockey radiating from him. Kaido raised a hand about to utter something rude and offered instead to give Shirji a share of Goma's gold. Damian cut him off before disaster could brew. Shirji snorted and narrowed his eyes at the suggestion. "Not a bad idea," Shirji mused. "Maintaining such a large crew is costly." His eyes flashed a dangerous golden light. Then he agreed, deal little ones. Damian grinned, unsurprised, and promised that he would deliver. Shurji merely snorted and said they would depart. He flew off, leaving a golden trail behind. Kaido sounded displeased and scolded Damian and not to compromise their principles just to achieve a goal. That was not the pirate way. Damian shot Kaido a look and said that once he was strong enough to challenge Shurji, he would use his fists. You should do the same, he warned, or one day even your thick skin will fail you. In the months past, Damian had witnessed Shurji's power. The Piao Piao fruit is absurdly strong, allowing its user to control any non-living object they have touched through sheer thought. Shurji can fell most people with a single move. The very image of him halting dozens of pieces of land falling from the sky defies comprehension. If Shurji were enraged, the scene would be beyond imagining. On top of that, he is a master of two-sword technique, a catastrophe in combat. His bounty even surpasses that of the Whitebeard. Kaido knew all this, but his instinct to speak with his fists outweighed reason, and he stalked off without another. Damian began preparing for the coming mission. An overlord, though considered the weakest among the three, was by no means an easy target. The greater the difficulty, the greater the reward, he murmured in the manner of a comic hero. Sunset colors touched his eyes, and at the thought of the imminent battle, he unconsciously exhaled a thread of haki. Nearby pirates shivered and backed away, spines chilled as they avoided the walking behemoth. At the Navy headquarters, Ma Lin Fan duo storms brewed, even as Damian finished his training and prepared for. Thousands of sailors bustled through the base while countless cannons and weapons were loaded onto massive warships. Orders had arrived to expand the fleet to confront the growing chaos of the new world. Yet another problem had emerged, one that displeased the five elders. In the fleet admiral's office, 5 sea monsters had gathered. The fleet admiral himself seated behind his desk. Before him sat 3 admirals, Basa La and Zhang Guo, with arms crossed and serious faces, and Admiral Zheng Xiong nearby, cradling a steaming cup of tea. They debated how best to carry out the 5 elders' orders. Kapu was present too, lost in his own world as he gnawed on an endless rice cracker. Bang! The door was kicked open, and a vice admiral burst in, grave and urgent, snapping a salute. Fleet Admiral, he reported. What is it? Kong asked. I bring news from the Navy Criminal Intelligence Bureau, the vice admiral answered, drawing the attention of the assembled titans. The vice admiral swallowed and completed his report, each word heavier than the last. Director by Niao's top informant has confirmed that Xia Luo Te Ling Ling will meet the overlord Sa Di Isi in Goma in 3 days. What? The next morning, Damian completed his training at 5 o'clock and headed to the main dock. He had visited Locks the night before to inform him of the impending departure. Damian did not expect much in terms of farewells, but Locks did give him one parting remark. Don't die, or he'll dig up your corpse and kill you again. Indra followed a few steps behind, as taciturn as ever, speaking only when necessary, his blade ready at his waist, prepared to drink blood at any moment. Damian observed how Indra's strikes had become sharper and deadlier over the past few days, showing significant improvement. Perhaps it's time to consider getting my own weapon, he thought. Though his attacks were easy to unleash, having a weapon to guide and focus his power would be more beneficial. Damian set aside his thoughts as he arrived at his destination. Yo, Kaido, he greeted. Are you ready for the descent into hell? Kaido hoisted his spiked club onto his shoulder. Woo! Finally here. The three stood before a medium-sized ship that appeared rather unremarkable. However, it had one striking feature: a layer of very soft, almost transparent bubbles wrapped around the entire ship, giving it a smooth exterior. This was a coated ship. Thud! A shadow quickly descended nearby. Keek. It seems you little devils are ready. Shiki approached the ship, lightly tapping the edge of the ship's coating with his right palm, an invisible energy enveloping the entire vessel. I've imbued the ship with my abilities, it will fly at your command. Shiki continued, flicking his finger upwards to demonstrate. The ship rose effortlessly, splashing water everywhere. The rusted metal plates at the bottom were revealed, with some corals and moss growing underneath. Shiki was not lifting the ship, but rather the layer of bubbles enveloping it. The Golden Lion then cast a glance at Damian, a calculating glint in his eyes. His gaze towards Damian seemed to challenge him to board the ship. Damian scoffed and jumped up. The bodies of Damian, Indra, and Kaido landed on the deck, causing the ship to sink slightly under their weight, but it quickly bounced back to its original position. Shiki's voice then echoed in their ears. I will send the ship towards Brain Domain Island. Once you fly over the castle, just pop the bubble, and you'll drop straight down. Shiki then flicked his finger, launching the coated ship into the sky at an astonishing speed. The wind howled, and the sonic boom roared. The ship vanished in an instant. Whoosh! Damn Golden Lion, he has no semblance of a great pirate. Damian steadied himself and muttered under his breath. Of course, he had already given the Golden Lion the middle finger before being launched. Kaido seemed to enjoy the flight. Woo! Who cares, this will get us there faster. Indra gazed through the ship's membrane at the sea of white clouds below. The temperature had dropped to nearly freezing, but for people like Damian and Kaido, it was barely noticeable. However, Indra felt the chill and could not help but say, even at this speed it will take at least 2 days to arrive. Damian nodded. If you need to rest, rest. I need to train. He then shot a glare at Kaido beside him. Kaido, don't move around, your weight will disrupt our course. Kaido scoffed, sitting down and pulling out a jug of alcohol from who knows where. Meanwhile, Indra walked into a small room on the ship to attend to his own matters, while Damian claimed the rear deck as his relaxation spot. There was something he had long wanted to do. Recently, I feel like my natural perception is about to break through, he murmured to himself. It seems that the enhancement of observation haki has spurred the evolution of another ability. His thoughts were confirmed by the system. Your voice of all things can be upgraded. Damian smiled slightly, extending his hearing towards the sky. He heard the sounds of birds and seagulls in the high air, the roars of sea kings beneath the deep sea, and even the exchanges of life on a small island they had just flown over. Damian closed his eyes, allowing his natural perception to expand further than ever before, clearer than ever. The sounds gradually faded, and the world quieted, falling into a brief silence. Then a booming sound exploded in his ears. Countless voices surged in like a tide. Ugh! Damian groaned at the overwhelming mix of sounds. It was too loud, unbearably loud. His perception was completely overloaded, followed by a notification ringing in his mind. Your voice of all things has upgraded to voice of all creation. Here it comes. Damian exhaled a breath of stale air, the noise gradually calming. Now he could hear even, whether it was the wood beneath his feet, the dew in the clouds, the stones at the bottom of the sea, or the sounds of the ocean. Damian could now hear all sounds, whether living or non-living. This was a power possessed by only a select few, 10 times rarer than Conqueror's haki. All words, whether written or spoken, carry innate communicative intent. By listening to this intent, I can interpret any language, whether written or spoken, he concluded. Of course, the true power of this ability lies in deciphering the hidden truths of the world, existing in the form of enormous stone tablets. Historical texts. Meanwhile, at Brain Domain Island, 12 docks surrounded Brain Domain Island. There was no need for patrols, as every citizen was under the control and surveillance of Enigma's fruit ability. Their thoughts were confined to breathing and walking, nothing more. The central castle stood tall, while one dock became lively. At Dock 7, a massive ship was approaching. About 300 civilians looked on in unison, walking towards the ship. Their movements were completely synchronized, standing at the edge of the platform, as if they were machines. Their vacant eyes squinted simultaneously, as if every visual perception was shared and merged, focusing on every detail that could be captured. The prow of the arriving ship featured a human face, while the hull resembled a frosted ice cream, white and layered, with the main structure above shaped like a cake adorned with candles. The sails were enormous, emblazoned with large characters. Big Mom. Mama, we've arrived. A small boy's voice resonated throughout the ship. The door of the main structure on the ship opened, and several individuals emerged, varying in size. Maha maha maha. Wonderful. Come, my lovely children. With a distinctly curvy and voluptuous figure, she was undeniably a beauty at that moment. Standing about 8 meters tall, she was none other than Charlotte Linlin, the giant of the Rocks Pirates. Linlin brought her 24 children along, including infants. Her ability could enhance the souls of her beloved children, among other uses. In this way, she could ensure that Enigma could not use her children against her. Thud. A dull sound echoed as it was a man in his 30s, one of the few members of the Enigma pirates not under the captain's control. Thaddeus Enigma had a chess system. 1 king himself, 1 queen, 2 bishops, 2 rooks, 2 knights, and 8 pawns. Aside from these 10 core members, the remaining 50,000 pirates and citizens merely followed orders, no matter how absurd. And this was just the force on Brain Domain Island, not including the surrounding islands. The newcomer was one of Enigma's bishops, Norlox, a man nearly 5 meters tall with thick eyebrows, finely dressed, and purple long hair. Lord Charlotte Linlin, he greeted in a flat tone. Lord Enigma sent me to escort you. Please follow me to the Brain Domain Hotel. This reception elicited a disdainful smile from Linlin. Oh, Enigma isn't even willing to meet me in person. Norlox felt a bit suffocated under her gaze, but calmly responded. Cough cough, please forgive our inadequate hospitality, but Lord Enigma is currently busy in his strategy room. This made Linlin's face break into a smile. Oh, I heard he likes to plot his chess games in a certain room in his castle. What grand scheme is he brewing now? Yes, Lord Enigma said he will emerge in 2 days. Until then, please enjoy the services we provide, Norlox reported. I believe the little ones will have a great time here. Maha maha maha. Did you hear that, Katakuri? There must be some delicious desserts here. Katakuri lifted his head with winered hair and a scar at the corner of his mouth, nodding. Yes, Mama, the little brothers and sisters will surely have a great time here. Thus the big MOM pirates arrived, awaiting the appearance of the brain demon 2 days later. Linlin's enormous figure walked towards the center of the island, enjoying the efficiency of Enigma's regime along the way. Though the methods lacked humanity, these mindless puppets were indeed excellent assets for any pirate nation. Is that the main base? Linlin gazed at the colossal structure in the distance, murmuring. It was a magnificent castle enveloped by a dazzling sphere. The sphere shimmered with countless colors, and a radiant light emanated from the top of the castle. This sphere was named the Sphere of Splendor. Contrary to most people's guesses, it was not a wall, nor did it possess any solid attributes. It resembled a holographic projection covering the entire massive castle. The castle overlooked the entire island, standing as a landmark. The awakening mind fruit allows Enigma to project this force field, making him aware of even the slightest changes in airflow. Truly an incredible ability. Linlin laughed. Snorlax heard her words. Yes, it is indeed a remarkable masterpiece. His tone became much more respectful than before, as if he knew that once they stepped into this force field, that man would hear every word they said. He then led Linlin to a smaller building. You may stay here, Lord Enigma will meet you within 2 days. Linlin simply nodded, her gaze drawn to the adjacent building, the cake workshop. 2 days later, high in the sky, Brain Domain Island was surrounded by several isles, with the main base located at the northern end, all within the sea. The surrounding islands: Almond Body Island, Apex Island, Hypothalamus Island, Brain Stem Island, Occipital Island, Cerebellum Island, Hippocampus Island. Each island housed over 10,000 pirates, not to mention thousands of ships. Approaching with a large sailing ship would surely attract attention from afar, inviting an assault from 70,000. Thus Damian's plan was quite simple: to dive directly into the heart of the island and slay the overlord before tens of thousands of troops arrived. Damian stood at the bow of the ship, Indra at his right, and Kaido's massive form behind him. His gaze pierced through the clouds, landing on the distant archipelago. Once the overlord is taken down, all the mindless puppets should regain their sanity, allowing us to swiftly retreat before other forces arrive. A cold expression flashed across Damian's face as he muttered to himself, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? In the room of strategy, a man sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly closed. He had merged with his own consciousness, maintaining this posture for a full 2 months. Only at this moment did he open his eyes. It's time to meet that guy, he murmured to himself as he stood up and stretched his limbs. The door opened, and a beautiful woman bowed deeply outside. She was a pawn of Enigma, the queen. With golden long hair, she wore golden shoulder guards and had a military knife at her waist. Lord Enigma, she saluted the captain. The council chamber was spacious, adorned with a simple purple carpet, and at its center was a reception area. A massive window spanned the entire wall, through which the view of the island was fully revealed, extending thousands of meters beyond. The sofa was made of the finest silk, with a jewel-encrusted table in the center placed on a carpet made from the fur of an extinct bear. The sofa occupied a significant space, large enough to accommodate a woman like Big Mom. At that moment she was indulging in the desserts laid before her, crumbs splattering everywhere as she devoured them. Katakuri Daifuku Oven Perispero. Her children were also present. They were all no older than 10, with an age difference of 2 or 3 years. Perispero was the oldest of Big Mom's children, wearing a long red and yellow hat and dressed in bright clothes. He hailed from the Long Tongue clan, so his tongue always protruded from his mouth. Oven wore similarly bright clothing, but his flame-shaped hairstyle made him particularly eye-catching, while Daifuku's gray flat top made him appear rather inconspicuous. Katakuri, the brother with burgundy hair, was stuffing his mouth with donuts, cheeks puffed out as he devoured them. Mmm. These desserts are so delicious. Linlin celebrated joyfully. The door opened, and the overlord Sedu's Enigma walked in. Enigma was dressed in a black suit with a black tie and gray shirt, draped in a black coat, exuding elegance. He held 2 cups in his gloved hands. The man appeared refined and noble, with medium-length, neatly combed golden hair. If it weren't for the burns and scars on his face, he could be considered quite handsome. Charlotte Linlin, what brings you to visit such a humble person like me? He asked in a teasing tone as he sat down in front of Linlin. You, the overlord, seem quite impressive, Enigma, she said as she gulped down a 12-layer cake. With so much on your mind, you must be tired. Come have some cake. Huh. Linlin, you're right, it is indeed a bit taxing, the man joked. If only I could sway the user of the data fruit to my side. Linlin raised an eyebrow. Oh. The fruit can present the essence of all things in the form of numbers and patterns, akin to opening a window into the soul of the world. I suppose it would make controlling those toys much easier for you. As Linlin mentioned this ability, a glimmer of greed flashed in her eyes. Imagine the feasts I could find, the secrets I could uncover. A world of endless joy, all under my control, she thought to herself. Enigma nodded. Unfortunately, the traces of that fruit disappeared over 700 years ago. What a pity. The 2 powerful figures fell silent, quietly pondering each other's thoughts. Linlin, you traveled such a distance to see a humble person like me, and am curious about what you desire. Enigma asked directly. It's simple, Enigma. Linlin laughed. I need your help to create something. What is it? Linlin couldn't help but chuckle at his curious tone. I have a dream of gathering all races under my... That's why I have so many children, and I will have more in the future. Enigma, I've realized something. No matter how many children I have, I can never enjoy a meal with any of them as equals. Her tone began to grow somber, filled with frustration. The giants of Elbaf are too conservative, and my children are too small. I want to sit at the same table with my family, enjoying each other's company, looking each other in the eye. That's what I want. But to do that, I need to make them grow as big as I am. She continued. I need someone who can create a method to turn humans into giants. Enigma squinted, thoughtfully remaining silent for a moment. After a while he concluded, are you suggesting a giant transformation serum? Ha ha, your imagination is quite rich, Lin Lin. Enigma stroked his gloved hand, looking at Lin Lin with great interest. What you desire is currently impossible. To change a person's height, one must modify the genome related to the pituitary gland. Creating a means of giant transformation requires samples from those who have already reached such heights. Enigma succinctly replied. After stating his theory, he added, if you want such results, I need the blood of giants. That is not difficult at all. Lin Lin smiled, envisioning a dinner table where all her children and friends feasted together, sitting equally enjoying the finest delicacies. Enigma ignored her excitement and explained in detail, pure giant bloodlines are required, meaning royal. For this you must attack the kingdom of Elbaf and engage in battle with the giant king, who is not an easy enemy to deal with. He crossed his arms, but then again I fail to see what benefit this holds for me. A hint of malice glimmered in Big Mom's eyes. Of course it won't be free. Everything has a price, Enigma, and I am willing to pay it. I believe with your idea, fruit, and intelligence this won't be too long of a project. Hey. Just as Enigma was about to respond, he suddenly felt something and widened his eyes, standing up abruptly. He walked to the large window overlooking the entire island, focusing on the brilliant sphere, a curious smile appearing on his face. His gaze locked onto a dilapidated ship which had fallen into the heart of his kingdom after passing through his idea sphere. To boldly invade my territory, I wonder if this is courage or folly. Moments ago. Oh, I see it. We're right above the castle. Kaido shouted excitedly. Damian shot an annoyed glance at Kaido. Not every black dot in the sky is a castle, Kaido. And that's a bird. Kaido paced back and forth, completely ignoring him as his desire for battle took over. Meanwhile, Damian continuously released his imposing aura, searching for his target. Almost there. As soon as he finished speaking, his fingers lightly tapped the deck. Now's the time. Damian's palms surged with deep red energy, engulfing the entire ship and the bubbles. The wild wind that had been blocked by the bubbles rushed into the ship, causing it to begin free-falling. The chaotic airflow that swept over the three made them dizzy. Damian felt the wind deforming his cheeks, as if his eyes might be blown out. The distance from the clouds to the sea was rapidly shortening. In about 45 seconds, the island became increasingly clear. Damian's eyes had adjusted to the chaotic flow, allowing him to clearly see every tiny detail. The dazzling barrier formed by the Enigma ability remained bright. The three prepared to brace for impact. Damian adjusted his posture, straightening his body, attempting to land on his feet first. Kaido didn't care at all. His massive body simply dropped freely. Indra was not as bold as the other two. His black weapon glimmered in the warm sunlight, slicing through the raging airflow, delivering a diagonal strike. The elegant slash created its own airflow, trying to counteract all acceleration. But soon they crashed to the ground. Boom. The accumulated momentum slammed into Encyphala Island, producing a tremendous roar as the ground trembled and cracked under the impact of the three. Indra landed gracefully on both feet, organizing his thoughts after the ambush. Damian's legs touched the ground first, then he crouched down, absorbing all the impact. His knees let out a few cracking sounds, but he held his body steady. He looked to the side and saw a huge pit. That idiot belly flopped again. He shook his head helplessly, stretching his stiff legs and surveying the surroundings. Encyphala Island felt heavy and dull, lacking free-willed inhabitants, rendering this vibrant land both colorless and lifeless. Animal life was eerily silent. Even the grass and trees did not respond to Damian's voice. Everything is fake. This whole island is artificial. Damian thought to himself. My head hurts. A low growl erupted as Kaido's massive hand slapped out from the pit, while his other hand rubbed his big head. Damian had no intention of wasting thoughts on his companion, and instead focused on his target. We're about 3 kilometers from the base, let's go. Then Indra voiced his concern. Even if we avoid so many pirates on the island, there are at least several thousand mindless puppets heading our way. Roar. What a nice warm-up. Kaido rested the spiked club on his shoulder. The three began to charge forward without needing to say much. The rugged terrain under the warm sun was merely a prelude to the impending hell. The three continued to charge forward without hesitation as the enemy forces were already very close. Damian locked onto the approaching army and accelerated. 3,000 mindless puppets surged out like a chaotic tide. They climbed over each other, trampling the unfortunate ones who lost their balance, their eyes glazed over, their bodies functioning mechanically. The grass was trampled to pieces by the countless zombie-like figures. It was a 3 against 3,000 scenario. One sword-style river of judgment. Rushing thunder. Annihilation. The combined attacks of the three unleashed an enormous amount of energy and destructive shock waves, devouring all the enemies that came their way. They were swept away like ragdolls, their bodies torn to pieces. Boom. The attack continued forward, crashing into a small hill covered in shocking red spots. Damian and his companions pressed on towards the base, their expressions slightly grim. It seems like 50,000 are scattered all over the island, but there are at least 20,000 still in the base. His words were confirmed by the mindless puppets. A few minutes later the three found themselves surrounded. 8 synchronized thuds sounded as 8 men landed in front of the army. They were the 8 soldiers of Enigma. Intruders surrender. But their voices were quickly overshadowed by another more oppressive voice. This voice came from the massive spherical mental projection that enveloped the base. Young pirates, do you really think you can win in my strongest fortress? Damian had never heard this voice before, clearly belonging to Enigma. I have an army beyond your imagination. Damian looked up at the tower and revealed a slight smile. We have roar, thunderous 8 trigrams. The mighty spiked club smashed down on the 8 soldiers, obliterating them all together. Then he began to rampage through the army, their attacks, unable to even scratch his skin. A smile remained on Kaido's face, reveling in every bit of red mist created from the mindless puppets. Indra also joined in the slaughter, wildly slashing with wide-range attacks. But Damian did not move. He continuously released his imposing aura towards the outside of the island. He sensed a large group of pirates approaching. 70,000 troops riding on hundreds of ships coming from the outer islands. Not to mention there were nearly 40,000 still on this island, a staggering number. We need to set up a trap first, he murmured. If only Conqueror's Haki worked on them, but they lack awareness, so it can't take effect. Damian shook his head internally. However, there was always an alternative. His thoughts were interrupted by an explosion of deep red energy. Desolate realm. Damian's entire being surged with deep red energy, surging towards the nearby thousands. The whole area enveloping thousands of mindless puppets was covered by red energy. The energy impacted each of their bodies, starting to crush and shatter their skin and bones. Red spots exploded like fireworks as thousands of bodies burst like grapes. If this were a game, Damian would have definitely scored thousands of combos. Kaido turned around and saw rows of bodies exploding under the pressure and made a face. So weak, damn Enigma, can't you make sturdier puppets? Damian ignored his words and charged towards the base again. About 2 minutes later they arrived at the foot of the base, standing at the doorstep of Enigma. As before, there were many minions along the way. You made it this far, but now die. This time blocking their path were 2 of Enigma's horses and 2 chariots, each wielding a knife. They led an army of 10,000 mindless puppets. The 2 teams launched a combined attack. Force shift. For weapons converged, unleashing a burst of energy that surged with heat and power, rushing towards the 3. Damian took a few steps forward and extended his hand. Devour space. A large rectangular deep red barrier appeared in front of him, crushing and shattering the space outside. The attack collided with the shield, making not a single sound as the destructive energy contained within the barrier dutifully devoured the incoming assault. Damian then raised his hand, making a pushing motion charge. The defensive barrier suddenly shot out at a high speed, turning into an offensive strike. Leaving a trail that tore through the air, the ground below cracked and spread. The 4 top-tier pieces were caught off guard, their entire bodies slammed by the impact barrier, pausing for just a second before leaving only a vivid red trace. Meanwhile, Indra wasted no time, charging into the army with his sword. One sword-style dance of death. The blade swept and danced through the air. The extreme speed created a spectacle as the blades sliced from one neck to another. Each slash drew a vivid red arc sweeping through the crowd. Kaido raised his spiked club, which was wrapped in purple lightning. Divine thunder. He swung the spiked club around him, sending out a circular wave of thunder that swept up and eliminated all the mindless puppets caught within. Damian also joined in, but controlled his attack power, conserving energy for the upcoming battle with Enigma. In a moment, the once flooded square was left with blood-stained grass and shattered corpses. Charged towards the final room. In the council chamber, Charlotte Linlin looked down at the situation below her, enormous figure overshadowing Enigma. That little brat Kaido is just as insane as ever. She then focused her gaze on Damian, who was leading the charge. That must be the monstrous newcomer everyone has been talking about lately. Enigma stood motionless, expressionless, casually observing with a hint of interest. Meanwhile, a king approached her slowly from behind. My lord Enigma, should we take care of it? The overlord shook his head, his serious demeanor shifting to one of king. He chuckled, let them come up on their own. I want to see what these young fools who know neither heaven nor earth look like. Below, Damian and his group had already stormed into the castle. They now stood before the massive iron doors, each door as thick as a warship's hull. Kaido did not pause, charging forward. He slammed his shoulders into the iron door, his massive body crashing straight through. He did not stop, rushing towards the second door. Then the third. Bang. Boom. Half a minute later, each door bore a humanoid-shaped hole, and Damian and Indra passed through effortlessly. Why do all these top pirates love to renovate stairs? Damian muttered. The spiral staircase leading to the top was absurdly long, just like the building at Skull Rock. Damian tightened his calf muscles and leaped into the air. The air erupted with explosive sounds as Damian began to ascend higher step by step. Kaido watched as Damian utilized moonwalk and followed suit. Though he did not know the 6 forms, he jumped directly from one staircase edge to another, bouncing back and forth while obliterating everything in his path. Indra occasionally slashed with his blade using the sword energy to propel himself, essentially flying upwards. Thus they arrived at the final door leading to their true enemy. Bang! Kaido tore the door off its hinges with his gigantic hands, and Damian finally saw the enemy inside. He first spotted the Overlord Enigma, whose face matched exactly with the bounty poster. Surrounding him were the rear and 2 elephants, but there was another striking figure in the room. Charlotte Linlin is here, he thought with a grave expression. Big Mom. Might as well call her mom. Some players from a certain FPS would probably say that. Kaido was also taken aback, his eyes wide. Linlin. Damian glanced at Kaido next to him, recalling the tumultuous relationship between Kaido and Big Mom. Linlin merely smiled casually, granting the true master of the room the right to speak. Hehehe, truly remarkable, even the Navy has never gotten this far. Thank you for bringing me such amusement. Enigma raised his wine glass and said with a smile. This made a smile creep onto Damian's lips. Huh. I hope you enjoy this last glass of wine, Enigma. This remark signaled the beginning of the confrontation as Indra gripped his blade and Kaido tightened his kanabo. Enigma's top pieces also revealed their weapons awaiting the king's command. How fierce the embodiment of evil, the Overlord exclaimed. I did not wish to soil my beloved castle, but it seems I have no choice. As the last word fell, the wine glass in Enigma's hand shattered into dozens of pieces. He stared at the pirates expressionless and uttered, I want them alive. The moment the last word was spoken, the 3 top pieces charged simultaneously. The 2 elephants rushed forward, their blades only inches away from severing Damian's head. Indra stepped forward, his blade gleaming with a dangerous light. Boom. On the other side, another explosion sounded. A thick black kanabo swung towards the slender rear. Then back a few. Indra stepped forward, his blade gleaming with a dangerous light. Boom. On the other side, another explosion sounded. A thick black kanabo swung towards the slender rear. Kaido swung his heavy weapon in a flurry of strikes, yet not a single hit landed, leaving him quite dissatisfied. Where are you aiming, big guy? Kaido merely let out a hearty laugh, arcs of purple lightning crackling around his weapon. I thought you would all come up to. Enigma's tone carried a hint of curiosity. The contrast was stark, the rookie pirates against the established Overlord. The taller Damian locked his gaze on Enigma, without fear, his eyes burning with intense flames. To test the results of months of training, he finally had the chance to duel his first true enemy. Enigma scoffed at the ambitions of this arrogant pirate before him, taking a deep breath. A flash of red light flickered in Damian's eyes as his body instinctively tensed, preparing for the imminent danger. Boom. A ripple echoed through the room, the air around Damian screeching. Damian then unleashed his conqueror's haki to its maximum extent, not for intimidation, but for defense. Soon an invisible weight bore down on him, followed by Enigma's voice. The might of Atlas. The attack struck Damian in the form of an orange pulse. Ugh. Damian felt a sharp pain shoot straight to his brain. His brain throbbed, swelling and scraping against his skull as Damian held his head, gritting his teeth. So heavy. Yet he remained standing, his haki working hard to mitigate the attack, while striving to regain his clarity. The flash of red light in Damian's eyes when he had used observation haki earlier did not escape the notice of Enigma and Big Mom. It seems you saw the dark future, which is why you unleashed such indomitable, will Enigma commented. Damian calmed his throbbing brain with a deep exhale. I heard only Conqueror's haki can counter you, now I understand why. Enigma merely chuckled lightly. It seems the intelligence network of the Rocks Pirates truly lives up to its reputation. Without wasting any time, Damian extended his hand, annihilate completely. A violent torrent of deep red energy erupted from his palm, swirling outward, enveloping Enigma. Enigma leaned forward, his gaze fixed on the incoming attack. Lost words barrier. A strange sight. Before the incoming attack, the air began to emit an orange glow. It transformed into energy beams converging together, tracing ancient symbols and characters, condensing into a shield-like structure. Bang! The deep red shattering energy torrent collided with the barrier, producing a shockwave of immense power, ultimately breaking down Damian's attack. Enigma then lightly tapped his forehead with his index and middle fingers, tracing through the air. Lost words. Similar to before, the air twisted into ancient symbols, but this time it was not for defense, but shot out like cannonballs. Damian predicted with observation haki, a flash of red light appearing in his eyes once more. The air trembled and Damian's figure zipped through the air. Before the symbols could land at his original position, he had already vanished. Damian flickered wildly in the air, maintaining a calm demeanor, but his heart raced. I can't block any of his attacks. Defense is useless. He can directly attack my mind. The only choice was to evade, and the Overlord couldn't even touch a rookie's clothing hem, which darkened in the fury of Atlas. A more domineering and ferocious sense of oppression fell upon Damian. This time, he did not have time to predict with observation haki. Damn it! Damian cursed. The excruciating pain forced him to shut his eyes tight. His extraordinary physical prowess was of no use against this direct mental attack. The pain did not originate from the brain itself, but from the nerve plexus connecting the brain to the spine, the most sensitive part of the body. Several blood vessels and Damian's head burst like pipes, red patches appearing beneath his skin. The hockey surged forth like a tide, but failed to form a strong enough defense. Your will is strong but still insufficient, Enigma mocked, remaining unscathed in his position. Naturally, he would not waste time while Damian was immobilized and unable to move. Lost words assault. The familiar orange symbol reappeared before Enigma. Bang! The symbol pierced through Damian's skin, absorbed into his nerves. The nerves were intensely stimulated, buzzing like electric currents, overloading the young pirate's sanity. Damian couldn't help but kneel on one knee, cradling his throbbing head. Nearby, the battlefield of the two clang. A pitch-black blade clashed with a heavy axe. Indra leaped into the air, yet maintained pressure on the axe wielder. He jumped just in time to evade an attack from an enemy that had aimed down from his previous position, that attack completely missing. He then swept his leg horizontally, kicking the attacker. Bang! This kick sent the man flying several meters while his other hand still supported the axe. Indra wasted no time, using the weight of the axe wielder to push him towards his comrades. The two elephants collided, giving Indra the opportunity. He leaped into the air, his blade enveloped in armament hot. One sword style doom descends. The slash quickly transformed into the shape of a giant bird, spreading its wings and enveloping the two. A powerful slash landed on the elephant. Boom! A wide chasm cut through the top of the tower, extending to both sides of the tower body. The top of the tower was severed from its base, floating into the air, warm sunlight flooding the council chamber, the sky opening up. Indra showed no mercy, never giving his opponents a moment to catch their breath, preferring to drown them in an unending barrage. Two black shadows fell to the ground, their bodies. Indra showed no mercy, never giving his opponents a moment to catch their breath, preferring to drown them in an unending barrage. Two black shadows fell to the ground, their bodies reduced to tatters. The quality of his subordinates is lacking, Indra muttered. He then glanced to the side and spotted a more daunting figure, lean, standing with four children. Chaos was once again enveloped in hockey, the blade reflecting the sharpness of Indra's gaze. Ha ha ha, don't be nervous, I won't interfere. She then scrutinized Indra, even though his blade was pointed at her. You're under that crazy rookie. His eye for talent is rather impressive. Indra did not respond, forced to shift his focus elsewhere, his gaze locking onto the thousands of mindless puppets charging into the tower. They surged like a chaotic tide, madly rushing up the staircase. Kaido had already left the staircase in ruins, so the mindless puppets chose the next best option, climbing over each other to ascend the severed tower. They'll be here soon, Indra calculated, giving one last look at Big Mom before charging towards the battlefield. Linlin fixed her gaze on his departing figure, somewhat surprised. If I wanted to interfere, would he truly intend to fight me? How could anyone be so loyal? A curious voice sounded beside her. Mom, since that person is in our pirate crew, shouldn't we help him? Linlin looked at her proud son Katakuri, then glanced towards the battlefield, a playful smile appearing. Pay close attention, Katakuri. That Damian's eyes see much farther than you can imagine. Perhaps you can learn something. Don't move, vexing woman. Kaido swung his colossal iron club in relentless arcs, sometimes cleaving the air with explosive gusts, sometimes slamming it into the ground, sending violent tremors rippling across the battlefield. Yet not a single strike landed. The queen danced effortlessly between blows, evading with ethereal grace, leaving behind a trail of craters, so close to shattering the castle that its foundations groaned in protest. Queen's radiance, violet luminescence enveloped her form, brief, enigmatic, then vanished. And strange, yet in the next heartbeat her speed surged unmistakably. Queen's curse. And this time Kaido's massive frame glowed, not with brilliance, but with a dull, sullen crimson. His furious momentum slowed, visibly kindling his rage into raw, seething frustration. In an instant, the queen reappeared before the towering behemoth, weapon poised to pierce his abdomen. Queen's charge. Her blade flared with molten orange light as it pierced Kaido's gut, driving deep, vanishing within. Ugh! Not guttural, thunderous groan tore from Kaido's throat as he was hurled backward, slamming headlong into the fortress's thick iron wall. Knee's 6-meter frame sank into the metal of fissures, spiderwebbed outward, instantly, dust billowing like storm clouds. As he collapsed, a voice, soft, serene, utterly disdainful, floated through the silence. I consumed an attribute fruit, she declared. I may bestow or strip attributes at will, yours included. You cannot win against me. Enigma's psychic pressure persisted, relentless, suffocating, weighing down Damian's knees, whispering surrender into his very bones. Slowly he lifted his head, meeting Enigma's condescending gaze with unflinching resolve. Loathing coiled cold and sharp within him, that patronizing elevated stare only deepened his fury. Defeat crystallized into wrath, and then erupted a titanic surge of conqueror's haki. And though his knees still trembled, Damian felt strength returning, not just to stand but to rise. Enigma's smile faltered, just for a breath, before reshaping into something colder. Lost word onslaught. A barrage of blazing orange glyphs ignited midair, streaking toward Damian with blinding velocity. They reached him in less than a second, but it was enough. Devour space. In from Damian's palm bloomed a vast rectangular barrier, wide impenetrable humming with latent power. Crimson energy raged inward, devouring the space before it, leaving behind only hollow void. The ancient glyph struck the barrier, and shattered silently, dissolving like ash in wind. Enigma raised his arms for the next assault, exactly as Damian had foreseen. Rush, and the colossal barrier pulsed once, then lunged forward, tearing a jagged rift through the air in its wake. Enigma sidestepped, barely. Knee's immense frame twisted aside just in time. The barrier pierced straight through the wall, behind him, vanishing beyond the horizon, carving a stark, empty gash through endless cloud layers. Wah! And no sooner had Enigma regained his balance than a shadow materialized 1 meter away. Damian's eyes burned crimson, the mark of observation haki, as if reading every micro-movement of his foe. Damian extended his hand. Within his palm coalesced a compact crimson cone. Lethal shatter, and the cone inverted, its tip now thrust outward, spinning with terrifying velocity. A precise piston-like thrust drove the spinning cone deep into Enigma's abdomen, boring inward. The whine of its rotation grew deafening, shaking the very walls of the chamber. Enigma's mouth flew open, a torrent of blood erupting forth as the full force of the attack bore down. Ugh! He roared, feeling the deep red energy grind downward along his ribs, already perilously close to his heart. His 3-meter frame launched backward, crashing into a nearby wall with cataclysmic force. The entire room convulsed. The tower, already strained beyond endurance, groaned inward, its structural integrity collapsing under accumulated trauma. Beams snapped, pillars buckled, debris rained down in torrents. The castle crumbled like a child's toy, its collapse unleashing a churning plume of dust that swallowed the sunlit sky. Boom! Damian landed solidly from a 100-meter fall. He scanned the ruins, sensing instantly a figure burning with fury. Damn bastard! You wretched scoundrel! Enigma's roar echoed across the rubble, his eyes blazing with incandescent rage. Damian studied him, calm, calculating. A deep concavity marred Enigma's chest, a clean gaping hole, yet he moved with unnerving ease, seemingly unharmed. The physiology of the Pirate King's world defies reason, Damian murmured inwardly as Enigma advanced. You've surpassed every expectation I held. Indeed, Enigma whispered, his voice low, his expression stunned. Let us see how long you endure. He spread his arms wide, eyes locked unblinkingly onto Damian. Lockhart, an invisible wave pulsed outward, silencing the world in absolute suffocating. Nothing seemed to happen, at first. Damian waited, watching, listening, until realization struck, and my observation haki is gone. A chilling void opened in his mind, the familiar lifelong sense of perception severed without warning. Enigma hadn't weakened it. He had sealed it, locked it away. Enough. Let us continue. Enigma didn't pause. His bloodied form skidded low across the ground, surging forward. Knee's fist, sheathed in radiant armament haki, slammed into Damian's stunned chest. Boom. The impact sent Damian reeling, flying over a dozen meters, his skull ringing with disorientation. Before he could stagger upright, Enigma loomed again, delivering a devastating liver kick. What's wrong, boy? Can't keep up? Enigma unleashed a tempest of blows, each strike landing with brutal precision, each blow staining Damian's flesh with blossoming bruises. Every hit scrambled Damian's thoughts, psychic shockwaves rippling through his nerves, shattering focus, fracturing concentration. Boom, 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 like hammering a lifeless sack. After mere seconds of relentless one-sided assault, Damian was driven headlong into a nearby hill, his body carving a deep, ragged cavity into its face. Thick dust spiraled upward from the crater, revealing the cavernous wound beneath. Enigma stood tall amid the desolation, smiling, satisfied sovereign. But that smile froze, then cracked. Knee's eyes widened as a silhouette emerged slowly from the settling dust. Grain settled, the shape sharpened, a tall, unbowed figure stepping forth. Enigma heard the crisp, deliberate crack of joints releasing built-up tension. Damian spat a thick gout of blood, then swept his gaze over the stunned tyrant, and smiled. It took a moment to adapt to losing my senses, but now, I feel infinitely better. Damian's figure flickered, and almost instantaneously appeared just 1 meter in front of Enigma, delivering a solid punch to his abdomen. His fist, shrouded in black dominance, sank deep into Enigma's body, eliciting a groan from him. Damian began to return the attacks he had endured, raining down heavy punches like a torrential downpour upon Enigma. Every time Enigma attempted to counter with a hook, Damian would deliver a punch to his shoulder, swiftly dodging his uppercut, and then land a heavy strike to his liver. With each strike, the surrounding area resonated like a gong, shaking the ground beneath. Enigma endured a minute of relentless attacks, his face already marred with bruises. Unconscious domain. Enigma struggled to unleash an energy field that could corrode the human mind. Damian was a step faster, Although he had lost his observation skills, the instincts honed over the past few years warned him that a crisis was imminent. He appeared 10 meters away, escaping the area of influence, leaving only Enigma's furious gasps behind. His angry gaze locked onto Damian. You to still move after such mental trauma. This is unscientific. Damian merely shrugged while recovering his strength. You know, Enigma, someone like you who understands science and reason will never grasp a particular concept. This statement piqued Enigma's curiosity. What is it? Anime logic. Damian laughed. Enigma was left speechless, unable to respond to such absurdity. This brief exchange was enough for Damian to stabilize his earlier discomfort. Just as he was about to charge again, the entire world suddenly shifted. I don't know what nonsense you're talking about, but now I will show you what a true duel looks like. Enigma swung his right arm, releasing a wave of orange energy. Game pieces. Damian only felt a blinding light, and then his consciousness shifted to an entirely different realm. When he awoke, the surroundings had become ethereal, with an endless orange sky and ground. There was no smell, no sound, the silence was chilling. He tried to move his body, but found himself unable to. My body isn't here, only my consciousness. Damian thought. This is a mental illusion. Enigma's voice thundered in the endless orange space. I have linked your mind to this world. Any harm you suffer here will reflect in reality. If you die mentally here, only an empty shell will remain in reality. Don't worry, I will make good use of it. Enigma soon appeared before Damian, in his complete form coalescing into shape. His once elegant attire was now riddled with tears and holes, blood seeping through, and his stylish hair was a mess. Yet beneath this disarray was a composed smile. Is this your ability after awakening? Damian inquired. Enigma spread his arms, as if savoring his masterpiece, indeed the ultimate power. No one who has faced this technique has survived, so your rocks pirates lack intelligence. Damian remained silent, allowing Enigma to continue delivering his villainous monologue. Primarily because speaking more was futile, or perhaps he would inadvertently reveal a countermeasure while talking. Enigma interpreted Damian's silence as victory. Don't worry, I won't directly burn out your brain. That would be too boring. He then raised his hands as an artist crafting a masterpiece, while Damian watched the area between them gradually take shape. First, a blank chessboard appeared, quickly dyed into black and white squares. Chess pieces fell from the sky, 10 on each end of the board. International chess. Damian then observed small letters floating above the board, A1, E7, H3, E, etc., marking each square for ease of placing pieces. I relish the despair of those who have been brought here. Watching them crumble bit by bit truly exhilarates me, Enigma said with madness malice flickering in his eyes. The game will continue, but in reality, only a few minutes will pass, so don't think about stalling, young man. Let's begin. I'll let you go first. After listening to nearly 10 minutes of villainous dialogue, Damian finally saw a way out. He is overly confident, however, with the fruit ability enhancing him. His IQ does indeed have an advantage in this chess game. Damian then revealed a smile. Sybil, how good is your chess skills? In terms of probability and reasoning, no one can match me. Outside the chessboard, TCH. Kaido gritted his teeth. The queen launched a rapid and powerful barrage of shots. Royal thrust. The queen's long spear glowed with white light as it charged overhead. The dazzling spear tip pierced Kaido's abdomen, impaling him. Kaido was knocked back 20 meters. The ground around him shattered. Low. I haven't bled in a long time, he mused, glancing at the drop of blood near his mouth. I had so much fun just now. Kaido grinned, lightning erupting from his kanabo. The ground below trembled in agony as the beasts rushed in, gripping their weapons in fury. Divine thunder. The airflow around the kanabo bent due to the immense force of the attack. Energy strands released, thunder roaring as the attack approached its target. Queen's might. The queen twirled her spear, facing the incoming threat. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out as the massive kanabo collided with the white spear, shattering the earth. The shockwave erupted, plunging the world into chaos. How is this possible? Even after consuming my fruit ability, you still possess such power. Kaido revealed a bloodied grin. You're still too weak. Boom. The laughter of the beasts echoed throughout the arena, ravaging the nearby area. Unfortunately, no matter how clever a human may be, they cannot outplay a system AI built on probability and logical reasoning. I heard this is impossible, it defies logic. Enigma roared as he gazed at the scene before him. Only the king and queen chess pieces remained, and the king was on the verge of checkmate. Unfortunately, no matter how clever a human may be, they cannot outplay a system AI built on probability and logical reasoning. I heard someone call you the chess master. Damian's voice echoed in the mental illusion. To be honest, I'm not very good at chess myself. But I understand one thing about chess: the most dangerous pieces are those that fail to recognize their position, thinking they are the queen when they are merely a pawn. Damian's voice resonated in Enigma's mind. In just a minute, the orange world began to tremble, and the mental illusion shattered like glass. Moments later, Damian regained consciousness, his body back under control. He looked around and found himself once again amidst the ruins left behind after the castle's collapse. Bang! A loud noise erupted as a massive shadow appeared beside Damian. Yorolololo. It seems I finished the battle before you did, Kaido chuckled as he regarded the fallen sovereign. My opponent is clearly stronger, Kaido. The bounty difference is vast, just like between you and me. This statement revealed a truth that displeased Kaido. Mama. You lost to a bunch of kids, Enigma. Big Mom laughed nearby. Lost. I lost. Bastard. This isn't over. Embodiment of sin. He spat. Do you think I'm the kind of pawn who believes I can become a queen? Hoo. Let me show you why I am the king of the new world. Enigma's eyes turned crimson with rage as he locked onto the weary Damian once more. A powerful energy erupted from the man's forehead as he revealed his final card. Lost Impulse. Damian's world vanished again, this time into a disorienting gray light. The world began to drown in a torrent of colors swirling into the form of a great painter's canvas. Various hues and patterns gradually became clear, coalescing into a familiar world. A forest, a small wooden cabin, a warm bed. Then a figure appeared, a woman. She had long white hair, pale purple eyes, and a beautiful face adorned with a warm smile. My dear little Damian, she said. Damian would never forget that voice. It was the death of this person that had propelled him into inhuman training, taking the first step toward pursuing power. The woman opened her arms, revealing a smile identical to that from Damian's childhood memories. Come here, and the surroundings and atmosphere were exceptionally warm. Under the warm sun, the fragrance of wood, the howling wind, and even the distant sounds of children playing. The feeling of returning home intertwined with every nostalgic memory, overwhelming Damian's senses. Come here, hug your mother. This made Damian shiver all over. The warmth felt strangely genuine. Such an overwhelming sense of familiarity almost drowned him, urging him to take a few steps towards the woman waiting. A dull buzzing echoed in his mind. With every step he took, he felt his dwindling sanity crumble. The more he reached out, the more his mind was corroded. At this moment, he stood 1 meter away from his mother's embrace, his eyes fixed on the woman's face, hair, and clothes. You seem too real to be a figment of my imagination. What nonsense are you saying? Nadia laughed. You've grown up so much. This statement sent a chill down the boy's back. He instinctively swallowed the desire deeply buried within him, almost bursting forth. Damian sighed softly and closed his trembling eyes. Nadia tilted her head slightly, not quite understanding what her precious son was doing. Suddenly Damian opened his eyes wide, locking his gaze onto the woman. The previous tremors vanished. His hand slowly reached out to her, touching Nadia's cheek, feeling that warmth. But the more real you seem, the clearer it becomes that this is not reality. Under her warm yet slightly confused gaze, that hand continued to extend, grasping her throat. As soon as the words left his mouth, the force with which he gripped Nadia's neck surged violently, locking her in place like an iron clamp. Damian's fingers sank into her trachea as she was engulfed by a sense of suffocation. He stared intently into the woman's hollow eyes, lifting her off the ground. Nadia was raised 1 meter into the air, looking down at her son with a sad and painful expression. The lack of oxygen forced broken gasps from her mouth. This deadly grip left her struggling endlessly, her eyes filled with blood vessels. I beg you, die for me. She struggled helplessly, her life gradually ebbing away, tears streaming from her eyes, her face etched with the pain of betrayal. A few seconds of silence felt like an eternity. Damian gritted his teeth, biting until blood trickled down his chin, ignoring the buzzing in his mind as he tightened his grip. Anger made his sanity tremble as he watched the last flicker of life fade from Nadia's eyes. Breathing ceased, heartbeat stopped, all under Damian's shattered gaze. 2 minutes passed, and Nadia's lifeless body remained in Damian's hands, her hollow eyes staring at him. Breathing ceased, heartbeat stopped, all under Damian's shattered gaze. 2 minutes passed, and Nadia's lifeless body remained in Damian's hands, her hollow eyes staring at him. Outside the mental illusion, mwahaha. Perhaps Lux's bed is about to fail, Ling Ling laughed gleefully from the side. Her massive figure made everyone around her seem insignificant in height and width. Although Kaido was not much smaller than her, he had a different opinion. Roar. While my greatest desire right now is to give Damian a good beating. He grinned, but he is not someone who can be defeated by a person like Enigma. As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening explosion erupted. Boom. Damian's entire body erupted with a deafening roar. The powerful conqueror's haki surged forth like waves, forming a vast absolute domain of domination. The air howled, and the ground began to tremble. The warm ambience of sunlight dimmed, the dark red domain of haki left only a shattered sky. Owen, Perispero, Daifuku, and Katakuri also became victims of this surging haki. Ugh! They pressed their hands tightly against their temples, desperately trying to stay conscious. Their cries and moans were drowned out by the fury emanating from Damian. Roar. My skin is tingling, it seems Enigma has truly provoked him. Charlotte Lingling frowned as she saw her beloved children being overwhelmed, quickly unleashing her own haki to shield them, although her surprise was still evident on her face. Such overwhelming anger, she murmured. The woman then turned to the shocked overlord and asked, what exactly did you Everyone was engulfed in astonishment, including Enigma. How is that possible? That ability materializes the deepest desires of the target, the things they would be willing to overturn the world to grasp. However, his chaotic thoughts quickly became clear. The only way to break free from this reality is to abandon what you cherish most. But how could anyone so easily sever their deepest desires? Damian slowly opened his eyes. This is the true gap between you and the real monsters of this world. They can cast aside their greatest weaknesses and become stronger. And you, the overlord of the sea, hide in your little cave, guarding your countless toys to satisfy your desire for control. Originally, I was just following Captain Lux's orders to execute you. His hands clenched into fists, fury boiling in his eyes. It's been a long time since I wanted to kill someone so badly. Damian's furious words quickly manifested into reality as his body began to swell. His towering figure surged, unleashing deep crimson energy. Damian's rage transformed into the uncontrollable brute force of the devil fruit. Every pore of his body spewed forth shattering energy, forming a layer of black-red energy armor around him. This layer of armor flickered and erupted intermittently, showcasing its unstable form and untamed spirit. His face twisted into a skeletal shape, revealing bony teeth and hollow eye sockets glowing with red light. Threatening words echoed in Enigma's ears. "Kill me." Enigma's eyes ignited with anger as a powerful orange haki erupted. The clash of their conqueror's haki exacerbated the island's condition, with raging winds wreaking havoc all around. Indra was still engaged in battle with the mindless puppet army attempting to disrupt the main battlefield, momentarily stunned. Bang, bang, bang. Thousands of puppet enemies fell like rain, collapsing to the ground under the pressure of haki. Enigma's mental control over them was completely drowned out by the clash of conqueror's haki. "You are just a heretic. I will eradicate you," Enigma roared. Just then Damian shot forward, crushing the ground beneath his feet into dust. Enigma released his mental power, generating a thick and stable orange barrier infused with his haki. The red glow in Damian's hands deepened due to the armament haki. A dark red fist smashed against the orange barrier with endless force. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed as the fist pushed forward, creating cracks in the barrier, but not enough to shatter it completely. Black lightning rumbled in the air as the clash of conquerors' haki intensified. Your will is indeed strong, but that doesn't mean your power is the same. Your limits will always be the shackles that bind you. Enigma spat out these words. Damian's gaze became even more resolute, his body releasing more and more shattering energy to drive the momentum, completely ignoring his words. Crack! The barrier emitted another sound of shattering. Shatter! The orange shards of spiritual energy finally disintegrated, scattering across the ground. Enigma was pushed back several dozen meters, slowly coming to a halt. He then unleashed his most adept counterattack, Atlas Wrath. A heavy pressure descended upon Damian, trying to crush his will, but it was futile. Damian merely waved his hand to brush it aside. His mind had already endured too much pressure and no longer cared. The dark red humanoid beast opened its mouth and uttered a phrase. "Tell me, Enigma, as a man skilled in calculation and long-term planning, have you ever calculated your own death date?" This sentence became the signal for both sides as they unleashed their conqueror's haki, once more causing the island to tremble again under the brutal clash of opposing forces. Enigma huffed in annoyance. He watched as a young pirate first honed his haki on himself, then defeated him within his own domain. In the end, he exceeded his calculations, igniting a certain resistance in his heart. Lost words: Athena descends. As the move was declared, a massive phantom of a Greek goddess appeared in the clouds. She was clad in golden armor, holding a shield adorned with snakes in one hand and a spear in the other, with an owl perched on her shoulder. The goddess stood 50 meters tall, casting a shadow over the surrounding area. A golden flame-like aura surrounded her, illuminating the dim battlefield with sacred brilliance. The goddess of wisdom has descended. Damian, at this moment merely a form composed of raging red energy, clasped his hands together, unleashing a final burst of power. His body exploded into red energy again, tearing at space, a buzzing sound echoing through the air. The energy gathered larger, its density high enough to begin taking the shape of a massive beast. It spread its enormous dark red wings with a wingspan and height exceeding 50 meters. Its black-red body bore sharp scales, and its abdomen emitted a dazzling yet terrifying red light. Roar! The giant beast let out a roar that declared its existence. The sound waves mixed with shattering energy spread out, shattering all nearby hills. Chaos descends. The terrifying dragon roared as Damian shouted its name. For every second it existed, the island was tormented by its pure shattering effect. The very foundation of the earth trembled. Damian charged forward, the dragon following closely, crashing into the goddess of wisdom's spear. Boom! The red and golden waves of energy ravaged and collided across the ground. The clouds above were blown apart, the oppressive weather cleared away. Rumbling. Black lightning rained down. The clash between the kings continued. The coast of Mind Domain Island surged with massive waves reaching heights of several dozen meters. The roaring continued for a solid 3 minutes before it stopped. Big Mom and Kaido both watched the outcome with profound interest. Her children, except for the kneeling Katakuri, were all knocked out cold. Dust began to settle. A deathly silence enveloped the two members of the Rocks Pirates. They saw Damian covered in blood still, standing gasping heavily. His back trembled incessantly from the intense stimulation of his spinal nerves, the buzzing resonating in his mind. Although Damian's gaze was lowered almost on the verge of fainting, he still resolutely looked towards the other end of the shattered island. Enigma's body lay several hundred meters away. His limbs were twisted and broken, his neck exploded, and his mangled face seemed as if it had been crushed by a great fortune. Lingling smiled. I never expected the fearsome overlord of the seas would fall here. It's truly spectacular. Damian struggled to move his broken body. His anger caused his devil fruit powers to erupt with immense energy, but it also drained his stamina. His nerves were also scorched by Enigma's attacks, the piercing buzzing ringing in his ears, but it was not enough to make him fall. Yet beneath the pain lay a deep sense of satisfaction as the embodiment of sin transformed the overlord into this state. He took a few steps forward, stretching his stiff body, pressing his hand against his stomach. I'm hungry. A duel lasting only 2 hours had utterly exhausted Damian. In the future would Aokiji and Akainu fight for 10 days. How the hell did that happen? Although Damian could continue to grow stronger, this energy endurance to sustain battles for several days would only gradually take shape as his body matured, not merely through the increase of strength. In other words, this was an obvious weakness. Damian waved his arm, pulling a treasure into his inventory. Just then a piercing laugh echoed. Mwahaha. Mama mama mama. Damian turned his gaze toward the tall woman approaching. Her ample figure was fully revealed, struggling to be contained by a bikini. It seems Captain Rocks has found another monster, she said with a smile. The domineering aura always erupts in a crisis. Her gaze then locked onto Damian. Your domineering aura is truly terrifying. There was a hint of threat in her voice. Her eyes were deep, as if calculating several scenarios to decide. Damian. That intense gaze quickly softened and a smile returned to her face. Hey kid, how old are you? Damian felt a bit conflicted by her change in expression, but still replied 17. Lingling revealed a strange smile. Then it will be next year. A chill ran through Damian. What next? Her smile deepened, almost becoming frenzied. Next year I will come to take your seed and have children with you. The bluntness of this declaration echoed in Damian's mind, nearly causing him to collapse. Lingling's children seemed utterly unfazed by their mother's thoughts, as if they were already accustomed to it. Damian gritted his teeth and boldly retorted, Don't even think about it, you old harlot. I am not your toy, nor am I here to spawn for you. Lingling had already given birth to 24 children by now. If he had to choose, Damian would rather her womb be displayed in a human anatomy museum. The young pirate's words brought a smile to the tall woman's face. Mama mama mama. The stronger you are, the better the seeds, she explained. Try to grow a bit taller, or else you'll have to manually extract it. Damian was momentarily speechless. The woman continued, I see you as a little brother, just like Kaido. So behave, and I will let you experience the wonders of this world. Lingling proclaimed. Kaido beside her couldn't help but scowl. Lingling, don't make decisions for others, or he roared, slamming his spiked club into the ground. This provoked a loud laugh from Lingling. All right, Kaido. We don't have time to play here, the Navy will soon take over this island. Finally, Damian found a point of agreement with the giant woman. He activated his observation haki and saw a satisfying scene. All the mindless puppets are unconscious, even those who hurried here from other islands are the same. Lingling shrugged. Of course, once he dies, the effects of the devil fruit on those he controlled are lifted. She then turned to Damian. Speaking of Enigma, where is his corpse? Kaido also looked around, but found no trace of the body. Damian feigned ignorance. Who knows, it might have fallen into a crevice. Of course, Damian was well aware of what had happened to the corpse. Before those two arrived, he had the opportunity to check the status of the fallen Enigma. Satyr's Enigma, age 48, status deceased, devil fruit, thought fruit, awakened fruit, rating 7 stars, top tier fruit, rebirth, countdown, 2 minutes 12 seconds, haki mastery of observation, haki mastery of armament, haki mastery of conquerors, haki strength below the 4 emperors level mastery, means that this haki has reached the final stage before high mastery. Fruit rebirth countdown. Damian hadn't planned on recovering the fruit, but seeing this timer, he thought about trying to store the corpse in his system space. This was a test to see if the space could store non-living entities. The space allowed Damian to preserve the corpse, although he was unsure if he could retrieve the fruit, but it was worth a shot. He had completed all of this just minutes before Big Mom appeared. The other two had already lost interest in the corpse as a loud gurgle of a stomach diverted their attention. Damian rubbed his abdomen, feeling quite empty. Mama mama mama. A burst of haki will leave you starving. And besides, you have no ship. She then revealed a proud smile. How about this? I'll take you two back to Hive Island, feed you, and in exchange you can teach my precious son a thing or two about haki. Damian's gaze fell on the boy she pointed to. 7 years old, with short maroon hair, sharp teeth jutting out like spikes, dressed in a motorcycle-style leather jacket, standing an astonishing 3 meters tall, even exceeding Damian. The future master of observation hockey, Charlotte Katakuri. Damian scrutinized the boy. He held respect for this anime character, but for now he was just a little brat. Let me see your result. As soon as Damian's words fell, a strong aura of hockey reverberated across the shattered island. The sky was obscured by the spreading hockey extending to envelop everything in its path. The pressure of Conqueror's hockey weighed down on the tall boy, almost causing his eyes to pop out. Ugh! Katakuri groaned, his knees trembling, bones creaking. His gaze wavered yet remained locked on Damian, like prey making a final struggle. Katakuri's struggle drew a smile from Lingling, who watched with keen interest. I want to become stronger to protect my brothers and sisters. The desperate shout was accompanied by a familiar surge. Blue Conqueror's hockey rippled from Katakuri's head with crackling sounds responding to his shout, clashing with Damian's hockey in a thunderous roar. Suddenly the wailing stopped and Damian withdrew his hockey. Only Katakuri, panting heavily, remained, his exhausted body contrasting sharply with the determination in his eyes. Damian smiled, pondering to himself. Katakuri was extremely loyal to his mother, so poaching him seemed unlikely. However, he might become a useful card in the future. Alright, I will give you some guidance. How much you comprehend depends on yourself. Moments later, creak creak. Gurgle. Slurp. Munch munch. A bizarre scene unfolded on Big Mom's cake-like ship. A mountain of food began to flatten, shrinking every second. The gigantic food mountain was devoured by a reedy pirate. Damian had only been there for a few minutes, and had consumed enough food for 50 adults, and he showed no signs of slowing down. Hasn't your fearless little follower arrived yet? Where did he run off to? Lingling asked. She herself had a pile of— Damian looked up, not stopping his eating. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Lingling paused for a moment. She shifted her gaze from the pile of food, and saw the red gleam in Damian's eyes. Katakuri's response confirmed her suspicion. Mom, that guy named Indra has boarded the ship with a lot of stuff, and Lingling waved her hand in response, her attention returning to her meal. The floor creaked as Indra walked in. He was carrying 5 enormous bags, the sound of clinking gold clearly audible. However, some of the bags were lighter and softer, containing treasures more valuable than gold. It's great to have subordinates. They do the hard work while I just lie back and enjoy, Damian said, while checking the spoils. Lingling also pulled herself away from the food. Mama. She grinned broadly. You brought so many good things on your enemy's ship, aren't you afraid they'll take them from you, kid? Damian stared at Lingling. He shrugged and casually replied, you can try. Underfoot, his crushed energy surged a blatant threat. He could sink this ship at any time. Lingling smiled back. Don't be so tense, Damian. I don't want your gold, but I wouldn't mind trading some of Enigma's other treasures for a little bit of guidance. Damian snorted and gestured for Indra to open the bags. Crash. Treasures fell onto the wooden planks, their weight making a dull thud. Berries were the first to catch the eye, their dazzling sheen and brilliant gold drawing the attention of some of Lingling's children. Damian and Lingling, however, focused on another batch of treasures, devil fruits. Damian quickly scanned through his memory bank, matching each fruit with its name and ability. Paramecia steaming fruit. The user can summon a lamp god from their abdomen through friction. Explosion fruit. The user can create explosions from the pores of their skin. Zoan rhino fruit, black rhino form. The user can freely transform into a black rhino in its hybrid form. Bug fruit, spotted wing aphid. The user can freely transform into a spotted wing aphid in its hybrid form. Dragon fruit, ancient species, armored dragon form. The user can freely transform into an armored dragon in its hybrid form. Damian patted his stomach, which had already shrunk due to a metabolism above average. Lingling smiled at Damian. How much for that ancient Zoan fruit? This question showcased the woman's insight, as she would one day be known for her powerful intelligence network as one of the 4 emperors. Damian nearly laughed out loud. Not a chance, you can pick any fruit besides the ancient one. Big Mom sighed in defeat, fully expecting this answer. Alright, I'll buy the rest of them. She gestured for Daifuku to bring some berries to settle the bill, a total of 250 million berries. Lingling then picked up a fruit shaped like a lamp and tossed it to one of her children. Daifuku, this is for you. Your shoulders remind me of a circus tent, and this fruit suits it well. The boy was a bit confused, but still swallowed the fruit. Phew. The disgusting taste made him kneel on the ground, but he ultimately finished the fruit. Damian didn't care much for that lamp god fruit. Summoning a male lamp god by rubbing his lower body seemed too ugly for him. He stored the armored dragon fruit and said to a chess soldier created by Lingling's soul ability, help me pack. Then he walked out of the cabin with Indra, the two of them continuing forward, casually arriving at a secluded corner on the deck with no ears to hear. So where's the real treasure you didn't bring out? Indra nodded and reached into his pocket, pulling out a small bundle of papers and handing it to Damian. Something even the world government would covet, he explained. Enigma's research notes. Damian nodded, accepting the bundle of papers. Satyr's Enigma was known for his wisdom and keen intellect. His devil fruit granted him extremely high intelligence, putting him centuries ahead of other researchers. This man's work was also very organized, dividing his main research topics into 4 parts. First, in-depth research on Sea Prism Stone. Second, research on Sea Kings. Third geography, the Grand Line. Complete records of all recorded pointer routes from Reverse Mountain to Lobetown. The last set of notes made Damian smile as they pertained to the essence of the fruit. It seems Enigma's thought fruit truly deserves its top-tier status. Such notes are nothing short of revolutionary. Damian's gaze was fixed on the last notebook, an invaluable treasure capable of inciting endless bloodshed. The title read, Theory of Devil Fruit Extraction. The theory of extracting devil fruits. Such research is considered taboo, but a tyrant naturally wouldn't care. Thus Damian could only gladly accept all of Enigma's hard work as his own and explore it gradually. Enigma, I wonder if you ever thought that your research would fall into my hands. Just as Damian was about to turn the page, he sensed someone approaching. A few seconds later he glanced to the side and saw a short stout man with a hooked nose, thick lips, and black sideburns. It was Strazen, the co-founder of the Big Mom pirate crew. The man dressed in a gunslinger outfit shot a glance at Damian and cleared his throat. Cough cough, young pirate, the dessert is ready and Lin is waiting for you. They'll be there shortly, Damian replied. Days later the World Economic News Agency released a shocking news story that rocked the seas. The tyrant has fallen. Such a shocking event was caused by a group of monstrous newcomers. The order has been disrupted, and with less than a year until Borealis' downfall, the New World now has only one ruler. Unfortunately, the government had no choice but to raise the bounty on the attackers and issued the news along with it. Bounty notice. Zenora Indra, bad omen. Bounty 366 million berry, no matter alive or dead. Bounty notice. Allegedly Damian's only subordinate, a loyal and steadfast swordsman. The news warned the public to steer clear of this pirate whose appearance could be seen as a bad omen, heralding the arrival of the embodiment of evil. The note at the bottom of the bounty notice also provided a blunt, yet strange detail. Zenora Indra's body markings are remarkably similar to those of the war child. Not much information, but enough to pique the curiosity of sharp readers. Bounty notice. Kaido beasts, bounty 861 million berry, no matter alive or dead. Bounty notice. There's nothing much to add about the monstrous Kaido. Since he joined the Rock's pirate crew as a trainee, this name has always struck fear into the hearts of many. A weapon meant for destruction, his power and prowess grow each day. Bounty notice. Inborn. Damian, embodiment of evil, bounty 1. 4876 billion berry, no matter alive or dead. Bounty notice. The text in the newspaper described the epic raid commanded by Inborn. Damian, a member of the Rock's pirate crew. The rather detailed note emphasized Damian's evil. He unleashed devastating attacks on the poor, brainless puppets that could only be manipulated by Enigma. The embodiment of evil lived up to his name, carelessly crushing those unfortunate civilians and killing tens of thousands in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, after they left, the nearby Navy quickly arrived, rescuing the survivors and safely transporting them to the G1 branch. Such a heroic act truly exemplified heroism. Marineford Admiral's office, a loud sigh echoed in the spacious office. Kong sat idly in his chair facing a brand new desk. Clearly, he had a habit of destroying desks when angry, forcing his subordinates to stockpile a large number of replacements. These little brats, he muttered while rubbing his temples, not allowing me a moment of peace. His empty eyes were filled with exhaustion, with dark bags hanging beneath. Purr, purr, purr. The telephone bug beside him suddenly rang. Kong narrowed his eyes. Calls after the disruption of order were clearly never good news. Crack. The telephone bug transformed into the image of a man, golden hair, a mane-like beard, and scars all over his body resembling a lion. Kong, it's me. Just that one sentence made the Admiral furrow his brow. Xerxes, what do you want? The Gorosei believe the ongoing unrest of the Rock's pirate crew poses a great threat to the authority of the world government. The information from CP has been of no use. If you had done your job properly, the Rock's pirate crew wouldn't have grown to this extent. Kong's gaze darkened like a beast, his anger spilling over with his words. Don't be impatient with me, Kong. Don't forget our levels and powers are the same. Kong let out a low growl to calm himself. After a moment of silence, the telephone bug spoke again. Do you want to know more about that newcomer who has recently stirred up trouble? We found traces near bounty hunters he previously interacted with right in the core of the paradise. The voice continued, though it's not concrete evidence, it might give you a chance to eliminate the embodiment of evil. We found traces near bounty hunters he previously interacted with right in the core of the paradise. The voice continued, though it's not concrete evidence. His gaze fell on the bounty notice on the desk, particularly the one with the highest bounty among the three. He picked up the telephone bug again and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected. This is Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku, report your situation. The telephone bug immediately replied, we have arrived at Brain Domain Island as planned. I brought Crane as you requested. Kong nodded in satisfaction. Is her ability useful to them? A strong answer came from the other end of the telephone bug. Yes, Crane's wash fruit can cleanse the evil from people's souls. She has been washing the tens of thousands of unconscious, brainless puppets. Given the current situation, we should be able to recruit several thousand people. Kong rarely showed a smile. Very well, with the rise of the Rock's pirate crew, we will take as much help as we can get. In addition, the last tyrant Saul seems to be plotting something big. I will have Becerra control the situation first. However, the atmosphere became somewhat delicate, and Sengoku's voice carried a hint of hesitation. One more thing, Mr. Calm. We confirmed Enigma's death and the demise of his pirate crew, but we cannot find his body or any of his treasures, especially his research notes. Kong pondered for a moment, a look of annoyance appearing on his face. Those notes are priceless. We must turn the whole island upside down to find them. On Big Mom's ship, don't rely too much on your physical senses. It was Damian who swooped down from the air and smacked a younger, but taller boy on the head. Bang! A bump formed on the red-haired boy's head, causing him to wince in pain. Observation haki is an independent perception that transcends your eyes and ears. A blind person, if they cultivate to a sufficiently high level, can also see everything. Damian instructed him. Do you want to see more? First you must know what it feels like to not see, what it feels like to not perceive. He covered Katakuri's eyes with cloth and continued training. Damian felt a bit bored. Speaking of which, Katakuri turned out to be a nice vessel for him to pour out years of watching someone else go through the hell he once experienced was quite interesting. However, Katakuri's determination was indeed impressive. Every time he wants to give up, he always finds some reason to pull his thoughts back to the task, and grits his teeth to persevere, Damian thought. Just as he was thinking, Damian struck the boy with a branch, intermittently hitting his shoulders and back from unexpected angle. Damian repeated the familiar motion, but this time, there was no clear snap sound. He looked down and saw Katakuri twisting to the side, completely dodging the branch. Oh, you're starting to see something. Maintain this state. As he spoke, he intensified his strikes, increasing both speed and power with each hit. Crack. After a while, lower the sails. The chess soldiers busily performed their tasks on the main deck. Some raised the sails, others prepared to anchor, while others secured the cargo. Damian calmly gazed at the horizon and the gradually emerging island. That familiar skull-shaped mountain, home at last. The pirates around him each had their own thoughts. Lord Damian seems quite pleased to return to this blood-stained island, truly worthy of being the captain. Many echoed, their eyes sparkling with the light of pirate life as they looked at Damian. However, Damian's next words left them stunned. I really wish to sink this filthy island to the bottom of the sea. Damian sighed and walked to the front, leaving a group of dazed pirates behind. The smell is worse. It seems Enigma's death has catalyzed pirate recruitment, Damian remarked as he stepped off the gangplank onto the blood-stained soil of Hive Island. He had already disappeared from the ship before Linlin further encouraged him to contribute. My. Damian squinted, sensing the gaze of tens of thousands of bugs. A month ago, the looks directed at him were filled with greed and aggression, but now they had turned into awe. Of course, there was no shortage of hidden killing intent, wanting to take Damian down and claim his hefty bounty. The pirates parted ways on the bustling streets as Damian walked toward Skull Rock. Along the way, he felt a distinct gaze upon him, catching his attention. He looked into the distance of the island and saw a giant preparing to board a large ship to set sail. It was Whitebeard. Whitebeard smiled at Damian, congratulating him on his return, then turned to continue his journey. You tell me what happened while I was away. Damian casually grabbed a newly recruited pirate. The man caught by Damian stuttered in fear, his eyes trembling. Damiansama, I'll report to you right now, he said. While you were gone, Captain Rock sent Captain John and Silver Axe to attack nearby islands and collect supplies. And Whitebeard? The man nodded vigorously in reply. He was sent to rob a sky treasure from a kingdom in the New World. Damian tossed the pirate aside like throwing away trash, deep in thought. It seems that with the death of the two tyrants, Rox is beginning to unleash his ambitions. The entire New World will soon fall into his cold hands. Besides, Damian felt a strange fear from the pirates. When did he become some terrifying monster? What Damian did not know was that he had officially been placed on the avoid list. This list included extremely dangerous individuals, advising newly recruited pirates to avoid provoking them. Specifically as follows: 1. Kaido, when he is drunk. 2. Damian, when he walks with a blank. 3. Big Mom, when she is hungry. 4. Shiki, when he shares his thoughts on conquering the. 5. Whitebeard, when he talks about family. 6. Rox. Skull Rox, ahaha. It seems you haven't let me down, little monster. Damian looked up at the ambitious captain shrouded in the darkness of the dilapidated room. The scent of death assaulted his nostrils as the captain's voice echoed in his ears. Damian sighed lightly and replied, "You're right, he relied too heavily on the devil fruit, which was the reason for his downfall." Rox merely grunted. "I have sent many pirates out starting to plunder across the New World. It is time to usher in a new era. An era belonging to me." Damian felt the powerful conqueror's haki crashing into his body, the dilapidated room creaking under the aftershock. The last tyrant Saul, whose surname carries a D, I hope he can perform even more spectacularly. Rox muttered, seeming quite bored. The 1st to 3rd teams, the 5th team, and the 8th team will focus on plundering as much loot as possible. It is time to prepare for the final showdown with the remaining enemies. Rox said, "Tell me, little brat, what do you plan to do?" Damian stared directly at Rox, noticing his curious, perhaps taking down the tyrants gave him some free time. After a few seconds, Damian decisively laid down a plan. I want to take a little vacation at sea. Damian said, I want to take a little vacation at sea. There are a few things I've always wanted to do. Rox stared at him carefully, observing every subtle movement of Damian. Do as you wish, you have 2 years. Damian nodded and left the dark room without looking back. It's done. Indra appeared beside Damian, and the two walked from the center of the island toward Damian's small territory. Oh, what did that bastard Shiki say? As you instructed, I gave him a third of the spoils from Enigma, about 1 billion belly, Indra reported. But he also found out about our deal with Big Mom, and he's very unhappy that he didn't get a share of that money. Damian, Lingling's money was never part of the deal. If he wants more gold, he can try to take it from my corpse. Indra nodded. That's what I told him too. Damian looked at him in surprise. You said that in front of him. He let you walk away. Indra blinked, seemingly confused by the question. He didn't stop me. Aha. You're as crazy as I am. Moments later, Damian returned to his home. The house looked noticeably more dilapidated, with cracks all over the foundation, possibly left by battles between powerful pirates. After all, Hive Island was a filthy nest. Damian leaned back, slumping onto the leather sofa, breathing in the foul stench of the island. He took a flask of clear liquor from the system space and downed it in one go. Drinking occasionally is fine, but I don't think he'll be drinking every day, Damian said softly. As he sat there, he heard a sharp cry. Jay. His gaze swept over the open window of the room, where a sky-blue bird appeared. Come here. The bird flew over and landed on Damian's forearm, nudging its small head against his shoulder. Damian scratched its feathers while listening for information through the sounds of all things. The chattering voice echoed in his ears, but to others it was merely an ordinary bird call. Damian slowly nodded, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. The headquarters of the World Economic News Agency is located at a place called Furjek Peak in the Grand Line, Damian summarized, resting his chin on his hand. About 8 months had passed since he released a large number of birds to search for the headquarters, and it seemed they had found it. It was said that a prominent figure from Nea Island, the capital of world news, leaked the clues to nearby birds. It was said that a new press ship was dispatched to the headquarters under CP's watch, inadvertently revealing its location. At the same time, a prompt echoed in Damian's mind. The Nexa plan has been updated. Nexa plan. Locate the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency. Completed. Find a candidate for the replacement president. Incomplete. Control the replacement president. Incomplete. Free the news agency from the control of the world government. Incomplete. Deadline. Year 1486. Time flies, it's already almost mid-1483. It seems I need to find a candidate for the replacement president quickly, Damian muttered to himself. In plain terms, this was another task to be accomplished within the next 2 years. Damian put the bird away and took out some items from the space. Theoretical extraction of devil fruits. The embodiment of sin flipped through the content and summarized it into several key points. Enigma proposed 3 different methods. Method 1, fruit rebirth method. Core concept: it is known that devil fruits will reappear in the same type of fruit after the user dies. Thus, if a fruit of the same type is placed beside the corpse at the time of the user's death, that fruit should inherit the abilities, achieving the rebirth of the devil fruit. Challenge: there are myriad types of fruits at sea, and even among the same variety, there are countless mutations, making it extremely difficult to find a perfectly matching fruit. The first method makes sense, but it might gamble away useful devil fruits, Damian muttered to himself. He recalled a scene from an anime. Caesar Clown successfully rebirthed a fruit, but it also showed that Caesar knew the type of fruit corresponding to that ability and had made preparations in advance. Damian then looked at the next method. Method 2, fruit extraction method. Core concept: using another devil fruit with extraction properties may allow the ability to be extracted. Such fruits include the dark fruit, the deprivation fruit, the forest fruit, the absorption fruit, and the cop. If this ability is used to transfer the fruit from the user's body to another fruit, it might even allow the devil fruit to reappear intact, as if it had not been consumed. Additionally, fruits like the surgery fruit can also transfer a person's consciousness into another body, thus gaining the abilities of the other. Challenge: such fruits are extremely rare and may require extensive training to reach the level of extraction. The second method is definitely feasible. After all, Blackbeard extracted Whitebeard's ability using some means. Damian snorted and browsed through the list of fruits. He then proceeded to check the third method, considering how to further expand based on the first 2 methods. Method 3, host devouring method. Core concept: since devil fruits are merely containers for abilities, one can deduce that once a person becomes a user, they become the container. Therefore, by completely devouring a devil fruit, user 1 can acquire their abilities. Challenge: the devoured user must remain alive during the devouring process. Swallowing them whole might increase the success rate, but this requires tremendous willpower. Damian's face twisted into a look of disgust, but that expression quickly transformed into a bitter smile. Enigma's theory is indeed commendable. Charlotte Lingling obtained her abilities by devouring the previous user of the soul fruit. But that's a bit Damian immediately ruled out this method. Eating people, especially the living, is a red line for him. It seems Enigma also thinks the second method is the most feasible. He has tracked every fruit with absorption properties. Damian's gaze swept over the next page, which was a chart correlating fruits with locations. Dark fruit. Location unknown. Deprivation fruit. The user is in the North Sea, the leader of a pirate crew known as the Spirit Thieves. Forest fruit. Location unknown, 42 probability in the New World, 31 probability in Paradise, 26 probability in the hands of the world government, 1 probability in the open sea. Absorption fruit. The user is in CP0, codenamed Leech. Surgery fruit. The user wanders between various seas, acting as a divine doctor treating incurable diseases, location unknown. Copy fruit. The user is under the command of Pride D. Sol Jello, sin of jealousy. Damian set the notes aside and leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. Blackbeard's ability must have some means of extraction, he speculated. Law can use his abilities to swap different people's consciousness, allowing them to gain each other's bodies and abilities. Finally, he reached a conclusion. Perhaps the answer is also hidden in the remaining abilities. Damian squinted, pondering, while playing with a small golden token, weighing his choices. Aloth, are you really going to leave me all alone on this boring island, Damian-chan? Shaki pouted, her voice laced with a hint of petulance. Damian rolled his eyes at the woman's tearful eyes. I trust you have everything arranged, Sister Shaki. The two were seated in the conference hall of Skull Rock when their conversation was interrupted by a sound from the direction of the giant gate. Mr. Newgate, you're back, Damian greeted. Whitebeard replied in a low tone and heavily sat down in the seat across from them, his tall figure shaking the entire table. Shaki got up to fetch drinks. To be honest, Rox treats me like a beast of burden, openly targeting the gold in the... Newgate complained. Shaki placed a barrel of wine on the table that was far too large for her frame. Interestingly, Whitebeard found it just right. The captain has his sights set on the entire New World. The world government fears him for one reason only. Captain Rox doesn't care about any taboos. He does whatever he wants. Coupled with a group of fearless pirates, they form a pirate crew that can genuinely challenge the existing order. Damian nodded in agreement, finishing the drink in his hand. Whitebeard silently drank, seemingly in agreement, but feeling quite agitated due to recent tasks. By the way, Damian, I've heard you're going out to train Gulalala. I've never seen someone so eager for power. Damian shrugged. As you said, the times are changing, and I want to be at the forefront. Shaki exhaled a puff of smoke elegantly as she sat back down. Captain Rox is also going out for a trip, kid. He has a place he wants to explore. That place is called the Valley of Death in the Sea of Tears for the Dead. It was once considered a legend, much like the Devil's Triangle and the Azkaban Sea. It is said that the souls of the dead gather on the island of the Valley of Death, drowning in eternal despair, but for our captain, it is truly a poetic place. She said with a smile. That is one of the 3 great valleys. Renowned for its rich natural resources, Valley of the Gods. The gathering place of cursed souls, Valley of Death. The paradise of various natural disasters, Valley of Extinction. Damian absorbed this information, one of the valleys particularly echoing in his mind. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Things were starting to get chaotic. Shaki then turned her gaze to her self-proclaimed brother. What about you? Where do you plan to go? Whitebeard was also curious, waiting for an answer. Damian slowly placed the empty cup on the table, making a soft sound. He met the gazes of the 2 pirates and began to respond. When I fought Enigma, I realized I could win simply because I happened to evolve my haki at a critical moment. My observation haki and Conqueror's haki are decent, but my armament haki is still lacking. To be honest, there was also Sengoku before Enigma. I tried to use the fruit's ability to simulate internal damage, but that was about the extent of it. A flicker of ambition shone in Damian's eyes, reflecting the vibrant colors of the setting sun. Aside from a few trivial matters, my main goal is Wano. Shaki and Whitebeard leaned back in their chairs, seemingly digesting what they had just heard. Shaki took a deep breath of smoke and slowly said, Wano is a dangerous place. Home to swordsmen, the power of the samurai is incredibly strong. It is a natural fortress, not very friendly to visitors. Whitebeard interjected. Although it's dangerous, Wano also has the world's top craftsmen. Oh, perhaps the weapon you seek can also be found there. Damian nodded. Aside from the flowing cherry, that is also a goal, to forge a weapon that complements my abilities. Shaki exhaled a puff of smoke and asked, since you've made your decision, remember to catch a few koi by the waterfall. They can pull you up to Wano. Damian showed a surprised expression as he caught Shaki's smug look. She had always been proud of her intelligence. He'll remember that. Later that day, Damian stood face to face with his only subordinate. Indra, I'm about to set sail. You know what to do, right? Indra nodded simply. He calmly recited Damian's orders. Find like-minded individuals to join the 4th team as cannon fodder. Don't worry, Captain. He'll definitely find some people. Damian snorted at his confidence. He trusted this sharp sword quite a bit. Perhaps that was the setting for a reliable right-hand man in anime. Good, he said with a smile. I look forward to seeing how much stronger you've become when I return, Indra. The room fell silent once again. Perhaps it was Damian's continuous growth, his leadership charisma, or his ability to defeat powerful enemies. He had already won Indra's loyalty. Indra felt the ominous wind that enveloped the entire new world. The deaths of the two overlords had created a power vacuum. Without a doubt, the next few years would determine the future era. Damian officially left Hive Island, having taken a vacation from the Rocks Pirates. He borrowed a brand new ship from some super rookies who intended to attack Hive Island. The ship had 2 seats, and was powered by an engine requiring no sails, resembling a small boat. Damian skimmed over the sea, heading towards his destination, while mentally organizing some matters. Aina D. Damian. Age 17. Height 3. 37 meters. Status active. Devil Fruit, Smash Fruit, closed to advanced mastery. Fruit rating 6. 5 stars. Sea Stone resistance, 95. 8. Notable features: Black Bones Stage 2. Skills: Titan Regeneration, Titan Strength, Evolutionary Physique, Voice of All Things, Will of D6 Styles, Underwater Breathing. Hockey Observation, Hockey Advanced Mastery, Armament, Hockey Intermediate Mastery, Conquerors, Hockey Intermediate Mastery. Strength, near 4 Emperor's level. Less than a year until I turn 18. Damian muttered softly, according to the standards of my past life, I am nearing adulthood. His gaze was fixed on the distant horizon, with the weather at sea surprisingly pleasant. Bright sunlight warmly illuminated Damian, his hair flowing in the wind. Although most people might think it's too early to be concerned about age, it's never wrong to prepare for the future. Once characters in One Piece age, their physical strength noticeably declines. Rayleigh struggled against Kizaru, and Whitebeard collapsed due to age and injuries. I do not want to be burdened by such shackles. Damian rested his chin on his hand, pondering. There are several methods to manipulate lifespan and age. 1. The ageless surgery of the surgery fruit. 2. Pure gold from Alchemy Island. 3. Childlike fruit. 4. Age fruit. 5. Other devil fruits that can manipulate age. But none of these have fallen into my hands yet, he said softly. What Damian desired was not only for himself, but also for the pirate crew he intended to form in the future. Aging is directly related to cells and mitosis. There is a technique that can manipulate bodily functions. Several figures floated in his mind, recalling the name of this technique: life return. CP used it to manipulate hair and even control digestion. Sybil, what do you think? Although this technique is valuable, it essentially operates on a macro level, making it nearly impossible to manipulate your cells with it. Unless I can microfy this technique. Damian clenched his fist. Deep crimson energy began to quiver. My Smash Fruit can crush things to a fine degree, but perhaps I can train it to apply it on a microscopic level. You are still far from cellular decomposition. Sybil interrupted him. Damian nodded. Awakening the fruit might resolve these issues. But first I need to learn life return. Damian's current goal was to travel from the New World to the North Sea. He chose not to take the long route, avoiding returning to the Grand Line to climb up Reverse Mountain. Instead, he took a shortcut through the Calm Belt. The Calm Belt runs vertically like a wall against the Red Line, extending along the Grand Line. Almost no one dares to take this route. The Calm Belt is strangely windless, making natural sailing impossible. Moreover, it is a lair for sea kings, and sailing through here is tantamount to seeking death. Passing through the Calm Belt from the New World can lead directly to the North Sea, which is much more convenient for me. Damian sighed. Sailing is too slow. The anime never emphasized how dull such journeys can be. However, his eyes suddenly lit up. Whoa! 3 massive shadowy figures shot up from the calm sea, revealing their terrifying teeth at the intruder in their territory. Damian surveyed the vividly colored leviathans. Finally, a better mode of transportation has revealed itself. He then unleashed his conqueror's haki to attack these beasts. Pressure swept across the surface of the sea, creating rippling waves. The Sea King's eyes trembled with extreme fear as their bodies crawled forward, seemingly in supplication. Take my ship, and I will eventually let you go. The voice of all things effortlessly conveyed his words to the monstrous creatures of the sea. The 3 leviathans nodded frantically like children who had just been scolded. Damian leaned back against the chair, enjoying the fresh sea breeze as he delved deeper into the Calm Belt, drawing closer to his destination. Ruins of Brain Domain Island. Sengoku, Admiral of the Navy. He stood tall, the Navy's justice coat billowing in the wind. Sengoku was receiving a report and couldn't help but repeat it. What? The embodiment of evil has left the Rocks Pirates and is on an extended journey. Yes, Admiral. A CP-1 spy obtained this information at Hive Island, a voice replied. Sengoku pondered. Did the spy provide any further intelligence? The response this time was not optimistic. Regarding that, the spy disappeared after reporting. Sengoku frowned and then sighed. Black Death lives up to his name, he murmured. Is there a report on which direction he headed? None, Admiral. The G1 or G5, O and G9 branches have all entered a state of heightened alert, but the whereabouts of the embodiment of evil remain unknown. Sengoku nodded. All right, keep up the efforts. Crack. Another voice broke the brief silence this time. Sengoku, we can depart now. Sengoku glanced at the woman and nodded. Tsuru, it seems we have gathered quite a few troops this time. He gestured for Tsuru to come over. Dozens of warships were ready for departure, as if preparing for battle. Thousands of soldiers were moving in and out of the ships, transporting supplies, equipment, and uniforms. Gunfire rang out from the far edge of the island, conducting shooting training. 10 vice admirals were spread across the entire island, directing countless soldiers. The clamor and chaotic atmosphere filled the island, injecting a noisy ambience into the fallen overlord's kingdom. 20,000 recruits, at least one-third, have the physical qualities suited for the new world, Sengoku estimated. However, his enthusiasm received no response from the woman. You say that easily, but do you know how exhausting it is to wipe away their thoughts? She sat on a broken concrete pillar sighing. You did well, Tsuru. Go take a break, Sengoku said, rubbing his head with an awkward smile. The woman shook her head. No, the Rocks pirates have just begun. Whitebeard robbed a celestial ship. Captain John looted a kingdom and killed royal family members. Shiki killed 3 vice admirals. Moreover, Pride D. Saul seems to be plotting a grand move. In a few years, everything is becoming increasingly chaotic. Sengoku rubbed his temples, feeling his hair turning white like his superiors. All right, let's head back to Marineford. A few days later, North Sea Wells Island. Wells is a unique island. It was once a prosperous forest area where the inhabitants lived happily. They were developing well-paying celestial gold, attending world meetings, and even had a naval branch stationed here. But all of this changed after the attack by the pirate crew of the Land of Fire. A man named Zuko's as a user of the Flame Fruit, captain of the Land of Fire pirate crew. He secretly attacked and occupied this kingdom, claiming to be the illegitimate son of the former ruler entitled to inherit the throne. His arrival dispelled all joy and happiness. The world government did not send troops for support, as the usurper still paid celestial gold in full, and all internal conflicts were outside their jurisdiction. That was 19 years ago. Now the Wells Kingdom has completely collapsed. The celestial gold has also been cut off, and the world government has officially abandoned this island, leaving it suitable for the rampant activities of pirates. For nearly 20 years, the original population of the island has almost completely disappeared, and now it is ruled by the dregs of the North Sea. Now a new pirate crew has seized this once prosperous land. The undead pirates, known as the Plunderer Pirates. This powerful pirate occupies the land with great leadership charisma, lurking here now. He leads 5,000 like-minded dregs, and has dominated the nearby seas for several years. The Plunderer Pirates impose heavy taxes on passing merchants while maintaining deep ties with the underground world of the sea region. Their nefarious deeds have earned the pirates a bounty of up to 17 million berries, instilling fear. Wells Bay, Lord Pirate, more and more pirates are flocking to our banner. It won't be long before we can take the entire North Sea. A wild-looking pirate roared. He spoke respectfully to a 2-meter-tall man sitting in front of him. They were in the main lookout tower overlooking Wells Bay near the southern end. Dorororo. I don't know why, but pirates are becoming more impatient, and the number venturing out to sea is much higher than in previous years. This is truly a godsend for my ambitions. The pirate was tall with spiky green hair and brown skin. He stood up from his seat and walked to the edge of the lookout tower, the bay in clear view. The pirate gazed at the spectacular fleet of over 40 pirate ships, each one flying his flag. Thousands of pirates scurried in a dense area. What a pirate den. But soon his brilliant smile faded. The pirate furrowed his brow, seeing a strange ship in the distance to the south, barely visible. Who is that guy? He isn't flying my flag. Nearby, a lackey dashed over to confirm. Pirate. Pirate Lord, I've never seen that ship, but it looks expensive. The pirate snorted, contemplating several possible scenarios. Send a reconnaissance ship over. If they can't pay the tax, kill everyone and take everything. He commanded casually. Understood. South end of the bay, a lonely small boat skimmed across the sea uniquely, without sails. Approach. A pirate ship quickly arrived and intercepted the approaching small boat. They jumped from their ship onto the pitifully small boat's deck, barely accommodating 2 scouts. Wake up. You'd better hand over your money, or we'll take matters into our own hands, a pirate said with a smile. They carefully surveyed their surroundings, and finally one of them stepped into the small boat's cabin to see inside. Meanwhile, the second pirate's gaze fell on the side of the boat. What the hell? He staggered to the edge of the boat, and saw 3 thick ropes tied at the bow. He instinctively grabbed one and pulled on it. Creak. The pirate turned around in confusion. He continued to pull on the rope rhythmically, completely unaware of what he was provoking. Just 2 seconds later, his curious expression transformed into sheer terror at the thought of death. No, it can't be. He gasped, seeing 2 eyes staring at him from beneath the sea. Run! The ship is being dragged by a sea king. A massive mouth shot out of the ocean, swallowing that pirate. The enormous mouth boasted dozens of teeth arranged in 5 rows, each as sharp as a knife. The sound of bones breaking echoed as the beast devoured the unfortunate pirate in 2 bites. Bang! The second pirate quickly fell at the cabin door dead. His eyes and ears were filled with brain matter, as if his skull had exploded internally. A young pirate stepped out from the cabin, stretching his tall frame. Damian yawned and took a few steps on the bloodstained. No matter which sea I go to, these pirates never understand how to politely knock on the door. He walked to the edge of the boat, surveying the distant islands. Boom. An explosion erupted behind him as a Sea King obliterated the reconnaissance ship. The piercing alarm from the dock echoed in Damian's ears for quite a while. That annoying sound awakened everyone on the island, and everyone rushed to the dock as the invaders were approaching. Damian felt the increasingly tense atmosphere on the island and smiled. So many lackeys are perfect. I have a new technique I've been wanting to try, and now I have a group of test subjects. Wells Bay. The sharp blare of an alarm roared as pirates burst forth with weapons in hand. Nearly 5,000 pirates, many of them notorious. Their combined bounty amounts to at least 20 million berries. Get ready. A ship has been dragged by a Sea King, destroying one of our scouting vessels. Everyone get your act together and surround that intruder. Dozens of ships sailed out from the harbor, forming a wide arc to slowly encircle the small enemy vessel. Although the pirates were uncertain of who the enemy was, they had witnessed the massive Sea King's surface effortlessly demolishing the scouting ship. This is enough to wake them up. A henchman exclaimed. The captain said nothing, merely staring at the small boat. Listen up, brothers, the green-haired man addressed the crowd. It seems there's a reckless fool who thinks he can attack us, and this is the crucial first step in conquering these seas and ultimately dominating the Grand Line. Oh, the pirates roared, readying for battle. At the other end of the battlefield, Damian stood at the bow of his ship, surrounded by dozens of vessels. Facing the edge of a pirate island, this sight would indeed be daunting for most. But for Damian, it was an excellent place to test a few ideas. He took a deep breath of the salty sea breeze. Damian locked onto the group of enemies, focusing his energy to drive it into a new purpose. Puff! Hiss! A strange sound emanated from Damian's eyes. His originally red pupils turned a deep crimson, even the whites of his eyes consumed by the red energy. Unstable energy began to crackle in the air, producing a dull explosion-like sound. A dense layer of red mist formed around his eyes. Heat radiated, causing steam to rise from the surrounding air. The energy took about 3 seconds to accumulate and was now ready to burst forth. Omega Ray. As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 blazing red energy beams shot forth from his eyes. They left explosive trails in the air, crossing the sea surface and whistling away. Zzz. They raced at an astonishing speed, covering the distance between both sides in mere seconds. What is that red thing? The man struggled to speak as the red rays already reached him. His lips trembled, uttering some incomprehensible words. His eyes glazed over as the beams pierced through his heart, leaving 2 gaping holes that pulsated with red ripples. His body began to disintegrate from the inside, soon turning into countless fragments. The rays showed no mercy. They did not travel in straight lines, but rather reflected and refracted at peculiar angles, utterly chaotic. The searing red trails left in the air were a dreadful omen for the nearby pirates. They could only see 2 deadly red lights darting through the crowd, sweeping over every ship. He's a power user, someone shouted. The rays continued to scream through the air, bending, turning, climbing with angles that were utterly bizarre. Oh, run, ugh. Endless screams echoed across the sea as thousands of cubic fragments fell like raindrops. 150, 370, 590, 1040, 2050. The death toll soared. In just 1 minute, nearly half of the pirate fleet was obliterated. Jump into the sea. The 2 rays suddenly veered, charging towards a pirate. The moment he hit the water, the rays nearly struck him. The 2 red rays stopped 3 centimeters above the water's surface. A pirate with a somewhat normal IQ pieced together the clues and loudly declared, "Power users can't affect the sea." Everyone dived down. After the man spoke, he jumped down. But the relief in his eyes quickly turned to despair. Whoa! A massive mouth nearly 50 meters wide surged up from the blue sea below, swallowing the pirate whole. The behemoth plunged back into the sea, disappearing. The pirates had no time to think as the paused rays shot forth again, continuing their massacre. A pirate in the distance collapsed to the ground, tears streaming from his eyes, facing the inevitable end with hollow pupils. Perhaps this is the price of being a pirate. 2 minutes later, the once boisterous sea fell into a profound silence. Limbs and fragments dotted the surface, blood staining the water red. The small boat swiftly sailed forward, preparing to dock. Damian's towering figure loomed over the fallen pirates. He walked calmly towards the lookout tower, overlooking the bay, his boots sinking into the muddy grass. A trembling thief stood not far from the shore, his boots seemingly nailed to the ground. He stared wide-eyed, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. He turned his gaze to the only enemy, a mix of fear and anger. "You destroyed all my subordinates. My power. My prestige. You've obliterated it all," he roared. The man's expression twisted into a grimace as he charged forward with a thunderous roar. His hand reached for Damian, grasping his arm, but due to the height difference, the scene appeared somewhat comical. The thief laughed maniacally, his hands glowing with gray light, revealing a white fern-like pattern that starkly contrasted with the surrounding darkness. Sensory deprivation. Damian patiently observed as white energy pulsed from the man's fingertips, spreading outward as if extracting something from his body. Damian snorted while the man's body froze. Strangely, Damian felt nothing at all. Alright, the difference in hockey is too vast, you cannot affect me. Damian nodded lightly. Then he voluntarily withdrew the hockey, blocking the attack, lowering his natural defenses, exposing himself to the attack. The thief underwent a series of emotional changes. In the end, he attempted to use his power once more. That arm began to again siphon energy from Damian. The thief's eyes widened with relief as he felt his power activate once more. But Damian felt a familiar. Suddenly he lost his sense of touch, just as he had during the battle with Enigma. The boat's perception of temperature, the sensation of air. To be deprived of these feelings is indeed a chilling experience. Not bad, but I want to see more. The thief froze again, witnessing Damian move effortlessly under his most powerful attack. Sybil fruit information. Immediately. Deprivation fruit. Paramecia type fruit. Rating 6 stars. Can deprive the target of specific attributes upon touch. Advancement as mastery increases the scope of deprivation, extends to more abstract qualities. Damian hummed, digesting the information. He then shifted his gaze back to the man paralyzed with fear. Thief, right. Use your power to deprive this corpse of its attributes. Damian commanded. He waved his hand, and a 3-meter-tall corpse fell to the ground. The captain of the plundering pirate crew could only take a few steps back as his brain was overwhelmed with too much shock. Though he did not know whose corpse this was. At this moment, the body of a powerful sea overlord lay starkly before. Hurry up, there isn't much time left. The thief moved mechanically like a puppet, his mind already numb in a state of self-preservation. He touched the fresh corpse. The skin turned gray again, covered with intricate patterns. What am I supposed to Damian replied coldly, his fruit ability. The thief's eyes nearly bulged out as he swallowed hard. This was a thought he had never considered. A gentle humming sound arose, and the white pulsing light became even brighter, pulsing upward from his arm. After 10 seconds, a frenzied scene unfolded. The thief instinctively pulled something out of Enigma's chest. It quickly became clear, a peach-colored fruit, its surface adorned with fleshy folds, soft to the touch, resembling a brain. Just one glance, and the bizarre yet fantastical beauty was enough to confirm. This was undoubtedly a devil fruit. The thief felt his world turn upside down. He had possessed such power all along. Why didn't I try it sooner? He screamed at himself in despair. Such an ability would surely bring him endless wealth and power, yet he had never realized it. The brief joy turned into despair as he felt Damian's cold gaze from behind. Damian paid little mind to the lively fool of a pirate. His thoughts were entirely focused on the fruit. The dark fruit might be the optimal choice for extracting other abilities. Yet even Enigma, who ruled for many years and controlled a vast puppet network, could not find it during his long. Blackbeard waited decades for it to appear, so what chance do I have? A decisive glint flashed in Damian's eyes as he grabbed the thief by the nape of his neck, lifting him like a child. The once formidable pirate could only flail helplessly in the air, eyes filled with despair. Don't worry, I will make good use of the power you've wasted. A bone-chilling cold engulfed him, and the thief felt a shiver down his spine. He struggled desperately in the air, yearning to break free from the iron grip, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Damian pulled out a golden token with his free hand, ignoring the thief's incessant struggles. This token was quite special. Damian glanced at the coin-like object, crushing it in his palm, and then golden light burst forth. Shimmering mist wrapped around Damian's arm and shot out, seizing the thief's heart. What are you doing? Damian did not respond, continuing to manipulate the object. Wait, it hurts. He convulsed like a fish out of water, his limbs flailing wildly. Damian watched as the golden light surged into the man's core, only to burst out moments later. The brilliant light returned to Damian's body, infusing him with an entirely new sensation. Bang! The thief's body crashed heavily to the ground, gasping for breath, the residual pain causing blood to ooze from his orifices. It worked. Damian sighed deeply as a notification sound echoed in his mind. A fruit ability transfer token has been used. System reward from Chapter 8. This token has materialized into the following auxiliary ability. Deprivation. Gain the auxiliary ability to strip specific attributes from living or non-living object. He stepped forward, standing before the gasping thief. The man instinctively crawled backward in fear, his spirit completely shattered. Sensory deprivation, right? The thief saw the familiar gray skin, but this time it appeared on Damian. He gazed at the white pulsing light, as if the whole world were collapsing. The ability activated immediately, leaving behind a pirate stripped of everything. The 2-meter-tall pirate suddenly sprang up from the ground, his mouth agape, in extreme terror. He waved his arms as if trying to fly. He spun around, as if attempting to find his direction. He even scratched and poked his own body, as if trying to feel anything. He opened his mouth to scream. But he had lost his hearing. He couldn't even taste the bloody flavor that had just flooded into his mouth. Damian had stripped the man of all 5 senses, even the ability to speak and scream. This outcome flashed a moment of inspiration in Damian's mind. The transfer token allowed him to convert fruit abilities into power, but there was a strict limitation. It could only be used to gain auxiliary abilities. Any aggressive transfers would fail. It seems that depriving a person of all senses doesn't count as physical harm, he concluded. Damian clenched his fists, contemplating the last test. Behind him the thief had gone mad. He could neither touch, hear, see, smell, nor taste. His body felt as if it did not exist, unable to interact with reality itself. The once fearsome pirate was soon tripped by tree roots, falling onto an unsheathed sword, ending his suffering. Meanwhile, Damian picked up the orange fruit that had lain inconspicuously on the ground since it was extracted. Mind fruit, paramecia type fruit rating 7 stars, top tier fruit, grants the user supreme dominion over thought. Advancement: the user can launch mental attacks, crush the target's mental functions, and materialize mental energy to bypass physical defenses. Rated as a top-tier devil fruit with mind control abilities. Hey, this is a bit too strong, Damian commented, simultaneously retracting the original owner of the fruit into space. Then he jumped back onto his speedboat and muttered under his breath. I wanted to use another token to transfer this ability, but some nasty restrictions prevented me. Don't blame me, Damian. It is impossible to transfer top-tier fruits using those tokens. All items require certain restrictions, otherwise the laws of physics would be mere decoration. Damian clicked his tongue, no longer dwelling on the issue. Roar. The Sea Kings roared, having finished their open-air buffet, gracefully paying tribute to the young pirate. They pulled the ropes, dragging the ship forward, acting on the new command, take me through the doldrums back to the Grand Line. Damian leaned back in his chair, feeling the stronger cold wind brought by the increase in speed. A week later, a sleek ship docked, gently colliding with the mooring piles, producing a faint sound of impact. Damian jumped off the ship, waved his hand, and instantly stored the vessel in his spatial pocket. Bang! Damian landed on the thick wooden planks, sending ripples across the surface of the sea. He looked around, assessing his surroundings. The island he arrived at was sparsely populated, yet there were many people at the dock. However, not a single person noticed Damian's presence. Or more accurately, it seemed he was not there at all. At this moment, Damian was using observation hockey to conceal his aura, a useful little trick effective against those with weaker perception. His tall stature far exceeded that of anyone nearby, yet no one paid him any mind. Damian strolled leisurely around, breathing in the air of this place. The endless chatter of the curious onlookers was overwhelming, even drowning out the chirping of birds and the sounds of the ships. The scent of paper lingered everywhere, as if it had seeped into the cobblestone streets. Soon Damian obtained a map. The title read Nea Island, the capital of news on the Grand Line. Let's see if I can find a suitable replacement for the president here. Damian contemplated while enjoying the tranquil atmosphere. Nea Island was located in the Paradise Sea near Upside Down Mountain, yet still within the first half of the Grand Line. This place is the homeland of most aspiring journalists from around the world, earning it the title of the capital of news. These individuals possess great ambition in their respective fields. Their dedication to disseminating news is as unwavering as the citizens of O'Hara in their pursuit of history. The island was well developed, featuring stone houses, mansions, sturdy roads, tens of thousands of residents, and towering structures. Damian had already familiarized himself with the history of this island beforehand. After all, he had spent a considerable amount of time absorbing knowledge about this world in his youth, and the capital of news was naturally included. On Nea Island, this notorious pirate spent hours delving into the rumors and tales circulating among the residents. There was one particularly intriguing gossip that piqued Damian's interest. It was said that a birdman had been urging the World Economic News Agency to break away from the government and become independent. However, he was too young and was seen as nothing but a joke by others. Yet that young boy did not give up. He rewrote every news article published, attempting to spread his own version, but naturally it was of no use. A strong drive is key for a good journalist, but one must also be clever enough to twist the news when necessary, Damian remarked. Let me see what you've done. At the edge of the island there stood a dilapidated building, its walls cracked and covered in moss with rusted metal. Creak. The old door groaned in the wind, threatening to fall off its hinges at any moment. The simple furniture, dirt, and dust created a very chaotic scene. Notes, papers, posters, magazines, wanted notices, various pieces of paper fluttered about. Some were piled on the side, others spread across the table, and some were wrinkled from being splashed with aged liquids. The sound of a pen swiftly moving across paper could be heard, as someone wrote a string of words with an uneven rhythm, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. A figure moved back and forth, seemingly handling multiple tasks at once. The scent of ink filled the dark room, with only a small window letting in a sliver of light. Unbeknownst to the figure, a tall young man had just stepped into the room. He looked around, having to endure the foul odor within the room. You really should consider installing a vent, little bird, a calm voice remarked. The small figure froze in fierce silence, enveloping the air. Damian scrutinized the birdman boy. He was a young humanoid albatross, appearing like a child before puberty. He was covered in white feathers, sporting a large tail and wings resembling human arms. With small eyes and a broad beak, this humanoid bird stood approximately 2-3 meters tall. Who are you? The boy shouted as some feathers fell from his arm. He assumed a defensive posture, his wings clenched into fists. To warn you, I know how to fight, he threatened. Damian couldn't help but laugh at his comical antics. Don't worry, I'm not here to pick a fight with you, Morgans. This seemed ineffective as the boy remained in a combative stance. Why, you know my name. Damian nodded, then took a few steps to the side, allowing the light to shine on him from a suitable angle, as that window was the only source of illumination. Morgans blinked in surprise, suddenly pointing a finger at Damian, as if recognizing a celebrity. Why, you're the embodiment of evil Ina. Damian. He screamed, a mix of fear and excitement in his voice. It seems you know me too, Damian commented, sitting down on a dusty. Know you? Huh. Of course. The pirate crew you're part of is big news. Your achievements are big news. Your power is big news. He shouted with excitement. You are big news. Damian chuckled in amusement, joking, I thought you were afraid of me. But that comment fell on deaf ears. Huh. What true journalist would fear a pirate? By the way, can I in? The boy didn't wait for a reply, grabbing a piece of paper and a pen ready to take notes. The Birdman boy cast a curious glance and began his interview. First question, how do you use the abilities of 2 devil fruits? There's a report saying you commanded an entire forest while battling Admiral Sengoku. Where do you come from? What are your ambitions? Have you considered leaving the Rocks Pirates and starting your own crew? What type of women do you like? What does the D stand for? Wah. Damian waved his hands madly, pulling the boy out of his journalistic mode. How about we first discuss why I'm visiting the dilapidated house of an aspiring journalist? This statement was enough to awaken the young journalist. He scratched his beak with his feathered hand, as if contemplating. Who cares about that? Let's continue with the questions. Damian nearly facepalmed. He didn't let the boy continue, instead directly stating his purpose. I'm here to find someone young but bold, cunning yet cautious, honest, but knows when to take a turn. But most importantly, I'm looking for someone willing to spread the truth at any cost regardless of the consequences. This declaration sounded like music to Morgan's ears. He blinked thoughtfully, finally settling into silence. Taking advantage of the moment, Damian pressed on, tell me, don't you think the World Economic News Agency looks quite pathetic in its current state? Let them spread whatever nonsense they wish, ruled by a bunch of sycophants willing to sacrifice their families to cater to the whims of the world government. Morgan instinctively nodded, almost in despair. It seemed he finally heard someone agreeing with his thoughts. He was too young, and the ridicule from all the fellow travelers and residents on NEA Island had left his heart fragile. This is exactly what I have always wanted. The murky reality of this distorted news suffocated him. Perhaps the opportunity for change lay right here. He continually surveyed Damian with his gaze, his ambition awakened. Do you really want to open up the World Economic News Agency's situation? But it's nearly impossible. Albatross hurriedly replied, trying to keep his excitement in check. Damian smiled in return. He squinted at the young reporter and said in a confident voice, they can try as they please. I assure you I can make it happen. But first I need someone to gradually grow to the level capable of managing the entire future news chain of the world. Damian clenched his fists as if to solidify his point. If left unchecked, I have no doubt that the Rocks Pirates will be erased from history within 10 years. Such a thought was enough to shock the young reporter's inner depths. Morgan flapped his feathered wings, stirring up, erasing the Rocks Pirates. How terrifying. This is an obstruction to knowledge. Those damn scum. Damian noticed the resolute gaze of the Birdman and felt satisfied with his temperament. You have that capability, Morgan. Are you willing to do it? Albatross nodded quickly, his beak humorously bobbing up and down in the air. The news agency is managed by 4 directors. Because it was established decades ago at the World Conference, it must at least appear to be a legitimate organization. Damian explained. So as long as 3 directors demand to separate from the government, they must be dealt with. But the young and impatient Morgan couldn't help but interrupt him. They won't allow it. I'm sure there are CP agents guarding the headquarters ready to eliminate any rebellious directors before they act. Damian nodded in agreement. Yes, so it must happen spontaneously when they least expect it. Leave the persuasion of the directors to me. I just need you to focus all your energy on climbing up the ranks. Damian told the bird boy. Once your fame is high enough, the directors will voluntarily agree to elect you as president. Morgan processed all the information. He flapped his wings to confirm he was still awake. If someone else had said this, he would have laughed it off. But for some reason, Damian's eloquence and confidence left a deep impression on the ambitious reporter. Great, he exclaimed with a big smile. You as a pirate who can handle any problem have made it into the news, so I believe before long the name DJ Morgan will appear on every newspaper. Moments later, Damian walked out of the dilapidated building with satisfaction. I never expected to find the future president of the World Economic News Agency in this dirty little corner of any island. It seems this trip was not in vain, he said with a smile. At the same time, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Nexus plan has been updated. Nexus plan, find the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency. Completed, find an alternative president candidate. Completed, control the alternative president. Completed, liberate the news agency from the world government's control. Incomplete, deadline 1486 years. That leaves me with just one task. But the last task is not easy. If I were to say it, it requires me to personally scout the headquarters as soon as possible. That just happens to be my next destination. Damian finally arrived at the dock again, finding his ship. Then he put his thumb and forefinger in his mouth and blew a sharp whistle. Splash! The sea trembled and two enormous sea kings surfaced from the depths, declaring their presence. Their massive bodies cast a wide shadow on the dock. WWHY, are there sea kings here? Call the Navy. Run for your lives. Damian jumped onto the ship and immediately set sail for the doldrums. He utilized this quiet route to reach his next destination, taking over a week. 8 days later, Damian's ship swiftly arrived at a small island, at least 95 of which was mountainous. Moreover, the mountains were completely covered in thick snow, rendering the entire island a sea of white. The peaks towered into the clouds, some even piercing through the cloud layer. Such a sight allowed Damian to admire the small Fuljack Peak, the location of the World Economic News Agency headquarters, for a moment. So, Damian murmured, releasing his haki. The exquisite observation haki enveloped a vast area capable of penetrating the thick ice and snow. So, Damian murmured, releasing his haki. The exquisite observation haki enveloped a vast area capable of penetrating the thick ice and snow. After only 10 minutes of reconnaissance, he found a hidden route for transporting supply caravans. The route was well concealed by materials that looked like snow, but it did not escape Damian's notice. Damian used the moonwalk of the 6 styles to explode the air beneath his feet, rising as if walking in the air. Eventually he arrived at an inconspicuous peak, shrouded in biting cold. But for Damian's thick skin, it was merely a cool breeze. His heavy boots sank into the white snow as he looked around, discovering 2 buildings hidden under the snow. One was a bunker embedded deep into the mountain, and the other was a black box made of thick steel. A gigantic telephone bug rested on the ceiling, scanning every nearby area. One was a bunker embedded deep into the mountain, and the other was a black box made of thick steel. A gigantic telephone bug rested on the ceiling, scanning every near whoosh. With a sharp sound of slicing air, Damian's figure blurred as he easily evaded detection. The ice door let out a dull sound as the snow was pushed aside, revealing the interior. Once inside the facility, Damian once again used his observation haki to conceal his presence. He continued to traverse through the bright areas, exploring the facility. The entire tower-like structure extended downwards for dozens of layers, spiraling stairs running through it. Hundreds of staff members, assistants, reporters, and intelligence personnel were on site, yet none could sense the intruder nearby. Damian eventually arrived outside the director's lounge. A meeting was underway among the 4 directors. Those who control the news will control the public. Damian thought, stepping into this secret meeting room that determined what the world would see and know across the seas. In the council's lounge, 4 men sat around a large square table, each occupying a side. They all appeared to be in their 50s or 60s. Chad Bizarre, Newman, Bradley, Voss, Alinui, and Marcus Gogi, the 4 council members of the World Economic News. It seems necessary to update the Global Threat Index, Bizarre began. Gogi added some details. A level 1 threat refers to those requiring the absolute and full attention of the world government and all its resources. As of now, 2 threats have been eliminated: Thaddeus Enigma and Esso Borealis, Bradley summarized. Alinui continued, the Valkyrie pirates, the Arrogant pirates, the Roger pirates, and the Rocks pirates are the current major threats, each led by a captain occupying a level 1 position. However, the latter 2 pirate crews also have figures like Silbaz, Rayleigh, Whitebeard, Shiki, and Charlotte Lean, whose threat levels have also risen to this status. This brings the total number of level 1 threats to 10. But the matter wasn't finished. Gogi continued, other level 2 threats are not far behind. Bang! He slammed a stack of newspapers on the table. The bold headline boldly read, North Sea Massacre. The embodiment of evil strikes again. Bizarre sighed. Our task is to erase the name of the Rocks pirates, but they have recently broken all the tab. Celestial Dragon's Heavenly Gold World Government. They've entangled with too many. It's already difficult enough to tamper with this new information, especially with CP-10 watching us from the shadows. Bradley also sighed. We can only start by obscuring old incidents while attempting to minimize the exposure of new incidents, letting them fade from memory gradually. Just as he finished speaking, the door creaked open. The 4 council members turned to look at the intruder. Gogi couldn't help but exclaim, who the hell are you? Where's your press badge? The others were also about to vent their anger on the uninvited guest, but their questioning abruptly stopped. The 4 men gasped as they saw the intruder's face, their breathing becoming heavy. The young man walked and pulled a chair up to the table and shoved 2 council members aside. Bang! The pirate, towering at 3 meters 3, sat down with an air of ownership. What, haven't you heard the saying, speak of the devil, and he shall appear? The intruder grinned. Well, here I am now. 4 distinct sounds of swallowing echoed simultaneously. The council members instinctively shrank into their chairs. They wanted to flee, but their survival instincts told them it was best not to move. Gentlemen, don't worry, it won't hurt. Damian smiled at them, then the consciousness of the 4 men plunged into darkness as they were completely knocked unconscious by the overwhelming presence enveloping them. White foam bubbled from their mouths, surging forth under Damian's will. He stood up and walked behind Marcus Gogi, placing Gogi's hand on his shoulder. I have no doubt that you held some sense of mission in revealing the truth to the world when you were young. It is the world government that has dulled your conscience with greed, and now I am here to correct that. As he spoke, the skin on his right hand turned gray, revealing white branching patterns. Purification. The white light began to pulse, as if extracting something from Gogi's body. The light quickly turned into a murky black, as if cleansing the filth. Corrupt substances slowly seeped from the council member's body until the light returned to white. Next, Damian performed the same method on each council member before leaving the lounge. Full effectiveness will take some time, but sudden changes will alert everyone. The final piece of the Nexus plan was now in place. He smiled. 6 days later, Damian was heading to another location while interesting things were happening in the base of the Rocks Pirates. Haha, he's making the Navy dance in circles, Shocky commented, holding a newspaper. The Navy had been frantically searching for Damian, going in circles. But every time they tracked his whereabouts, he had vanished without a trace. He slaughtered a pirate island in the North Sea. Did he even go so far as to use the doldrums as his private shipping lane? Shocky asked with some surprise. Gulalala. Sounds like something that crazy kid would do, said the tower. However, their thoughts were interrupted by another infamous pirate. Kekakek Newgate, any news from Captain Rocks? It was the Golden Lion Shiki. Whitebeard glanced at the renowned pirate and casually replied, Captain Rocks has gone to the Valley of Death and probably won't be back anytime soon. Then he poured himself a barrel of fine wine and gulped it down. On the other side, Shiki wore a calculating smile. Whitebeard took a big swig of wine and couldn't help but ask, Golden Lion, what are you scheming this time? This question drew a loud laugh from the latter. I propose, Newgate, that you and Linlin come with me to clean up the seas. The suggestion held no appeal for Whitebeard. Don't bother me, Golden Lion. I'm not interested in your little tricks. The response was not unexpected, as Shiki seemed to have anticipated it. Kekakek, you're going to miss out. Shocky exhaled a puff of smoke and asked, Are you going to complete your mission? Shiki snorted, his face lit up with excitement. Captain Rocks wants to eliminate the other level 1 threats. Our target is the Valkyrie pirates. He then transformed into a stream of golden light and quickly disappeared. The next day, the Grand Line, a small boy dressed in simple clothes with messy black hair, was doing push-ups, a massive stone weighing down his back. 561. 562. 563. Ow. As he counted to the last number, a roar that shook the entire island erupted. A gigantic sea creature, looking quite comical, was crouched at the edge of the cliff where the boy was. The sea creature roared as if scolding him for slacking off. The echoing roar made the boy show an annoyed expression, and he clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. All right, 654. Ow. The boy continued to train vigorously, enjoying the breeze at the cliff's edge. This island was different from others, offering a variety of environments. The snowy region to the north, and the towering snow mountains, the thunderstorm area to the northeast, the desert to the west, and a desolate region of snowy hills to the east. The cliff was the main safe area, with a pleasant climate and a view overlooking the calm sea, winning the favor of the island's only resident. About an hour later, the boy finally tossed the boulder aside. Boom. The cliff shook and trembled as if on the verge of collapse, and the cracking sound spread deeper into the island. All right, 100-kilogram stone 1,000 times, he muttered. Now I can sleep. But that thought vanished completely when he spotted a small boat in the distance. What is that? He squinted, his tired eyes gazing into the distance. The ship drew closer, becoming clearer. The sea is a sea king pulling the boat. At that moment, the sea king also noticed. It burst out of the water, revealing its massive body, as if proclaiming its territory, intending to scare off the intruder. However, the newcomer did not flinch, casually saying, Take it easy. That voice. Even the sea king let out a curious low roar, echoing the thoughts in the boy's mind. Meanwhile, Damian approached the shore, retracting his speedboat. After quickly surveying his surroundings, he leaped up, landing atop a 100-meter-high cliff. The sunlight shone directly from behind him, enveloping his figure in dazzling brilliance. The boy, just finished with training, couldn't help but marvel like a fan as that calm voice returned. Hey Kazan, you look spirited. This boy was the little rascal that Damian found about a year ago on the Sabati archipelago. He had grown quite a bit. Kazan looked extremely excited, completely shedding his usual lazy demeanor. Damian walked over and playfully ruffled his messy hair. Hey, stop messing with my hair. Damian was amused by his reaction. He continued walking forward, glancing at the Sea King. Good job. Your kids can live in peace now. Oh, I don't plan on eating their dad anymore. The giant beast let out a clear swallowing sound and lowered its head. You are free now. The Sea King nodded, giving Kazan one last glance before disappearing into the deep blue sea with a splash. Damian began to wander on the island, with Kazan eagerly following behind. Venturing deeper into the island of death past the cliffs was the boundary between heaven and hell. First was a crescent-shaped forest dense with vegetation, home to thousands of plant and tree species. Beyond this paradise lay an area teeming with endless beasts and monsters. The two pushed through a tree with leaves as big as small boats, chatting as they walked. "Hey big brother, do you know how many people are talking about you now?" he asked. Without waiting for Damian to reply, Kazan continued, "The newspapers say the Navy is preparing to issue a demon hunting order to catch you, but not even a shadow of you can be found." Hee how cool. Damian smiled at the boy, not responding much, continuing to walk ahead. Kazan felt something was off. "Aurora, the beasts have all become timid since you arrived. Why don't I get the same treatment?" He shot a sideways glance at Damian, thinking to himself, they didn't become obedient. They are just afraid of him. These guys have harassed me for a whole year, and now they suddenly become so docile. It's so unfair. Damian noticed Kazan lost in thought, and gave him a light tap on the head. "Aunt." The boy crouched down, clutching his buzzing head in pain. "Why did you hit me? Look how much you've grown. Your head has gotten a bit tougher." Damian's nonchalant reply only fueled Kazan's annoyance. Taking advantage of the boy sulking, Damian called up a set of data in his mind. Kazan, age 7 years, and 8 months, height 29 meters, condition, generally healthy, devil fruit, none, strength, paradise, pirate, LV3. After a while they arrived at a great spot. "What gives? I've been stuck on this wretched island for a year, and I had no idea such a good place existed here." Damian chuckled. "I've been sleeping in this lousy place for so long, and the weather keeps changing, yet such a nice spot was right here." Damian couldn't help but laugh. Kazan probably thought Damian had been to this island before, but of course he had never been. To be precise, the surrounding natural environment had actively cleared a path guiding Damian to the most habitable place on the island. Bang! Damian's tall figure sat on a broken log, enjoying the gentle breeze. The area he was in was quite different from the chaotic parts of the Island of Death. The trees were lush, providing shade and blocking the wind. The view was open, the scenery beautiful, and there were no dangers. Kazan sat opposite Damian, grumbling in discontent. But in the next moment he raised his brow, remembering something. "Do you remember, big brother? A year ago you said, and I quote, 'If you meet my expectations, I will give you an invaluable treasure that even the celestial dragons would envy.'" That's a direct quote. Damian looked at Kazan's proud expression. "Looks like I need to give you more lessons. You can't even quote properly. However, I did promise a corresponding reward." The first half of his sentence made Kazan feel like the sky was falling, but the latter words rekindled his hope. Excitement and anticipation were unmistakably written on his face, just like any child his age. "Oh, it seems you are quite confident, thinking you've met my expectations." Damian's tone carried a hint of teasing and curiosity. Kazan suddenly leaped up from his seat, flailing his arms in excitement. "Of course. I've had a tough year. I almost died 4,622 times. I was counting." He raised his voice even higher. "The strange, cute little birds you had deliver books. I read them all. Training for 7 hours a day and only getting a pathetic 8 hours of sleep." The boy's rapid-fire complaints. Damian had to cover one ear to lessen the noise. Kazan seemed to unleash all his pent-up frustrations from the entire year. In truth, it wasn't as exaggerated as he claimed. Damian thought to himself, attempting to convince anyone reading this up to this point. All right, I get it." He raised his hands in surrender. "You really should receive a reward." Damian reached into his coat pocket, deliberately slowing his movements. Kazan's attention was immediately captured, his eyes fixed on every subtle movement, anticipation growing strong. This suspenseful pause felt like a century had passed, and the notorious pirate finally revealed a dreamlike item. Kazan's eyes widened in disbelief, pointing, "A devil fruit." Damian smiled slightly at him, holding that precious fruit in front of the curious young boy. "A little trinket I found while wandering around. A natural type, ice fruit. Natural type, freezing fruit." Kazan stared at the blue fruit, completely frozen in place. He raised his hands to rub his eyes as if trying to wake himself up. He even slapped himself across the face. Then slowly he opened his eyes again. The fruit was still firmly in. "What, you don't want it? Then I'll give it to someone else." This statement jolted the dazed boy from his stupor. "I want it." He reached out, creating a gust of wind, and snatched the fruit away. Kazan looked at the fruit, and then at Damian. "Are you really going to give it to me?" he asked slowly, his tone carrying an unusual seriousness for his age. Damian nodded. "The natural type is a priceless treasure. You have 5 seconds to change your mind. After that I want." Damian did not respond, and the surroundings fell into silence. Kazan took another glance at the precious fruit. The surface of the fruit was covered with light blue ice crystal-like scales, and the purple stem resembled a small handle. He looked at Damian once more, then lowered his gaze to the fruit, finally taking a big bite. A second passed. "It's too disgusting." The boy gagged, nearly vomiting it all out. His face twisted in disgust, the queasiness surged straight. Damian stifled a laugh nearby and seriously advised, "Kazan, to fully gain the ability, you must eat the entire fruit, skin and all, without leaving a single crumb." The naive boy looked at the evil incarnate and slowly nodded, believing his words. He swallowed the remaining fruit flesh with great effort, his face showing deep anguish. After struggling for quite a while, he finally finished. "Ugh." Kazan took a deep breath. The fundamental information about the fruit's abilities flooded into his mind, momentarily dulling the bitter aftertaste. Damian watched from the side, observing the boy's reaction. He was like a child who had just received a new toy, eager to try it out. This thought was obvious to Damian. Kazan caught a glimpse of Damian flicking a small stone at his forehead, the speed so fast it broke the sound barrier. He instinctively raised his hand to protect his head, but just then, crack! His arm exploded into countless ice shards, and his forehead shattered in the same manner. The crystal-like ice pieces and fragments fell onto the grass like raindrops, refracting vibrant colors in the sunlight. The stone continued its momentum, smashing against a century-old tree. The thick bark exploded inward, and the tree fell with a crash. Kazan paid no attention to the fallen tree, only focusing on studying his peculiar body. From a distance, he looked like a living corpse, his entire right arm missing with a large hole in his head. My head feels light, but it doesn't hurt at all. Is this the natural type? Meanwhile, the shattered ice began to move. Crackle! The fragmented ice slowly gathered and reformed, restoring the missing arm and forehead. This ability is truly impressive. This is the almost invincible physique granted by the natural type fruit. Damian nodded with satisfaction. Go explore the island, get familiar with your abilities. Kazan nodded, running towards the most dangerous area of the island with an excited smile. But just before he vanished into the forest of trees, Kazan turned back and locked eyes with Damian. Even when faced with such a precious treasure, Damian didn't even blink when he gave it away. Kazan clenched his fist. His breath involuntarily grew cold, freezing the air into white mist. I won't let you down, he said firmly before running off to test his abilities. Damian naturally heard Kazan's words and couldn't help but chuckle. Unlike Carp, he had no interest in it. Sounds pretty straightforward to call it an investment, he muttered. Kazan would one day become a marine admiral. Damian saved him on Sabati Archipelago. On that timeline, it was supposed to be Carp who arrived and saved everything that day. Fiery justice was his first creed when he joined the Marines, Damian murmured, recalling information from his past life. This motto transformed a lazy boy into a passionate and energetic person. But the O'Hara incident shattered his heart, and his destiny crumbled completely. After that, he switched to lazy justice, reverting to his former lazy self until the original plot began. In Damian's view, Kazan was inherently good-natured, yearning for peace. However, the brilliance of the Marines in his eyes gradually became dark and decayed, ultimately leading to his departure. Theoretically, Damian could easily change any disloyal thoughts in young Kazan's mind, but he quickly dismissed loyalty gained through coercion would mean acknowledging that he lacked the charm and strength to earn genuine following from his companions. My conqueror's hockey is selective. Mediocre individuals can't catch my ha. He burst into laughter. Then he shook his head, clearing his thoughts and muttering to himself, forget it, overthinking is useless. Let's see how the future unfolds. Damian was interrupted by the sharp cry of a bird nearby. Whoosh! A bird swooped down from the sky and landed on his shoulder. Damian smiled at the plump little creature, stroking it with one hand while elegantly accepting the gift with the other. Another devil fruit. Looks like I was right. Death Island has seen almost no visitors for centuries, so it's quite normal for it to grow a devil fruit. He examined the fruit's appearance, and his past research allowed him to recognize it immediately. Paramecia anesthetic fruit, Damian concluded. It allows the user to attach anesthetic elements to anything. He stored the fruit in his space, and then went to see what the little ghost was up to. Freezing moment. This cold phrase accompanied by a bone-chilling wind. A massive gorilla roared in pain, its equally enormous arms encased in thick layers of ice, freezing all the way to the bone. You've been chasing me for a whole year. What's wrong? Afraid of this bit of chill? Kazan stood in the jungle area of the island, grinning mischievously like a naughty little ghost. Surrounding him were towering trees that seemed to pierce the sky. The suffering gorilla stood nearly 12 meters tall, but appeared small against the countless giant trees in the area. Thick green vines dangled from trees hundreds of meters high, providing homes for numerous animals. Wild grass grew wildly with poisonous shrubs and thorny thickets everywhere. Roar! The gorilla roared as it swung its other arm toward the small figure. The impact did not produce the expected sound of bones breaking, but rather the sound of ice shattering. Countless ice shards floated in the air as the gorilla lifted its arm from the pit. The beast stared in fear as the light blue ice crystals slowly reformed into Kazan's cold silhouette. His body was partially frozen, emitting intense cold, and the white mist he exhaled moved rhythmically. Kazan leaped into the air, his figure flickering above as he left a trail of frost. He landed on the giant beast's head, pressing his hands down on it. Before the gorilla could roar in fear, its consciousness had already been frozen. Freezing moment. A layer of bright blue ice spread from the head of the giant beast, freezing it solid. With each passing second, the ice crept down its body, penetrating deep into the gorilla's bones. Kazan jumped down from the freezing giant beast and threw a punch. Like glass, the entire skull shattered into countless ice shards, scattering across the ground. The headless giant beast's body collapsed, blood gushing out like a fountain, splattering onto the tall trees. The corpse crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust in the jungle. Kazan also fell to the ground, grinning with satisfaction. Then a wave of pain struck him. Bang! His head throbbed like a gong, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He rolled on the ground in pain, as if burned by fire. Damian ignored the suffering boy and cast a glance at the shattered gorilla. Blood continued to drip from the headless giant beast seeping into the soil. The nearby vegetation is wailing, telling you to stop smashing it with this big monkey, Damian admonished. Kazan was still gasping on the ground, unable to speak. I am made of ice. How can you hit me? He slowly asked, his face full of defiance. The one who hit him merely shrugged and raised a fist. Kid, listen carefully. No matter what devil fruit you have, hockey rules above all. Kazan seemed to forget the pain staring at the layer of pitch-black metallic skin on Damian's arm. He swallowed hard, his previous confidence in his invincible body evaporating, replaced by desire. So cool. Teach me too. Damian chuckled. You're not even 8 years old, and you want to learn hockey. Who do you think you are, me? Kazan was left speechless, angrily crossing his arms. But soon after, a large hand roughly ruffled his hair, leaving it a mess. Let go of me. Damian snorted and replied with a smile. Teasing kids is really fun, especially when they can't fight back. He smiled at the boy. One thing you need to remember is that your training volume is going to double now. Kazan nearly fell to the ground. WWHY. What right do you have? He shouted. Damian shrugged. What do you think, you can skip physical training just because you have power? On the contrary, I need to increase your training to keep your physicality in line with the boost from your fruit, Damian said casually. Let's go, time to eat. He grabbed Kazan by the back of his neck, lifting him up like a suitcase. The boy was already so overwhelmed that he couldn't speak, his mind racing with thoughts of sacrificing sleep for training. It was almost as painful as sacrificing sleep for studying. The two young men sat facing each other with a bonfire blazing between them. The sun had set, and night gradually fell. In just a few minutes, Damian devoured several tons of meat. Kazan desperately tried to keep up with his pace, and after eating the devil fruit, he was hungrier than usual. After a few quiet minutes, the two had consumed an entire giant sea creature. The roasted meat, grilled with the island's unique exotic peppers and herbs, was truly a rare delicacy. Bro Chu, do you know about that newspaper from last month, Chu? It featured you in that super cool form, all black and red. Chu, what was that exactly? After swallowing an entire beast's leg, Damian finally answered. Oh, that enigma got me mad and I lost control, he replied. Kazan was not satisfied with this answer. All powerful people have different combat forms. Each time they encounter a strong enough enemy, they switch to a stronger form to achieve the impossible. That must be yours. He waved his fist excitedly. Damian looked at the boy with a strange expression. He saw Kazan's eyes shining brightly, almost like his #1 fan. You must have learned that from those Germa comics, Damian said, taking another big bite. But that form does need practice. You're not wrong about that. Kazan showed a childlike smile. I really want to see it just once. Damian smiled at the boy's innocent enthusiasm. All right, finish your meal. Want to grow as tall and strong as me? Then eat more. The next morning, Damian woke up at 5. With his current stamina, he only needed 4 hours of sleep each day, and he could go several days without sleep without a problem. He let Kazan continue snoring while he took advantage of the quiet time to think. Different forms, right? Sounds like something out of an anime, just going with the flow, he self-deprecatingly mused. Damian had certainly thought about this before. Initially, it was just the release of his powers that he couldn't control, but it had limited usage time. Maybe I can use hockey to shape it into a more efficient form, and maybe then I can use it. Damian propped his chin and thought about what to practice next. 1. Fruit release form. 2. Black bones. 3. Comprehensive hockey. Then he thought of something else. With a crisp sound of a blade, a knife appeared in Damian's hand, a renowned blade of 50 craftsmanship. He didn't care about the knife itself, or its name. The morning sunlight shone on the sharp blade cutting through the morning breeze. He covered the blade with armament hockey, and then infused it with a crushing hockey. Crackle. The crushing energy bubbled like lava, its brilliance engulfing the entire blade. Damian swung the weapon at a cluster of bushes, sending a bright black slash flying out. The slash split dozens of large trees, leaving behind a neatly cut ravine with several giant trees soaring into the sky. However, this spectacular sight did not satisfy Damian. All this talk about knives. I really don't understand why everyone wants a knife so badly, he muttered, squinting at the blade. The residual crushing hockey had depleted the durability of the renowned knife level, rendering it basically useless. Damian shook his head, thinking of a new direction. Forget it, knives aren't really my style. I need a more special weapon that matches my abilities better. He threw the knife into the sky, completely indifferent to its fate. It struck a seagull which fell into the deep blue sea. In any case, Damian casually remarked, the great knife is the minimum that can withstand my power, but the supreme great knife is the ideal. He clenched his fist, his heart filled with a desire to grow stronger. The heavy pressure from the God Valley incident pushed him into a mode of accelerated growth. Where's the intruder? Let me fight him. Damian looked to the side and saw a sleepy Kazan stumbling out in a panic. One of his eyes was still covered by a sleep mask, and he was wearing pajamas, wobbling as he searched for someone to fight. Damian sighed. Kazan, there are no enemies. The fighting boy froze. He glanced at Damian, then at the area of the forest that had been split open. Then why did you chop down half the forest? He fumed, crossing his arms. Yesterday you said the vegetation was screaming when I heroically battled the mountain gorilla, yet you ended up chopping down so many yourself. Damian shrugged. That's different. They didn't scream when I chopped them. On the contrary, they were quite happy to be cut down. You're really shameless. Kazan shouted, pointing at Damian. After a while the two finally sat down at the breakfast table, which was just a giant tree stump that had been freshly cut. Come on, eat a bit more. Kazan looked at the perfectly roasted delicious meat and nodded. Looks great. Boom. At that moment a rumble shook the entire island. Strong winds howled, and the trees cried out. Birds and beasts fell into chaos, frightened by the sudden scene. Damian looked to the sky where a massive stream of green energy was forming. Red mist gathered in his palm, while Kazan's body emanated an astonishing chill, releasing waves of cold. The two arrived near the center of the phenomenon, an open grassy area, surrounded by snow-covered trees. Damian stood in front of Kazan, quietly observing what would happen next. A surge of airflow erupted as the green light fell onto the ground in front of Damian, spreading outwards. Nothing escaped Damian's keen observation. A surge of airflow erupted as the green light fell onto the ground in front of Damian, spreading outwards. Nothing escaped Damian's keen observation. Hockey, and at the center of the explosion stood a humanoid figure. Damian focused his gaze on the mysterious figure. A woman. As the view became clearer, the figure's appearance was fully revealed. Nice to meet you, a gentle voice echoed in the silent forest. My name is Tian Yu, sure, she said, her green eyes meeting Damian's. May I ask what year is it this year? Excuse me, what year is it this year? The girl claiming to be Tian Yu faced her unusual entrance with an exceptionally calm demeanor. She noticed Damian and Kuzan taking fighting stances, yet seemed utterly unconcerned, instead greeting them enthusiastically. Her light green hair framed a youthful and beautiful face. The girl wore a pink kimono adorned with a crescent moon pattern, revealing her thighs. Her abdomen was wrapped in blue fabric, and a floral ornament was pinned to the right side of her hair with a string of pearls hanging down. A dagger was tucked into her left hip, secured in a red sheath. Damian was momentarily at a loss for words. He had never encountered such a situation before. Unfortunately, Kazan lacked such contemplation and pointed, shouting, "Look, Damian, a big-chested sister just fell from the sky." Damian ignored the boy rolling on the ground. He turned his gaze back to this curious guest, pondering, is this a coincidence, or is there more to it? Gulp. Tianyue awkwardly cleared her throat and asked him, "Could you please give me something to eat?" After a while the three of them sat around a massive tree stump in the tranquil area of Death Island, enjoying a sumptuous meal. Kazan was wolfing down a high-protein breakfast. Perhaps it was the sudden encounter with strangers after a year of solitude that made him somewhat uneasy, especially since the other party was a girl. Meanwhile, Damian's appetite was astonishing, consuming enough food for 50 people. Tianyue maintained the dining etiquette instilled in her since childhood, every movement revealing decorum. So Tianyue, Damian said, it seems neither of us anticipated this encounter. The girl raised her head after swallowing her food. Yes. She nodded and continued, I originally intended to jump to a further future, but for some reason I was pulled here. I don't know why. Damian pondered. He knew of her fruit, the time fruit. It was said to allow the user or anyone they choose to jump to the future according to a preset time span. Sybil, do you have any thoughts? A response quickly arrived. Time is an abstract concept difficult to manipulate, let alone intervene. Damian turned to the girl and asked, is this time jump different from your previous experiences? Tianyue tapped her cheek with her finger, pondering for a moment. Her eyes lit up as she replied, I feel like something went wrong with a treasure I received over 750 years ago. At that time, I did have a strange feeling. From a distance, he looked like a living corpse, his entire right arm missing with a large hole in his head. My head feels light, but it doesn't hurt at all. Damian raised an eyebrow at this, signaling her to continue. Tianyue nodded, set down her spoon, wiped her hands, and pulled something out from her kimono. At first glance, it was a small white cube about 5 centimeters on each side. Buzz. For some reason, the originally dull cube suddenly emitted energy fluctuations and began to glow. Tianyue panicked, saying, strange, it has never glowed like this before. Unlike her panic, Damian felt a strange sense of familiarity wash over him. Whoosh. A gust of wind swept by, and the cube shot straight towards Damian's body. During its flight, its outer shell shattered, revealing a small glowing sphere inside. Everything happened in less than a second. The cube shed its shell and transformed into an energy ball that fused into Damian's chest. At the same time, a notification popped up in front of him. Memory fragment 23. Collect all 3 fragments to unlock the information left by the previous system host. Damian, I don't know why it did that. Tianyue hurriedly said, a hint of fear in her voice. Damian shook his head, saying, don't worry, that thing is probably the reason it pulled you from the time jump to me. Tell me about its origins. Tianyue calmed her emotions, her thoughts starting to trace back to the distant past. That was over 700 years ago. I stumbled upon an injured man while fleeing from pursuers. Remembering that time of escape, her expression suddenly dimmed. I was still very young then, but I remember what he said, if you help me, I will help you escape your fate. Tianyue revealed a faint smile. I agreed on the spot. The man gave me a green fruit along with that cube. He said I just needed to survive, and when the time comes everything would naturally be alright. Damian rested his chin on his hand contemplating these new clues. Let me see the note. Tianyue nodded, and took out a folded piece of paper. Surprisingly, it was preserved as good as new as if it had never been touched. At first glance it appeared completely blank, without a single character. But for Damian what mattered was not what he saw, but what he heard. I don't have much time left. If you can hear these words it means there is still hope. Go find the remaining fragments. I am waiting for you, my chosen one. Damian calmly put away the voice of all things, furrowing his brows at the words. This sounds just like the script of a chosen one. Damian thought to himself. He had no interest in being a savior whose fate was decided by some ancient figure. Yet he was also curious about the previous system holder, the original owner of the system he inherited. This left him feeling somewhat complicated. Seeing his displeased expression, Tianyue couldn't help but ask, is something? It's nothing. If this thing was originally meant for me, he replied, thank you for delivering it to me. She shook her head, saying, I'm just repaying a favor from hundreds of years ago. At this moment a childish voice interrupted their conversation. Ahem, can someone tell me what exactly is happening? Kazan poked his head from the side, waving his hands to attract their attention. Damian glanced sideways at the ice-type boy, and casually replied, Kazan, isn't it time for your training to start today? But Kazan took this remark as if it were a breeze. You're leaving me here to chat with the pretty sister. No way. Tianyue couldn't help but laugh, teasing, oh my, what a sweet-talking little guy. Kazan laughed proudly, as if showing off to Damian. But Damian had already shifted to the next topic. Tianyue, have you decided where to go next? The girl hesitated for a moment, slowly shaking her head. I've always dreamed of returning to my hometown. I was born into a respected family, but my parents had to flee there for some reason. Her voice fell again. I've always wanted to see what my parents' and family's homeland is like. By your attire, it must be the land. Kazan interjected, flaunting his knowledge. Tianyue's eyes lit up, smiling and nodding yes. I've always wanted to see my hometown. I hope it's as magical as my mother said. Big brother, aren't you going to train in the land of harmony? Why not take her along? Kazan whispered from the side. Of course this did not escape the girl's ears really, but she realized her reaction was a bit impulsive and cleared her throat. If it's not too much trouble, could I join you? Damian surveyed the girl before him, who was not yet 18. Her tone was pleading, and her sparkling green eyes were filled with eager anticipation. The pirate quickly weighed the pros and cons. The land of harmony was a closed-off land, not friendly to outsiders. After weighing the advantages and disadvantages, Damian gave his answer, all right, you can come along. But we won't be leaving for at least a few months. She quickly bowed her head and thank you. I promise I won't be a bother. After a while Kazan went to train while Shur decided to rest after a long journey. It is said that she jumped forward for 12 years to escape a dangerous situation before landing here utterly exhausted. Shatter Fruit. Damian pondered inwardly, I wonder how far this fruit can develop. He was well aware from his past life how absurd time-related abilities could be. Shatter Fruit. Superhuman fruit rating 7 stars, ultimate level fruit. It allows the user to manipulate time positively, granting the ability to send oneself or others into the future, enabling time leaps. Extension considered an ultimate level devil fruit, it dominates the realm of time. It truly is an ultimate level fruit, he murmured. Manipulating time positively sounds a bit like pressing the fast-forward button. Damian pondered. Does that mean that besides throwing people into the future, she could also accelerate the aging of He couldn't transfer the ability of the 7-star fruit with the token, but encountering such a precious ability was exceedingly rare. Damian shook his head and sighed, why do I sound like a villain plotting a conspiracy? Let's just go with the flow. The following day Damian spent the time drafting training plans. Additionally, he would occasionally check on Kazan and his new training regimen. I must say this plan greatly benefited Kazan's growth. The only issue was that to make time for training, Kazan compressed his sleep to 7 hours, which nearly brought him to tears. Soon it was dinner time. Damian walked to the edge of the island, gazing at the tranquil sea. Come here. The next moment, the sea surface exploded. Splash. A massive dark shadow surfaced a sea king. Although it was smaller than the true monsters of the calm belt, it was still much larger than Damian. Offer your body, become my food. The giant beast's eyes glistened with moisture, as if hesitating, but Damian had already ended its life. Bang! Its massive body fell on the shore lifeless. This is the cycle of life, Damian muttered, casually dragging the dozens of meters long beast back. Mr. Damian. As he was transporting the fresh meat, he saw Shur energetically running towards him. What's up? She ran out of breath and replied, I want to cook dinner tonight, thank you for taking me in. After a while, Shur prepared some cuisine from Ueno, essentially Japanese style, with its unique beauty and flavor. Juicy grilled meat paired with rich sauce bursting with flavor. The three enjoyed the meal happily. I'm glad you liked it, Kazankin. Kazan smiled at her, scratching the back of his head. So Sister Shur, could you tell me about the things you've seen while jumping around over the years? She smiled, but some memories made her frown. The girl sighed, I've witnessed the rise and fall of too many civilizations. Every time I jump to the future, all that remains is dust and ruins. History keeps repeating itself. Kazan sensed the atmosphere was off, and as Shur submerged in her past, he hurriedly sought to lighten the mood. I've eaten too much, I think I'll take a 10-hour nap. He glanced at the silent Damian, seeing no reaction. He widened his eyes no way as the sun rising in the west. Kazan didn't look back, tiptoeing away holding an eye mask. Damian didn't pursue tacitly, allowing him to escape a night of training. His focus was entirely on the girl. Sure, come sit in front of me. She was a bit surprised, but still agreed, and sat down. Their silhouettes cast long shadows in the nearby fire. It was a clear night, the crescent moon was distinctly visible. Damian reached into his coat and took out the pendant from around his neck. He held it out to Sher, gently touching her wrist. A chilling sensation hit her, followed by an unprecedented fatigue and weakness. The girl couldn't help but emit a groan as if all her strength had been drained. Damian, what is this? Her voice was filled with the terror of having her abilities stripped away. Sure, you have been using your abilities to escape every danger you encountered. Tell me, have you seen this kind of stone? The girl stared at the seemingly ordinary pendant and shook her head, her green hair. Damian was not surprised. This is sea prism stone, which can emit wavelengths identical to seawater. In other words, it can easily strip you of your abilities. He explained. With every word he spoke, Sher's complexion grew paler. Damian then put away the deadly stone, hanging it back around his neck, completely unaffected by the accessory. I'm telling you this because although this mineral is rare, both the Navy and many notorious pirates possess it. If you fall into their hands, you'll be locked away, and you can never escape like you have for centuries by time jumping. Damian's crimson eyes fixed intently on the frightened girl, his tone shifting from his usual carefree demeanor, no longer casual. I ask you again, Sher. How do you know that the next time you jump you won't encounter this little stone? Do you still think your abilities are invincible? Upon hearing this thought, Sher swallowed hard and fell into contemplation. The only sounds left were the crackling of the campfire, the flames seeming to cool slightly, the chill creeping up the girl's back. However, Damian did not allow the negative emotions to linger for long. Your abilities are far more powerful than you have used so far. Until now, you have only used them when necessary. Damian saw through her thoughts. You haven't even scratched the surface of your abilities. The tense atmosphere felt strangely abrupt, leaving Sher stiff. Damian, with an expressionless face, pressed on. Do you plan to run forever? Even if you get to Wano, then what? Time flows ceaselessly around you, yet you continue to retreat and evade. After hundreds of years of drifting, aren't you tired? The tone of the embodiment of sin grew sharper, each word piercing her heart. In my view, your abilities haven't freed you from tragedy. Instead, they have become the shackles that bind you. A barrage of questions struck the girl unprepared. With each inquiry, her eyes trembled. She rose instinctively and took a few steps back as if to shield her fragile understanding. I do not know, she whispered, staring at the ground. Damian seized a piece of leftover meat and swallowed it in great gulps, leaving her room to think. Insect song and the flicker of flames wove the night together. Fireflies flitted about, casting a mysterious veil over the surrounding wood. When Damian finished eating, Sher remained silent. All right, take your time to think. To be bound by your own power is a tragic waste. With that, he rose to rest, leaving the green-haired girl alone on the spot. Damian's words reverberated again and again in Sher's mind. She frowned, murmuring, my shackles. 12 days later, in a region of the New World Sea, a great battle was on. Boom. A frantic pirate cried out, kill them all. For the gold. For the women. For the wine. Screams rose and fell. Thousands of cannons thundered, corpses drifted upon the waves, and the sea ran dark with blood. This was the territory of the Waregili pirate crew. 16,000 pirates scattered across the vast waters, yet some had the audacity to mount an assault. A boisterous laugh rolled over the battlefield. Kill them all. Show them what true pirates are. Pei luo si pei luo ka taku li o and defu. Go. I want you to learn to fight quickly. Ling Ling issued the command. Yes, mother, the four replied in unison. Defu struck first. He rubbed his belly, and with a soft boom, a colossal lamp spirit materialized from thin air. Master your orders. The lamp's spirit boomed like a bell. Defu raised a finger toward an enemy ship. The spirit nodded in comprehension. Lamp spirit, furious slash. With a thunderous crack, the enemy ship was cleaved in two, its sails flew aloft and vanished beyond sight. Pei luo si pei luo let out a low chuckle, licking his cane with a long tongue. Owen joined in sinking enemy vessels while Ka Taku Li stood silent on the deck. The tall youth still wore that solemn, almost childlike face. A pirate leapt aboard from the flank, snarl on his lips. Little brat, die. Ka Taku Li did not even glance at him. With a single backward motion, he unleashed a trident strike, blood splattered, and the pirate fell lifeless. The defiant youth then turned his sights on an enemy ship. His hand transformed oddly into a fluid, taking on the appearance of a white viscous substance. It spun with blinding speed and became a gatling. Invincible rice cake, blade barrage. White projectiles rained down across the sea like a ferocious storm. Under the ceaseless rice cake onslaught, bodies toppled into the waves in succession. Two fleets clashed upon the ocean, the Luo Ku Sea pirate crew's two detachments against the full force of the Waregili pirate crew. Sherji and Big Mom each led their detachments, sweeping through this remaining power that rivaled neither the Sea Emperors nor the Navy. The Whitebeard pirate crew comprised 16 detachments of 1,000 men each. Their 16 captains were called the Tian's 16 Wings. The battle had already raged for days. Total casualties had surpassed 4,000. The attackers' initial 10,000 had fallen to 790, while Whitebeard's numbers dwindled from 16,000 to 14,000. The anomaly lay with the Luo crew. Nearly a third of their losses came from their own side. The plague of absent comradeship had been exposed. Yet even as numbers waned, they showed no fear. If anything, they grew more bloodthirsty, and their morale surged. 6 of the Tian's 16 Wings stood upon their ships, directing the relentless cannonade. Boom. Bang. Though the Luo contingent numbered fewer than 8,000 and roughly 40 ships, their ferocity and battle intensified with each passing day. Heaven's wrath and divine punishment. Radiant sacred wisdom. Rising tide slash. The defenders struck back, the fighting pressed on. In another region of the New World Sea, a different voice thundered, "This is your last warning. Surrender at once, we have the island surrounded." A resonant proclamation rolled from a navy vessel down onto the barren isle. The warning echoed across the island. The inhabitants had long since hidden, hoping the monsters invading their home would be driven off by the navy. Instead, a far louder raucous roar answered, "Ha ha ha. I was just fretting there were no snacks to wash down my drink. Try and seize me if you dare, damn navy." Along an unremarkable channel of the Grand Line, a suppressed voice bellowed, "Damn the Luo pirate crew." A man stood tall at the prow of a modest, seemingly shabby vessel. At first glance, the ship appeared unassuming, even a little worn, but on closer inspection, its frame revealed thick timber and hardened steel. The decrepit guise was deliberate. The man who roared was singular. He wore a tailored white suit with meticulous stitching and a mask concealing his face. His body was almost entirely covered. An unquestioning hound of CP0, a servant of the Time Longren. Their presence here signified matters that concerned the so-called gods. The masked man glared at the figure on the enemy ship and spat, "This vessel carries heavenly gold. People like you have no right to touch it." The pirate flying the Luo flag was far from anonymous. Pink hair, a pirate coat draped about him, a bottle of... He was not alone. Beside him stood another man clad in silver armor, bearing a razor-sharp axe. 2 of the 4 calamities of the Luo pirate crew, Captain Yuehan and In Fu, the CP agent, cried out. Even knowing the odds were slim, the man charged, earning a derisive laugh from Captain Yuehan. CP0's brainwashing is impressive. No wonder they serve the Time Longren, Captain Yuehan sneered. In Fu made no reply. He answered with his weapon. With a single tremendous swing, the great axe carved a lethal slash. The blow crossed the sea, bearing down on the agent. Lan Jiao. The agent spun and delivered a massive kicking slash. The 2 attacks collided. The clash erupted in a violent explosion that tore open towering waves. Captain Yuehan laughed wickedly, licking his lips. "Good night, little agent." A gunshot cracked. A black bullet struck the agent in the chest. In Fu followed with a finishing blow. A gale whistled, and the motionless enemy was torn apart where he stood. Why do they not revere the gods? What? The agent murmured those last words and swallowed his final breath. His body sank into the sea. The spoils lay ready for the taking. "Board her," the cry went up. The remaining Navy men could only gulp in fear, the knowledge of death hanging heavy over them. They steeled themselves and moved to obey, though the outcome seemed all but decided. In the New World on Hive Island, a calm voice spoke. As expected, like-minded pirates are not that numerous. A tall man cast a long shadow over the corpses scattered across the ground. His skin was dark, marked with tribal tattoos, and he had a towering stature. "Even after 2 months, I've only encountered one suitable person," Indra murmured to himself. Damian assigned him a task to recruit some decent pirates to join their crew. They didn't need to stay forever, just enough to do the dirty work. In return, Damian would offer them fame and wealth. Of course, the conditions were very strict. Many wanted to join, but in the environment of the Rocks pirates, recruiting a bunch of backstabbers was simply unrealistic. The sharp blade hummed softly, the residual blood staining the ground. Indra sheathed his sword, casting a disdainful glance at the corpses. "Indra, do you want to clean this up?" asked a massive man standing at an impressive height of 5 meters and 5 centimeters. He had short hair, a robust build, and powerful muscles adorned with faded scars. He was bare-chested, his skin an unusual rust red. This giant wore gray trousers with heavy metal shackles on his wrists. His face was masked with a peculiar red mask adorned with large white teeth. Indra glanced at the man and shook his head. "No need, Demon Man. The beasts of Hive Island have long been accustomed to scavenging for this free food." The Demon Man could only nod in agreement, scratching his head. "I really want to meet that person you mentioned." The Demon Man couldn't help but say, "I hope I can keep up with his pace." Indra had already stepped away, leaving a single sentence echoing in the wind. "As long as the Rocks pirates remain strong, the captain will always need someone to do the dirty work. Just don't die too early. Death Island. I say it's been 2 weeks and my sister hasn't said much." "Mr. Damian, did you do something to her?" Kazan asked his pirate friend. Damian chuckled softly. "I told you she's just a bit preoccupied." And you still have a lot of training left to finish today, don't you? Kazan clicked his tongue, pointing at the pirate in front of him. When the Child Protection Society comes knocking and they take you away, they'll definitely be there to enjoy the show. Damian laughed at the boy's words, giving him a sharp knock on the head. Thud. The boy collapsed to the ground, stars dancing in his eyes. Oh right, I forgot to tell you, I've made some adjustments to your training plan. Kazan lay on the ground, but he lifted his eyes to look at Damian. Considering your self-discipline is decent from today on, we'll add some cultural lessons. Kazan's face changed drastically and his breathing quickened. Cultural lessons? Sounds like a made-up term. All words are made up by people. Damian said nonchalantly. He waved his hand, and a thick stack of books appeared out of thin air, crashing to the ground with a thud. Kazan stared at the intimidating pile of books, nearly having a heart attack on the spot. From now on you need to spend 3 hours a day studying essential knowledge. Damian explained, geography, history, reading, and writing, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology. Each word hit Kazan like an arrow, causing him to retreat in fear, his worldview crumbling. I would rather double my training. How about this, cancel these lessons, and he'll sleep half an hour less. All right, 1 hour. 1 hour should be acceptable. The boy's voice trembled, almost pleading. Deal. Damian smiled smugly at the panicking boy without an ounce. Dream on. Kazan collapsed again, his mind filled with pressure. Seriously, kid, you can't even read or write properly right now. Not understanding even the most basic common sense in this world. The books I sent to the island before were just enough to keep you occupied. The ones he had just brought out were more advanced, requiring higher intelligence. These textbooks will help you see the world from a different perspective. The ones he had just brought out were more advanced, requiring higher intelligence. These textbooks will help you see the world from a different perspective. The process might be a bit painful, but trust me, it will benefit you in the long run. As Damian spoke, he still patted the shoulder of the boy sprawled on the ground like a corpse. On the other side of the island, a girl walked alone. She traversed the snowy, rainy, hail, boiling water, extreme cold, and pleasantly temperate regions of Death Island. The contrasting environments helped her clear her thoughts and gradually calm down. Even Damian did not know that sometimes you would wake up in the middle of the night. His words not only awakened her naive worldview, but also brought to light the heavy past she desperately wanted to forget, like a sudden wake-up call. As the days passed, she seemed to start accepting the existence of her chains. After her usual hearty meal, she found Damian mustering the courage to meet his gaze. She spoke. You are right, Mr. Damian. Ever since I was young, I have regarded reaching Wano as my mission. I am just an ordinary girl, fortunate to have gained these abilities. Her tone grew increasingly resolute. This power has helped me evade disasters time and time again, but as you said, it has also trapped me. Tion's eyes glistened with moisture. I once jumped 10 years into the future to return to an island only to find it devastated or taken over by pirates. Those good people I knew and eagerly expected to reunite with have all perished in the passage of time. The thriving island, the peaceful village, all turned to ruins. She laughed self-deprecatingly. Isn't it ridiculous that the user of the time fruit is imprisoned by what she should control? Time. Damian nodded gently. So what do you plan to do? Tion took a deep breath, clearing her chaotic thoughts, and expressed her innermost feelings directly. For hundreds of years I have long forgotten all my desires, clinging tightly to Wano. The girl clenched her fists, her gaze resolutely meeting Damian's. Her emerald green eyes sparkled, each word coming from her heart. I don't want to run away anymore. I don't want to return decades later to see my friends have already died. I want to see the beauty of the world, not live in fear every day, evading suffering. Damian, intrigued by her determination, smiled, slightly eager to see how far Tion's will could carry her. Damian nodded. I will help you break your chains. 5 months later. Ice block, ice spear. As the voice fell too sharp, ice spears appeared out of thin air. They shimmered with a pale blue glow, reflecting a cold light under the afternoon sun. The ice spears shot forward, the sound of freezing echoed in the air, and the air along their trajectory solidified. Damian stood in the center of the attack zone, merely glancing at the incoming assault. He swept his left arm horizontally, easily shattering the 2 ice spears. But those few seconds were enough for Kazan to instantly flash behind Damian. Kazan patted Damian on the back, a smug expression on his youthful face. Freezing moment. The ice creaked, and Damian's coat began to solidify and freeze. The fabric became hard and brittle, the chill spreading to the skin beneath. Kazan smiled proudly, but his smile froze upon seeing the effect. Huh. Why is my ice ineffective against you? What responded to him was a solid punch landing on his cheek. He was sent flying, crashing through a grove of trees, before finally slamming into a small hill. His body collided with the slope, exploding into countless shards of ice. Kazankin, are you alright? A gentle voice came from the side. The ice layer reformed, and the boy reassembled himself from the shattered ice. Huh, he gasped. That was deadly. That power knocked me out of my elemental form, and almost turned me into a puddle of blood on that hill. This is life-threatening. Tion, you reassured him. I think your body is much sturdier than you think, Kazankin. Kazan blinked and checked his body again. He only felt a slight ache on his face, though other parts were mostly unharmed. Seeing his expression sure gave him a radiant smile. All right, I believe, mister. Damian hopes for us to attack, she said. Kazan nodded and the two charged towards the waiting Damian. The ice boy appeared before the his body emitted white steam and the moisture in the air froze involuntarily. With every breath frost formed, and a layer of frost covered the ground beneath. Kazan jumped into the air, crossing his arms in an X shape, holding his breath as he poured every ounce of strength into his next strike. Ice ball. A pure cold current surged forth, sweeping horizontally towards Damian's towering figure. When the white frost mist dissipated, only a massive ice ball remained, freezing Damian at its core. Kazan saw this scene, but knew that if Damian wanted to dodge, he could easily avoid it. Shur landed on a tall tree, tracking the battle. She saw Damian frozen and began her attack, positioning her hands like an archer. Bow of time. As her words fell, green energy gathered at her fingertips, forming a bright green bow, with the bowstring also green. The weapon emitted a dazzling light, generating dozens of green arrows knocked on the bow. Void rain. Dozens of arrows shot out simultaneously, creating a rain of green arrows. They whistled through the air, leaving a haunting buzz in their wake. The rain of arrows poured onto the ice ball, easily penetrating the frozen body. One arrow that landed on the ground retained its shape, while the surrounding ground rapidly decayed and crumbled into dust. A sizzling sound echoed throughout the area, as if the earth beneath had accelerated in age, returning to dust. It seemed to have aged to the extreme. In contrast, the ice sculpture turned from ice to water in just a few seconds, then into scattered atoms, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. The ground then expanded in a circular pattern, swallowing a vast area. In simple terms, these arrows could reduce everything they touched to nothingness. Kazan felt a chill creep down his back. Wait, I'm an ice person, why is my neck feeling cold? He suddenly realized, oh, he's already behind me, right? Bang. Kazan soon fell to the ground, clutching his aching head, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Damian ignored the rolling Kazan and looked at the area of attack. He turned to the girl jumping down from the tree. Those arrows of yours are quite dangerous. Shur panicked a bit, stammering, two still can't fully control them. Damian laughed at her flustered state. Just kidding, danger is a good thing. The girl finally sighed in relief, mumbling shyly. But Damian's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Indeed, the ability to fast-forward time is quite terrifying. It could even negate elemental transformation of the nature type. He thought, but the power still remains their greatest nemesis. Meanwhile, two sets of information floated in his mind. Kazan. Age 8 years old. Height 2. 34 meters. Status healthy. Devil fruit, ice fruit, beginner proficiency. Fruit rating 6. 5 stars. Skills Sorajepo. Strength new world pirate. Tion Yushur. Age 17 years old, approximately 790 years by birth year. Height 2. 44 meters. Status healthy. Devil fruit, time fruit, intermediate proficiency. Fruit rating 7 stars, ultimate level. Skills paper drawing. Strength paradise pirate LV5. After more than 5 months, Kazan had already grown to the level of a new world pirate. His devil fruit made him nearly invincible in the first half of the Grand Line, and combined with hellish training, his progress was astonishing. Shur's power had risen from nearly negligible to the peak of a paradise pirate after Damian helped her unlock her abilities. The time-based ability indeed is ridiculously powerful. Both of you have improved significantly, well done. Kazan, who had been rolling on the ground, sprang up with bright eyes, looking like an excited child praised for his achievements. Shur also displayed a radiant smile, her mood lightened. She slightly bowed. Thank you for your guidance, miss. Perhaps due to the customs of Wano, even for small matters, she always remained polite. Damian nodded, rarely giving a concession. As a celebration, today's training will be halved. Kazan jumped 3 meters high, dancing with joy. Awesome. You still have a conscience. Shur also nodded. Naturally, Damian also arranged suitable training for the girl. Clearly, unlike Kazan's focus on physical strength, it was aimed at cultivating speed and reaction, and he even taught her the 6-style paper drawing. The three then went to enjoy their 5 meals a day, as usual, dining beside a split tree stump. Shur's cooking had improved significantly. Not only had the taste enhanced, but the physical changes in both of them were also visibly evident. Damian hunted strong marine creatures from the calm belt, ensuring daily nutrition was maximized. The benefits to Shur were particularly significant. Her height had risen from 1.9 meters to 2.44 meters. Kazan, who was already well-nourished, only grew by 5 centimeters, but it made one curious: how tall could he grow during his development phase? Nea Island. Unlike the tranquility of Death Island, the entire sea had long been turbulent. Kuaha. A youthful voice echoed from a dilapidated house. Finally, after 5 months of timely submission, I've gotten into the Morgans, he proudly declared. A simple card lay before the albatross. World Economic News Agency. Intern reporter Morgans. It seems Damian's persuasion began to take effect. The 4 directors had toned down their hardline stance and were slowly accepting freer writing. Kuaha. Morgans laughed triumphantly alone, his laughter scaring away the stray cat outside. The boy soon reined in his pride and looked to the side. News just received was transmitted through his newly purchased fax machine. Golden Lion's single strike killed 6 of the 16 winged angels. This is big news. Angel Sea Area New World. Wah. Wah. A ship sailing amidst brutal warfare echoed with the cries of a baby. The Rocks pirates were still battling the Valkyrie pirates. Just 2 days prior, with a single strike, the Golden Lion had slain all 6 angel commanders stationed on this front, severely damaging the morale of the defenders. Hey Ling Ling, did you have the baby yet? Shiki's voice resonated over the sea as he drank. A calm yet clearly impatient voice responded, "What's the rush? You men know nothing of the pain of childbirth. You only know how to hurry." "Jahaha. Who told you to come to battle with a big belly?" He retorted. Billy, I cast that am and take good care of your new brother." Ling Ling commanded her children while putting down the newly born baby. "Yes, Mama." Castad then asked, "Mama, what's his name?" Ling Ling thought for a second, recalling the hazelnut cake she had for breakfast, and made a decision: Charlotte Noisette. The 3 girls nodded, taking their new brother, and the Charlotte family welcomed their 24th child. At that moment, Damian stood alone on a snow-covered mountaintop. The howling wind was strong enough to sweep a person away into the air. Boom. Lightning struck from the clouds above, flickering in the sky like the wrath of a god. But Damian remained motionless, gazing down from an altitude of about 8 kilometers. "I hope this works this time." He leaped down. To most people it seemed like a suicidal act. His tall figure leaped off the cliff, plummeting rapidly in the fierce wind. The gale stung his eyes and his skin felt like it was being pierced by countless fine needles. A chill swept over Damian's back. He voluntarily imposed restrictions on himself. He closed the power of the Conqueror's haki within his bones just to maximize the effects of freefall training. As he neared the ground, the wind became even more violent, almost tearing his body apart. Boom. A violent vibration swept across the entire island, shaking even the roots of the vegetation below. Birds and beasts scattered in all directions, as if experiencing an earthquake. The frozen mountain trembled suddenly, triggering a massive avalanche that buried the land below. Amidst the dust, a giant humanoid pit was quickly filled with ice and snow, exuding chilling air. Minutes later, the dust and falling snow gradually settled. An arm suddenly burst forth from 10 meters of thick snow. Following that, a figure broke through the earth, resembling a zombie rising from the grave. "I used to say Kaido was a masochist, but now I'm doing his favorite morning exercises." A resigned voice echoed in the desolate area. Damian brushed off the dust on his body. Indeed, not a scratch on him, just a dull ache in his body. "I'm really going to turn into a monster," he murmured. Damian then twisted his arms and back, feeling a new power surging within him. He slowly hummed, "Looks like it worked." He exhaled deeply and his bones began to tremble. After a moment, the tremors subsided, bringing an unprecedented sense of comfort. The black bone has reached the 3rd stage. The notification tone arrived as scheduled, and a smile appeared on his face. "Now that's more like it." But this sense of satisfaction was interrupted by a slight tremor in the backpack space, indicating something was happening. Damian rummaged through the backpack space, and finally pulled out a pure white piece of paper. The white paper ignited, spontaneously crackling. Sparks scattered outward, hissing as they landed on the snow below. Damian's expression turned serious as he watched the flames slowly spread, consuming a 1/3 of the paper surface. The nearby snow seemed to dim due to Damian's red pupils as he stared at the life card, contemplating this sudden turn of events. Undoubtedly, the owner of this life paper was the audacious assassin who tried to take his head on the Sabaody archipelago years ago, and the flames ignited signified that she was already trapped in a dire situation. The Great Route, the Amethyst Kingdom. This island is situated almost at the very center of the Paradise Sea, serving as a hub for merchants from all over the world. Within the beautiful Amethyst Kingdom, a grand celebration is underway. The hosts are the royal family, the Prabuna family, along with the Grand Chancellor Varner Proditto. Many neighboring countries have been invited, along with some truly heavyweight VIPs. His Majesty King Ferris Ashgar of the Ashgar Kingdom has arrived. Lord Dakshid of the Dakshid Kingdom has arrived. Duke Dayton of Curious Isles has arrived. Prince Cyrus of the South Fire Kingdom has arrived. These names drew the keen attention of other nobles who extended their hands in friendly greetings. After all, the 4 of them are attendees of the World Assembly. The introductions continued, one noble after another entering the hall. The celebration is held within the castle of the Amethyst Kingdom, which is quite magnificent in itself. It is built on an island in a lake with dozens of towers rising from the ground. The castle's pinnacle is the most modern and filled with noble elegance, as if it were to pierce the clouds. The main color scheme is a simple yet noble brown, with each tower top adorned with blue triangular spires. Other nobles have also brought their guards, all of whom remain vigilant against any danger. The hall itself is a cross-shaped chamber with 4 equally long arms extending several hundred meters. Sturdy stone pillars wrapped in marble support this grand space. Atop is a glass dome letting in the warmth of sunlight. The ground is polished and paved with black and white check. Long red banners hang beside the stone pillars, adorned with exquisite patterns, guiding the gaze toward the throne at the end of the hall. This celebration can be considered a miniature world assembly as it gathers at least 23 kings, queens, heads of state, and monarchs. Among the 23 nobles, 5 hold a seat at the World Assembly. Approximately 600 guards are scattered throughout the venue, not including the personal guards of each noble. They also have to oversee the servants responsible for serving food and drinks, of which there are dozens. Thud, thud, thud. A burly man entered through the door accompanied by 4 bodyguards. He stands about 2 meters and 70 centimeters tall, round as a ball. Dressed in a heavy red noble coat layered with royal attire, a warm fur scarf drapes over his shoulders. Leaning on a cane topped with a large gem shining as brightly as his bald head. Such a striking appearance perfectly matches the style of the kingdom's chief minister, Varner Prodito. Puff, puff, puff. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. It is my utmost honor to serve as your host today, he said, slightly bowing, but due to his obesity, it resembled more of a chicken pecking at grains. The crowd applauded and cheered, praising Prodito's glory, and the minister raised his cane to signal for silence. Now please allow me the honor of introducing the Prodito royal family. Creak. The heavy door opened once more and a family of 4 entered. The king donned a purple robe adorned with red petals. The queen wore a light purple dress, following her husband, accompanied by their 2 sons. Such a noble entrance earned them another round of applause, the sound echoing throughout the grand hall. However, a few whispers arose from the crowd. Isn't the Amethyst family the rulers? A young prince asked his father. A light yet crisp slap landed on the boy's head, and when he looked up his eyes were filled with tears. Never mention this again, his father scolded. King Prodito Valley raised his hand and addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, this celebration is for the renaming ceremony of this esteemed land. So let us raise our glasses to celebrate and share in the joy of our union, building the new Prodito kingdom together. Cheers. The sound of clinking glass resounded and the guests cheered for the king's words. The celebration officially began. However, despite the hundreds of guards, there was still one person present observing everything that transpired. A pair of amethyst-colored eyes firmly locked onto the gathering. Amethyst Kingdom G4 Base. The Navy's G4 base was only established on this island 6 years ago, housing 6,000 naval soldiers. It is located at the very center of the first half of the Great Route. These soldiers are commanded by 5 brigadier generals and 1 major general. The base is about 12 kilometers away from the royal castle of the Amethyst Kingdom. Hey, have you heard? The previous major general was suddenly recalled to naval headquarters. A big shot has come to replace him. What? Is it because of this grand celebration? All the nobles have their own security teams plus us. These whispered conversations came from 2 new recruits. With not much to do, they spent most of their time reminiscing and discussing government high-ups and palace gossip. Another soldier chimed in, yes. I can't believe they sent him here. Their little discussion was soon interrupted. Enough, you 3. Return to your posts. The new commander has arrived. The soldiers nodded with evident excitement and hurried to the back door of the main port. There hundreds of naval officers stood in formation, saluting and warmly welcoming their new temporary commander. Before long, a naval warship appeared on the horizon, docking with a deep impact sound. The solid foundation of the base emitted a low rumble as the ship lowered its gangway. Quickly, dozens of elite sailors disembarked, each with eyes like iron, as if ready to engage in battle at any moment. Such discipline is rarely seen here, and the members of G4 could only watch with envy. It highlighted the significant difference in rank between the newly arrived troops and themselves. Soon a commanding figure made his first appearance, striding confidently forward. The saluting naval soldiers were thrilled, as if they had seen their idol. He wore a naval cap, with short purple hair, and draped over his shoulders was a neatly pressed naval coat, and beneath the naval uniform his solid muscles were taut. A chief brigadier general of G4 stood at the forefront and loudly proclaimed, "Welcome to G4, Major General Zifa. We have been waiting for you." The top naval officer nodded heavily, ensuring to acknowledge the naval personnel welcoming him. Base command room. In less than 10 minutes, Zifa was already seated in the commander's chair at G4. He did not wait or rest, but immediately called 5 brigadier generals for a quick briefing, reading reports on all royal figures on Amethyst Island and committing them all to memory. The other naval officers waited patiently, carefully avoiding any overstepping. After all, the man sitting before them was gradually becoming a formidable competitor for the next generation of admirals. Enlisted at 14, aspiring to be a hero for the innocent one, brigadier general thought his career is filled with outstanding achievements, and he is widely praised for his fair and calm demeanor, making him one of the 3 candidates for admiral. Another more rugged commander tried to hide his smile. Just like Admiral Carp, Lord Zifa is famous for his mastery of armament hockey. He truly is our role model. The man's reputation for mastering armament hockey and disdain for reliance on devil fruit abilities earned him the title of Black Arm Zifa. Bang! The man placed a stack of documents down, jolting the others back to reality. Zifa's gaze made them stand straighter, puff out their chests, and lift their heads higher. Prepare yourselves, I need your full support to ensure the safety of this event. This matter could very well spiral out of control, he warned them. They saluted in response, one by one. However, the most senior among the five, Brigadier General Kokoda, could not help but speak up. Major General Zifa. He hesitated to ask. Even if someone attacks the gathered nobles, G4 has more than enough resources to handle it. Zifa leaned back in his leather chair nodding. The Crane staff has prophesied that the renaming ceremony will attract the attack of the fugitive princess, known as the Terror of the Chambord Islands. He stated the CP has been tracking her. His tone was tinged with uncertainty. In the past few months her style of action has completely changed. Previously reckless and impulsive, now it is precise and meticulous, making her movements nearly impossible to trace. Zifa spoke solemnly, as if there is a more dangerous figure guiding her from behind. In the castle, drink to your heart's content, nobles. Today is a day of celebration. Chief Magistrate Puluadichuo bellowed. At his words the clink of glass rose and fell, and nobles getting drunk was scarcely a novelty. One noble who had been reveling in the gaiety suddenly noticed something amiss. He opened his eyes wide and stared at the rows of windows along one side of the hall. Snap! He slapped himself across the face. How I drank too much, he chastised. How did this bright afternoon turn dark so suddenly? I really ought to control myself. He laughed bitterly, but strangely the sunlight that had bathed the celebration had dimmed, the windows had gone completely. No, this is wrong. What is happening to those windows? Another noble demanded. His voice dragged others back from their conversations. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the strange sight. A sentry on duty could not help but startle. He glanced at the great clock on the front wall and checked the time twice. It's only 2 in the afternoon. How can it be pitch dark all of a sudden? A chill ran through the other guards, and they drew their weapons. Puluadichuo noticed too, and roared, "What are you waiting for? Notify the Navy." But matters worsened for the celebration. It's useless, Chief Magistrate. Our communicators aren't responding. An elder noble said plainly, clearly we are under attack. No matter who the enemy was, they had the means to jam all communications. Prepare to fight. Puluadichuo took a step back and nearly sat down from shock. You. His stubby fat finger pointed at the thin dark silhouette that had appeared in the center of the room. Click. Hundreds of guards surged forward, drawing a variety of weapons. Open fire. Boom. Bang. The soldiers asked no questions of the intruder and emptied magazines into that shadow with wholehearted abandon. Spent casings tapped a clattering rhythm on the polished floor as dust and gunpowder rose. She's in a bit. Seeing every bullet pass through that figure, leaving only a cloud-like haze in its wake, some soldiers could not hide. Ugh. My arm. Amid the crossfire, panic naturally spread. Many nobles rushed for the doors to flee, only to be met with worse news. The doors won't open either. In their place hung a curtain of utter blackness, faint purple sparks crackling across it. A man touched that dark veil that had give, yet it would not move aside. They were trapped. The assassin charged forward, aiming for the Prime Minister and the reigning royal family. Don't come closer. WWE are delegates of the World Council. Do you think you can evade punishment? This time King Wali spoke, feigning composure with a hard tone. The assassin halted and looked toward the king. Wali believed his words had worked and allowed himself a smile of relief. But the next moment nearly made his eyes pop. The assassin pulled back her hood. Those eyes, that damned purple hair. You are the one who escaped back then. Urula, after years spent in the dull life of a bounty hunter, at last felt the surge of purpose in being alive. Her violet gaze locked on the architect of her past, brimming with murderous intent. The girl advanced again, this time toward the king, jolting Wali from his stupor as he drew a golden pistol. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets pierced Urula's forehead. But to Wali's despair, her head merely burst into a purple cloud and moments later reformed, as if nothing had happened. Nature affinity, he cursed. Urula manifested a dagger and prepared to act. The king retreated a step, while the woman who intended to end his life advanced too. Sweat rolled down his weathered face, and he grasped the nearest object to hurl at the assassin. Wali, you coward. To everyone's shock, the king flung his own wife aside and used the moment to flee. Wait. The queen's words cut off as a sharp dagger pierced her heart. Her body collapsed quickly into a spreading pool of blood. Meanwhile, Wali barreled to a side door and forcefully flung it open. Bam! His body struck the black wall, crashed down with a thunderous sound, and fell. Blood streamed from his nose, his mind swam. When he turned, he felt his body lift off the ground. His eyes widened at the sensation of weightlessness. Wali's gaze spun, and he watched his own headless body topple as his consciousness faded. News of the Pulabuna family's slaughter and the royal house's collapse sent panic rippling through the nobles. A fear filled their eyes. In the chaos, Chief Magistrate Puluadichuo chose to hide. He found a broad table and crawled beneath it in a sorry scramble. His bulky frame barely fit. A moment after Wali's death, Puluadichuo, under the table, still could not be sure of the situation. He peered out from beneath the tablecloth dangling to the floor and looked into the hall. Dozens of nobles huddled in the four corners, clutching one another and hoping to escape the cage around them. Puluadichuo slowly crawled out and exhaled a long breath. Looks like she's gone, hee that mad. But his eyes caught the sudden shift in the nobles' expressions as they turned toward him. Puluadichuo swallowed and felt a chill along his spine. He turned and saw his shadow trembling. A purple figure lunged from the darkness and clamped a gloved hand tight around his throat. The greasy flesh was engulfed by the grip. Ugh! Urula regarded the craven man, her gaze darkening. Puluadichuo's face had haunted her nightmares for years, but now he was nothing but a quivering coward. I saw that same expression on your face as when my mother begged you to spare our sisters, she said. Her face twisted with pure rage. Her fingers dug into the man's neck as she shouted, my father trusted you, yet you colluded with the Pulabuna family and spun lies for the world government. Puluadichuo's throat constricted as he tried to plead in his defense. It was true. Your father hid a historical document. Everything I did was to protect this kingdom. Do you not understand that such things invite the demon-slaying edict and the erasure of islands? She roared. He did not comprehend the stone's meaning. Yet you stabbed him in the back and cozied up to the Pulabuna family. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed through the hall, startling everyone present. After the blast, a calm voice spoke. Young woman, I understand your anger, but this will not bring your family back. Urula's hand trembled. She felt a powerful presence lock onto her movements, a chill crawling down her spine. She turned and saw a purple-haired Navy officer standing beneath the shredded cloud of her power, shading her from. I will ensure you receive a fair trial. I stake my honor on it, Zifa promised earnestly. Urula returned a faint smile and met his gaze with resolve. I came only to give my family peace. At her words, her fingers tightened. Ugh! Puluadichuo choked, and his rotund body writhed, flailing like a fish out of water. Do not act, Zifa warned sternly. His face was veiled by shadow. As his words fell, the sharp ring of armor sounded, and his right arm became sheathed in a thick, domineering aura. Urula paid no mind to that threatening display, nor to the detachment of Navy soldiers roughly 20 meters away. She formed a dagger and drove it toward the magistrate's throat. Blood erupted, and Puluadichuo's headless body collapsed. Fresh crimson stained the expensive tiles, reflecting the Navy gathered at the hall's center. Zifa clicked his tongue. His demeanor shifted into that of a beast on the verge of striking. You leave me no choice. Your deeds cannot go unpunished. Justice and order must be upheld. Urula turned to the burly naval officer. Where was justice when my family was slaughtered? Your words are empty, Vice Admiral Zifa, she said coldly. The girl drew a deep breath and pushed her ability to its limits. Zifa felt a surge of power emanate from the former princess and clenched his fists, bracing himself. I can only do what I can to maintain justice. I cannot change the past, but I can ensure those responsible are held accountable. Allow me to do what I must to close this tragedy. Surrender now. Boom. A ghostly purple energy burst from Urula's body, followed by a string of small explosions. With the intrusion of that foreign energy, the ground began to crack and break apart. She returned his gaze resolute and spread her power throughout the hall. I will not go with you, Zifa. I have a promise to keep, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling it. Zifa, upon hearing these resolute words, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. For some reason, the surrounding air trembled incessantly. His imposing aura surged dramatically, and he instinctively reacted. Everyone disperse, he commanded loudly to the accompanying naval officers, but it was already too late. Boom. A wave of purple power descended upon the entire naval fleet, exerting an overwhelming pressure that pinned everyone to the ground. The front row of sailors were forced to their knees under the gravity-like force. Zifa jumped aside, staring at the shocking scene. Crack! A massive fissure opened up on the castle, and the stone pillars creaked under the immense pressure. Heavy stones fell from the ornate ceiling, scattering across the tiled floor. Aurora waved her hands like a conductor, and the power of space surged at her, while horizontally compressing, vertically pressing down diagonally, tearing apart. Various forces crashed around like flowing water. The thunderous roars continued endlessly, and the spatial rules of the entire castle began to spiral into chaos, plunging into utter disorder. The ether is omnipresent, capable of arbitrarily interfering with space. Zifa quoted, it seems Tianti's analysis was not wrong. But his attention quickly shifted elsewhere. His gaze locked tightly onto the girl who created this catastrophe, and he swiftly assigned tasks. You 5 immediately go protect the remaining royal family. Too many have already lost their lives. The 5 generals saluted, charging forward through the falling debris to shield the nobles. Little girl, you have just caused the deaths of many innocent sailors. Zifa stepped over the ravaged ground, looking at the slender figure, his tone filled with fury. However, Aurora remained unwavering. When the Pravna army came to take over our kingdom, they also requested the assistance of the celestial dragons, she replied, pointing at the gilded throne and the jeweled decorations surrounding it. Valerian earned the favor of the celestial dragons. They even sent a general to ensure everything would go smoothly. Zifa was greatly shocked upon hearing this. She continued in a flat tone, I still remember that person. He watched from afar like a hawk, allowing Proditto to slaughter my entire family. The naval forces under him slaughtered all our guards. Facing the dark memories, a helpless expression surfaced on Aurora's face. Our parents fought to the death to cover our escape, but in the end they could not evade the slaughter. Zifa sighed, deeply, his expression complex. Kulawasi. He whispered a name. Only now do I truly understand the single truth. Without sufficient power, one either dies tragically or becomes a slave. The girl spoke as she channeled her fruit abilities. The howling dark wind rose again, and the assassin and the vice admiral faced off. The atmosphere tense to its extreme. Is this what the embodiment of evil teaches you? Zifa questioned sharply. Aurora was momentarily taken aback, allowing the vice admiral to continue speaking. I have experienced great injustice, which is why I chose the naval path, hoping to become the hero the world needs. There was a hint of empathy in his voice, but I failed. Zifa shook his head and sighed. War and blood stain the entire sea, and the Grand Line is in utter chaos. But my years of service in the Navy have allowed me to view this world from a different perspective. At least one must know that there is still goodness in this world. Don't be blinded by the words of a pirate who wants to use you. Surrender now, and I will take you to witness the justice of the world with your own eyes. The dilapidated hall echoed with his sincere voice, reaching Aurora's ears. Instead, Aurora smiled slightly. Use me. What of it? This time, it was Zifa who was momentarily stunned, only to hear her continue. From that day on, the only thing that has supported my will to live is to kill the usurper with my own hands. He helped me fulfill my lifelong wish. If he wishes to use me, then so be it. She declared in a firm voice. This only gives me a reason to continue living. Aurora's body transformed into a mass of purple mist, dissipating into the air. Zifa's pupils constricted as he felt his shadow writhing, followed by a cold blade piercing out. Clang. Aurora's surprise attack was easily blocked by a layer of domineering aura, which she expected. On the contrary, her slender figure performed an incredible maneuver in the air, nimbly twisting and kicking towards his abdomen. Zifa looked down, feeling the boot dig into his ribs. But alongside that, there was also a massive horizontal force accompanying that kick. Boom. Zifa's foot sank into the ground, stabilizing his stance without falling. However, Aurora continued her assault, conjuring a purple flower in her hand. Flower of Annihilation. The purple lotus spun and exploded against Zifa's chest, the air torn apart by the violently expanding energy, emitting a piercing shriek. Twisting force. Black Arm exclaimed as that energy drilled into his core, spinning faster and faster. However, Aurora's attack had little effect. Zifa's body, cloaked in domineering aura, remained virtually unscathed. What a dangerous ability. Zifa then flickered to within a meter of the girl in an instant. It's a pity you rely too much on your abilities. Bang. Black Arm ruthlessly slammed down, sending the girl flying against the wall, a single blow shattering all her momentum. Even the thick wall that had withstood Aurora's ability test had to crack into pieces. Aurora coughed up a muffled groan, blood pouring from her mouth. She looked down to see her left arm's bones fractured, hanging limply at her shoulder. Pain etched across her face, but there was not a hint of retreat in her demeanor. Zifa was already rushing towards her. If he caught her again, she would have no more chances. The girl decided to expend all her remaining strength. A massive amount of ether energy gathered around her other arm, forming a purple spectacle. The purple energy carried the power of void, absorbing the light in the room. Aurora let out a cry of unwillingness, using her last ounce of strength to unleash that boiling cloud of power. Void Storm. The force of energy quickly descended upon the entire castle. Moreover, it spread to the nearby area, extending into the forest outside the castle. Compression force, tension, twisting force, and shear force all descended upon the nearby land, showcasing their might. The ground twisted and rolled like noodles, tearing apart from its roots. The hills covered by forests were crushed and devoured by the force. Chaos descended upon every corner. Zifa stood at the center of the storm, his domineering aura sufficient to keep him standing firm. But others were not so fortunate. The navy he brought had already turned into blood and water, and most of the nobles were dead. The generals tried to control the chaos, but had already completely exceeded their capabilities. Zifa grew anxious. He had to protect the remaining nobles, or else nations would surely erupt into greater chaos. Taking advantage of his distraction, Aurora transformed into mist and escaped her consecutive powerful moves, having exhausted all her energy. Boom. Zifa smashed a massive rock, which was spinning and kicking up a whirlwind of dust. He stomped the ground hard, shattering a large area of loosened floor. His hands unleashed attacks at the speed of sound. Finger gun barrage. Air bullets shot out like a mini machine gun, obliterating all obstacles within the storm. Zifa's legs swept towards a more distant target. Gale Foot Crescent Moon. He leaped into the air, flying around with thick-armed colors swirling around him, suppressing the uncontrollable forces of space. Black Arm Suppression. The residents outside the castle had long sensed the impending disaster. Fortunately, the cataclysmic storm occurred within the castle, far from the main residential area. Perhaps it was to isolate the filthy commoners. They watched as the Prebuna castle was torn to shreds, unable to contain their cheers of joy. Those damned blood-sucking worms, after successfully staging a coup, have drained our hard-earned wealth. They deserved to be punished long ago. Good riddance. One less noble means one more reason to celebrate. As the attack subsided, the entire castle had turned into ruins. Zephyr rushed around like a firefighter, trying to be everywhere at once. His elite forces managed to maintain a tenuous grip on the castle's periphery, but the core of the storm had already turned to ashes. General, the assassin has vanished, and we have not found her trail, a brigadier reported. Zephyr, shedding his sweat-soaked coat, ordered in a deep voice, "She just expended a massive amount of energy. It is impossible for her to hide for long. Search every port and find her." Understood. The next morning the Navy was bustling about taking control of the island. Of course, since the Amethyst Kingdom was under the jurisdiction of the world government, the Navy could not interfere in the internal affairs of the country. However, now that the situation had collapsed, their intervention was only natural. Soon the entire island was locked down and no one was to leave. Search every corner. She is seriously injured and exhausted. A major ordered from one end of a port. Any vessel attempting to leave must be stopped regardless of what it is. Another said from the other end of the island. The station Navy did not dare to take it lightly. Too many comrades had just fallen and anger was palpable. Even the residents who initially celebrated the downfall of the nobles could only cower under the Navy's wrath. The atmosphere is too oppressive. Zephyr sighed softly. I underestimated her strength. All the anger should have been directed at me. Major Coco disagreed, saying, General, if it weren't for you, the entire island might have faced even greater. The two stood in the ruined castle hall, where the once magnificent structure had been utterly destroyed. Zephyr did not respond, but fell into deep thought. Her abilities stem from the ether. It seems she can move in the absence of light. The fact that she was able to evade extermination back then may have relied on this very point. He then issued the order, activate the seawater cannons at every port for a widespread spray. If that girl is nearby, it should force her out of her domain. Kaka's eyes lit up as he ran to convey the orders. However, Zephyr still had his thoughts. I have a feeling she will go to a place that is hard to predict. He murmured to himself. Where else can she hide, let alone heal her injured body? The shadow of the pirate behind it emerged in his mind. The embodiment of evil. With his bold ideas and guidance, that girl would choose to hide in the most dangerous place. Zephyr did not share his thoughts with others, but acted alone. Ugh! A pained voice sounded. The injured Aurora crawled up from the blanket spread on the ground. Her arm was immobilized with a makeshift splint, and even the slightest movement sent waves of pain throughout her body. I haven't felt this much pain in a long time. Damian was right. Relying too much on my abilities will eventually be my downfall. She lay down to rest until morning. The Navy searched all night, allowing her to have a good 5 hours of rest. She did not hide in dark corners or tucked away in ship cabins. Instead, she followed the teaching: the most dangerous place is the safest place. So Aurora went to the G4 naval base. There was food, water supplies, and hot showers. Avoiding the occasional passing Navy was not difficult. However, moments later, her peaceful state of mind was abruptly shattered by a sense of crisis. A beast-like pressure surged toward her. Aurora unleashed her limited Kinbunchika haki, sensing an impending threat. He found me. It seems I have to use all my remaining strength. If possible, perhaps I can eliminate a future threat for him. The girl transformed into a cloud of purple mist, slipping into the nearby shadows just as Zephyr arrived at the base. Everyone evacuate the building. He commanded the remaining Navy. Everyone was filled with confusion, but still obeyed the order to withdraw. Zephyr strolled into the base, feeling the calm atmosphere inside the building. In an instant, he spun around, his strong hand tightly gripping the neck of a stealthy attacker behind him. Aurora felt the iron-like grip and could not move, lifted high into the air. Useless, I have already familiarized myself with your abilities. This time you cannot escape. The girl could not help but sigh in the gradually approaching despair. She stopped struggling and instead used all her strength to grasp Zephyr's wrist. Her fingers locked onto his arm, even summoning a twisting force to ensure the enemy could not escape. Zephyr sensed a bad omen. Energy waves surged again. A fierce wind howled, the thick walls of the base trembled, and purple light erupted suddenly. Aurora's eyes filled with amethyst energy, her long hair floated in the air, and the ether energy around her surged wildly. Annihilation star explosion. Like the birth of a new star, the girl's body transformed into an endless nebula. A blinding purple light shot into the sky. Boom. The thunderous energy spread out, enveloping the entire naval base, obliterating everything. A purple dawn enveloped the area. Various waves of power descended once more. The blinding light, accompanied by shockwaves, mixed various types of forces. Even the sturdy naval base could not withstand it, most of it reduced to rubble. The walls that could resist cannon fire shattered like glass. The cobblestone path was torn from the ground, turned to dust. The shockwave spread out, carving a massive spherical pit in the ground. The roaring sound subsided after a long while, with fissures extending nearly 500 meters from the center of the explosion. A huge cloud of dust cloaked the tragic state of the once magnificent naval base. The soldiers who escaped sighed in relief, silently thanking Zephyr. However, the general's safety pulled them back. General Zephyr, is he all right? A colonel shouted. The officers looked around in fear, worried about the person they eyed. However, their concerns were evidently unnecessary. Stop shouting, him perfectly fine. The voice drew everyone's attention, and they saw the man. His luxurious military uniform was tattered with tears revealing sturdy muscles covered in old scars. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth and chest, but aside from that he bore no serious injuries. What shocked them most was that he was enveloped in a thick layer of black hockey. The surface shimmered with a faint purple light, showcasing his mastery of hockey to an extraordinary degree. Arriving brigadier was also stunned. His whole body has hardened. Is this the iron block from the Six Powers? As steady as a mountain, not moving an inch. Zephyr quickly lowered his defenses and let out a long sigh. It seems that the assassin died in the explosion. Thank heavens if she could push General Zephyr to such an extent, who knows what kind of threat she would ultimately become. Yet unease lingered in Zephyr's heart, and the celebrations of the crowd only made him more anxious. A heavy pressure suddenly enveloped all the Navy, and everyone instinctively looked up, gazing at the only standing naval tower amidst the ruins where the flags of the Navy and world government still fluttered. However, a massive shadow loomed from the top of the tower, casting a cover over the soldiers and placing them under its shadow. Zephyr clenched his fists in irritation, staring at the figure atop the tower. The figure held the unharmed Aurora on his left shoulder, while his other hand grasped the still-burning life paper. Everyone recognized him at a glance. The embodiment of evil, Damian D. From the Rocks Pirates, an officer shouted. With a bounty of nearly 1.5 billion berries. He is the one who defeated the overlord Sadia's enigma. He is regarded as one of the two strongest monsters among the next generation of pirates. What is such a renowned pirate doing in this sea area? Their worries drown the entire base. Or rather the ruins of the base. The majesty of the Navy and world government flags faded under the pressure of this newly arrived pirate. I didn't expect them to send a candidate admiral to this small kingdom. It seems they were waiting for me. Damian gently set Aurora aside, locking eyes with Zephyr across the distance. All right, I'm here. Bring it on, Navy. Marineford echoed with a furious roar, sending shivers down the spines of nearby officers who dared not utter a word. Yet there was one exception. To make you shout what? Must mean something significant. Carp laughed from the side. Kong gritted his teeth. Carp, you bastard. I can hardly believe this is happening. Kong then picked up the snail phone's receiver and dialed out. Puru, puru, puru. Click. I am Admiral Kurawasi, came the reply from the other end. Jingxiong, how's the situation on your side? Are you free? Kong inquired. No, Marshal, the Golden Lion is engaged in battle with the Fallen Angel, and Big Mom is rampaging on the island due to a stray bullet destroying her cake. All right, keep me updated at all times, Kong said before hanging up the phone, clicking his tongue. Carp, while picking his nose, asked, Hey, mister. Kong, why can't I go? Puru, puru, puru. Click. I am Sengoku. Sengoku, is the situation at G2? No, mister. Kong, the destruction caused by Soul's 6 sins is far more severe than anticipated. They are all after Enigma's research notes. Kong snorted, sighed. All right, ensure the scientific team resumes operations as soon as possible. Click. Mister. Kong, mister. Kong. I'm free right now. Carp waved his hand, spewing food remnants. Puru, puru, puru. Click. I am John Wick. Kong frowned, sorry, wrong number. Bang. Carp slammed his fist on the table, revealing a confident smile. Mister. Kong. Tell me who angered you, and I'll knock him out. However, the Marshal sighed. Head to the Amethyst Kingdom. We lost contact with G4 after the castle was attacked. I need those 5 attendees of the World Conference safe. Carp grunted. Never mind, I just remembered my fence at home needs fixing. Kong remained unmoved. Take Leto, and set off immediately. Amethyst Island. All right, I'm here. Bring it. Such arrogant words did not surprise any of the Navy. A pirate, especially the notorious captain of the Rocks Pirates, saying such things was entirely normal. The North Blue Massacre and the Mine Domain raid were both orchestrated by him. He is a monster. Zifa clenched his fists, feeling the low morale of the nearby Navy. The embodiment of evil, Damian, it was indeed you who led that poor girl down the pirate's path. Damian scoffed at the remark. I believe that was the Navy's doing. Zifa understood the truth of the words, his expression heavy. I admit what happened here tarnishes the Navy's reputation, but that does not grant her the right to slaughter at will. If you wish to protect her, then I will send you both to impel down. Damian replied with a smile. Oh, Zifa, do you wish to fight me? If necessary, there's no other choice. This statement was music to Damian's ears. It had been a long time since he encountered such a strong opponent. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes as he murmured, all right, but first let's clear away the riffraff. The powerful conqueror's haki erupted from the young pirate's body. The recently cleared weather was once again dragged into chaos, and the surrounding ruins began to tremble. The black-red waves pulsed like a heartbeat, striking the Navy's consciousness. Soldiers fell one after another. Even the lieutenants were shaken, their bodies swaying on the verge of collapsing. Zifa shook his head, not surprised. At the same time, Aurora slowly opened her eyes, meeting the blinding sunlight above. She felt extreme fatigue and pain, struggling to lift her gaze towards the figure standing in the center of the ruins. In a scene of devastation, he was the only stable presence. Damian. The girl murmured softly, her tone interwoven with relief, admiration, and an unspeakable reliance. In that moment of gazing at him, a multitude of emotions surged: the relief of surviving catastrophe, the shock of his strength, and the sense of security that blossomed beside him. Damian met her gaze with a nonchalant smile. You know, if I hadn't pulled you out of the explosion in time, you would have been dead. Though he spoke lightly, his words echoed deeply in Aurora's heart. Aurora's voice trembled slightly, but remained firm. I thought I could at least kill Zifa and contribute to your cause. You would have been useless to me dead. Damian's response was straightforward. Yet Aurora sensed the hidden concern within, a recognition of her value beyond being merely a tool for battle. He then shifted his focus back to the Navy, murmuring, besides, you never had a chance to kill him. Aurora sighed, helplessly, feeling the pain coursing through her body. I scouted this island for several months. The previous Rear Admiral was elderly and had been stationed here for years, never venturing into the New World. I did not expect them to suddenly replace him with a candidate for Admiral. Aurora could not shake the feeling of defeat at being kept in the dark. Months of meticulous planning and preparation vanished in an instant, fully exposing her serious underestimation of Navy tactics. Damian snorted, gazing at the calm Navy in the distance. We both underestimated Marineford's scheming, using you to draw me out of the chaotic New World. Haha, what a brilliant plan. Realizing he was the target of a plot, Damian instead broke into a grin. Can you still move? Aurora struggled to stand, suppressing her pain and fatigue, determined not to show weakness. As Damian continued to lock eyes with Zifa, he instructed, go to your night domain and rest. Things are about. The girl regained her breath and nodded. As she retreated into the night domain, Aurora's heart surged with complex emotions: gratitude for Damian's intervention and frustration at her misjudgment. The tall figure amidst the ruins was firmly etched in her mind, reminding her that the road ahead was fraught with peril. Zifa was unconcerned about the vanished girl. His focus was on his troops. You all retreat from here, he said sternly. This battle is not one you can participate in. Some young Navy officers wanted to say something, but were silenced by the Brigadier General and colonels present. Damian instantly teleported in front of Zifa, their eyes meeting. Both arms enveloped in thick, armed color, the air trembled. A brief silence, the calm before the storm. Boom. The ground where they had previously stood was left cracked, while they now appeared less than a meter apart. Damian's fist roared forward, colliding head-on with Zifa's right fist. Clank. The bones of their fists clashed, the armed color was as hard as steel, and sparks flew from the friction of their immense forces. The ground beneath them wailed as it shattered, and the fistfight fell into a stalemate. The shockwave spread outwards, reshaping the surrounding terrain, and destruction was only just beginning. Neither side wanted to give the other an edge, continuing to resist with all their might. Another explosion rang out, sending both of them reeling to their respective sides. The first round of confrontation ended in a draw. This person's physical strength is terrifyingly powerful, Zifa thought darkly. His dominance is on par with mine, Damian reassured himself. The howling wind rose again as the two clashed rapidly once more. Damian's left hook sliced through the air with incredible speed. Boom. Zifa crossed his arms in an X formation to defend. Once again, both sides neutralized each other's attacks. But Damian did not stop. He leaped several meters into the air and swept his left leg horizontally, kicking towards Zifa. Zifa chose to evade, ducking his head to dodge, creating an opportunity for a counterattack. His right arm became hardened with dominance, crashing down towards Damian's abdomen with all his might. Bang! Zifa frowned, feeling a tremendous impact traveling up his arm. Is he made of steel? But Zifa did not stop his attack. His other hand continued the relentless assault. Chafe! Damian flickered away from his original position, appearing above Zifa, crashing down with one leg. Zifa used his forearm to block his arm, trembling under the immense force. He then opened his palm, grasping Damian's leg and pulling him towards himself. Finger gun, earth shatter. The dark finger stabbed directly at Damian's heart. Crack. Zifa's fingertip bones twisted and contorted. A sharp pain surged, and he let out a muffled groan, retreating several meters. What kind of monster are you? He whispered. With a crisp sound, Zifa reset his misaligned finger, his expression unchanged. Damian looked down at his chest where his sternum was indented. He pounded his chest like a gorilla, the bones snapping back into place with a dull thud. Stop being modest, Zifa. Your close combat skills are indeed formidable. Zifa scoffed. You haven't even used your devil fruit abilities yet. Damian raised his hands. You haven't revealed your true top-tier armed color either. Zifa grunted. It seems we need to get. Agreed. Damian smiled. The ground groaned again as he charged forward like a beast, unleashing all sick buzz. Deep red shattering energy swirled around his fists. The air screeched with a piercing wail. Raging smash. The red fist surged forth, igniting as it neared Zifa's face. However, Zifa was not just standing still. He crossed his arms over his chest, leaving a small gap in the middle. Six King's gun. Zifa's muscles tensed as a powerful surge of energy erupted, merging through force and friction, launching towards Damian. The two forces collided violently with neither side gaining the upper hand. Desolate domain. As the words fell, Zay felt a powerful force enveloping his body, drastically slowing his speed. Damian teleported in front of him enveloped in shattering power and slammed his palm towards Zayfa's torso. Deadly collapse. The giant palm struck like a drum, a deeper level of destructive power invading within. Zayfa's eyes widened, his ribs trembled, and he was violently thrown back, sliding across the ground, leaving a long trail before crashing into a dirt mound. Dust billowed, the yellow smoke engulfed the Vice Admiral's body. But Damian was no fool. He wouldn't let that guy have a moment to breathe. Omega Ray. Hiss. Hiss. Two destructive beams of shattering light shot from his eyes, bouncing and refracting through the surrounding air. Their trajectories left a series of explosions in their wake. Boom. The two rays fell upon Zayfa's position in a spectacular fashion. The entire area around the attack was quickly covered in a checkerboard pattern, shattering into countless pieces, forming a massive pit. However, Damian had no time to celebrate. The observation color sent out an alarm, forcing him to retreat, interrupting his momentum. The body that had leaped forward immediately shifted into a defensive posture. Bang! Damian let out a muffled groan, feeling a hit on his arm as a black figure appeared out of nowhere. His arms were knocked back, crashing against his chest with incredible brute force. The evil incarnation's towering body flew over the ruins, crashing into a pile of dirt, creating a pit. I clearly blocked that hit, yet I was still sent flying. Damian lay in the pit, blinking up at the sky. This is the flow of armed color, high-level internal destruction. Zayfa let out a gentle breath, shaking his head. I thought that hit would land perfectly. Is this what the foresight from refining the observation color can achieve? The two had no time to rest. Damian effortlessly climbed out of the pit, feeling a dull ache in his chest. Zayfa's arms were dark, standing ready. Total annihilation. A broad torrent of shattering energy quickly erupted from Damian's palm. Everything in its path was torn apart, the gale uprooting giant trees and sending them soaring into the sky. Zayfa swiftly dodged, evading the destructive torrent as it continued to demolish everything along its path. Storm-led crescent moon. The energy slash flew towards Damian. It was wide enough to cover the entire area, slicing through the sky. Devour space. Crimson energy spread out to form a massive barrier, the explosion occurring only outside the barrier, with the internal sound waves completely swallowed. However, in the moment of his defense, Zayfa had already appeared at his right front, his arm dark as night. Damian was unfazed, as if he had foreseen everything, reaching for the shadow that had just arrived. Dash. The rectangular barrier surged forward like a rocket, heading straight for Zayfa's position. Cut. Zayfa felt a bit irritated that his actions had been predicted. In response, his arm struck down towards the incoming barrier, injecting his dominance into it. The shield shattered like glass under the flow of armed color, transforming into a red glow. Meanwhile, Damian had already shortened the distance between them. His left hand was covered with fruit abilities as he the drill-shaped energy buzzed loudly, tearing through the air. Zayfa had just dealt with the previous attack and had to meet this strike head-on. Deadly smash. Black arm suppression. Boom. The drill spun at incomprehensible speed, burrowing into Zayfa's flesh. Zayfa ignored the pain, continuing to push forward with his fists. Bang. The deafening explosion swept in all directions, the shockwave sending massive waves crashing in the distant ocean. The greenery within a kilometer radius turned completely brown, the roots of grass and trees utterly destroyed. As the collision's aftermath erupted into flames, a figure flew back, crashing heavily into the ruins of the naval base, smoke and dust clouding the air. Another towering figure still stood at the center of the collision, but was now gasping heavily. Even if you imitate the flow of armed color with your abilities, you'll never match true dominance. The man whispered slowly, dominance surpasses the devil fruits. Zayfa then turned his gaze to his arm. That arm, which had struck down countless pirates and was known as the Black Arm, was now bloodied. Blood seeped from the knuckles, covered in deep cuts and torn skin, even revealing the bones underneath. However, his attention quickly shifted to the ruins of the base enveloped in dust. Someone who can defeat a tyrant won't be so easily taken down. He felt the ground tremble as a large amount of rubble was lifted from its place. Soon a shadow emerged. This is just the beginning. The pirate crawled out from the ruins. Damian's coat was already torn, his upper body bare, showcasing the muscles forged through years of brutal training. Only a scar above his eye told tales of past pains. I've studied this technique for quite a while, just as you mentioned earlier. At this moment, Damian's entire body began to pulse with energy, illuminating the dim surroundings with a fiery glow. Zayfa's pupils constricted as he saw Damian's chest split open, revealing a deep red glow with violent energy continuously erupting. Damian's entire body was soon engulfed in a crimson torrent. However, that violent energy quickly calmed down, beginning to settle. A glossy black sheen shone, covering his body. The powerful armed color dominance tightly enveloped the erupting power. Occasionally leaking energy surged forth, only to be shattered into nothingness. A black halo appeared mockingly above this devilish figure. Damian's form surged to nearly 4 meters. A twisted smile appeared on his face, and his hoarse voice echoed through the ruins. Celestial liberation. Liberation of the heavens, not twisted smile, a distorted voice, and a demonic figure crowned with a floating black halo. This vision struck with visceral intensity. Yet this demonic figure dared claim the name of heaven itself. Zifa stared at Damian, whose form swelled monstrously, his heart trembling with shock. Forcing berserk power into armament hockey armor. That is sheer self-destruction, and Damian erupted into an eerie maniacal laugh. Kaya. My ability was born to shatter all things. And to tame it is no different from shackling a feral beast. And he raised a finger. The fissures in his armor hissed violently, leaking crimson waves of annihilation energy. Let us end this. Black arm Zifa and whoosh. And before Zifa could react, Damian had already materialized. A molten fist roared forth, slamming squarely into the admiral's face. And Zifa flew sideways, tumbling across the ground, bouncing thrice before twisting midair and landing firmly on both feet. Damian charged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of devastating punches. And thud, crash, thud, and each blow struck, passively absorbed. Zifa bore them bare-chested, his body absorbing the onslaught. His arms remained as jet black as before, bracing against the assault. Naviri impact delivered bone-shaking force, reverberating deep into Zifa's skeleton. Shattering energy convulsed within him, tearing him apart from within. Zifa was hurled backward once more. Damian pursued without pause. Damian lifted his leg for a crushing downward kick. At the very last instant, Zifa stabilized his stance, crossing his arms to block. The pinnacle of combat instinct saving his life. Six King's Wrath Spear. An overwhelming torrent of energy erupted like a colossal cannon blast. And Damian, suspended midair, absorbed the brunt of the sudden strike. Damian lifted his leg for a crushing downward kick. At the very last instant, Zifa stabilized his stance, crossing his arms to block. The pinnacle of crimson annihilation energy spewed wildly from the ruptures, propelling Damian skyward in violent recoil. In seizing his enemy's imbalance, Zifa unleashed dozens of razor-sharp Rankyaku slashes with both legs. Rankyaku onslaught, and dozens of slashing blades soared upward, striking Damian. Ni's armored form made no attempt to parry. Instead, he turned his back fully toward the barrage. The slashes collided with his surrounding maelstrom of destructive energy, triggering cascading explosions. And Damian felt pain, but also propulsion, and used the recoil to land swiftly. Meanwhile, Zifa lunged forward, only to meet an endless tide of devastation surging Hedon. In cataclysmic deluge, a guttural distorted cry echoed across the battlefield as torrents of shattering energy erupted from Damian's palms. The blast radius could swallow a Leviathan whole, yet now it converged entirely upon Zifa. In black arm suppression, boom. And Zifa's obsidian fist met the deluge. Hedon, searing agony lanced through his knuckles as shattering force pierced his armament layer. And he roared, channeling boundless hockey, raw unyielding willpower, gradually quelling the annihilating flood. But respite vanished in an instant as the heavens themselves plunged into absolute shadow. Zifa looked up, to behold a colossal bestial eye 50 meters wide looming high above the spectral form of a primordial chaos beast. And Damian raised his arm, pouring every ounce of power into the beast, then slashed it downward with brutal finality. Chaos descends, the winged Leviathan bellowed. A deafening soul-rending roar where shattering energy and sound fused into shrieking lament, as it plummeted, blotting out the sun to crush Zifa beneath its apocalyptic descent. Crockum. An explosion capable of shaking the entire island detonated, chain-reactive shockwaves rippling endlessly. The earth convulsed violently. The civilians on the far side of the island felt the tremors distinctly. Crimson waves of annihilation radiated outward, power enough to level mountain ranges. This was the very technique that had slain the tyrant Enigma. Another detonation tore through the air. The dragon spent its final breath. It left behind a scarred path, a landscape of churning magma and fractured earth. Yet beneath this horrifying spectacle stood a lone marine silhouette, unbroken, unbowed, his true haki blazing with sovereign authority. Kaiha, you are far stronger than Enigma. Damian's warped voice cut through the smoke. Zifa's ragged breaths echoed. Don't think you'll bring me down so easily, brat. The man bellowed, his frame trembling with raw power. An immense aura of haki enveloped him, coating every inch of skin just as Damian's did. His arms thickened with titanic strength, and even blood dripping from his torn flesh was forcibly sealed, life returning in perfect synchrony. He would stake everything to reclaim dominance. Zifa activated all 6 forms of Rokushiki at full speed, his obsidian form cutting through the air like a blade. An ordinary-looking punch, yet one carrying the force to pulverize mountains. Damian's pupils contracted sharply. He saw Zifa's arm wreathed in a radiant crimson film of externalized haki. Black arm compression, And Damian laughed aloud, shifting from defense to offense, gathering vast quantities of destructive energy. He forged a dense barrier composed entirely of shattering energy. And show me the true might of flowing Sakura, in Void Bastion. And this barrier differed fundamentally from earlier versions, not merely consuming space ahead, but rending it into absolute void. And it spanned nearly 50 meters, yet emitted not a single sound. Zifa ignored it entirely, driving his fist straight into the barrier. And kraboom! In the ground beneath him shattered completely, the ruined battlefield flared anew, bathed in crimson annihilation and jet-black hockey bright as day. Damian watched the fractures spiderwebbing across the barrier, eyes alight with anticipation. And this was precisely what he desired, to witness power that obliterated all from within. The Void Bastion greedily devoured Zifa's hockey, yet in doing so its structural integrity crumbled. And with a blinding flash it splintered like glass, shattering into deep red shards. Both warriors were hurled backward dozens of paces. But this merely delayed the inevitable clash, brief respite before slaughter resumed without end. They exchanged blows relentlessly, shaking the very foundations of the Amethyst Kingdom. Citizens huddled in cellars praying their island would not sink beneath hours of ceaseless cataclysmic assault. From dusk to midnight, and ever closer to dawn, they fought on, stirring the nearby seas. Yet Damian's reserves dwindled steadily. Wielding such overwhelming power exacted a heavy toll. His armament hockey armor grew increasingly unstable to maintain, and still refusing to yield Zifa. And the admiral snorted contemptuously at the distorted voice. And don't get cocky, pirate. If I don't fell you here, and now this sea shall know no peace, for all time. And Damian's demonically warped visage contorted into grotesque ferocity. And he drove both feet deep into the earth, then unleashed a roar that shook heaven and earth. And being light blazed from every fissure in his armor, radiating outward as cracks multiplied across his form. And Damian expended his final shred of strength. Light blazed from every fissure in his armor, radiating outward as cracks multiplied across his form. And Damian expended his final shred of strength. Single cataclysmic detonation. His armor vibrated violently, teetering on the edge of collapse as more energy surged forth. And Zifa beheld the gathering storm, and knew the final confrontation had arrived. The two had been locked in fierce combat for half a day. Zifa's entire black body quickly lost its luster with all his remaining might concentrated in his right arm. Regardless, this clash would directly determine the victor. Black Arm Exile. His right arm imbued with overwhelming might surged forward like a meteor, confronting his youthful opponent. Regardless, this clash would directly determine the victor. Black Arm Exile. His right arm imbued with overwhelming might surged forward like a meteor. The air shattered along the way, and with the exquisite application of the six forms, Zifa's speed even broke the sound barrier. Damian faced the onslaught, pointing a single finger skyward. Surrounding crimson currents wildly converged, forming a giant energy sphere. This sphere had a radius of about 20 meters, far greater than Damian's 4-meter-tall frame. It churned amidst the crushed energy, becoming dense, nearly turning into a fluid. The howling energy illuminated the entire island with its deep crimson appearance. This technique resembled a miniature sun. Damian then released the energy sphere, allowing it to slowly descend under the pull of gravity. It completely enveloped Damian, transforming his figure, once clad in armor, into a pure human-shaped nuke. His entire body surged with power that surpassed limits, unleashing every ounce of destruction that pure annihilation could bring. This was a move that forsook defense for full offense. Crimson Sun. Damian charged at Zifa, carrying with him the ferocity of annihilation, leaving cracks in the air. In the end, his fist collided with Zifa's, releasing an immeasurable shockwave. Crack! Black lightning descended from the sky, shaking every resident on the island into a state of unconsciousness. Zifa roared in anger, the muscles in his arms swelling to their utmost. His veins expanded to their maximum capacity, drawing in as much energy as possible. Boom! Waves of shock surged in all directions. The remnants of the G4 base were utterly reduced to ashes. The sea was stirred into towering waves, sweeping away distant ships. The night was illuminated by the clash's brilliance, which continued, ushering in a deep crimson dawn. It symbolized the grim situation unfolding on this bountiful island. Zifa groaned, his entire right arm losing feeling, yet he still pushed forward with all his might. Damian also roared, feeling the overwhelming might tearing him from within. Bones broke one after another, his arms shattered, blood splattered. The clash concluded with a thunderous explosion, a terrifying power shrouding the entire island. Regardless of the outcome, the battle had come to an end. As time passed, thick clouds of dust and ash settled upon the ruins of G4. The foundation of this fortress was utterly destroyed, leaving no trace of its base. If anyone were to come here, they would not even know that a powerful naval base once stood here. Cough, cough. Cough, pa. A clot of blood was coughed onto the ground amidst a series of coughs. Ha, ha. Heavy breathing echoed clearly in the dead silence of the ruins. Damian slowly moved his body, crawling out from the massive pit. He staggered, stretching his body, basking in the sunlight. Dawn had arrived. How long has it been? 13 hours. The flow of time in anime is really something it can speed up or slow down at will, Damian murmured. Ugh. He groaned in pain. His left arm hung weakly, mangled and bloodied, the wound self-cauterizing to stop the bleeding. All 3 bones in my left arm are broken. He examined himself, thinking, if it weren't for my black bone physique, things would probably be much worse. Damian then glanced at the wreckage near the center of the pit. His defeated opponent was still there, but the price Zay paid is likely greater than mine. Damian shifted his attention away from the beaten foe, focusing elsewhere. He looked at the devastated base with a regretful expression. What a loss! A naval base that had hardly been touched by pirates has turned to ash just like that. I didn't even get the chance to loot it first. He complained. My. His angry expression suddenly froze as he heard a voice. Don't worry about that. While you two were fighting, I snuck in and took the good stuff from the underground vault. Following the voice, Damian saw Aurora emerging from the shadows in the distance. She was dressed in clean clothes and had already tidied herself up. She then waved her hand, and 4 large burlap sacks fell from the shadows of her arms, landing heavily on the ground. Oh, I really didn't misjudge you, Damian said with a bloodstained smile. You were born with the makings of a pirate. Aurora tilted her head, unable to tell if it was a compliment or a jest. Well then, let's take a look at these things later. Now take me there. Damian instructed. Take me to see the historic. An hour later, a team of Navy soldiers slowly approached the pit. They were prepared for battle, while also bringing medical supplies ready to search the entire area. Mr. Zay, where are you? Please don't be in trouble, Vice Admiral. That damned embodiment of evil has reduced G4 to rubble. The Navy was genuinely worried, indicating that Zay's reputation ran deep within the ranks. Fortunately, the hundreds of soldiers received news that wasn't so bad. I'm here, don't shout so loudly. A weary voice rang out. The eyes of the Navy brightened as they rushed toward the source of the voice, cheering. It sounds like Lord Zay is still alive. It seems he won. However, all the Navy came to a halt, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. They saw Zay's current state, calmly sitting at the edge of the island, his legs dangling. Zay was gazing at the sun, which illuminated the ocean with its radiance. However, Zay's tranquility was not shared by the Navy. Lord Zay. Zay's voice was slightly annoyed by the noise. I told you not to shout, it's hurting my ears. But the young Navy couldn't contain themselves. But Lord Zay, your arm. All the Navy stared in shock at this candidate for admiral, some even shedding tears at the sight. Zay traced his left hand down his right shoulder and soon stopped suddenly. There was nothing left there. Yet his voice remained calm, without a hint of turmoil. What's wrong with my arm? It's just an arm. What happened to your arm? It's just an arm after all. The onlooking Navy soldiers nearly collapsed to the ground. But you are Black Arm Zephyr, and now. The rear admiral stood up, a hint of anger on his face. What now? Do you want me to retire just like this? The number of pirates I can defeat with one arm is just as my justice is worth far more than one arm. His declaration stirred the soldiers nearby, making them question if they could utter the same words if it were them. This thought left them with nothing but admiration and respect, and they immediately straightened their backs, disciplined. Ugh. Zephyr, who had just stood up, couldn't help but kneel on one knee. His purple hair was still damp with sweat and blood, and at that moment his face turned pale from the sudden move. Drip, drip. Blood continuously dripped from his severed arm, as Zephyr murmured softly, that damned monster of a pirate. I just hope he suffered severe injuries too. The Navy hurriedly surrounded him at a loss. Please rest, Lord Zephyr. Underground tomb passage of the Royal Palace. The corridor deep within the Royal Palace was extremely concealed, and the majority of people were unaware of this area. The passage was long, with countless intersections crisscrossing. However, in the pitch-black tunnel, 2 people were moving at an incredibly fast pace through this labyrinth. Damian had already simply bandaged his wounds. Unlike ordinary injuries, the healing speed from high-level hockey was exceptionally slow. Aurora let her soft long hair flow freely, its color blending seamlessly with the surrounding purple shadows. Are you familiar with these tunnels, Aurora? The girl revealed, a bitter smile, her eyes filled with loneliness. I used to play here often with my sister. We had a game where each of us would choose a path and see who could reach the end of the tomb first. The memories brought her genuine joy, allowing her to temporarily forget the pain of losing her loved ones. Back then, Pradito betrayed the royal family, and my father was killed on the spot. My mother opened the secret passage early to help us sisters escape. However, in the chaos, I lost my way and eventually got separated from my sister. Aurora shook her head, falling into silence. The only sound was the occasional drip of water seeping down from the soil above, blending into the atmosphere of the night realm. The two continued forward. After a while, Aurora finally sighed. I ended up in a place within the tomb that I had never been to before. There was a huge blue stone and a purple devil fruit. She then waved her hand, a stream of ethereal energy, dissipating, merging into the purple shadows. I ate that fruit fearing being caught by the traitors and instantly slipped into the night realm, allowing me to easily retrace my steps. Damian squinted, noticing her clenching her fists. Aurora turned her back to him, but he could sense her gritting her teeth. By the time I made it back, the palace was in flames. The Probuna family's army had already arrived. She instinctively looked down at the ground, trying to hide her shame, explaining the navy captured my sister, and Pradito executed her along with my mother in front of the charred castle. Everyone watched coldly while I could do nothing but hide in the darkness. The girl clenched her hands, her fingertips. If I could have just controlled my powers a bit better, maybe I could have saved them. Damian, speaking with a calm tone, turned to look at her, and then what? Do you think you could defeat the stationed admiral? Aurora paused in her steps, still silently, leading the way without answering. My hometown was once ravaged by villains, and afterward I bloodily purged their gang's stronghold. Fortunately, I awakened Kinbunchiko Haki, responding to my own justice with their blood. Damian's voice carried a sense of nostalgia as he continued. You returned and eliminated the usurper. Your family can rest now, though that's all you could do. As for Kurawasi, he will have to pay the price eventually. Damian needed no response from her, merely revealing similar past experiences. He too had a similar story. The greed of a few could crush countless lives. What is called justice? Only the victors hold justice. After walking for a while longer, the girl's tense emotions gradually calmed. Her tightly clenched fists slowly loosened, as if releasing a heavy burden. Aurora turned back to look at Damian, her purple eyes clear, her smile sincere. I am very fortunate to meet you. The obsession with revenge completely dissipated from her eyes. Huh. Damian felt the relief in the girl's eyes and face as he laughed heartily. I remember, when we first met you weren't this grateful, you actually wanted to kill me back then. Aurora's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly turned her gaze away. That was in the past. It's completely different now. Damian looked at her with great interest. The voice of all things clearly captured the intense rhythm of her heartbeat. I thought your heart was racing because you were back in this maze after so many years. This remark made Aurora's heart tremble again. The two walked in silence once more through the darkness, with a smile lingering on Damian's lips. This journey through the underworld exceeded his expectations. He casually joked, if you keep staring at me like that, others might think you've fallen in love with me. However, beneath his jest, a surprising response came. Maybe I have. Aurora's eyes remained fixed on the dark passage ahead, not daring to look back. But Damian's response was quite direct. Huh. Aurora suddenly turned back, glaring at him. The darkness of the night realm concealed her flushed face, but her voice still revealed her embarrassment. Well, what's so funny? Their casual conversation was abruptly cut off as the passage ahead opened wide. A vast stone chamber came into view, filled with an ancient and mysterious aura. The change in atmosphere pulled the two from their idle chatter, their attention drawn to the enormous, indestructible historical text. It was blue, with only a few rays of dim light from the passage barely illuminating the outline of the stone tablet. Aurora opened a portal, allowing the two to step out. It was a bit dark here. Damian rubbed his thumb and index finger together, generating a spark with his haki. The friction instantly ignited a flame. He then grabbed some dry wood from the ground to light up the surroundings, while also burning away the moss covering the text. Let me hear what kind of past you hold. Damian focused, listening to the ancient sounds flowing from the stone tablet. The fragmented whispers from all directions converged into a coherent ancient voice, gradually narrating sealed stories to him. From a story about the sun god Nika, Damian murmured. The liberating warrior. The figure who freed slaves in ancient times. Aurora simply stood quietly, allowing Damian to do his thing. He will reappear in the future with the most absurd power, bringing joy and laughter to the sea. Called Nika, right? Damian pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Such a figure sounds like the chosen one. This power is probably a devil fruit, right? The liberating warrior. To be inscribed in historical texts is no ordinary matter. Damian secretly speculated. Perhaps, just perhaps, this has something to do with a future protagonist. Damian sighed. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. There are still more than 40 years until the legendary figure appears. There's no need to waste energy speculating on an elusive future. He shrugged and turned to the girl waiting nearby. His crimson pupils locked onto Aurora's crystalline purple eyes. My curiosity ends here, he announced. So have you made your decision, princess? Are you ready to fulfill your promise? Aurora took a deep breath upon hearing Damian's words. All the heavy shackles of the past were lifted and a long-lost anticipation arose from her heart. She raised a genuine smile and answered firmly, I am ready. Damian's expression was calm. Zephyr was right, he said frankly. I took you in initially to utilize your powers. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl's clear laughter. I know I don't mind at all. Her voice then became hesitant as she softly added, after all, I feel like I can't be without you anymore. A few hours later, in the ruins of Base G4. Major General, should we continue searching for them? A brigadier general asked. Zephyr had already bandaged himself and was able to stand and walk. Forget it. Even if we find them, do you think we can stop that monster with our current forces? The apocalyptic scene he witnessed last night flashed through the brigadier general's mind. Just the thought of facing such a pirate made him tremble all over. Zephyr noticed his expression and nodded, commanding, "Focus on calming the residents. The embodiment of evil knocked everyone out last night. They must have been terrified. Protect the surviving nobles to prevent other pirates from taking advantage of the chaos." The brigadier general saluted and hurried away. Zephyr walked around, but he felt somewhat unsteady due to the... However, his gaze showed no hesitation, only unwavering conviction. He chose to uphold order with his remaining strength, protecting the weak and allowing them to live peacefully. A mere arm was not a significant price to pay. Doc Aurora took a deep breath of fresh air, stepping out of the dark sleeping quarters, finally burying her gloomy past. Her gem-like eyes gazed at the endless sky above, and her thoughts sincerely flowed. The sky is the true freedom, far more peaceful than this oppressive island. The scene of the earlier battle surged to her mind, and she couldn't help but feel concern. Zephyr lost an arm, while the Navy mobilized in force to hunt us down. Damian has taken one of his arms, but spared his life. He should be grateful for that. Ultimately, if he were to kill a candidate for admiral, it would only invite a relentless hunt from the world government, bringing no benefit to Damian himself. The weakened Navy High Command would conversely favor mutual checks among his opponents. Zephyr, age 33, height 3.06 meters, status injured arm, severed, devil fruit, none, skills proficient in 6 powers, unyielding, will, exceptional hockey talent, hockey observation, hockey proficient armament, hockey advanced proficient combat power, low tier of the 4 emperors. Home armament hockey is at an advanced level 1 tier higher than observation hockey's proficiency, but it's still not. In other words, Zephyr has yet to reach his peak, Damian deduced. However, this only confirmed his viewpoint, and he continued to speak to Aurora. Moreover, Zephyr is a candidate for admiral. Think about it, would someone who loses an arm fall into despair? Aurora nodded, thoughtfully taking this remark. Also, let's take a look at our spoils. Damian began to examine the items Aurora had brought from G4. First, the small items. 1. 700 million berries. 2. Permanent pointers to several islands. 3. 2 good daggers. 4. One of the 21 great swords, Inchia. 5. A large amount of sea stone. He then pulled out a few more precious items. A look at what we have. There are actually so many devil fruits in the G4 treasury. Paramecia type sake fruit allows the user to freely create, control, and transform into alcohol. Gender change fruit allows the user to freely switch genders, becoming genderless. Conservation fruit allows the user to equivalently exchange any item. Zoan type bird fruit pigeon form allows the user to freely transform into a pigeon and a human-animal hybrid. Oh dear, the sake fruit is indeed suitable for a pirate. Damian found it amusing. This ability has a weakness of fearing fire, yet its description made it seem nearly like a Logia type. Besides that, another fruit caught Damian's attention. The conservation fruit, I remember seeing it 9 years ago. Damian recalled the first time he looked through the devil fruit, and it was found from pirates who attacked his hometown island. Aurora quietly watched from the side, feeling a sense of nostalgia in Damian's smile. She curiously gazed at the brown fruit, its stem resembling a balance scale. Damian smiled at her. The young girl smiled slightly, taking a scroll from her package and handing it to him. I found this in Zephyr's office. Damian immediately unfurled it. His eyes brightened upon seeing the title, Life Restoration Training Manual. This tome was worth its weight in gold, and he couldn't help but grin widely. These items saved me a lot of trouble. Tell me, what reward do you want? Aurora was taken aback by this statement. Gathering her courage, she looked directly into Damian's eyes and asked, I've always wanted to know. What do you think of me? Her voice trembled slightly, revealing the facade of calm she was trying to maintain. Damian sighed, looking at the sea in silence for a while. He cleared his throat, bringing her back to reality. Listen, Aurora, he began slowly. You are a good girl, but right now, in the face of the uncertain future ahead, I cannot respond to your feelings. Damian's thoughts drifted to the Valley of the Gods. As of today, it is already the year 1483 of the Sea Circle, and that fateful battle will arrive soon. Damian bore the fate of the past and future. He deliberately avoided romantic entanglements, not wanting to be tied down by trivial matters. Aurora felt a deep sense of disappointment upon hearing these words. Her dream of being saved by a prince crumbled. If there was any difference, she felt an invisible barrier standing between, as if Damian was subconsciously pushing her away. She clenched her hands, her purple gaze meeting his crimson eyes. You once said that pirates should always pursue what their hearts truly desire, right? Exactly. Damian nodded. The girl's eyes sparkled anew, and with unwavering determination she said, Then I won't give up. I will slowly make my way into your heart. Damian was slightly taken aback, sensing the unwavering resolve radiating from her. Make your way into my heart, he murmured, a flood of memories washing over him. Find those worth trusting with your life, marry a beautiful girl. Cherish them, for they will become your greatest strength. Those were his mother's last words, urging him on the path of pursuing strength. He relentlessly chased after power, and though weary, he never wavered. Damian's hand instinctively rose, pressing against the scar above his eye. It was a reminder of the past, beginning to ache faintly. Meanwhile, Aurora's gem-like eyes were fixed on him, sensing the air thick with emotion. creating a surreal, I was wrong and no one is born strong. The strongest are those who can stand tall after experiencing hell. She thought, but the pain will leave scars that never fade. She clenched her fist and spoke honestly. You helped me place my past scars, so I want to help you do the same. Damian snapped back to reality, feeling the afternoon sun and her unwavering gaze. I look forward to it. A panicked voice echoed from the outpost near the coastline of the Purple Crystal Kingdom. A giant ship has been discovered on the horizon. The nearby naval forces immediately formed ranks. Guns were loaded, swords drawn, and cannons primed. The tense atmosphere enveloped the beach as sweat dripped from the forehead of a young recruit. It was deep into the night, and everyone hoped to weather the night peacefully, but disaster struck one after another. For G4, this was a dark day. The consequences of another attack at this moment were unimaginable. The only veteran in the team, Major General Kaido, appeared particularly uneasy. We lack the capability to defend this nation. The G4 base has already been destroyed, he murmured helplessly. Wait, I think I see a naval flag on that ship. A soldier at the outpost shouted through his telescope. Yes, it's a naval warship sent directly from Marineford. This statement greatly reassured the Onage soldiers, who collectively sighed in relief. After a while, the warship anchored just a few dozen meters from the shore, dropping two heavy anchors that splashed water. Boom. The wooden ramp descended, landing on the beach below. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps echoed as hundreds of sailors began to disembark from the massive warship, each with eyes sharp as blades. They were all battle-hardened veterans. The soldiers at the outpost, mere remnants of G4, couldn't help but admire the discipline emanating from this allied force. Swish. A shadow flickered before Kaido, moving so fast that his face was unclear, startling him. The figure wore a soft felt hat and a well-tailored suit, tall and lean. All communications on your end are down, and the headquarters cannot establish contact. There's no need to panic. We are here to provide support, the person spoke. The nearby sailors instinctively smiled, their taut nerves slowly easing. Ha ha ha. That's right, so you must at least show some hospitality with hot tea and sweets for your guests. Another booming voice cut through the crowd of nearly 500 sailors, instantly diffusing the tense atmosphere of the elite troops. Vice Admiral Karp, Kaido exclaimed, and all the branch naval officers immediately saluted. All right, relax. Speaking of which, it's quite impressive that we made it here in just one day, right, Bogard? The swordsman in the soft felt hat exchanged glances with the burly Vice Admiral Karp and let out a gentle sigh. With all due respect, sir, you nearly worked Captain Leto to death. Even with his speed fruit, it should have taken 3 days for this journey. Karp laughed heartily, slapping Bogard on the back with a resounding clap. That kid's ability is incredibly convenient, shortening a 20-day journey to 3 days. He should be thanking me, under my guidance he completed it in just 1 day. Bogard twitched slightly, feeling pain radiate from his back. For some reason, he realized that his originally pristine suit was now wrinkled beyond recognition. Had he forgotten that Leto was still in a coma after being driven like a beast for 20 hours? The Vice Admiral ignored the commotion around him, fixing his gaze on the island. Karp furrowed his brow, sensing the restlessness in the air. What hell had this place gone through, he wondered. Take me to see Zephyr, he commanded. Yai, sir. The newly arrived troops had already scattered across the nation, bringing much-needed support to the surviving soldiers. Karp and Bogard, guided by Kaido, traversed the silent streets of the Purple Crystal Kingdom. Whether night or day during the earthquakes, all the residents had hidden behind the walls of their homes. So you're saying that it was that little bounty hunter from Sabaody who caused a ruckus, tearing apart both the castle and G4. And then that guy who turned Sengoku's hair gray came and fought Zephyr for a while. Kaido was at a loss for words, as Karp had just embellished the brief report he had given. In any case, that Damian certainly did a number on things, Karp said quietly while walking on the cracked street. With every step they took, sounds echoed with shattered windows and with debris everywhere. That kid was ruthless. He disappeared for 5 months, and upon returning he brought hell to this little island. Eventually the three arrived at the naval branch within the city, which had only just been set up a few hours ago. There Karp witnessed a scene he had never anticipated, leaving him utterly speechless. Wow, Zephyr, you really lost an arm. Karp exclaimed thunderously, dropping the bag of sweets from his hands. His mouth formed an O shape, his jaw nearly comically dropping to the ground as he pointed at his colleague. Black Arm Zephyr lost his precious arm. Should I now call him Black Stump Zephyr? Karp thought to himself. The nearby soldiers immediately fell silent. Although the Vice Admiral seemed unconcerned about the loss of a limb, was it a bit too blunt to loudly question it while pointing? Zephyr could only sigh in resignation. He knew the best way to deal with Karp was to ignore his impulsive words. The enemy's strength exceeded my expectations, and I paid the price for it, he replied, gently touching the site of his bandaged stump. Karp snorted, digging in his nose. Oh, I see the government's useless dogs are once again lagging behind with their intelligence, as usual. I really don't understand why their salaries are higher than ours in the Navy. The man known as Iron Fist then shifted to another topic of interest. Regarding the situation at G4, I wonder if it's better to report to Kong now or later. He might have a spike in blood pressure upon hearing this news, he muttered to himself. Zephyr nearly slapped him, shouting, "Of course, report now. That young woman's abilities far exceed our intelligence." Carp casually nodded, slowly walking towards his smack. He slapped the hand covered in boogers on Black Stump's shoulder. "Don't worry, Zephyr, everything will be all right." Zephyr nearly had a brain hemorrhage, shoving the dirty hand away. "You really don't care at all about your rank as a vice admiral. And I don't need such terrible comfort from you." Carp scoffed, unsteadily walking away to grab another bag of sweets. He loudly voiced his complaints. Zephyr, you should be thankful to have a friend like me." Mary Geos, the 5 Elders' council chamber. The 5 Elders sat in a row, as usual. Each weathered face bore signs of discontent. Black Arm lost an arm. "This is utterly ridiculous." Shepherd 10 shouted furiously. Clang. Saint Nasishu drew his sword, reflecting a dangerous glint, declaring his anger. "2 sovereigns have fallen consecutively, and now our top combat strength has been publicly defeated." Saint Topman Walchuli was equally incensed. That fool Zephyr should know what kind of predicament he has put in. Furthermore, CP seems to be failing repeatedly in intelligence gathering. I never imagined that the evil seeds have grown to such chaotic levels right under our noses. Saint Machas Mazis interjected. The 5 men were filled with rage, and the atmosphere in the council chamber was utterly stifling. Bang! The door to the room was suddenly flung open, and a major general rushed in a panic. "Elders!" Saint Satan glared at the intruder, but still gestured for him to speak. The Navy swallowed hard and reported the news. It's the World Economic News Agency. They have released news calling it the Purple Crystal Kingdom Crisis. What? How is that possible? The Major General felt as if his life was draining away in the fiery anger, nearly crying, but forcing himself to continue speaking. The report not only stated that Vice Admiral Zephyr was defeated, but also included the massacre of the royal family and the deaths of the 5 attendees of the World Conference. Veins bulged on Saint Nasish's face, and his wrinkles deepened. No matter the cost, recall all news immediately. The government cannot withstand such a reputational blow at such a critical moment. The poor Navy felt suffocated, and the last piece of news was hardly better. We have already tried, but the news agency rejected our request printing the newspapers before we could. The World Economic News Agency. The dogs we raised finally bit the hand of their master. What is CP doing? St. Peter sighed afterwards. It seems those 4 counselors were given too many privileges, he scoffed. I never expected them to pull this stunt now, or they must know the World Conference is coming in a few months, and yet they dared to boldly announce the news of the nobility's deaths. St. Walchuli also expressed his views. We must reassess both the Navy and CP. Xerxes had better provide an explanation for this. He then leaned back in his chair, pondering a solution. Hasn't G2 made good progress in studying C-prism stone? Let him make a new prosthetic arm. Zephyr must earn enough merits to compensate for his failure. By the end of the meeting, the Major General was nearly scared to the point of wetting his pants. He rushed out to convey every order received naturally, including those related to the bounties on pirates. Is this the island you wanted to visit on our way? Aurora's gentle voice inquired. She cast a glance at Damian, who was engrossed in studying the scroll of life restoration. Damian rolled up the scroll with a flourish and gazed at the dark, ominous island ahead. This is the place, Yeti Island. The two stepped onto the dark soil beneath an endless night sky. Aurora felt as if she had returned home. Such a perfect night sky was indeed mesmerizing for her abilities. Damian led her into the island, navigating through the dense vegetation that had long adapted to the darkness. It's me, Mr. Blatt. The embodiment of evil introduced himself. Aurora was taken aback, looking around, but seeing no one. She suddenly sensed a shadow falling beside her, forcing her to react, and jumped back into a combat stance. Damian gestured for her to remain calm, while smiling at the black shadow before them. Young one, your perception has sharpened again. The man wore simple clothes, but beneath his gloomy exterior were 2 bright eyes sharp as an eagle's. His keen gaze swept across the area, landing on the alert young girl. Always ready for battle, that's commendable. Vlad praised. He then observed the mysterious energy swirling in Aurora's hands, and calmly responded, a dangerous ability, please put it away, I mean you no harm. Damian, what a delightful surprise, Mina exclaimed, clapping her hands. They had entered the gloomy castle, which was as desolate as before. Green candles and occasional flashes of lightning illuminated the space. Damian smiled at the cheerful lady, glad to see you, Miss Mina. Mina was excited by their arrival. This dark island seemed a stark contrast to such a lively woman. The woman beamed. Who is this lovely little friend? My name is Aurora, the purple-haired girl replied succinctly. Little Hawk, aren't you going to say hello? Damian also sensed the curious gaze from afar. A pair of small eyes watched from the dark corridor, seemingly trying to study the intruders. First cautious, then revealing a hint of excitement. Damian watched the small figure run out to him. Standing just over a meter-tall, Mihawk was now 2.5 years old. His youthful face concealed thoughts far deeper than those of his peers. Damian crouched down to meet the boy's gaze, greeting him. Hey Mihawk, long time no see. Perhaps the loneliness since his birth made him rather introverted. He merely nodded and let out a noticeable hum, though clearly pleased. Soon his eyes fell on the girl beside Damian. Curiosity and interest intertwined in his gaze. Aurora smiled gently at the quiet boy. Mihawk's youthful face, paired with his sharp eyes, was particularly intriguing. Mihawk, don't treat our guests as enemies. Mina chided from the side. She then pulled Aurora aside to chat about girl-related topics. Meanwhile, a dialogue was unfolding between the two men in the lounge. Mr. Vlad, it seems you have intensified, Damian commented. The one-armed swordsman displayed a hint of pride. Mihawk's talent far exceeds anyone. He has been following your battle achievements over the past few years. It seems his motivation has reached new heights. Perhaps Knight will finally wait for a master worthy of it. Damian followed his gaze, eventually resting on the magnificent blade embedded in a stone outside. The silver blade with its splendid design was truly a miracle among weapons. One of the 12 great blades, Knight, Damian murmured to himself. He then looked at Mihawk, who was already seated on the sofa. Getting that blade to recognize you will not be easy. Mihawk nodded, clenched his small fists, his eyes ablaze with determination. Damian paused for a second before reaching into his newly changed ornate robe. Under the curious gazes of the other two men, he produced a weapon. It is too early for you to wield, Knight, Damian explained. This is Shadow Slice, one of the 21 great blades. He held it before the future swordmaster. The Navy was quite generous. I acquired it from them as a belated birthday gift. He unsheathed the sword, producing a crisp, ringing sound. The blade was encased in a black sheath with a white area in the middle adorned with dragon patterns. The traditional blade shape had a simple, yet elegant grip. The blade itself featured a common wavy design sharp enough to easily cut through most things. Mihawk stood up from his seat, slowly extending his hand to take the sword from Damian. Buzz. The blade emitted a slight vibration as it passed through the child's hand. Although this weapon was designed for an average-sized adult and was somewhat heavy, Mihawk grasped it effortlessly. The boy stared at the weapon with shining eyes. Vlad did not refuse this gift. Instead, he encouraged Mihawk to give it a try. Meanwhile, Damian raised a finger signaling the boy. The future sword master immediately understood. His small body leaped to the side, gripping the renowned blade and adopting a drawing stance. Damian suddenly moved his left index finger to the right, crossing over his right shoulder, while Mihawk lunged forward with his new sword. The air trembled from his astonishing speed. Clang! The blade precisely struck the spot where Damian's fingertip lingered. The sound of the collision was like a stone hitting a metal wall. His skin is really tough. Mihawk marveled inwardly, then heard Damian nearby uttering a few words of praise. For your age, that's truly impressive, Mihawk. The child clicked his tongue, sheathing the sword, somewhat vexed by the previous week's strike. Damian nearly burst. Perhaps he did not realize that ordinary 2-year-olds were still learning to count, while he was already able to wield a renowned sword with ease. On the other hand, Vlad gasped, you can already foresee the future. Yes, I've learned quite a bit over the past few years, Damian replied. Such a casual response made Vlad unable to resist the urge to stand up and exclaim in astonishment. All right, that's enough. Mina intervened, stepping away from Aurora. Aren't you all coming to have a meal together? She then reached out to take Aurora's hand. Look at all those bruises on your arms. Good food can always soothe pain. The 5 gathered around a long table that could seat 20. Damian was surprised by the cleanliness of the castle, considering that with one-armed Vlad it seemed Mina was the only one maintaining it. After a hearty meal, the two prepared to leave. But just then Mihawk's figure darted out from the side, clutching a newspaper. It's about you, the boy exclaimed, waving a wanted poster. Your bounty has increased. Damian took the newspaper from Mihawk's hands, his gaze sweeping over the striking headline. Crisis in the Amethyst Kingdom, the incarnation of evil stirs up trouble again. He quickly scanned the article's content, feeling quite satisfied. The report was entirely objective and fair. It detailed the dark usurpation by the Pravna family over the island, leading to the emergence of the terror of Shambadi. The report highlighted her revenge stemming from a blood feud, showcasing her devastating power in the royal palace. I have never seen such a neutral report in the world of journalism. Vlad commented, picking up another copy. I never expected they would dare to publish such content. After all, Aurora's actions led to the deaths of 5 nobles from the World Assembly, a fact mentioned in the report. Moreover, the main event was the duel between Black Arm Zephyr and the incarnation of evil. I am truly impressed, young man. I have heard of General Zephyr's achievements, and you have far surpassed me in such a short time. Vlad looked at Damian, his gaze revealing a renewed scrutiny, then turned to the silent Aurora beside him. Meanwhile, Mihawk's eyes gleamed brighter than usual as he carefully read the report. He desperately wished to grow up quickly and possess such combat power. After all, the photographs vividly displayed the apocalyptic scene of the clash between the Crimson Day and Black Arm. At the bottom of the report, the new bounty was clearly printed: bounty notice, Amethyst, Aurora, Veil of Night. Bounty 430 million berries, no matter dead or alive. Bounty notice AD. Damian, incarnation of evil, bounty 1. 9876 billion berries, no matter dead or alive. Bounty notice. Ah, such a frightening number. Will it cause you too much trouble, Lord Damian? Mina asked with some concern. Damian shrugged at the figure. Once the bounty reaches this level, it merely serves as proof of status. There is no bounty hunter in the world capable of collecting such a high bounty. However, Aurora was also taken aback by the number. I have never seen such a high figure. Even when I was a bounty hunter, it was never this high. She whispered, I can't believe they placed such a high bounty on my head. Damian waved away her concerns. The report clearly states your achievements include the murder of 35 royal members. He smiled at these evil deeds, and the massacre of 5 World Assembly nobles along with the destruction of most of G4's facilities. Aurora felt a bit embarrassed by her past actions, clearing her throat to cover it up. Although she was once a bounty hunter, she had never envisioned herself committing such widespread slaughter until now. However, there was another piece of news in the report that was even more eye-catching. The World Assembly will convene next year, which is only a few months away. At such a critical moment, creating chaos will surely cause panic among the nobles of various nations. Vlad informed the duo. I must say you have developed a habit of turning the world upside down at critical junctures. They'll take that as a compliment. Across the seas, unsurprisingly, this news spread across the globe in an instant, causing everyone to turn pale at the thought. Not long ago, the fall of 2 maritime overlords triggered waves surging through the sea, shaking the pirates and bringing joy to the nobles. And now the once prosperous royal celebration of the Amethyst Kingdom was brutally slaughtered, with 5 nobles from the World Assembly perishing. As many had predicted, this left all parties on edge. The tense situation continued unabated, and conflicts and riots began to slowly erupt in various places. The Rocks pirates were rampaging wildly in the New World, with some even invading the first half of the Grand Line. Even those navies outside the chaotic sea began to fear this turbulent era, with some venting their anger on. Undoubtedly, a new storm had emerged. At the same time, a new maritime overlord's title rose in the world viewed him as the evil heir. A pirate possessing godlike powers, leaving nothing but endless destruction in his wake. Coast of Night Sky Island. Are you leaving now, Lord Damian? I must go. I don't want them to trace this island and bring you more trouble. Damian said to Mina. She could only smile with a hint of reluctance. Little Mihawk will be lonely again. However, her frown quickly turned into a smile, appearing particularly cunning in the eternal darkness of Night Sky Island. She quickly glanced at her husband, who remained expressionless, then looked at Damian, finally resting her gaze on the silent Aurora. She quietly pulled the girl aside. On the cold shore, Mina whispered a few words to Aurora. In a moment, the latter's eyes brightened, revealing a faint smile. She secretly peeked at Damian. Damian was not particularly interested in their chatter, and instead squatted down to meet Mihawk's gaze. Hone your skills well, Mihawk. Your talent should not be buried. You are destined to shine across the entire sea. The boy smiled faintly, his small hands tightly gripping the much larger sword. This scene is quite astonishing. Vlad sighed as he looked at the coast, referring to the large sea creatures that appeared out. Damian shrugged, dispelling his concerns. Consider it an investment. The wildlife on this island does not provide sufficient nutrition for a growing boy. Not to mention the vitamin deficiency caused by lack of sunlight. Of course, Damian, who considered himself a genius manager, hoped the future strongest swordsman could reach the highest level. He wished to one day recruit Mihawk under his banner, or at least become a reliable ally. Regular supplies of high-nutrition sea creatures from the Windless Zone were merely a small matter. Vlad ultimately accepted this, and Mina concluded her conversation with Aurora. Damian looked blankly at Aurora, who met his gaze with a newfound determination, as if she had received some forbidden information. Be cautious in all matters, young man. The family waved goodbye to the departing ship. Mihawk quietly watched, his sharp eyes following the vessel. An impulse for adventure surged and then dissipated. He found it hard to let go of this island that had nurtured him. The speedboat skimmed across the sea, heading northwest. The sky was rarely clear, especially compared to the eternal night of Night Sky Island they had just left. You seem to have something on your mind, Aurora. Damian said to the girl beside him. Aurora smiled faintly and shook her head. It's nothing. Lady Mina just gave me some advice. Damian rolled his eyes. Well, whatever you say. In any case, you are a pirate now. Go do what you want to do without needing anyone's permission. Except for your captain. Aurora nodded thoughtfully. She then recalled the bounty notice that had made her pirate. I never imagined I would have such a high bounty. Aurora said softly. It's a bit exciting to think about it. Now that's more like it. She then turned to Damian and asked, so, is there anything I can help you with? Damian leaned back in his chair, pondering for a moment, and he replied vaguely. There is one thing that suits your unique talents. I will tell you soon. At this moment, a small area of the island was enveloped in a biting chill. A disheveled boy hung upside down from a tree, his face filled with boredom. It's so unfair. Brother Damian ran off to rescue the struggling princess, and here I am enduring this torturous training. He tossed aside a thick book, producing a heavy thud. Which monster invented this thing called calculus? The boy exhaled cold air as he yawned and gasped. The white steam made him appear as if he were smoking. Kazankin, it's time for lunch. The boy remained upside down, turning his head toward the direction of the voice. But suddenly he felt the ground shaking, even trembling. Kazan looked around, and saw the vibrant vegetation, with even the blades of grass appearing particularly lively. He's back. Whoosh. The ice boy flew over the island in an elemental form, leaving a trail of cold air behind as he rushed toward the dock. Upon arrival, he saw two figures disembarking from a small boat. Mr. Damian. And another big... The boy recalled the stories from the news, seeming quite excited. He waved from his elevated position, trying to catch Damian's attention. Hey Kazan, you still look as spirited as ever. Kazan made a disdainful snort, choosing not to respond. He then stared at Damian, a newspaper headline flashed. What's wrong, kid? Brother, I heard you took off Vice Admiral Zephyr's arm. That's quite a headline. He then grinned. Looks like you found quite a few good things. He elbowed Damian, while gesturing toward the girl beside him. Damian rolled his eyes in response, sparing Kazan from a thump on the head. The boy turned to Aurora and introduced himself. My name is Kazan. My three great hobbies are sleeping, lying down, and staring blankly with my eyes closed. He then unfolded a newspaper. So, Miss Princess, do you also have nature-based powers? He leaned forward, peeking from the edge of the newspaper. The young woman being questioned was somewhat taken aback by this quirky and lively introduction. Well, you can call me... Yes, I am a nature-based ability user of the ether fruit. She extended her hand to demonstrate. Kazan watched intently as her hand transformed into a swirl of deep purple ether clouds. Wow, that's amazing. Aurora couldn't help but smile at his response. Having wandered through the darkness of revenge for so long, she had nearly forgotten such innocence existed. Damian was quite pleased with their interaction, but his gaze eventually fell upon the girl coming from the island. However, he did not receive the expected response. Aurora squinted at the green-haired girl, looking somewhat awkward. Kazan sensed the strange atmosphere and hurriedly hid behind Damian. What's wrong with them? He asked fearfully. Before Damian could reply, he was bombarded with sharp questions. Mr. Damian, I didn't know you brought guests. Damian, who is this girl? She's gaze was even more puzzled, while Aurora's carried an air of scrutiny, creating a palpable tension. Experiencing this atmosphere for the first time, Kazan couldn't help but take a step back, shouting, girls are really scary. After the afternoon gathering, Miss Aurora, that was truly tragic, she said sympathetically, her eyes glistening. She sat next to Aurora, and for some reason they appeared particularly close. Thank you, she. Aurora replied sincerely, but your story is even more tragic, lost for hundreds of years in time, homeless. Damian, sitting a little further away, looked confused. For some reason the two girls became best friends after the lavish lunch. They were both princesses cast aside by beautiful lives, forced onto a difficult path. Alright, now that everyone is acquainted, I think it's time to talk about the future, Damian declared. His crimson eyes reflected the turbulent winds ahead, and the other three listened intently. Damian continued, first, in a few days, I will take she across the calm belt to the land of Wa. He then turned his gaze to the boy. Kazan, your task is to stay here and focus on completing your training and studies. Damian ignored the boy wailing on the ground, continuing. Aurora, your task is not simple. The girl seemed unfazed. I will complete it, she replied firmly. Damian nodded, outlining his thoughts. This hellish era is just beginning, and no one can control it. Unlike most reckless pirates, I want to be the helmsman. Damian boldly proclaimed. There is a hidden force in the Grand Line, seemingly inconspicuous, yet capable of shifting the entire ocean's landscape. The mystery in his words piqued the curiosity of the other three. A force you are quite familiar with. Damian glanced at Aurora and said. Aurora quickly pieced together the implications. You want to control the underground world. Damian smiled. Exactly, the emperor of the underground world, connecting all gray trades among pirates, the navy, and the world government. It is the hidden thread that can move the whole body. Given my name and my relationship with rocks, the world government will never allow me to establish a foothold in the dark waters of the underground world. He pointed at Aurora. This matter can only be entrusted to you. Aurora was silent for a moment, understanding the importance of this goal. The underground world is complex. Oh, where should I start? She asked without hesitation. Blackfish Barrow, the one who contacted you in the past. Damian responded. Now I hope you will go to Yunzu Island to scout his underground stronghold, familiarizing yourself with his territory and empire. Aurora nodded, recalling the figure of this emperor of the underground world. It was this person who once tried to exploit her despair, turning her into his weapon, placing a price tag on her purpose for survival, branding her as the terror of Sabaody, until Damian appeared. She nodded in understanding, her eyes displaying a determination not to disappoint on her first mission. Damian clapped his hands and announced, then today's discussion ends here. 3 days later, in the new world, the Angel Sea. A hearty laughter echoed across the sea. Shurji roared, brandishing his two famed blades, striking towards the stunning figure soaring in the sky, stepping on radiant clouds. They were hovering over a ruin in the Angel Sea. The woman exuded a mysterious and elegant aura of intimidation. Adorned with an exquisitely carved crown, her eyes pierced through the darkness, harboring an unyielding and fierce will. She wore armor that matched the craftsmanship of her crown. Her golden hair flowed in the wind, and her mismatched eyes, one red and one brown, were breathtakingly beautiful. I heard someone call you the fallen angel, he the most beautiful woman in the world. Hey, how about becoming my woman? Killing you would be a shame. The woman did not find it amusing in the face of the notorious pirate. She revealed not a shred of fear. I prefer women, not disgusting men like you. He replied, floating a few meters higher, looking down at her enemy. Just as her words fell, a burst of light erupted, enveloping her in a sacred veil. Damn you, Golden Lion. The powerful woman unleashed a wave of attack, compressing light into an energy cannon capable of melting the earth down to its core. Heavens fall. Seeing the bright beam over 20 meters wide, Shurji chose to respond with cheerful laughter. Jahaha. At first glance you resemble a phantom beast, but I know how special your abilities are. The Golden Lion's hands danced in the air, moving as if painting in the sky. However, the movements of his hands triggered a violent tremor. Not good. Abandoned ship. The ground is coming alive. Dozens of ships below fell into panic as the ground trembled from the upheaval of massive peaks. Jagged rocks seemed to come to life, coiling together to form a gigantic lion shape. Lion's might, earthbinding. The mountain transformed into a ferocious beast, roaring with a bone-shaking intensity, charging towards the pirate woman's attack. Boom. The collision produced a blinding light, as bright as a planetary explosion. The resulting tsunami threw the Valkyrie pirates into chaos, while the Rocks pirates merely watched with cold smiles, waiting for the storm to settle. Such a scene could naturally be seen and felt from dozens of kilometers away, especially from a massive cake ship. Damn Shurji, he has no pirate's grace at all. A tall and voluptuous woman complained. Charlotte Linlin held a knife in one hand, the blade adorned with a human face, while the other hand clutched a cake. With each swing of her knife, she took a bite of the cake. However, the recent tremor had caused her to lose her balance, and the cake slipped from her grasp. I will unleash my anger on you, worthless scum. Her fury surged into the knife, which laughed joyfully, growing larger and transforming into a long blade. The blade was soon engulfed in flames, dancing in the chaotic winds. Linlin walked forward slowly, a dark cloud following her footsteps, allowing her to walk through the air directly from the ship. Crackle. The flames danced wildly on the knife, enveloping the bright sky with their restless essence. The long knife was raised over Linlin's shoulder, pointing towards the fleet ahead. This fleet was also caught in the chaos of the massive tsunami, leaving Linlin an opportunity to strike. The flags of the fleet fluttered in the wind, the gust showing no sign of weakening, the fabric nearly torn apart. Of course, the emblem on the flags was not that of pirates, but of the Navy. There were as many as 20 warships. At the rear of a massive warship, a man gazed sharply ahead. His tall figure cast a long shadow. Although his soldiers were in a state of panic, he did not intervene, but merely observed from afar. Those with sharp eyesight could see that the man, clad in a pristine white coat, was covered with a faint energy membrane. He raised his head, his gaze focused like an eagle on Linlin. Order all warships to immediately split to the sides to evade. Understood, General Blackhawk. The command rapidly reached every ship, and they sped towards the flanks. The warships quickly divided into two paths. However, the ship at the center, facing the impending attack, had almost no chance of survival. Might of the nation's sovereignty. The long knife sliced down with astonishing speed, unleashing a massive torrent of destruction infused with powerful domineering energy and soul force. It summoned howling winds enough to rupture the eardrums of ordinary people. The horizontal tornado rampaged, sucking entire warships into its vortex, uprooting them from the ground. These were not ordinary naval vessels, but large warships comparable to ancient giants. However, they were still easily destroyed, with 3 out of 20 warships obliterated, leading to the deaths of approximately 3,000 Navy personnel. Yet such catastrophic slaughter only infuriated the attacker. TCH, that damn Blackhawk reacts so quickly, Linlin muttered. She had to jump back onto her ship to replenish some soul energy. After all, the war had been ongoing for months. Tear them to shreds, she roared. Immediately, a tremendous explosion erupted, loud enough to wake the deaf from their sleep. The ships under her command rushed forward with all their might against the wind. Each ship shared similar characteristics: tattered sails, blood-stained boards, scattered corpses on the deck, and a single word fluttering above rocks. Just this one word was enough to make seasoned veterans tremble, and there were dozens of such ships. Meanwhile, in the Grand Line, Aurora had left Death Island. This time she was resolute in her mission, determined to prove her worth to Damian. Before departing, she left a special symbol near the heart of Death Island. About 1 meter in diameter, it was intricately designed. Even Damian was curious about what the mark meant, but Aurora only said it was a surprise. Cloud Ancestor Island. Night fell, darkness shrouded the sky, obscuring the moon. Is it all right for the ship to just stop out here? A hesitant merchant asked. This person arrived in a small boat, carrying some inconspicuous boxes. Considering the nature of this island, they likely contained contraband. Gaga gaga. Don't worry, boss, this is Barrow's base. His reliable assistant shouted. Who do you think would dare to move their goods in the territory of the king of shipping? The leading merchant nodded slowly. I suppose if that's the case, there should be no problem. This group of merchants quickly departed with their cargo, heading towards a dark alley, likely to conduct some unsavory business. But they were unaware that they had brought an uninvited guest to Cloud Ancestor Island. Aurora had successfully infiltrated Barrow's lair, feeling quite at ease. She was very familiar with this deep, dark land, having come here often before. The entire island was gloomy and inhumane, exuding an aura of filth and evil. She swiftly flew through the dark streets in the realm of night, ignoring all the wicked transactions. She had long since become accustomed to the darkness of the world. Beneath the area Aurora traversed was a child trafficking gang. Those present were panning for gold in the dirt to buy slaves working for many factions. Some were pirate overlords, some were from the royal families of nearby kingdoms, and there were even CP agents present. Aurora continued forward. Transactions of this nature, drugs, rare goods, human slaves, and precious species, were happening in every corner of this filthy island. The name of one large organization was faintly recognizable: Mountain Witch Orphan Trading Company. It had once been glorious, but now seemed to be abandoned. The scars of time were clearly visible. Deep within the island lies a vast bowl-shaped concave area. It is carved into the mountain, possessing a unique structure. At the entrance, the words "Fish Tank" are inscribed. Naturally, this is the territory of the underground Emperor Blackfish Barrow. Aurora arrived here about 10 minutes after reaching the island, entering the massive fish tank structure. But just a second before stepping through the main gate, she paused. A sense of unease gripped her heart as she felt the disturbing energy waves emanating from the building. Aurora's intuition directed her toward the metallic framework around the entrance, as well as the windows and any other passage into the fish tank. Sea Tower Stone. One more step forward, and she would be kicked out from the realm of night, thrown back into reality. Then let's execute Plan B, she murmured to herself. The girl casually picked up a stone the size of her palm from the ground and threw it far away, drawing their attention. "They'll go check it out," one of the guards said. He cautiously moved to a corner out of the other's sight, peering in his gun. The guard saw the rubble, but nothing else. He sighed, turned around, and then everything suddenly went dark. Bang! The guard fell to the ground, knocked out by a punch. Aurora stood above, summoning a stream of ethereal energy. Accompanied by the emergence of purple energy, a chilling wind echoed, and another corpse dropped onto the scene. It was the body of another man wielding a firearm. This fresh corpse also belonged to an unknown individual. He bore a badge on his chest belonging to another emperor of the underground world. Aurora then picked up the guard's gun and fired at the two bodies. Bang! Bang! Both corpses trembled as one bullet penetrated a heart, and the other did the same. Snap! Aurora tossed the gun back onto the guard and vanished back into the shadows. The gunfire alerted a large group of guards, all rushing toward the scene. In a dimly lit room, two large sofas faced each other. On the right sofa sat 4 individuals. A man was surrounded by 3 beautiful girls, his arms draped over their shoulders. The girls laughed in unison from time to time, occasionally drawing circles on the man's chest. Around the sofa sat over 30 other men, some smoking, others drinking, casually waiting for news. Bang! The lavish wooden door was violently slammed open. Master Barrow, a subordinate rushed in to report. The intruder is a spy bearing the badge of the Feld group. This statement ignited Blackfish's fury as he began to violently tear at the girl beside him. Blackfish was a middle-aged man, dressed in an orange shirt draped in a green coat, and wearing a gray felt hat embroidered with a rose. That little brat who stole old dad's inheritance and took over the king of usury title. I admit he has some guts. Barrow shouted angrily. Should we respond? Asked the man who had just reported the news. This question revealed a hint of hesitation on Blackfish's face. He released the struggling girls and slowly removed his felt hat. Send a message to Feld, let him explain. Let them know we are not to be trifled with. This statement appeared rather weak in the eyes of the men around, stirring some negative emotions. Shouldn't we respond more aggressively? Feld is just a newly emerged enemy. Enough! Barrow shouted out angrily. Do as I say. Yeist! The man hurriedly left, leaving behind the furious. This exchange elicited some disdain from those nearby. What the underground world emperor failed to notice was that his right-hand man, the Red Shrimp, who had built this empire with him, was glaring at Barrow with extreme dissatisfaction. Red Shrimp is Barrow's top lieutenant. The two had drunk the blood of the former shipping king together, becoming sworn brothers. Going to scout the enemy while bearing such an obvious mark. Isn't this an incredibly foolish mistake? Barrow, you are truly pathetic now. The man cursed inwardly. Now Blackfish Barrow had lost his sharpness and vigor, making Red Shrimp feel both indignant and resentful. Meanwhile, in a dark room of the fish tank. Bloop bloop bloop. The phone bug quickly transformed into a familiar form for the girl. The base of the phone bug was draped in a black coat with a shallow scar above one eye. Aurora removed her mask and met the phone bug's gaze. Click. Yo, came the reply from the other side. Aurora took a deep breath and spoke. Damian, I conducted a quick reconnaissance of Barrow. His empire is crumbling, nothing like the rumors he desperately tries to maintain. I overheard his subordinates discussing that Barrow's business is slowly decaying. The connections he established through relationships are weakening day by day, and his subordinates have lost faith in him. The phone bug slowly nodded. Got a good job. An enemy that weak makes things easier. Aurora was merely waiting at this moment, but the next sentence took her by surprise. Well, that's the easiest part of your mission. The phone bug displayed the smug smile of this infamous pirate. Your real task is to take over Barrow's empire. The plain words echoed in Aurora's mind, and she blinked in confusion. Take over. The phone bug's red eyes fixed on Aurora as if to pierce through the purple-haired girl. Exactly. Haven't you been desperately trying to prove yourself? Good, this is your opportunity. Damian did not wait for Aurora's response, and continued. I don't need a machine that only follows orders. I need someone who can grip the throat of the underground world. The phone bug said seriously. Even the air those rats breathe must be granted by my grace. Aurora's eyes widened at these bold words. Barrow is weak surrounded by pests, but there is a line you can lever. Aurora seemed quite surprised. You already knew. The phone bug conveyed Damian's shrugging gesture. Of course, months ago I conducted preliminary reconnaissance on every underground world emperor. You thought I sent you across the Grand Line just to infiltrate and bring back some intel. The question remained unanswered as the phone bug continued. I sent you to make you understand that I need companions who can think independently, who are reliable and powerful under any circumstances. Barrow's empire will be your starting point. A smile appeared on the phone bug's face. Dare to act, Aurora. This chaotic era will not wait for you. Click. Without waiting, the phone bug hung up and returned to a dormant state, leaving Aurora alone in the dark room. Her trembling body quickly regained its mobility, her gaze growing sharper as every word she had just heard echoed repeatedly in her mind. The large room within the fish tank is the residence of Red Shrimp. Borrow that bastard. Ever since that news broke, he's completely lost his mind. He roared. The man was thin and frail. His bald head reflected the light, and his ordinary features offered nothing noteworthy beyond that bare scalp. He sat on the large bed, cradling his head in his hands. Everything felt like it was falling apart, shattering like glass. He truly is pitiful now, isn't he? A voice echoed in the empty room. Red Shrimp's breath hitched as blood instinctively rushed to the top of his. He slowly raised his head, holding his breath. Who's there? He looked around the familiar room, but it was empty. Click. The man drew an old revolver and raised it. Do you know who you're up against? I am Red Shrimp. The voice seemed to disregard his bravado, and continued, in all those years of unwavering loyalty, to Barrow, have you never yearned for more power and control? The man turned towards the direction of the voice, aiming again at nothingness. Damn it. Show yourself. Yet Red Shrimp's anger transformed into fear as he saw his own shadow twisting and writhing, emitting unsettling sounds. He had no time to react before an overwhelming force pressed down upon him. Ugh! He shouted as he was forced to his knees. Under this gravity-like force, he was nearly prone on the ground. Thud! 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 Red Shrimp gradually heard the soft sound of footsteps, and a figure appeared before him. The man struggled to lift his head, or rather it was as if that force allowed him to do so. What he saw was a woman. Clad in black attire, her figure was outlined, but not a single inch of skin was visible. She wore a black hood over her head, and her face was concealed by a smooth, reflective black mask. The man was clearly frightened, sweat dripping from his trembling face. Firstly, the weight pressed upon him far exceeded. Moreover, he had never seen a woman so tall. After all, he was a pitiful one. 83 meters, while this uninvited guest was at least 8 meters. Red Shrimp stared at the black mask, only seeing his terrified face reflected back, swallowing nervously. I'm here to make a deal. That somewhat distorted voice continued. Help me take over Barrow's empire, pledge your loyalty to the new king of shipping. Red Shrimp tried to steady his breath while contemplating her words. What if I don't? Her voice remained unwavering calm. Then I will find someone more cooperative. With her words, that extreme weight descended again, this time doubling. Ugh! The man cried out in pain as the floor beneath him began to creak. Cracks spread across the lavish room, dust falling from the ceiling. Such noise should have alerted everyone present. However, a flowing veil of darkness enveloped the room, preventing any sound from escaping. Blood dripped from Shrimp's eyes and nose as he struggled to remain conscious. Okay, I'll do it. Yet she did not relent. The weight doubled once more. Shrimp could not scream anymore, the vertical force compressing his lungs and throat, rendering him speechless. The hellish torment lasted several seconds, though for the screaming man it felt like an eternity. Finally, the invader ceased the weight pressure, allowing Red Shrimp to move. His heavy, rapid breathing echoed in the room as the woman simply stood patiently. I need you to list the names of all of Barrow's diehard loyalists, anyone who would oppose his downfall. Red Shrimp did not interrupt or protest. He reached for a piece of paper and began to write seriously. In the quiet room, only the scratching of the pencil remained. But for Shrimp it felt as though the harbinger of death was watching his every move. Here you go. He handed over the paper, which was stained with a few drops of blood. The woman took the paper, glanced at it, and remarked casually, this is it. 7 people. Shrimp remained kneeling, explaining, Yais. Since that insane woman Barrow tried to provoke has gotten involved with the Locks pirates, everything has started to crumble. He sent all the best people on terrible missions to test their loyalty. Shrimp gritted his teeth and spat out a few venomous words. If the other emperors knew just how weak we are now, we would have been finished long ago. The woman behind the mask found this twist rather amusing. Yet in Shrimp's eyes, she seemed to be determining the fate of him and everyone else. Gather all the prominent figures in the conference room, she commanded. The man shrank back slightly. No, you should at least plan a bit right. His voice was filled with uncertainty and fragmentation, as though every syllable he spoke was laced with worry for his life. Be bold, this chaotic era will not wait for you to plan every step. Barrow is merely a big fish in a small pond, now go do it. Yais. Later in the conference room, dozens of people gathered together. They all wore expressions of annoyance. It was already late and many were dragged away from their partners' evening act. Some were in the middle of drinking competitions, while others were asleep. Barrow leaned on his cane puffing on a cigar as he strode in his face twisted in anger. Who does he think he is? The king of shipping roared, taking his seat at the head of the table. The door opened again, this time admitting the bald man, Red Shrimp. You finally arrived, Red Shrimp. When did you think you could casually order me around like this? Barrow questioned, his authority momentarily restored. Red Shrimp scoffed. After nearly having his bones crushed, Barrow didn't seem so terrifying anymore. Gentlemen, the bald man ignored his superior and addressed the people in the room. I think it's time to elect a new leader for our group. This statement caused a huge uproar among the audience, prompting them to jump from their seats. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, sinking into a dead silence. Barrow was about to explode, but even with his cowardly nature, he noticed something amiss. He looked around, feeling the walls grow darker, as if a layer of moving mist was slowly covering everything. The ominous hissing grew clearer, echoing in the room. Red Shrimp, what have you done? Red Shrimp did not respond. He simply waited patiently. Clang. Barrow raised his cane, revealing a hidden sword. Kill him. However, before anyone could move, a powerful storm of force pressed down upon the few people present. Boom. Ugh. Ugh. Ow. Moans and muffled groans echoed throughout the spacious room as 7 people fell to their knees, faces full of humiliation and confusion. Their eyes turned red, blood rushing into their pupils from the immense pressure. The remaining individuals instinctively retreated to the walls, but the cold walls were covered with a viscous substance, sending chills down their spines. A mini-storm erupted, purple energy coalescing into a humanoid shape entirely clad in black. Barrow struggled to find his voice, but he still summoned the strength to lift his head and scrutinize the invader. Splash. A series of liquid splashes rang like explosions in their ears, painting the expensive carpet and furniture with a fresh coat of red. They were all dead, Barrow's 7 loyalists. The metallic scent of blood pervaded the air, enveloping the room in a sinister atmosphere. The woman then turned her attention to the men who were trying to retreat. She signaled Shrimp to speak. Cough. We are a proud democratic underground empire. I now nominate the sole candidate as our new leader. After a brief silence, those men, whether out of fear or duty, began to clap, their applause growing more fervent. The rhythmic applause continued, as if hoping to appease the woman. Enough, she commanded. Everyone fell silent, sinking into a dead stillness. Red Shrimp, where is Barrow's treasury? The bald man immediately replied. Barrow hid it deep within the fish tank, but after that incident he changed all the locks. She turned to the man still lying on the ground and waved her hand. Like a puppet on strings, the emperor of the underground world was lifted into the air. He was too short, unable to meet the woman's gaze, forced to look up. Damn it. Barrow's eyes widened as he felt incredible pressure concentrated upon him. Ugh. His temples bulged as forces from all directions drilled into his skull. His cranium cracked, nearly bursting his brain, and the emperor quickly surrendered. 520,138. He shouted with all his might. Shrimp nodded and rushed to open. Meanwhile, the newly elected leader turned to the men pressed against the wall and said, you are still alive only because you have the power to command all the scum on Yinzu Island. Now you can choose to submit. Each of them had been living a lavish life filled with corruption, robbery, and conspiracy. Thus they cherished their lives even more. Muffled sounds echoed as the men knelt down, bowing their heads. Wise choice. Barrow's head exploded, blood splattering, with a few drops landing on the men beside him. The corpse of the emperor of the underground world lay on the ground, the flowing red appearing endless. Boss, there are 12 billion berry in the treasury. Shrimp exclaimed as he rushed back holding a few small items. The female assassin paused for a second, pondering. Distribute 2 billion to everyone for them to celebrate the new leader's ascension. She commanded, immediately calming the others. Go spread the news. They nodded frantically and hurried away. Shrimp blinked and hesitantly asked, can you trust them? I can only trust their greed. She then glanced at the red fruit in the bald man's hand. Shrimp noticed her gaze and presented the item. This is the flame fruit, he explained. It allows the user to ignite any surface with a snap of their fingers, which Barrow found before relocating from the North Sea. The masked woman picked up the red tomato-like fruit and tossed it up and down. The man then pulled out a small diary. This is Barrow's asset ledger, detailing everything, even things he never told me. The masked woman flipped through it, and as expected, it was a book documenting all of Barrow's major clients, and it listed all his connections and their locations, as well as all the leverage Barrow used to control them. The top client, the world government. She spoke in a sarcastic tone. Shrimp nervously chuckled, choosing not to say more. Use your influence to stabilize everyone. Oh, many changes will begin tomorrow. Yais. The man dashed out, leaving her alone. She stood still. Who? A soft hissing sound escaped as she removed her mask, letting down her long silky hair, revealing a young and beautiful face. Aurora sat on the spacious sofa and let out a long breath. Her hands trembled slightly, but her eyes sparkled. Things are progressing smoothly, she whispered to herself. A self-deprecating smile quickly emerged on her youthful face as she recalled the series of twists. Damian was right. She proclaimed loudly, this way I can help him. She then crouched down and tapped the floor. A strange and symmetrical pattern blossomed on the ground, opening like a flower. At the same time, Aurora felt a tug from the realm of night, as if someone had dropped an anchor. She then walked out, leaving a room painted in primal red warmth. Her body floated over the bloodstains, ensuring they did not soil her boots. The raven-black mask was donned once more, reflecting the unpredictable fate of the underground world. On the Death Island, a young man with black hair sat atop a tree stump, his splendid robe billowing in the wind. Just by his presence, the surrounding flora thrived abundantly. Withered leaves regained their vitality, and the grass was greener than ever, creating a spectacular scene. Damian closed his eyes, concentrating entirely on introspecting his own body. This was not a futile practice of training the soul, but rather a focused effort to sense his own physical form, muscles, tendons, ligaments, bones, organs, and even nerves. I can perceive their subtle details, yet I am far from the ability to manipulate them, let alone control them at the cellular level, he murmured to himself. Out of boredom, he extended his consciousness to the tips of his hair. Each strand stood upright like tentacles beginning to dance, as if possessing its own brain. However, my hair is not long enough to accomplish anything useful, nor do I wish to become a lecherous immortal. He retracted his thoughts, pulling back his power, and contemplated the mysteries of life restoration. But before he could continue his observation, Haki alerted him, and a red light flickered in his eyes. Oh, so that's... He glanced at the purple floral patterns near the ground. A surge of air erupted, and the inscriptions glimmered with a violet light. In less than a second, a figure materialized. Dressed in black, but not wearing a reflective mask, Aurora had made her appearance. So that was your little surprise, Damian commented. The girl smiled slightly, and replied, after you trained me on Fishman Island, I learned many new abilities. One of them is the ether anchor, which allows me to materialize at any marked location. Unfortunately, even a drop of seawater could destroy them, but they are indeed very convenient. Damian nodded. However, he quickly changed the subject, getting straight to the point. So how are things going? Aurora exhaled softly and nodded deeply, her gaze steadier than ever. Everything is going smoothly. Her cheerful tone betrayed the calm response. Damian saw through her concealed joy and chuckled lightly. Everything is going smoothly. Her cheerful tone betrayed the calm response. Damian saw through her concealed joy and chuckled lightly. Sure. Damian stood up and said, if you want to grasp their throats, you must use an iron fist. Otherwise they will stab you in the back. Aurora nodded solemnly, taking the advice to heart. As long as you satisfy their greed, they will obey. If they become insatiable and develop ulterior motives, then set an example. Aurora nodded again. I understand, I won't let you down. Damian was satisfied with the developments, returning her smile. What about the spies? Aurora asked subsequently. During her preliminary reconnaissance of the island, she had noticed many spies moving about. The issue was they weren't even trying to hide. Barrow's control was too weak, and even his subordinates refused to carry out orders to eliminate the spies. What do you think? Damian countered. Aurora seemed to have anticipated such a response, and voiced her thoughts. Eliminate those in plain sight. Let them know Barrow's weak rule has come to an end. Leave the deeper ones hidden. Damian raised an eyebrow as the girl explained. If I clear them all out, it would actually invite more trouble and attract the attention of pirates and the world government. Damian nodded in agreement. Remember, all your actions in the underworld must be concealed beneath the shroud. Aurora smiled. I know the government will never allow the claws of evil incarnate to reach into the underworld. Rest assured, I won't let them trace back to you. She then took out a devil fruit and handed it to Damian, while also retrieving a small booklet. The diary piqued Damian's curiosity. What is that? Aurora revealed a confident smile, replying, this is my textbook. Since you want me to manage the underworld, I need to thoroughly digest Barrow's notes. He may have turned into a shell of his former self, but these notes trace back decades, even to records from his peak. Damian let out a low hum. He noticed a hint of excitement in Aurora's tone. Perhaps she had harbored ambitions of commerce even before her life was turned upside down. Then I'll leave it to you. The girl revealed a sincere smile, then transformed into a purple mist and dissipated, merging back into the previous anchor point, leaving Damian alone. Her abilities are somewhat cheating. Damian shook his head, pulling up some data. Amethyst, Aurora, age 18, height 2. 81 meters. Status healthy, devil fruit, ether fruit, near advanced mastery fruit, rating 6. 5 stars. Skills, shave, Haki, observation, Haki, intermediate mastery, combat power, near Yonko level. All metrics had improved since he last checked her data. It had been a year and a half, and Aurora's power was becoming increasingly apparent. But she still relies too much on her Logia abilities. Her armament haki has yet to awaken. He spoke softly. Damian had a feeling that Zephyr had awakened her from that false sense of invincibility, as evidenced by her recent proactivity. Sybil, pull up my data. Coming right up. Aina D. Damian, age 17, height 3. 40, status, thriving devil fruit, smash fruit, advanced mastery fruit rating 6. 5 stars. Sea stone resistance 100. 0 special feature blackbone stage 3 skills titan, regeneration titan strength, evolved physique voice of all things will of D6 styles, underwater, breathing life restoration, beginner mastery. Haki observation haki advanced mastery armament haki, near advanced mastery. Conqueror's haki intermediate mastery combat power lower Yonko level. The conditions to unlock underwater mobility have been met. Such a string of data didn't surprise Damian much. As expected, many indicators pointed upward. Fruit proficiency, physique, sea stone resistance, and armament haki had all improved. Ultimately, he had reached the starting point referred to as the Yonko level. Unfortunately, I am the weakest among the Yonko levels. Shiki, Lean, Whitebeard, Rayleigh, Roger, and Rox are all several streets ahead of me, he mused, resting his chin on his hand. However, the last line of small text caught Damian's interest. Is this the condition to unlock that skill? Yes, Damian. Initially, the skills underwater breathing and underwater mobility were locked to prove your worth. You have now met both conditions, so they can be unlocked. Sybil explained. Unlock it. Damian felt a sharp pain in his body for a second, but perhaps it was just excitement. In any case, there were no particularly obvious changes. Well, it seems there's only one way to test it. He expertly used the 6 styles to appear at the edge of Death Island. Not wasting a second, he jumped in. A large splash erupted as Damian's towering figure fell into the sea. His throat tickled for a moment and gills appeared, allowing him to breathe. Breathing was smooth and he attempted to swim. He could truly swim. It's been so long since. For the next hour, Damian swam freely in the sea, relearning swimming techniques and savoring the freedom of the boundless waters. In the Grand Line at the G2 branch lies the headquarters of the Navy's scientific division, managed by a mad scientist. The government discovered his attempts to destroy the world, so they naturally recruited him, providing resources for him to produce groundbreaking results. We have obtained the necessary measurement data, Admiral Zephyr, the chief researcher said, addressing the tall vice admiral who sat quietly at the table. Thank you very much, the Navy replied. The researcher nodded and walked towards a metallic box. With a click, Zephyr glanced at it from a distance, revealing an appreciative expression. Where did you obtain such pure seafloor stone? He couldn't help but ask. Kukuku. It's a government secret, Admiral Zephyr. I can't tell you that the CP has been mining seafloor stone veins from the seabed. Zephyr paused for a moment, but chose not to press further. The researcher acted as if nothing had happened, moving the box onto the metal table. A massive device hung above, equipped with a laser emitter and other complex wiring. A mold the size of an arm was placed beneath a gigantic block of seafloor stone. Please cover your eyes. The engine roared to life and the machine began to operate. A loud drilling sound echoed as the laser started cutting the main body of the arm, leaving the intricate details for later. Then it released immense heat enough to melt human skin. The heat conducted to the arm-shaped metal block, turning it bright red within seconds. The moisture in the air rapidly evaporated as a diamond-hard, massive metal pressed down. The heat made the seafloor stone malleable, while the hard metal above squeezed the molten ore into the arm-sized mold, filling it completely. In just 2 minutes, it was completed, leaving behind a searing hot arm that was still far from cooling down. The researcher then submerged the mold along with the arm into a gigantic water tank. Hiss! A sharp hissing sound arose as the heat dissipated and the color gradually turned to a bright silver. 5 men approached, picking up a metal box and placing it with a thud before Zephyr. The astonishing weight left the burly men gasping for breath. This is 100 pure seafloor stone, which is hard to acquire outside Wano country. I hope you don't lose this one, Admiral Zephyr. The Vice Admiral nodded, well aware that this was a warning conveyed by the 5 elders through the scientist. He walked over, grasping the arm with his left hand, tightening his hold on the metal. He effortlessly lifted it, showcasing it before his eyes. The pure metal had a clear luster, and its smooth design astonishingly resembled a human arm. If wrapped in fabric and gloves, it would be nearly indistinguishable. Moreover, every joint was wrapped in pure gold to provide flexibility and range of motion. Incredible. The researcher agreed, slowly connecting the small wires at the shoulder end of the arm to the receiver that had been drilled into Zephyr's amputated arm. Zephyr let out a low groan of pain as the screws fixed into his bone, pulled by the weight of the arm, slowly clicking into place. A few drops of blood dripped down the smooth limb, reflecting a crimson glow. Zephyr began to stretch, performing some simple movements as his brain adapted to the new limb. You will need a few months of rehabilitation to adjust. Don't overexert yourself, or you might injure your bones, the scientist warned. Zephyr nodded, admiring this weapon that had now become his arm. Thank you, Tianjai. I knew your genius could be put to good use. Once you fully recover, you will truly become a nemesis to those with abilities. Kikuku. The researcher couldn't help but laugh proudly. Zephyr agreed. It was time to prove himself to the higher-ups once more. Black Arm Zephyr would surely make a strong Marineford. He was defeated by Shiki and thrown into G1 prison, truly a ruthless pirate. Sora leaned back in his chair contemplating this news. It seems we underestimated Charlotte Linlin, as she truly deserves the title of a level 1 threat. He rubbed his temples, his tone turning bitter. And then there's Rocks. I don't know why, but ever since he suddenly disappeared I've been more uneasy than when he was rampaging. Sora's days weren't easy, at this rate his hair would soon turn completely white. He then received a phone call finally getting some good news. So Zephyr will be back in action soon, that's great. It's time to reassess the threat levels in the new world. Death Island the next morning. Shiki has no patience at all, Damian whispered while holding a newspaper. The report detailed the entire process of the war, simply stating the facts. Shiki and Linlin led their respective fleets to attack the Angel Sea. The two easily crushed the 16 wings of angels, drawing the wrath of He. However, her massive pirate fleet took nearly 5 months to be eradicated, primarily due to the Navy's constant interference, led by Black Hawk Kurizumi. This admiral was dedicated to depleting the pirate forces. However, the war ended yesterday, destined to be recorded in history. Such high numbers are truly envious. Damian looked at 2 bounty notices. One featured Shiki's menacing grin, while the other displayed Linlin's ample figure in full view, perhaps thanks to those amazing photographers at sea. Bounty notice, Charlotte Lean Natural Destroyer, Bounty 2. 188 billion berries life, or death no matter. Bounty notice, Shiki Golden Lion Bounty 2. 80499 billion berries life, or death no matter. Bounty notice. It seems the council still has some brains. They barely restrained the negative reports on the world government managing to pacify the 5 elders. But the undercurrents have already reached a critical point. I must take full control of the news agency, as soon as possible. Meanwhile, he saw a purple shadow coalescing before him. Damian, the figure called out, are you looking for me? Yo, he greeted, looking at the girl dressed in black. Aurora smiled at the captain. However, that joy vanished with the next thought. Are you going to Wano country soon? Indeed, the Sea Kings are ready to escort us. It's time to go to the land of warriors, he replied. The girl nodded, but her mood seemed somewhat low. Damian then reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small pendant. He stepped forward, casually brushing aside her silky hair to place the ornament around her neck. Though his actions were casual, the recipient froze. Aurora's face turned red as she felt Damian's breath brush against her neck. The pendant was secured. She was completely immersed in what was happening, even momentarily forgetting the impact of seafloor stone. She nearly fell to the ground, but Damian caught her shoulder just in time. This, she whispered weakly. It can help you build resistance to seafloor stone. I want you to break free from your dependency on devil fruits and hone your Busashoku, like Zephyr and I. He explained simply. Busashoku Haki. Aurora said softly, recalling her helplessness in front of Black Arm. Her powerful abilities were completely suppressed, and she had to consider self-detonation just to take him down. She suppressed her inner weakness, slowly breaking free from Damian's support, standing up, and trying to put on a determined expression. By the time you return, I will have managed Baroque works well, she declared with a firm voice, overcoming the weakness brought by seafloor stone. Damian was pleased with her determination, his crimson eyes resting on her. Very well, I look forward to the heights you will reach by the time I return from Wano country. Hey, is it already time? Kazan complained with a childish voice. They stood at the southern tip of Death Island, the only place on the island with a pleasant climate year-round. Kazan watched as the speedboat was lowered, the Sea Kings swimming over to bite onto the long rope at the front of the boat. He also saw several baboons running back and forth, transporting supplies and food onto the ship, ready to set off at any moment. Don't worry, Kazan. I will come to see you from time to time, Aurora comforted the boy. He looked up. You seem a bit different today, Sister Aurora. You seem more lively. The purple-haired girl paused for a moment, savoring his words. Do you really think so? She asked the boy, and also herself. Maybe, she said with a smile, glancing at the departing ship. At that moment, a large hand landed on the ice boy's head, ruffling his hair into a mess. Don't cause trouble. Damian's voice rang in his ear. The boy jumped back, looking displeased. Just wait, one day, I will freeze you before you mess with my hair. Damian was amused by the bold words, leaving a few encouraging words for Kazan. When I come back, if you perform well enough, maybe I can teach you some new tricks using the devil fruit. This made the boy's spirits lift, and he clenched his fists and waved them. He's a smart and innocent child, she commented as she walked over. Damian snorted lightly, but his expression was not entirely in agreement. Smart and innocent children often suffer the most. What he sees of the world is just the tip of the iceberg. Sure was not so pessimistic, she softly said. I believe everything will be all right. Damian did not respond, turning to the ship and waving his hand behind him. See you later, Aurora. Sure walked beside him. Take care, Miss Aurora. The purple-haired girl displayed a radiant smile, cherishing this newly formed bond. She watched as their boat glided across the sea, heading towards the tumultuous ocean. Their destination, Wano country. A few days later, the two had already entered the new world through Fishman Island. Damian moved quickly, not even stirring the island's residents. He knew that CP had deployed more personnel at several major entrances to the world. Now he preferred to act discreetly. I thought you'd be excited about approaching Wano country, but you look so nervous. Damian commented on Sher's conflicted expression as they floated in the doldrums. The green-haired girl looked up, revealing her usual smile. I just didn't expect that one day my lifelong wish could really come true. She replied slowly, it feels a bit unreal. I remember you said you wanted to break free from your shackles. Now is the time to take the first step. Don't worry, I will help you. Sher breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, feeling more reassured about the future that lay ahead. She smiled brightly and said, Mr. Damian, you have a kind heart. The pirate, dubbed the embodiment of evil, responded with a wry smile. Kind. There are countless people outside who would disagree with that statement. However, this did not affect Sher, but they don't understand you like I do. Is that so? Yes. The girl shouted, excited at the thought of finally returning to her homeland. After several days of sailing in the doldrums, and aided by several speedy sea kings, the speedboat finally reached its destination. The massive waterfall of Wano country dwarfed their ship in its magnificence. The immense pressure created by the water was enough to crush ordinary vessels into pieces while drowning the entire area in a deafening roar. Moreover, the nearby weather was equally chaotic. The stormy sky and torrential rain seemed to have settled here forever, creating a significant obstacle for all intruders. Damian stood at the bow of the ship, unfazed by the scene before him, but couldn't help but mutter softly, this thing better not fall apart under the water pressure. This ship, which he had permanently borrowed, belonged to a super rookie who had stolen it from some wealthy guys, regarded as a reinforced vessel. The order sounded like a normal command, but the authority behind it echoed across the turbulent sea. Moments later, the water surface erupted, a series of splashes flying up as 5 gigantic koi jumped from below. Damian was pleased with their appearance, watching them bite onto the 3 ropes tied to the ship. Creak. The speedboat remained sturdy, but the place where the ropes were tied made some noise. Aside from that, everything was normal. The koi quickly leaped into the water and began to climb up the waterfall. They shot through the waterfall at high speed, ascending effortlessly. Wow, is this the land of my homeland? Sher's eyes sparkled as she grabbed a handful of soil. It's just dirt, Damian said expressionlessly. However, his presence revitalized the surrounding vegetation. Although there wasn't much plant life here, it was mostly such a desolate place must be Jiuli, Damian commented. Jiuli is located to the south of Wano country's flower capital, a lawless area filled with corpses and criminals. The two passed through the wasteland and finally reached a forested area. Damian smiled, feeling the embrace of the unfamiliar nature surrounding him. He sensed the presence of countless strange and exotic species he had never encountered before. Sher was also fascinated by these trees. Lead the way to the flower capital, Damian commanded. Immediately a path opened up before them with grass and trees retreating to either side, pointing northward. 20 minutes later, the unpolluted air was fresh and delightful, intoxicating. Sure. You seem very interested in a few trees, the girl said, somewhat shyly, pouting. I'm just a bit excited. But just then a roar erupted. Boom. A gigantic crocodile burst out from the mangroves, its mouth as big as a boat. It charged at the two, seeing them as free lunch. Oh look, Sure. Even the wildlife in this country is so enthusiastic, eager to give us a ride. As Damian spoke, his palm had already smashed into the beast's head, producing a deafening bang. Arg! It cried out in pain, forced to lie on the ground, its limbs flailing wildly, losing its former grandeur. You are indeed here to give us a ride, right? The crocodile's eyes were filled with tears. Naturally, it could only nod repeatedly, awkwardly turning around to expose its back. An hour later, the two and the crocodile swiftly crossed the wasteland, approaching the border. The forest warned Damian, and the following moments would likely not go smoothly. The air whistled as an arrow zipped through, heading straight for Damian's chest.